Life truly loves playing tricks. Transmigrators all dream of becoming the protagonist, but I ended up in the body of Ji Chang, this world's #1 villain. Since heaven has given me this role, why shouldn't I enjoy it? Ji Chang would rather be a villain with a unique system than a puppet manipulated by others. Today, Yi Chen, this world's protagonist, is causing a ruckus at the Grand Myriad Holy Land. His likely purpose is that the Saintess is being forced to marry someone Yi Chen claims is an unknown figure. He even declared that if he can't get justice for her today, he wouldn't even care for his status as a Grand Myriad Holy Land disciple. Because of this incident, the crowd watched Yi Chen's antics in the main hall, but his talent was undeniable. The Holy Lord of the Grand Myriad Holy Land recalled how this young man before him had joined after countless battles and overcoming numerous difficulties, yet now he was saying he would abandon his status as an inner disciple of the Grand Myriad Holy Land. With just one exertion of power, he brought immense pressure to his surroundings. Yi Chen was pushed back a step but stubbornly continued to seek justice for his goddess, even calling Chang a pit of fire. Chu Zan glared at him for his arrogant words. The Saintess Yi Chen mentioned looked worriedly at Chang. He appeared very composed, merely sitting with his eyes calmly closed as if enjoying the oxygen. However, he was still a little frustrated internally, because he had to play the role of a villain, the kind of character in traditional comics who exists solely to pave the way for the protagonist or constantly be humiliated. The difference was Chang possessed a system, but he didn't even know why it existed. At this moment, the system panel displayed Ji Chang's information. His identity was a true disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. According to the system's classification, Chang learned that luck levels from low to high were divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Ordinary people only had red luck, yet this young man Yi Chen was green, truly worthy of being called a child of fortune. As for himself, Chang couldn't even be bothered to say. People often say villains don't live long, and his dog shit like black luck constantly reminded him of this. Chang was already silent. The arrogant Yi Chen pointed fingers and provoked him. He had been insulted, but Chang disdained to argue. Besides, he had Chu Zan by his side to reprimand Yi Chen on his behalf, and other elders also began to openly scold Yi Chen, calling him a truly sinister and unpredictable individual. Everyone turned against him, accusing him of daring to be disrespectful to young Master Ji, of not knowing his place and of being conceited. Yi Chen stood dumbfounded, unable to believe this day had come, as he had always considered himself the most talented in the sect. So this was essentially him shooting himself in the foot. He then looked up at the Saintess Yi Chen spoke of, and she didn't even speak up for him, causing Yi Chen to repeatedly question why. Seeing the child of fortune suffer a setback, Chang felt a surge of satisfaction, wanting to redirect everyone's attention. That Yi Chen once again shouted provocatively at Chang, saying he was just someone who bullied others by relying on his power. Ji Chang made no move, but the Holy Lord and Holy Son were not so calm. Chu Zan was very displeased and wanted to immediately seize Yi Chen. He used his internal energy to rush toward him. Yi Chen seemed to have been waiting for this moment, releasing fire attribute power. One side was cyan, the other fiery red, clashing against each other. The two fists collided, creating a violent shockwave. The onlookers all showed disdain for Yi Chen. They were certain victory would belong to the Holy Son Chu Zan. Chang also calmly watched the show. In his opinion, those people were far too naive. In this world, strength levels were divided into body refinement. Spirit C, Soul Palace, Divine Ability, Great Power, Holy Lord, conferred Marquis, conferred King, and Void God. Since he was called a child of fortune, fighting above his level was child's play for Yi Chen. He was bound to gain the upper hand. Indeed, Chu Zan was defeated and surpassed by him. He took a step back, his face still blank, unable to believe he had lost to this brat. Yi Chen regained his confidence and immediately became even more smug. Su Taishuan's eyes widened, too astonished by the result. Two female disciples witnessing this scene immediately began praising Yi Chen as handsome and capable. Immediately, these two infatuated girls were severely reprimanded and dared not utter another word. For Chang, this was entirely expected. As a protagonist, the skill of publicly embarrassing others was always maxed out. He also realized that everything Yi Chen did today was to prevent the Holy Lord of Grand Myriad from betrothing his daughter to himself. If that was the case, then this woman, Su Cheng, who possessed yellow fortune and reached 350 points, was the female protagonist in this script. If offending him was already destined because of this matter, Chang already had a plan in mind. Only at this moment did he speak his first words to Cheng, asking if she trusted Yi Chen very much. He seemed to have hit a nerve. She tried hard to remain calm, wanting him to believe she actually had nothing to do with Yi Chen. Chang knew full well that she was afraid he would target Yi Chen, and while sipping tea he praised Cheng as a clever woman. Chang drank all the tea in his cup, then placed it back on the table. Cheng refilled it, but spilled some. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably. Chang seized the opportunity to hold her hand. "I'm no cunning fox or jackal, Miss Su. Why are you so nervous?" Cheng denied it, but her stuttering, trembling voice betrayed her. Chang raised her hand and spoke sweet words. "The tea is hot. Such things should be left to the servants. It wouldn't do to harm your delicate hands, miss." It seemed his vague plan was correct. The system reported a subtle change in Su Qing's state of mind, and the protagonist Yi Chen's fortune value decreased by 10 in return. Chang gained the fortune value deducted from Yi Chen. He hadn't expected this to happen. Yi Chen witnessed this intimate scene between them, his eyes reddening with jealousy. Ji Chong, how dare you touch her? Ji Chong smiled sinisterly, showing interest. Now things are getting even more interesting, Yi Chen interrupted. Ji Chong, take your filthy hands off her. Chu Zan blocked him. Your opponent is me, frowned. Chu Zan, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you just because you're the Holy Sun? Ji Chong observed calmly. According to a normal script, Yi Chen would probably grow stronger from weakness, defeat Chu Zan, then seize the opportunity to challenge me, and with his protagonist halo control the entire situation, returning successfully a few years later with his cultivation talent to seek revenge for that year. Wouldn't I be left dead in the streets then? Too bad for you, I'm a transmigrator. I've long grown used to such petty tricks. How could I let you succeed? How could I let my fate be dictated by this script? He stood up, uttered a bored remark. Then he shot into the air, startling everyone. Ji Chong flew before Yi Chen and said, if this matter concerns me, then there's no need to trouble Holy Sun Chu Zan. Chu Zan stammered, young Master Ji. Yi Chen angrily feigned courage. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He calmly replied. The so-called lack of fear is simply because Ji Chong paused and continued. You are shameless. A powerful aura emanated from him. Yi Chen quickly retreated. Despicable. He seemed to hear a chuckle. Oh, then he immediately intensified his suppressive aura. That astonishing pressure directly pierced through Yi Chen's body and surged towards the door. The door couldn't withstand the pressure, splitting open with a resounding crack, releasing the force outwards. Yi Chen knelt on the ground. Ji Zhang calmly asked, Young Master Yi, what would you have me say? All the disciples were affected by the previous pressure, their faces pale. This aura, young Master Ji, is actually so powerful, as expected of someone from the upper realm, that Yi Chen truly overestimates himself. Cheng had to hold onto the table to remain standing. Her entire body trembled like a sieve as she watched the scene in fear. Su Taishuan's expression was solemn, as expected of someone from the upper realm. To be so powerful at such a young age, truly not someone to offend. Yi Chen was still suppressed and unable to stand up at this moment. The system popped up again. Publicly humiliated, Yi Chen's fortune value decreased by 10. Host destiny points increased by 50. Ji Chong was surprised. It can also increase destiny points. He estimated that destiny points could upgrade cultivation techniques and thus naturally also raise cultivation levels. Ji Chong closed his eyes and concentrated. His entire being appeared in another space. He asked the system, if I kill Yi Chen now, how many destiny points will I gain? It replied, those with high fortune are protected by supreme existences. With your current destiny points, such an action will result in backlash. Ji Chong said helplessly. So offending someone with high fortune will bring bad luck? No wonder my fortune has always been black. It really is the price of being a villain, the system replied. Fortune is said to be unfathomable by ghosts and gods and the will of heaven hard to determine. With your current strength, killing Yi Chen would not be difficult, but some variables would occur because you are the biggest variable. He crossed his arms and inquired, so I can't kill him now, but I can use some methods to lower his fortune points, and once they drop to a certain level, I can make my move, right? The system replied, correct. These are all intimately related to the protagonist. Ji Chong lowered his gaze and concentrated again. His mind returned to reality. He glanced at Cheng in the distance, thinking, it seems forcing Su Cheng to affect Yi Chen wouldn't be a bad idea. Su Taishuan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, young Master Ji is so young, yet his cultivation is already so profound. The elders were also about to offer compliments. Just a wisp of his aura was enough to make people tremble. Young Master Ji is truly a godlike figure. We thought the Grand Myriad Holy Land with its 10,000-year heritage and vast territory was a world overlord, but today, seeing young Master Ji, we realize there's always someone better, a higher heaven beyond the heavens. Ji Chong humbly replied, you flatter me, esteemed sirs. Chang's strength is nothing worth mentioning. Chu Zan cupped his hands and bowed in submission. It is this junior's lack of cultivation that troubled young Master to act. I am truly ashamed, he coolly replied. It's nothing, the crowd whispered amongst themselves, every word clearly reaching Yi Chen's ears. Young Master Ji already showed mercy, yet he still doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Chen truly has no sense of propriety. He gritted his teeth and muttered, no, impossible, it can't be like this, it's all because of you, because of you. Yi Chen's face turned purple with rage. He used all his strength to stand up, roaring Ji Chong's name, then launched an attack. Die, the elders shouted in horror. Yi Chen, how dare you? However, before his fist even reached Ji Chong, it was easily blocked. Yi Chen froze, sweat pouring down, unable to move. Ji Chong slowly extended a hand, then flicked it, throwing him to the side where he crashed into a nearby pillar, scattering blood. Ching covered her mouth, dumbfounded. Yi Chen collapsed entirely. The elders' accusations grew fiercer. Yi Chen defied sect rules, ignored warnings, and repeatedly offended an honored guest. Immediately seal his cultivation, imprison him in the dungeon awaiting young Master Gu's personal judgment, the disciples scoffed. Young Master Ji already showed mercy before, yet Yi Chen dared to launch a sneak attack. Indeed, how disgraceful. Our Grand Myriad Holy Land's reputation has been ruined by him. Yi Chen was restrained, still roaring, let me go, I am the most talented disciple here, the hope of the sect. Ji Chong leapt up, and as he passed Cheng he whispered, Saintess Cheng, I hear the moon is beautiful tonight. I wonder if you'd grace me with your presence to enjoy it. Su Taishuan burst into laughter, making the decision for her directly. Ha ha ha, for young Master Ji to be so refined after all this, truly a man of elegance. Of course my daughter agrees, Yi Chen whispered. Ching, Ching, Su Taishuan glared at her, warning her. He sent a mental message. The fate of our sect rests entirely in this young master's hands, now you cannot make any mistakes. Ching reluctantly turned her head and replied, yes. Yi Chen couldn't believe it. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and passed out. System notification. Yi Chen's state of mind has been affected. Fortune value directly reduced by 100 points. Host destiny points increased by 500. Jiyu Chong secretly smiled. So that's how it is. Is this child of destiny even weaker than the system? Although it's a bit troublesome, slowly crushing this ant is quite amusing. Night fell. A person in a black cloak stood leisurely on a rooftop. Su Taishuan's voice drifted over. Ching, father knows you have feelings for Yi Chen, but given the current situation, Ching intelligently interjected. I understand, compared to the benefits that young master brings, how can Yi Chen even compare? He sighed. She lowered her head. Father, there's nothing else. Ching will go pay her respects to that young master. Lin Ming glanced, then vanished into thin air. Jiyu Chong closed his eyes, concentrating, and asked, how are the inquiries progressing? Lin Ming respectfully replied. Young master truly foresees everything. The Grand Myriad Pavilion Lord summoned Su Ching and poured out all his grievances. He opened his eyes and said with interest, oh, Lin Ming continued to report, the Grand Myriad Pavilion is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The strongest elder, the Supreme Grand Elder, actually passed away 300 years ago, but the outside world is still unaware. Therefore, young master, you are precisely the support they need most right now. Furthermore, the Grand Myriad Pavilion Lord's wife was a noblewoman from the upper realm, taken back there years ago. He also hopes to use the connection between you and Su Ching to find his wife's whereabouts. He showed interest. I guessed correctly. Jiyu Chong instructed, oh right, go monitor Yi Chen in the dungeon and keep an eye on him for me. Lin Ming was puzzled. Young master seems very interested in that Yi Chen. He gave an evil smile. He possesses great fortune. Perhaps it's a destiny connection between him and me. Lin Ming asked no further questions, then bowed and withdrew. This old servant understands. Jiyu Chong let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Being caught between two people with high fortune indeed made it difficult to act easily. It was actually quite challenging. The notification panel appeared again. Bells chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the first day's face-slapping mission, successfully passing the novice period and earning a reward. He joyfully passed the novice period, then clicked on the gift box. Items quickly appeared. Jiyu Chong stroked his chin, muttering to himself, what is this world-destroying seed? System description. Upon refining the world-destroying seed, one can nourish the inner body, experience myriad worlds, foster endless creation, and establish one's own life and death. He exclaimed excitedly, interesting, a world forms within me. If it's a seed of world destruction, then who in this world could kill me? Jiyu Chong made up his mind. System, allocate points for me. Immediately, a massive aura appeared enveloping him. Behind him, 7 colored light bands shimmered, carrying infinite energy. Jiyu Chong's eyes widened and a suppressive aura directly erupted outwards. It was powerful enough to destroy the entire doorframe structure, sending fragments flying everywhere, and the released power shot straight into the sky. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment, where is this powerful aura coming from? Which esteemed figure is this? Su Taishuan was dumbfounded. This Ching, standing in the corridor, also witnessed this scene. A bewitching voice resonated in her mind. He, look at you now. A soul identical to her in appearance tempted. From another perspective, Jiyu Chong is stable and strong. In what way is he not better than Yi Chen? You and I share a soul, I understand you. Ching closed her eyes and softly retorted, shut up. She was stunned at this moment. In Jiyu Chong's room he raised his hand, which glowed with dazzling power, and exclaimed, is this the strength of the conferred Marquis realm to grant me so much talent in such a short time and even raise me a level? It's truly terrifying. He stood up and stretched. Having consumed so many destiny points just to break through one level, it seemed the cost of this cultivation technique was not small. Forget it. With the system, I can just earn more destiny points later. Jiyu Chong put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, although you look pathetic in your efforts to cultivate, you truly look handsome. When I reap your benefits, I hope you can contribute more destiny points when I drain you dry. He flashed an evil smile. Your death is also at hand. Suddenly, a painful cry echoed from the dungeon. Ah! Yi Chen wiped his sweat, slumped against the wall. What on earth is going on? For 3 years, no matter what I encountered, I could always turn danger into safety. Why have I fallen to this state now? He angrily punched the wall. A voice called out from the ring he wore. Little Chen, a soul flew out from it. Yi Chen looked up at the flame demoness who had appeared before him and softly called, Master. The two, one human and one soul, looked at each other in silence. Calming himself, Yi Chen then complained, Master, where were you before? Why didn't you come to save me? The flame demoness lowered her gaze. At that time there were several king-level divine senses present. I suspect that person is connected to the enemy who harmed me back then. Hence I didn't reveal myself, she softly chided. That being said, you shouldn't have acted so rashly. Yi Chen said in disappointment. Rash, do you also want me to let go of Su Ching? He shouted uncontrollably. Her aptitude is, the flame demoness quickly interrupted. Little Chen, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Jiyu Chong's background is terrifying and he has powerful forces supporting him. You absolutely must not act recklessly. Yi Chen was dismissive and disdainful. HMPH, so what? It's just that my luck is temporarily obstructed. She frowned, exasperated that he didn't reflect on his rashness and correct himself. Such a mindset is too immature, the flame demoness advised. The most urgent task is to help you escape this predicament. I can feel there are many powerful individuals in this dungeon. Perhaps? Yi Chen suddenly exclaimed. I have an idea. A series of question marks flashed in her mind. Yi Chen rattled on. The reason the Grand Myriad Holy Land has stood for 100 years without falling is simply that other sects fear the Supreme Grand Elder's strength. But outsiders don't know that the Supreme Grand Elder already passed away 300 years ago. A hint of madness appeared on Yi Chen's face. Master, if you spread this news, those sects coveting the dragon vein here have long been itching to act. They will gather here. Then I can take the opportunity to escape. The flame demoness still hesitated. If that happens, the Grand Myriad Holy Land might face annihilation. After all, they have saved you for many years. Yi Chen dismissed it with contempt. I don't care. They were the first to be unjust. I just want them to know that offending me, Yi Chen, comes with a price. She sighed helplessly. Lin Ming, who had been eavesdropping outside, thought to himself, could the opportunity young master spoke of be this remnant soul of a former powerful expert? Elsewhere, disciples were busy sweeping the courtyard, and two figures could be vaguely seen in a small pavilion. Ching elegantly poured tea, then said, Young Master Gu's words are truly interesting. Is the upper realm really that vast? The remnant soul still tempted her. I told you, Jiyu Chong is a meticulous and knowledgeable person, far better than that Yi Chen. Jiyu Chong picked up his teacup, took a sip and smiled. Whether the upper realm is vast or not, why don't you go and see for yourself? She forced a smile. Young master jokes. Without the strength of the void god realm, how can one pass through the barrier? Most of the powerful experts in the various holy lands of the Eastern Desolation are merely at the half-step conferred marquee realm. How can they ascend to the upper realm? He calmly said. Is the void god realm very strong? If you truly reach the upper realm, you will find that the void god realm is actually nothing special. Ching pursed her lips, then mustered her courage to ask, Young master, if I were in the upper realm, could you protect me? Jiyu Chong slightly raised his eyelids. Oh, what do you mean by that? She shyly said. I know it's hard for a person of my status to gain young master's favor, but Ching is willing to wait for you, the system unexpectedly prompted. Su Qing's state of mind changed. Yi Chen's fortune value decreased by 40 points. Host's destiny points increased by 200. His eyes lit up. Changes in characters related to the Child of Fortune. Can also reduce his fortune points and increase my destiny points. A smirk played on Jiyu Chong's lips. If so, things just got simpler, he mocked. To seek my favor, Saintess Qing's attitude changed so quickly. Is changing yourself so swiftly meant to make me spare Yi Chen? Qing was startled and quickly stood up to clarify. I wouldn't dare. Qing knows it's hard to catch young master's eye. All this is merely to express my sincerity, hoping young master won't mind what happened today. Jiyu Chong toyed with his teacup. Oh, Yi Chen is so infatuated with you. Not hesitating to turn against the Grand Myriad Holy Land, and this is how you respond to him. She showed a resigned demeanor. Qing cannot change Yi Chen's situation. For the sect and my father nothing else matters. He remained silent. Qing softly called out, Young master, then revealed her secret. Actually, Qing possesses the 9 yin zan sha physique. No one knows about this except me. The system dinged. Su Qing showed submission for the first time. Yi Chen's fortune decreased by 40. Host's destiny points increased by 200. The hand playing with the teacup abruptly paused. His heart surged. The 9 yin zan sha physique is absolutely an excellent cultivation cauldron. To proactively tell me shows great sincerity. With this, Yi Chen's fortune has already dropped by over 300 points. Considering the Grand Myriad Pavilion's predicament and my identity, Su Qing is actually very understanding of the bigger picture. Truly a rational and intelligent woman, he chuckled inwardly. Hey, getting a peach blossom romance while reaping benefits is quite satisfying as a villain. Seeing his lack of reaction, Qing tentatively asked, Young master, Jiyu Chong finally reacted, glanced at her, and feigned indifference. The 9 yin zan sha physique is an excellent cauldron. You just told me that. Her hands trembled. The sect is my family's 1,000-year legacy compared to that. What am I? Her cheeks flushed, showing a maiden shyness. As long as young master can help our Grand Myriad Holy Land out of its predicament, Qing is willing to offer herself. He feigned hesitation. But in his heart, he had already asked the system, Hey system, if someone offers themselves up like this, will her and Yi Chen's fortune decrease? The system popped up and replied, Given Su Qing and Yi Chen's current fortune status, if things truly progressed further, it's highly likely they would suffer a fortune backlash. Jiyu Chong grumbled, Damn the heavenly Tao, adding this fortune concept again. I knew there's no free lunch in this world. He smiled and asked, Miss, you've revealed this secret to me. Aren't you afraid I'll spread it? Qing lowered her head. Qing trusts young master's character very much. Before she could finish, Jiyu Chong had already stood up. He turned to leave. Regarding your rare physique, IGU will pretend I never heard it today. If Saintess Qing wishes to move me with this, please return. She stood up in astonishment, wanting to reach out. Jiyu Chong immediately shook off her hand, cast a cold glance at her. Saintess, please mind your demeanor. Qing was too frightened to speak, only able to helplessly watch his retreating back. The soul within her jumped out and mocked, "Nya haha, beauty delivered to his doorstep and he's not even interested." It sighed, "This Jiyu Chong truly tortures me." Ching sat down and sighed in frustration. She mused sadly, reflecting carefully, "Young Master Jiyu didn't do anything wrong in the main hall this morning, but I was the first to believe he was a bad person. I misjudged young Master Jiyu." System notification. Su Qing's opinion changed. Fortune value increased by 20, destiny points increased by 100. Jiyu Chong was speechless. Was this Su Qing putting on a show for herself, or was she trying to convince herself? If so, it was time to deal with Yi Chen. Under the flickering candlelight, Lin Ming respectfully reported, "As young master predicted, Yi Chen indeed has a remnant soul of a former powerful expert accompanying him." He softly acknowledged, Jiyu Chong arrived before Yi Chen's cell and glanced at him disdainfully. Yi Chen noticed him and angrily roared, "Jiyu Chong, what are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "Of course, I'm here to visit you." Jiyu Chong directly stated, "Oh no, I'm here to pay my respects to the powerful expert behind you, aren't I?" Yi Chen feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about? I don't understand," he frowned. "Stop feigning ignorance. Who can you fool with that expression? Does Senior still wish to hide? A secretive manner isn't fitting for a powerful expert." The ring on Yi Chen's hand emitted a voice. "I had no intention of being an enemy to young master." The flame demoness flew out. "Why must young master trouble a mere remnant soul like me?" Jiyu Chong calmly replied. "Senior misunderstands. I'm just curious what kind of revered figure could teach out such a foolish and useless Yi Chen," he thought to himself. "I didn't expect it to be a young lady, not an old man." Yi Chen, enraged, pointed at him and cursed. "Jiyu Chong, who are you calling useless?" Jiyu Chong sincerely said, "The phenomenon of pearls being covered in dust has existed in ancient times. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses its tree. Senior has been following Yi Chen all this time. Isn't that a case of talent not being put to good use?" The flame demoness frowned. "A scheme to sow discord? How could Yi Chen not see his intention?" He gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Despicable villain. Jiyu Chong, not only did you steal my Qing, but now you even want to steal my master?" Jiyu Chong sneered. "Steal your Qing? I wouldn't dare claim that. You should know she was willing from beginning to end." Yi Chen still refused to believe the truth before his eyes. "You're talking nonsense." He calmly extended his hand. "People should always look forward. That is the law of survival in this world." A sturdy wooden stick at his touch immediately cracked and then shattered into hundreds of pieces before Yi Chen. Jiyu Chong mocked, "As for you, if you truly wish your master well, then don't hurt anyone." He slowly walked past the sharp splinters of wood. "Do you think a remnant soul can live long in this world?" Jiyu Chong approached the flame demoness, extended his hand and invited, "Assuming Senior is willing to come with me, I can not only help you restore your physical body but even enable you to return to your former peak." Yi Chen sensed danger and was immediately panic-stricken. "Jiyu Chong, this is between my master and me. Don't talk nonsense here, or do you believe I won't rip your mouth apart?" The system dinged. Yi Chen's temperament changed. Fortune decreased by 20 points. Host destiny points increased by 100. He revealed a sinister smile. "All right," Jiyu Chong persuaded again. "Senior must know, regardless of my background in other aspects, I, Jiyu, am far superior to Yi Chen. I know Yi Chen can provide spiritual energy to nourish your soul, but at the current pace he himself is nothing short of a cage for you." Yi Chen hastily turned to the flame demoness. "Master, don't listen to his nonsense. He's definitely lying to you." The flame demoness pondered. "Is it really a scheme to sow discord? With Jiyu Chong's strength, killing Yi Chen wouldn't be difficult, so why would he use such methods? Could it be that I'm overthinking, and he simply wants to win me over?" She mused. To be honest, Jiyu Chong didn't do anything wrong initially. Instead, it was this Yi Chen who clung on from beginning to end, causing him a lot of trouble. Jiyu Chong asked again, "Senior, have you considered it?" The flame demoness shook her head. "This junior once received kindness from little Chen. Naturally, I cannot abandon him now." He laid out conditions. "I will give Senior time to consider. If Senior changes her mind, then I will no longer pursue Yi Chen's offense against me, and I can even lift the Grand Myriad Holy Land's punishment on him. Restoring his current status would also not be difficult." Jiyu Chong gave a meaningful glance. "As for Qing, I can also give her directly to him." Yi Chen gritted his teeth. "You," the flame demoness looked troubled. "Young Master Jiyu, there's no need for further words. I have already felt your sincerity." He smiled and suggested, "Senior should consider it further. Before I leave, I have a gift for you." A small wooden box appeared in Jiyu Chong's hand. The flame demoness was startled. "This is..." The lid was opened. She gasped in shock. "Ancient soul cultivation stone, spirit gathering pill." Yi Chen turned his face to the wall resentfully, saying, I understand everything now." Jiyu Chong, he cast a cold glare at the flame demoness. "And what surprised me most is that my most trusted master would bow and scrape to my enemy for the sake of a pill," the flame demoness unhappily retorted. "What nonsense are you talking about? Everything I do is to help you get out of this predicament," Yi Chen roared. "If you keep saying everything is for me, then do as I say and spread that news." The flame demoness sighed, feeling the person before her was a stranger. "You?" She looked at the small wooden box in her hand. "HMPH, if you insist, then I'll listen to you." He happily said, "Hee, worthy of my master, I'm sure you won't abandon me." The flame demoness transformed into a wisp of smoke and flew away, her soft hum still echoing in the air. System update. The scheme to sow discord was effective. A rift has appeared in Yi Chen's master-disciple relationship. Fortune decreased by 80 points. Host destiny points increased by 400 points. On the other side, Lin Ming asked in confusion. Young master, if you wanted that remnant soul, why didn't you just kill Yi Chen? Ji Yuchang didn't explain, only asking, Elder Lin, do you remember why I descended to the lower realm? He suddenly understood. It was for that peerless, fierce weapon. He replied, precisely, it was for the ancient 8 Desolation Ghost Spear from the era of the 8 Desolation Demon God, HMPH, according to the normal trajectory. Yi Chen would surely rely on fortuitous encounters to enter the hidden land, then seize the fierce weapon. After that he would emerge with the spear, establishing his prestige all the way. But now he's merely a mouse helping me find treasure, Ji Yuchang commanded. Closely monitor Yi Chen. I need to go into seclusion for a period. Lin Ming accepted the order, bowing. This old servant understands, he spoke to the void. Open the system store. The system interface appeared in the air. Ji Yuchang clicked on Cultivation Techniques and Treasured Arts. System prompt. Destiny points insufficient. Cultivation techniques above the sovereign level cannot be activated. Cultivation techniques above the heaven level have not yet been collected. The screen displayed the upgrade progress of cultivation techniques and treasured arts. He pondered. It would only take less than 50 destiny points for a cultivator to break through to the void god realm. Ji Yuchang reached out and pressed, saying, this one then. System prompt. Soul cultivation technique. Innate divine emperor thought. 1000 destiny points deducted. A golden light shimmered, enveloping his entire body. 3 days later, powerful shouts that shook the entire sect rang out. Zhao Zan of Yangshu Land, Chu Wuji of the Great Sun Dynasty, and Xiao Huo of Shanggong Shao family have come to pay their respects to the Grand Myriad Holy Lord. Su Taishuan sternly stood in front and asked, 3 half-step conferred Marquis realm experts personally arriving. What grand prestige? Xiao Huo crossed his arms and said arrogantly, haha, enough with the nonsense, Su Taishuan. The Grand Myriad Holy Land has relied on its Supreme Grand Elder to forcibly occupy the spiritual vein for 1,000 years. He gave a cold smile. Now that he has passed away, shouldn't this spiritual vein be divided among other sects? Zhao Zan echoed. Precisely. Considering we are all top sects in the Eastern Desolation, if you voluntarily hand over the spiritual vein and demote yourselves by 1 level, we won't annihilate you completely. Otherwise, Su Taishuan refused to yield an inch, saying, the spiritual vein is the 1,000-year foundation of my Holy Land. How can I just hand it over? You old geezers, do you really think my Grand Myriad Holy Land is easy to bully? An aged voice sounded. It seems Sect Master Su means to not cooperate. Su Taishuan was startled. Chu Wuji sat leisurely, his tone contemptuous. Do you really think the Grand Myriad Holy Land can still contend with our 3 great families? Su Taishuan's face darkened. Although I don't know where you heard this news, do you truly believe that without the Supreme Grand Elder my Grand Myriad Holy Land is nothing? Ching cried out worriedly. Father. He frowned and asked, Young Master Ji Yu, has he not come out of seclusion yet? She closed her eyes, blaming herself. Last time it was I, your daughter, who made young Master Ji Yu lose his favorable impression. It's only natural that he wouldn't help us now. Su Taishuan's eyes widened. What? Zhao Zan said with apprehension. I've long heard that the Grand Myriad Holy Land has some connection to the Upper Realm. Chu Wuji scoffed. HMPH, to the sects of the Eastern Desolation, the Upper Realm is vastly superior. What ability could a mere Su Taishuan possess? He stood up, revealed a magical artifact, and confidently declared, I, Chu Wuji of the Great Sun Dynasty, am here. Today, even if a conferred King Realm expert arrives, I will fight them. Xiao Huo and Zhao Zan were greatly astonished. Imperial artifact? Wasn't it said to have been lost in the Great War 1,000 years ago? Su Taishuan's expression was tense. HMPH, if young Master Ji Yu doesn't come out of seclusion, this old man can only risk his life here, Cheng cried out in horror. Father, I'll go beg young Master Ji Yu right now, Chu Wuji threatened. Su Taishuan, do you truly wish for your body and soul to be annihilated for the sake of a spiritual vein? He frowned. Less nonsense, Chu Wuji muttered, stubborn old fool, then shouted, Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. The magical artifact immediately shone brightly under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a completely overwhelming force struck. It permeated the entire sect. Everyone, human or beast, instinctively recoiled before this absolutely powerful aura. Su Taishuan was greatly astonished. This, Chu Wuji felt threatened. Xiao Huo was also stunned. This power, it can contend with a conferred King Realm primordial spirit? Could that old man Su Taishuan still be alive? Elsewhere, Ji Yuchang sighed. Is this the power of the primordial spirit? He looked up, sensing, it seems the people have arrived. Ji Yuchang chuckled with interest. Then let's continue to have a good game. Ching had already flown to Ji Yuchang's room. She secretly pondered, the commotion just now, perhaps the experts from other sects will be somewhat wary, right? Before I can ask young Master Ji Yu to come out, father must hold on. Suddenly a hand reached out and covered her mouth. MMPH. Yi Chen signaled, it's me. She was startled. Yi Chen. Ching was puzzled. How did you get out? He didn't explain, but instead pulled her hand and said, I'll explain later. Right now I must take you out of here. Far away from this pit of fire that is the Grand Myriad Holy Land. She shook off his hand. Yi Chen was stunned. Ching said firmly, I will not leave the Grand Myriad Holy Land. Don't you understand? Yi Chen tried to persuade. Ching, what time is it? Why are you still so stubborn? Do you really think you can save the Grand Myriad Holy Land by borrowing Ji Yuchang's power? he then suspiciously said. Or have you already been coerced by Ji Chang? Ching hugged herself and retorted. Stop it, young Master Ji has never forced me into anything from beginning to end. It was I who had ill intentions, trying every means to make him like me. She had tried to exchange her beauty for the Grand Myriad Holy Land's safety. Yi Chen was incredulous. Ching, she broke down in tears. Do you have to trample on my last shred of dignity to be happy, is that it? Yi Chen, what makes you think I would betray the sect and leave with you? And what gives you the right to label young Master Ji as a villain? She said disappointedly. The Grand Myriad Holy Land cultivated you for over 10 years, but at this critical moment, what have you done for us? Ching wiped away her tears and said, Yi Chen, your selfish and self-righteous personality is truly disgusting, Flame Demoness reminded. HMPH, little Chen, let's go. Yi Chen was still lost in delusion. No, impossible, this isn't the Ching I know. Ji Chang must have cast some evil spell on her. System notification. Yi Chen and the female protagonist have had their showdown. Yi Chen's fortune value decreased by 50 points. Host destiny points increased by 250 points. Ji Chang chuckled as if everything was within his calculations. The time was ripe. A sound from the room door caught their attention. Yi Chen panicked. This is bad. Ching gritted her teeth and made up her mind. I absolutely cannot let young Master Ji see me with Yi Chen. She gripped her long sword and rushed over. Yi Chen watched in astonishment as the sword tip flew towards him, and with a thud the long sword pierced his chest, blood flowing onto the ground. Yi Chen trembled. Ching, junior sister, Flame Demoness cried out anxiously. Little Chen, quickly leave. Ching apologized. I'm sorry, I must sever ties with us. She took a step back and the long sword was pulled from his chest. Yi Chen's true essence quickly healed the wound. Soon the initial wound was no longer visible. His hate-filled eyes looked up. In that case, we'll meet again. With that, he leapt up and fled. She stood motionless, letting Yi Chen leave. Suddenly a voice sounded. Saintess Ching. Ching turned around, her voice sad. Young Master Ji Ching has disappointed you. Ji Chang probed. You did well, but the next time Yi Chen encounters danger, I'm afraid it will be a life-and-death struggle between the two of you. No regrets, she obediently replied. No regrets. Since Ching decided to follow young Master Ji this day would come sooner or later. He placed his arm on her head and responded, Good, then he embraced her. From now on your matters are my matters. Ching dropped her sword in alarm, her cheeks flushed red. Ji Chang revealed a meaningful smile behind her. Since Su Ching has had her showdown with Yi Chen today, I no longer need to be cold towards her if she possesses high fortune. And can be used by me, it's not a bad thing. The two embraced silently in the courtyard when the system popped up, interrupting the atmosphere. Fortune activation event. Host's fortune increased by 60, destiny points increased by 300. He was stunned. This is, besides suppressing the child of destiny, can subduing those with great fortune also increase my fortune points? Ji Chang narrowed his eyes. It seems there's another path I can take from now on. Ching looked up and called out. Young Master Ji, he softly replied. She softly said, I came here because there's something I wish to ask for your help with. Ji Chang held her hand and comforted her. I already know about the matter. With me here, they won't be able to harm a single hair of the Grand Myriad Holy Land. On the other side, Su Taishuan still stood there guarding his territory, his expression somewhat uneasy. Zhao Zan stroked his beard and sneered, Heh, brother Su, we don't want to make this matter too ugly. If the Supreme Grand Elder were still here, why not let us pay our respects? Su Taishuan directly admitted, HMPH, although I don't know where you got this news, it is true that our sect's Supreme Grand Elder has passed away. Zhao Zan wondered, then what was that primordial spirit fluctuation just now? Xiao Huo impatiently interjected, playing mysterious games, let's just fight our way in and see. A fierce shout, accompanied by pressure from all directions, boomed out. The three immediately tensed up. They're here. Ji Chang and Qingzhi's figures appeared in the air. He coldly asked, Who are these guests disturbing my cultivation? Xiao Huo's eyes widened and he pointed at Ji Chang, mockingly laughing. Ha 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 ha, I say, Su Taishuan, is this unripe brat your so-called savior? Has the Grand Myriad Holy Land fallen to such a state? Su Taishuan sneered, if I were you, I'd honestly retract what I just said because you absolutely cannot afford to offend this lord. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Huo charged forward, challenging. Whether one can afford to offend him, we'll know after a test. Ji Chang flashed to the front, shielding Qing behind him. Xiao Huo flew over, carrying his materialized power, instantly ready to attack. The two forces collided. He effortlessly blocked Xiao Huo's punch with one hand. Xiao Huo was astonished. What? Ji Chang gripped his fist tightly, then twisted forcefully, and the iron armor on Xiao Huo's hand shattered. He flicked a finger and Xiao Huo was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Zhao Zan and Chu Wuji witnessed this scene, struck dumb with fear, not uttering a word. Only now did Xiao Huo dare to believe. Conferred Marquis Realm, Zhao Zan was still stubborn. Impossible. How could there be such a young conferred Marquis Realm expert in the Eastern Desolation Holy Land? Chu Wuji stepped forward, controlling the magical artifact in his hand, and threatened. Young man, having talent is good, but you must also be sensible. No matter where you come from, it's best not to meddle in the affairs of the Grand Myriad Holy Land. He waved his hand. From now on, the affairs of the Grand Myriad Holy Land are my affairs. Ching and her father were overjoyed. Young master, Chu Wuji's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Since you are intent on dying, then this saint will say no more. He gestured, let's go together. The other two elders, hearing the command, immediately entered battle readiness. Zhao Zan, seeing that he made no move, felt insulted and contemptuously charged forward. Xiao Huo also refused to be outdone, raising his blade and striking down. "Young man, take this." Ji Yuchang waved his hand, blocking his attack with a single hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Zan's long sword also struck with extreme speed. He sneered, using a single finger to deflect the sword's trajectory, his figure nimbly dodging all dangerous moves. The two teamed up against one person but couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Chu Wuji shouted loudly. "Fall!" A pagoda-shaped magical artifact appeared above his head, pressing down. Ji Yuchang gave an interested "oh." The artifact trapped him. "Airtight," Qing cried out worriedly. "Young Master Ji Yu," Chu Wuji laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, so what if you're exceptionally talented? Since ancient times, geniuses have been as numerous as cattle hair, but only a handful can become renowned throughout the world," Xiao Huo said disdainfully. "This young brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he really think that with just conferred marquis realm strength he can fight 1 against 3? Qing said in a panic. "Father, young Master Ji Yu, he," Su Taishuan gritted his teeth. "Damn it. If not for the boundless pagoda, how could they have touched young Master Ji Yu?" Chu Wuji adopted an arrogant posture. "You of the Su family, what do you have to say now?" Xiao Huo impatiently urged. "Why waste more words? Just kill this person directly, then go seize control of the spiritual vein." Suddenly, the boundless pagoda trembled violently, and huge cracks gradually appeared. Chu Wuji's eyes widened, and he had an ominous premonition. Impossible! A ray of light burst forth from within the artifact. Immediately after, the boundless pagoda exploded with a roar, and the 3 elders standing nearby were not spared being sent flying. A figure appeared in the air. Ji Yuchang muttered, "Looking across the world, the hierarchy is strict and experts are as numerous as clouds. Among the many sects in the lower realm, few cultivators can reach the Divine Lord realm in their lifetime." He pointed and said, "As for the conferred Marquis realm, there's even less need to mention it, let alone below the Void God realm." The 3 elders were greatly shocked and quickly set up their defenses. "This is bad." Ji Yuchang's eyes emitted an eerie red light. He casually waved a hand. "You ants!" A ripple carrying world-destroying power surged out. It swept across the entire sect, from the Star Beast to the disciples of the 3 elders and the accompanying soldiers. None were spared. They fell like raindrops. Qing and her father stood frozen, not uttering a word. Xiao Huo, heavily injured, witnessed this scene and immediately turned his head to ask, "Cough cough, Chu Wuji, didn't you say you could fight a conferred king realm expert?" But he remained silent. He spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly asked, "You, who exactly are you?" Ji Yuchang pointed upwards, "The boundless immortal heavens and upper realm." Half a month later, in the outskirts of Central State, whispers could be heard on the bustling streets. Voices rose. "What? You're saying that there have been legends since ancient times that ascending to the upper realm is extremely difficult, and descending to the lower realm is impossible? That's completely defying the heavens," they argued ceaselessly. "Exactly, that young man personally admitted it that day. Indeed, I heard that Lord repelled the 3 forces threatening the Grand Myriad Holy Land with just 1 move, even destroying the Great Sun Dynasty's boundless pagoda." One of them sighed. "The Grand Myriad Holy Land is truly lucky. They lost a supreme Grand Elder but then latched onto a powerful backer." The person next to him revealed a lewd smile. "Heh, isn't it all thanks to that great beauty Su Qing from the Grand Myriad Holy Land?" They burst into laughter. "Ha ha," one person pointed and said. "Speaking of which, I remembered a Grand Myriad Holy Land disciple named Yi Chen." The person next to him crossed his arms and mocked. "Ha ha, don't even mention him. That brat actually tried to contend with that lord for Saintess Su and ended up being knocked to the ground with 1 move, unable to move." He prattled on. "A toad wanting to eat swan meat? He doesn't even know who he is. How could the Eastern Desolation's #1 beauty be someone he could touch? Ha ha." Everyone laughed heartily. Suddenly, a red circle appeared at the feet of those people. They were startled. "What is this?" the black-robed man commanded. "Burn!" Flames immediately blazed fiercely. Everyone exclaimed, "Ah, this is fire. There's someone in the fire." Beneath the black robe, Yi Chen's ferocious face was revealed. He muttered, "Grand Myriad Holy Land, Ji Yuchang, I will repay the grudge of that day 100-fold." In the Grand Myriad Holy Land, disciples moved about continuously. Greetings rang out in the heavenly hall. "The Grand Myriad Holy Land is now as glorious as the midday sun. We ask for your continued guidance in the future. Sect Master Su." Su Taishuan's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, acting very humbly. "Not at all, not at all. We owe it all to Lord Ji Yu." Chu Wuji and the others sat there obsequiously fawning over him. Precisely. We must thank Lord Ji Yu for his mercy that day, allowing us to sit here safe and sound." Xiao Huo laughed as if nothing had happened. "From now on, our 3 forces will all defer to the Grand Myriad Holy Land as the leading power, only cooperating and never opposing." The door in the corner of the heavenly hall remained tightly shut. Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "Hee," Chang asked, puzzled. "What's wrong?" she said happily. "Didn't young master hear what they said? They're all old men, but they change their tune faster than a 3-year-old. He took a small sip of tea and replied dotingly, "Indeed, if you like it, then let them talk a bit more." A maid came forward to present an item. "Young Master Saintess, the 3rd Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty in Central State, has sent an invitation inviting everyone to participate in the Heavenly Pride Tao discussion." Ji Yuchang asked, puzzled. "The Great Xia Dynasty?" Qing took the invitation and explained, "It's an imperial power in Central State with unfathomable background. I heard that thousands of years ago a powerful expert also ascended to the upper realm. And this third prince is just like that expert from 3,000 years ago, with exceptionally strong talent, he mused. Central State, huh? The spirit-gathering pill has a mark indicating Yi Chen is also in Central State. Jiyu Chang's lips curled into a smile. It seems it's time for a change of scenery. Perhaps I'll even encounter new opportunities, he decided. Make arrangements. We'll depart in 3 months, Cheng excitedly replied. Yes, young master. She walked out of the room and closed the door. Jiyu Chang sat there alone, muttering to himself. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Lin ascended to the upper realm from Central State, right? Lin Ming appeared from space, knelt down and reported. Reporting, young master. 30,000 years ago, this old servant indeed ascended from the sky-green world in Central State. At that time I had just entered the upper realm. My strength was still weak and I was controlled by a great sect as a laborer. Thankfully, the clan elder at the time intervened to save me from the bitter sea. Otherwise this old servant would have perished long ago. He nodded. Perfect. In 3 months I'll be going to Central State. You can take the opportunity to visit your family. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Thank you, young master, for thinking of this old servant. Jiyu Chang calmly replied. No need to be so formal, Elder Lin. It's just on the way. He said this outwardly, but inwardly he had already calculated everything. Such a small matter can make Elder Lin loyal to me and also enhance my image. Why not do something so beneficial? 3 months later in Central State, Central Zenith City, within a small courtyard in a grove of trees, a young female teacher was enthusiastically giving a lesson. As the saying goes, all things in heaven and earth have sentience. Those who receive life from it are chi. Those who receive thought from it are spirit. She noticed a student dozing off at his desk, immediately stopped lecturing and pointed at the bamboo slip. She reprimanded loudly. Lin Tian, how dare you sleep in my class? The students in the class mocked. It's so embarrassing to cultivate with a good-for-nothing like Lin Tian. Humph, if he weren't from the ancient Lin family and his sister wasn't an academy elder, how could he be studying here with us? Elder Lin Chohan is truly unlucky to have such a brother. The young female teacher Lin Chohan frowned and repeated. Lin Tian, are you listening to me? Lin Tian mumbled in a daze, then suddenly slammed the table and stood up shouting, this king is unwilling. Suddenly the entire classroom fell silent, then erupted in laughter. Haha, this king, that's hilarious. What did this fool dream about? Lin Tian was startled. Who are you all? Where is this? A student sitting in front of him said sarcastically. You little good for nothing, did you sleep until you're stupid? Let me tell you, this is Sky Green World, Central State Continent, Central Zenith City, he murmured in shock. Central Zenith City, Central Zenith City. Then looked down at his hands, a triumphant smile on his face. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Heaven will not abandon me. This wisp of my divine soul has finally found a suitable physical body. Lin Chohan threw the bamboo slip to the ground and scolded. Enough, how long are you going to keep fooling around? If you don't break through to the Spirit Sea realm this month, get out of the academy, even the family won't be able to protect you then, she lectured him sternly. Is this how you treat your deceased parents? Is this how you treat the family that has painstakingly nurtured you? Lin Tian smiled, his body trembling, and said arrogantly, it's just the Spirit Sea realm. What can possibly stop me? I'll break through in less than half a month. I will trample underfoot all those who look down on Lin Tian. No one in the classroom paid attention to his words, only staring in terror at the window. Outside, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed. A huge flying ship was slowly moving in the air. Jiyu Zhang was concentrating on his cultivation when the system suddenly popped up with a notification. New child of fortune detected. He smiled faintly. Here it comes. A voice came from outside the mansion gate. What happened? A group of people whispered around an old man. Grand Elder, why have you summoned us? The Lin family's Grand Elder calmly said, Today I sensed the aura of our ancestor. Everyone was astonished. What? Is it Ancestor Lin Ming who ascended 30,000 years ago? He tapped his cane on the ground, signaling everyone to be quiet, then continued, Our ancestor is about to return. Our Lin family has hope. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chang's flying ship was still speeding through the air. He asked the system, System, how much fortune does Yi Chen have left? The system replied, 230. Jiyu Chang said leisurely with his hands behind his back. Speaking of fortune backlash, actually, my fortune and the fortune of all children of fortune are too different. So that's why it exists. The system's mechanical voice sounded, Yes. As the host's fortune increases, the fortune backlash will gradually disappear. What? He thought. It seems with my emergence as a variable, even the heavenly Tao finds it difficult to protect those children of fortune. He looked at his character panel and wondered, what does this black fortune of mine represent? Is it merely because of my villainous identity? Jiyu Chang thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. In any case, the current plot development is still under my control. He closed his eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze. A new opportunity has appeared. It's time to reap some good benefits. Cheng slowly walked down the flying ship's deck. She stepped forward to greet him. Young master seems to be in a good mood today. He noticed the fortune index beside her and wondered, when did this little girl's fortune rise to 400? No wonder my fortune has been stagnant. It turns out it was affected by her fortune. Jiyu Chang put his arm around her waist and flirted softly. With a beauty here, how could I be in a bad mood? But inwardly he thought, it seems she still has secrets I don't know about. He changed the subject and asked, since we've arrived in Central State, why don't you tell me about the powers here? Cheng happily introduced, Central State has a total of 8 major cities, among which Central Zenith City is the most prosperous. It's, at this moment, the third prince of the great Shah dynasty was organizing a Dao discussion. Chu Zan stepped forward and interjected, fawning. How could such an ordinary gathering possibly interest young master? He narrowed his eyes with a smile. Young master can just listen to it as a joke. Qing forced a smile. You're right. Ji Yuchong lowered his gaze, feeling bored. Discussing Dao with a bunch of brats from the lower realm, such a tedious matter is best avoided. People came and went on the streets and a lively tavern was filled with noise. Have you heard? The Lin family's ancestor has returned to the lower realm. You mean the powerful expert from the Lin family who ascended 30,000 years ago? Hasn't he been in secluded cultivation for thousands of years? It can't be real, can it? It's true. I heard that the Lin family's grand elder personally announced it at a sect meeting. Yi Chen glanced over, listening carefully. An expert from the upper realm. If I didn't have more important matters at hand, this would be a good opportunity to seek refuge. Flame Demoness's voice echoed in his mind. Ancient families are prosperous, and I have many secrets. Yi Chen held a map in his hand and muttered. Master said I must find the ruins as soon as possible. His eyes were filled with hatred and determination. Humph, Ji Yuchong, we're not done yet. On the other side, people gathered in the corner of the courtyard whispering. Is that the ancestor? Everyone looked curiously at Ji Yuchong's group. But who is that white-robed person sitting at the head? The ancestor seems very respectful to him. He sat calmly in his chair and said, Elder Lin, it's rare to have a chance to return home. You all can talk amongst yourselves, don't mind me. Lin Ming respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. Young master, I'm honored by your words, but I cannot leave you unattended. Qing secretly chuckled. I didn't expect Elder Lin, who is with Ji Yuchong, to be such a powerful expert. Chu Zan, ever since he was rescued last time, had become his fervent admirer, his eyes shining, as expected of young master Ji Yu. The elders were stunned by this address. Old servant, did I mishear? The ancestor actually referred to himself as an old servant in front of a young man. The others didn't know what to say either. Ji Yuchong stood up, supporting himself on the chair, and decided, since Elder Lin can't bear to leave me unattended, then let Qing accompany me for a stroll. Qing, with her hand held by him, blushed, appearing somewhat shy. Everyone bowed their heads in respectful farewell. Before they could finish speaking, the two figures were already at the door. They were so frightened that cold sweat poured down their backs. Your Excellency, an elder immediately waved his hand and instructed, Chohan, you are familiar with the terrain here, quickly go lead the way for His Excellency. Lin Chohan, whose name was called, was startled. Ah yes, father. She hurriedly chased after them, shouting, Why, Your Excellency? Lin Chohan bowed and introduced herself. This humble girl is Lin Chohan, greetings to Your Excellency. Ji Yuchong turned around and softly said, Lin Chohan, a good name. He saw her fortune index was 200. She replied shyly, Thank you for the compliment, Your Excellency. Ji Yuchong didn't refuse and said, Then I'll have to trouble Miss Lin to show Qing and me around if that's all right. Lin Chohan excitedly extended her hand to invite. Aye, it's my pleasure. Lin Tian's heart suddenly constricted. He gritted his teeth. What's going on? Why does my chest hurt so suddenly? Is it this body's lingering thoughts about my sister? Lin Tian frowned and said irritably, How can I, a dignified divine king, be affected by such mundane matters? His eyes widened in surprise. Wait, that girl has the 9 yin Zansha physique. Isn't that the cauldron I used to need? Lin Tian revealed a sly smile. Young Master Lin, it seems I can conveniently cure your heart ailment. I didn't expect the young lord they spoke of to have such good luck. He watched the three figures gradually walk away, sighing, Such a precious physique is a bit wasted on him. Ji Yuchong seemed to notice something and paused slightly. Outwardly he was composed, but inwardly his mind was racing, calculating. He had planned to go out and search for the newly appeared child of fortune. He didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Hee. 500 fortune points, but I've never done anything to this young man, so why do I sense hostility from him? Ji Yuchong glanced at the woman beside him and speculated, Is it because of her? His lips curled into a slight smile. That's good too. I hope you can live a little longer. Ji Yuchong, Qing, and Chohan were walking from a distance. Before them was a wide avenue with swaying bamboo shadows and clear lake water. When Ji Yuchong mentioned that person, his tone was filled with curiosity. Oh, good-for-nothing younger brother, why do they say that about him? Chohan clasped her hands, shyly replying, Everyone agrees he simply has no cultivation talent and a poor background. Although I can understand him, I'm ultimately helpless. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze, and replied, He is indeed a pitiful child, but having such a beautiful and caring sister to protect him, he's also very lucky. Upon hearing this, Chohan's face showed confusion, and she quickly explained, No, that's not it. Actually, Xiao Tian is very sensible, and recently he started cultivating diligently. Chang's expression was unfathomable, unclear what he was planning in his heart. He simply said, Oh, only recently started cultivating diligently? The personality of a good-for-nothing young man changed overnight. Was it a powerful expert taking over his body, or was he reborn? Chohan calmly, with a hint of shyness, nodded. Yes, his stagnant cultivation has already made some breakthroughs recently, and he has also shown strong talent in alchemy and formations. Once he even pointed out an elder's mistake. Hearing this, Chang also agreed. His ability to change shows that your persuasion was effective. He knows he has understood his sister's painstaking efforts. Although you were strict with him before, you truly cared for his well-being, didn't you? Is young master comforting me? After hearing this, Chohan's face showed a gentle and self-satisfied expression. I didn't expect young master to understand me so well. Even Xiao Tian usually doesn't understand me and thinks I'm too strict with him. Chang ignored Chohan's expression and continued walking. It's certainly a good thing that little brother Lin Dian can change his appearance. He must have been a hidden gem before. After all, he pointed out an elder's mistake in just a few days. Such talent. Chohan lowered her gaze, somewhat helpless. How could Xiao Tian be a hidden gem? And his previous talent couldn't even break through to the spirit sea realm. After speaking, Chang's expression became unreadable as he continued, startling Chohan. Unable to break through to the spirit sea realm, how could he refine pills? Does your Lin family have some lost ancient method left to him? Chohan was shocked, staring blankly ahead. Seeing Chohan's expression, Chang was certain his guess was correct and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, it seems Chohan is already suspicious of Lin Tian's changes. Harvesting children of fortune is simpler than I thought. Chang's gaze flickered towards Chohan. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Chang. Child of Fortune rules reset. Killing the Child of Fortune will yield an extra heavenly Dao reward. This made Chang puzzled. A heavenly Dao reward is interesting. Yi Chen is my treasure hunting rat. I can't touch him for now. It seems I'll have to harvest away from Lin Tian first. On a clear moonlit night in front of Chang's room, Chohan came to his door with food, but it was Ching who opened the door. Young master. Chohan had personally made some spirit paste, thinking that young master might be hungry in the middle of the night and could eat some to tide him over. Ching smiled and replied, Miss Lin, you're too thoughtful. To personally bring food at night, Ching thanks you on young master's behalf. Chohan ignored Ching's words. Her gaze flickered towards young master Ji in the room. Chohan handed the food to Ching, then lowered her head, somewhat dejected. Then I'll trouble Saintess Ching. I won't disturb young master anymore. Ching watched Chohan's lonely retreating figure and thought, this is only their first meeting and Miss Lin is already so smitten. Young master. Immediately after, Chang leaned in behind Chohan and whispered in her ear. Are you jealous? This made Ching lower her gaze slightly, lost in thought. Then Ching turned and avoided him. Chang replied, young master's thoughts are too deep. Ching finds it hard to know his preferences, so whether I'm jealous or not is irrelevant. With that, Ching decisively walked past Chang and entered the room. If young master is interested, he only needs to keep Miss Lin by his side. Seeing Ching's actions, Chang smiled and sighed. When did this girl become so two-faced? Meanwhile, Chohan walked away alone into the night, heading back to her room. As she walked, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. Sister. Lin Tian's face appeared from the alley with a gloomy expression, startling Chohan. Xiao Tian, what are you doing here? Lin Tian stroked his chin, looked at Chohan and asked suspiciously, Sister, where did you go in the middle of the night? Did you go to see young master Ji? Chohan didn't answer, but instead looked at Lin Tian silently with displeasure. Chohan angrily walked past Lin Tian, impatiently replying, my affairs are none of your business. Go cultivate properly. Seeing Chohan leave, Lin Tian quickly grabbed her hand to stop her, saying, Chohan, that Ji guy isn't a good person. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Chohan angrily shook off Lin Tian and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Young master Ji is modest, courteous, and as gentle as jade. How could he be a bad person? And you, only when you can compare to even a tiny bit of him will I be at ease. Lin Tian frowned angrily. Sister, how can you be so foolish? Can't you see it? Hearing Lin Tian's complaint, Chohan frowned and defended Ji Chang. You've been acting very strange lately. Even if young master Ji isn't a good person given his status, what designs could he possibly have on me? With that, Chohan turned and left, leaving Lin Tian alone. You should reflect on yourself properly. Seeing Chohan not listening to him, he was so angry he couldn't speak. Sister Chohan still turned and left without a care. As Chohan walked, she scolded Lin Tian. This little fellow, Lin Tian, his temper has become increasingly arrogant as his cultivation continues to grow. Chohan's steps quickened. She had forgotten to ask earlier, how did he refine pills? But Chohan suddenly stopped. She used to be unable to refine them, and now, after being out of sight for a few days, could he have had guidance from a master? Chohan's face showed a look of fright as she turned back. But Lin Tian's figure was no longer behind her. On the other side, Chang stood with his hands behind his back looking at the notification panel. Chohan had already begun to suspect Lin Tian's change in personality. Lin Tian's fortune value decreased by 50 points. Host destiny points increased by 250 points. Chang smiled slyly, just as he had expected. Sure enough, things were developing in the direction I anticipated. Lin Tian probably doesn't even recognize me anymore, and wants to attack me. Lin Tian muttered to himself in the forest. He had planned to wait until the time was ripe to approach that woman, Su Qing, and then deal with you, but you, Ji, keep meddling in my affairs with Chohan. Lin Tian's face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction, sweating profusely. This obsession has already disturbed my king's spirit. Since you're eager to die, I shall grant your wish. A circle of talismans appeared on the ground. Lin Tian's face showed a look of triumph. He used the 99 soul bewitching incense. This incense was refined from the essence blood of 8 highly toxic creatures, the bones of 3 ferocious beasts, and his own 15 years of lifespan. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth to take lives and extinguish true souls. The talismans on the ground emitted a red light, and Lin Tian's body was shrouded in black energy. The extraterritorial heavenly demon curse summoned numerous demons and ghosts who struggled and roared. A red pillar of light shot straight into the sky, then turned toward Central State. Lin Tian leaned against a tree exhausted, looking at the direction of the 99 soul-bewitching incense. The curse I'm casting now is still too forced. But with my 15 years of lifespan added to it, even if you, Jiyu Chong, miraculously survive, you're bound to end up in a miserable state, Lin Tian smiled wickedly. This is your fate for daring to contend with me, the six heavens divine king, for what is mine. In the night a red pillar of light streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, its power like a runaway bull rushing towards one direction. Jiyu Chong was in seclusion, cultivating and waiting. Jiyu Chong secretly guessed, it's about what I expected. Such a familiar demonic aura, I didn't expect it to be an extraterritorial heavenly demon curse. Jiyu Chong's eyes gradually opened, a contemptuous purple light flickering within them. With your current cultivation, how much power can you truly unleash? At the same time, a pillar of light also shot from Jiyu Chong's room into the sky, that power coalescing into the shape of a giant. Jiyu Chong sneered, using demonic methods in front of me is truly showing off. The red pillar of light flew with astonishing speed, staring at the powerful giant shape created by Jiyu Chong. It opened its mouth, eyes gleaming, and charged forward to attack the giant. Then, without hesitation, it rushed forward, extending a hand with sharp fangs and claws. The giant was not to be trifled with. It also took a stance and extended its hand, a golden halo condensed on the giant's palm. He effortlessly grasped the core of the formation. That beam of light along with it was crushed in the giant's hand. At the same time, Lin Tian also suffered a backlash. Lin Tian's eyes widened, streaked with red blood as the red power shattered and spread in all directions, shocking everyone. The Lin family disciples were astonished, not understanding what had happened. This matter, young master. The people in the capital were also shocked by the aura emanating from the Lin family. This aura came from the Lin family. Could it be the Lin family's ancestor? In a thatched hut in the forest, Lin Tian lay on the ground, spitting blood continuously. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with disbelief and he muttered, I can't believe I suffered a backlash. On the other side, after Chong dealt with it, the giant also gradually disappeared. Chong happily absorbed those curses. A primordial spirit appeared in Chong's hand. He hadn't expected this curse to strengthen his primordial spirit significantly, and there was also a portion of a lifespan. The notification panel appeared. Lin Tian's lifespan greatly reduced, fortune value decreased by 150 points, host destiny points increased by 150 points. Chong smiled and swallowed it. I haven't even done anything and you've already given me such a great gift. As soon as he swallowed it, Chong stood up. This way he had essentially ruined himself and his fortune could only grant him a good death. A voice came from outside the door. This old servant failed to guard properly. Please punish me, young master. Chong heard the voice and curiously opened the door, only to see Lin Ming and others kneeling on the ground. What are they doing? Lin Ming and the others said in unison, we were not observant enough. Please forgive us, young master. Cheng, before she could understand what had happened, ran out and asked, young master, are you alright? Chong shook his head. I'm fine. A curse of this level certainly can't harm me. Chong narrowed his eyes. But I want to know who in the lower realm could use such a method. Lin Ming quickly replied, the curse has been broken, and the caster must have suffered a backlash. The Lin family head said with a worried expression, yes, this junior will gather all forces to investigate and surely find the culprit to give young master an explanation. Then everyone bowed and withdrew. Chong remained silent watching them, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, I'm afraid you're not even as good as an ordinary person now. In the thatched hut in the forest, Chohan anxiously knocked on the door. Xiao Tian, something big happened tonight. The family head has summoned everyone to deal with something. Lin Tian was still spitting blood in the room, frantically muttering to himself, what should I do? Now that my origin has been damaged, I can't even walk steadily. If I'm discovered in this state, everyone will know that I tried to harm that Jiyu guy. Lin Tian's face was filled with resentment, gnashing his teeth, unwilling. Lin Tian clenched his fist and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Am I, the dignified Six Heavens divine king, to end so haphazardly here? Outside the door, Chohan impatiently urged. Xiao Tian, open the door quickly. If you don't answer, I'm coming in. Lin Tian frowned in the room. That's right, I can feign death. Lin Tian's body was already possessed by this king. As long as his heart stops beating, he certainly won't have a chance to live. The cultivators under a divine king would definitely not discover it. Thinking this, Lin Tian sat up with a wicked smile. As long as I endure this period, I can resurrect myself using a soul secret technique, and then I can escape without anyone knowing. Jiyu Chong will settle this debt later. With that, Lin Tian looked at his hands, his eyes wide, filled with hatred. Lin Tian, without hesitation, pierced his own heart with his hand. This extreme pain made Lin Tian spit blood again, his eyes rolling back. At the same time, Chohan opened the door. Chohan was stunned by what she saw. Chohan stared blankly, unable to believe it. Chohan screamed in horror. Lin Tian, back at the Lin family main hall. Lin Ming stood before Chong, reproaching himself. Young master, this old servant failed to discipline. Please punish me. Chong curiously stroked his chin. Have you found the person? Lin Ming tremblingly replied, reporting to young master, we found him. But everyone fell silent and the atmosphere became oppressive. Chohan lowered her head, hands clasped, not daring to look directly at Chong. Chong raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, oh, what happened? The Lin family head stuttered, breaking the silence. It's a child from my clan named Lin Tian who was usually an unvalued junior. Then the Lin family head loudly said, but when we found him his heart had stopped beating and there was no breath in the pool of blood. Chang's expression turned grim. Dead. As soon as the Lin family head finished speaking he hurriedly lowered his head. This junior failed to discipline. Please punish me, honored sir. All the Lin family members bowed their heads and replied in unison. Lin Tian harmed young master. It is truly a disgrace to our clan. Please punish us, honored sir. Chang did not reply, silently stroking his chin. He was, after all, a child of fortune. If he committed suicide out of fear before even killing his enemy, that would be too useless. Chang looked at the system prompt, and since the system didn't give any reminders, it meant Lin Tian was definitely still alive. Child of Fortune list, Yi Chen Lin Tian. A dangerous glint flashed in Chang's eyes and a smirk played on his lips as his expression turned serious. Feigning death but relying on a damaged remnant soul without a body, he couldn't even resist the slightest breeze outside. Where else could he have gone? Seeing Chang's silence, the Lin family head looked up, his face filled with worry. A yellow-haired man knelt on the ground and whispered, "Damn Lin Tian, he didn't accomplish anything but cause trouble." The person next to him gritted his teeth and echoed, "His rotten life is worth nothing anyway. If the honored sir blames us, our entire Lin family will be in trouble." Chohan had been silent with her head bowed since the beginning. She thought Xiao Tian had reformed, so why would he do something so evil that even the family couldn't tolerate it? The Lin family head sighed inwardly. Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, do you intend to destroy my Lin family? Chang and Qing continued to stare at them. The soul within Qing sighed, is this the taste of power? Chang didn't do anything, yet every member of the Lin family was terrified, and their resentment towards Lin Tian was rising. The system suddenly popped up a notification. Lin Tian ostracized by the entire clan. Fortune value decreased by 100. Host destiny points increased by 500. After hearing this, Chang's eyes widened blankly. Oh, Lin Tian just moved a bit and increased my destiny points by so much. Then he suddenly smiled. But never mind. He doesn't have much value left now. I guess he'll just be confined to Chohan's side in the end. Lin Ming spoke, breaking the awkward silence. Please punish this old servant, young master. Lin Tian, as a descendant of this old servant, committed such disrespectful acts. This old servant is truly ashamed to face young master. Lin Ming's words were interrupted by Chang. This matter is indeed a bit strange, Chang began to explain. I heard a little about Lin Tian's matter from Miss Chohan, so I think a young genius wouldn't do anything that could kill me. I've seen many secret techniques that seize others' souls and control their bodies, and they're nothing new. Although this matter was done by Lin Tian, I think it has nothing to do with your Lin family. Chang paused and then said, This young master is not an unreasonable person. Considering Elder Lin has followed me for so long, let's let this matter go. All the Lin family members replied with joy. Thank you for your generosity, honored sir. You are truly understanding and discerning. Lin Ming also excitedly clasped his hands and thanked him. Thank you, young master. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Chang stood up and nodded. If that's the case, you may all withdraw. Do not cremate Lin Tian's body for now. Everyone respectfully replied. Yes, honored sir. Chang glanced, secretly guessing, anyway, this leek hasn't been fully harvested yet. I'm still waiting for him to resurrect. As everyone prepared to leave, Chang called out, Miss Chohan. Chohan turned around and walked to Chang's side. I've been idle lately. Why don't you take me to stroll around the inner city in a few days? Chang, hearing his invitation, nodded happily again and again. Excellent, excellent. If young master is willing, Chohan will certainly not decline. Chang looked at Chohan's 200 destiny fortune value above her head. The system had previously prompted that women related to children of fortune who also submit to him will gain destiny points. With a fortune value exceeding 200, it shouldn't be difficult to make Chohan adore me with just a little effort. Then Chang glanced behind him at Qing. Her destiny fortune value was 500. He wondered if she, like Su Qing, simultaneously secretly increased our fortune, thereby also increasing my own fortune. Chang stared at Qing, guessing could it be that this is a characteristic unique to her. Chang and Qing left. In any case, he still needed to keep Chohan by his side for a while to observe. 3 days later, many flying boats, spirit beasts, and sword cultivators flying on swords appeared above Central State City. Below, people were discussing animatedly. What's happened recently? Why are all the forces from the 8 regions flocking to Central State? Have you heard? The Lin family's ancestor has returned and brought with him a mysterious big shot. Rumored to be from an immortal great sect in the upper realm, any force connected to him will surely rise like a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Look at the 8 regions. The martial artists from below have all gathered for the Central State Heavenly Pride Tao discussion. The location has also been changed to near the Lin family's ancient city. That's right, I heard many ancient divine mountain forces that had long been hidden have appeared, seemingly all to meet that esteemed person. Above the Lin family's ancient city, the arrangements inside were grand and steaming food exuded fragrance. Long time no see. Brother Jinyang's cultivation has indeed advanced significantly. Oh no, I heard Brother Zheng Tian recently cultivated a divine ability in precious art. Then turning to Jinyang. Brother Jinyoung, I heard you recently sparred with a young talent from the Eastern Desolation for 100 moves without a clear victor, eventually becoming sworn brothers. Jinyoung pointed to himself and proudly said, That's right, I'm telling you that young brother's talent is truly rare in 1,000 years. Jinyoung, the saint son of the Garuda Holy Land, he sparred with me for hundreds of moves with his divine ability, realm mid-stage cultivation, even forcing me to use my great sun true body to barely suppress him. Yu asked in confusion, Is there really such a wondrous person in the world? Jinyoung picked up his teacup, took a sip and sighed. Alas, my young brother has a calm demeanor and extraordinary talent. One can tell he's destined for greatness at first glance. Unfortunately, he offended a certain powerful figure, and reluctantly had to abandon his hometown and come to Central State. Yu asked curiously, Is he referring to that person who's been making waves? I heard he was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat but failed and then became jealous of a certain esteemed figure. Before he could finish, Jinyoung slammed the table and interrupted. Nonsense, that woman clearly wanted to climb the social ladder and betrayed my young brother, and spread rumors everywhere. The two women next to them were astonished. Oh, no way, very likely. Brother Jinyoung is upright and forthright, he wouldn't lie. Zheng Tian smiled. I wonder who Brother Jinyoung is talking about. When can you introduce us? The woman next to him also agreed. Yes, exactly. Jinyoung hesitated for a moment, looking a bit troubled. This matter, suddenly she turned and exclaimed, Everyone look, it's young Master Chong and his entourage. I can't believe they're being personally hosted by a Lin family grand elder in the great power realm. She introduced Chohan and Ching. That's Chohan, the Lin family's pride and joy, said to be an elder of the Daoji Academy at such a young age. And that lady in green with her extraordinary demeanor appears to be Saintess Taishuan of the Eastern Desolation Holy Land. Jing Tian stared at Chong in surprise and said, In that case, is that white-robed man perhaps the Venerable Lord? Everyone at the banquet was dumbfounded. Yu spoke. I never expected to meet the Venerable Lord here. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I must go pay my respects. Jinyoung frowned unhappily. Damn it, I can't believe I ran into him here again. Chong and the two women stood upstairs. Ching exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Chong surveyed his surroundings from above. Only I can embrace the 9 heavens. Chong smiled. The person who built this pavilion is truly a master who understands how to enjoy himself. Chohan echoed, Only I can embrace the 9 heavens. As soon as she finished speaking, Chohan was again astonished and asked doubtfully, Young master, what exactly do you think cultivation is? Chong answered with his hands behind his back and eyes closed, So-called cultivation is merely a struggle for this world. View your body as a drifting boat on the vast sea of the mortal world with turbulent waves, but your heart remains on the shore. Ching, standing beside him, repeated, View your body as a drifting boat on the vast sea of the mortal world. Chohan looked into the distance and smiled. Young master's explanation is truly unique and profound. Just 2 sentences are like immortal music to the ears. Imagining the cultivation world of the upper realm, it must be a place so mysterious that Chohan cannot even conceive of it. Unexpectedly, Chong turned to Chohan and asked, Do you want to go? Chohan was startled and exclaimed, Young master. Then Chohan lowered her eyes and stammered, Chohan dares not. I know what Lin Dian did to young master was unforgivable. Chohan felt remorse, knowing young master had warned her that day. Before she could finish, Chong interrupted and shook his head. There's no need to blame yourself. That day I merely spoke casually. I never expected things to unfold this way. Chong smiled and said, If Miss Lin feels uneasy, I have something you can do for me. Chohan's spirits immediately lifted and she said, Please tell me, young master. Ji Chong then directly advised her to pay more attention to her brother's body. From his performance it seemed it was more than just his soul being controlled by others. He then glanced at Chohan. Perhaps his body had already been taken over by some mysterious entity. After all, there are many secret arts in this world and resurrection is not impossible. Chohan was shocked to hear this, unable to believe her ears. Resurrection? Do such secret arts truly exist? When I found Lin Tian, his heart meridians were severely damaged with no chance of survival. Chohan's body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes widened. If what young master says is true, then did Lin Tian fake his death? Seeing Chohan's reaction, Chong replied, I'm only guessing. Miss Lin only needs to pay closer attention. Chong averted his gaze. If Chohan sees Lin Tian resurrect with her own eyes, then the last thread of connection between her and Lin Tian will be severed. Once she is completely bound, Lin Tian's luck will be all but gone. Chong's expression turned fierce. There would be no need to keep him around anymore. As the three were enjoying the view, a grand elder walked over, knelt and cupped his hands. Venerable Lord, several young disciples from various regions of the 8 domains wish to pay their respects to you. Chong raised an eyebrow. Oh, since they've come, let them up. The 3 sat comfortably above as a group of people came to pay their respects. Chu Zan, leading the group, cupped his hands and said, Chu Zan greets young master, greets Venerable Lord. Chong replied from the high platform, There's no need for formalities, everyone. Yu happily said, I am Yu, saint son of the moon-worshipping Holy Land. I've long heard of your great name, Venerable Lord. Meeting you today, you are indeed extraordinary, just as rumored. Others also chimed in. It is our immense honor for young master to grace Central State. Chohan stood by observing, these prodigies, usually so arrogant and conceited, actually have such a sycophantic side? The women below looked at Chong, some blushing, some shyly toying with their hair. Even the saintesses high above their respective forces had to set aside their status to curry favor with young master. Seeing those women, Chohan then looked at Chang. He remained silent, his submissive expression not necessarily enough to impress young master. Speaking of which, young master treated them completely differently. Thoughts of Jiyu Chang's past interactions with her flashed through Chohan's mind. You possess great power and an extraordinary demeanor, yet you are tolerant, understanding, gentle and considerate towards me. Chohan thought this, shyly placing her hand on her chest. Young master Jiyu truly is so kind to me. The system popped up a notification in front of Chang. Luck event triggered, successfully subdued Chohan. Host's luck value increased by 200 points, destiny points increased by 1000 points. After reading it, Chang's lips curved into a smile. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. The system continued to notify. Host Jiyu Chang, identity. True disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, bloodline, demonic heart, Dao Bone, cultivation, conferred marquee realm mid-stage, cultivation techniques, divine abilities, great heaven immortal canon, myriad transformations, demonic body, innate divine emperor thought, devouring immortal demonic art, destiny points 2600, luck value 3500, system store, opened, storage space, domain breaking talisman, fragmented world seed 1 3x1. After receiving the notification, Chang sighed. Lin Qing and Lin Dian have already increased my luck points by over 300 points. My current cultivation is already top tier in the lower realm. I can save these destiny points for a rainy day. Chang reached out and pressed the system screen. Chohan is worth trying to cultivate. After all, I sensed some goodwill from her when she brought snacks before. A book titled Elementary Alchemy Primer appeared on the screen. Auxiliary item, Elementary Alchemy Primer, 100 destiny points. Chang mused, I'll find an opportunity to give her this Elementary Alchemy Primer. How far she can develop in the future depends on her talent. System notification, Child of Fortune relationship detected, random quest triggered, quest content, suppress the Child of Fortune sworn brother, quest reward, 500 destiny points, failure penalty, none. Chang's eyes widened in curiosity. Random quest, Lin Tian has already been crippled. Is this quest triggered by Yi Chen? Chang remained in the system space with his eyes closed. Suddenly Chang opened his eyes. As a child of fortune, it's only natural to survive numerous dangers among several major powers in various corners of the world. Chang looked at those people, still bowing their heads, waiting for him to dismiss the formalities. Since it's a random quest, it seems the target of this quest is among this group. Chang spoke, breaking the atmosphere. Chu Zan hurriedly responded. What are your orders, young master? Chang asked. Do you have any news of Yi Chen in Central State? Chu Zan scratched his head, stammering, Young master Yi Chen about this matter. Ching, hearing Chang's question, looked over with some doubt. Chang coldly retorted, meaning no. Chu Zan was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. This, the woman standing next to him curiously asked. Yi Chen, who is that? Yi guessed from young master's expression he seemed somewhat displeased. Jin Young remained silent, staring at Chang with a dark expression. Yi muttered, Yi Chen, why does that name sound familiar? Eastern Desolation Grand Hall, Taishuan Saint Sun. Yi said, then looked behind Jin Young, observing his expression. Jin Young felt inexplicable under that gaze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yi pointed at Jin Young. Venerable Lord, I heard that Saint Sun Jin Young of the Garuda Holy Land once befriended a hero from the Eastern Desolation. I wonder if it's the Yi Chen you're looking for. Jin Young was betrayed by his comrade and felt afraid in his heart. This is bad. Saint Sun Baeui is digging his own grave. Chang lightly tapped his thigh. Chang coldly raised an eyebrow. Oh, I wonder who Saint Sun Jin Young knows and what is his name. Jin Young stood in the middle of the crowd with everyone around him looking at him and whispering. Jin Young's face was filled with worry, looking left and right and then behind him. Chang narrowed his eyes at Jin Young. Saint Sun Jin Young's silence indicates you know that person. Indeed, it is the person I'm looking for. Jin Young broke into a cold sweat, then cupped his hands and respectfully replied, Venerable Lord, may I know who you are looking for? Before Jin Young could finish, a purple primordial spirit power swept towards everyone. Even the primordial spirit fluctuations emanated from the hall. Chang continuously exuded pressure. Answer me, yes or no. Everyone present felt the suppressing force and their faces showed fear. I can't believe this young venerable lord's strength is so terrifying. This aura, even among our Saint Lord level forces, I've never felt it from any of the Imperial Lords. Yu nervously gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat. Damn it, I was too eager to show off. If I get implicated by Jin Young, won't I also suffer? Jin Young's body trembled as he walked forward. The venerable lord, I do know a brother named Yi Chen. Chang still ignored everyone's expressions, his tone cold. Where is he now? Jin Young was so scared he didn't know what to do, stammering, Please forgive me, venerable lord, I cannot reveal brother Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yi turned and rebuked. Jin Young, are you crazy? Then he cupped his fists and reported to Chang, the venerable lord. This Jin Young must have been infatuated by that Yi Chen. He would never usually do such a foolish thing, Jin Young interrupted from behind. Shut up. Yi Chen is my sworn brother. I know his character very well, and young master, is there some misunderstanding between you and my brother? Chang slowly stood up, and with another surge of pressure, Chang became completely cold. I ask you because it's your honor. Is there a misunderstanding? What right do you have to ask me? At the same time, Jin Young vomited blood, his legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. Everyone quickly scattered, frightened. But Jin Young's guards quickly rushed over, panic-stricken, blocking Jin Young. The Saint Sun is foolish and had no intention of offending you, venerable lord. We beg your forgiveness. Chang watched coldly, saying nothing, then moved his lips slightly, giving a cold command. Elder Lin appeared in the air. Lin Ming walked over. Your old servant is here. Everyone was greatly astonished. This is actually the Lin family ancestor who ascended 30,000 years ago. I can't believe he refers to himself as an old servant in front of this venerable lord. Chang stood above, hands behind his back, his expression solemn. After tomorrow, I don't want to hear any more news about the existence of the Garuda Holy Land. Lin Ming cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. This old servant understands. The guard, seeing this, quickly reached out to stop him. Senior, wait. Everyone present turned pale, not daring to utter a sound. Before the guard could finish speaking, he collapsed onto the ground in terror. It's over, it's all over. Chohan felt somewhat uneasy watching this scene. A single sentence had decided the fate of a faction. Both Chohan and Ching looked at the stern Chang. He was high above, like a god controlling everything. This was the young master's true appearance. Suddenly the system popped up a notification. Random quest completed. Quest evaluation rated as perfect. Destiny points increased by 40. Final reward of 700 destiny points. In the Garuda Holy Land, everyone gathered outside the courtyard. Holy Lord, about this matter. The Holy Lord couldn't help but raise his hands. Who exactly did the Garuda Holy Land offend to incur such a great disaster? Everyone in the Garuda Holy Land stood blankly at the sect gate. At the same time, fireballs and a giant oppressive hand appeared in the sky, engulfing the entire Garuda Holy Land. Heaven wants to destroy my Garuda Holy Land. In another room, Yi Shen cried, looking at the broken token. Sigh, things have finally developed into the direction I least wanted. He gritted his teeth, looking angrily at the no longer complete jade pendant. I must kill Chang, I must. Flame Demoness appeared from the artifact, softly calling, Little Chen. Yi Chen lowered his head, his face turning grim. Master, if you're going to persuade me to let go of my grudge against Chang, then don't bother. He tightly clutched the jade pendant, a hint of death appearing on his face. The heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm is about to open. I must obtain the legacy of the realm's master and that long-sealed demonic artifact. In another courtyard with swaying bamboo shadows, Chang and Chohan strolled through a pavilion. Miss Chohan, why have you been so quiet since we returned from the star-picking pavilion? Chang gently stroked Chohan's head. Did I frighten you, my lady? Chohan's face was flushed and she replied shyly. A little. She probably had never seen young master look like that, but Chohan knew young master treated her well. Chang took out an elementary alchemy primer from his sleeve and handed it to Chohan. It was my oversight. Please accept this elementary alchemy primer as my apology to you, my lady. Chohan took it in surprise. Thank you, young master. This book is exactly what Chohan needs. Ching felt displeased and said, Young master, you startled me. Chang ignored her and walked alongside Chohan. The moonlight is quite beautiful tonight. This made Chohan grit her teeth in anger. You? 3 days later, in front of the main hall, a group of people respectfully said to Chohan and the others, Since the venerable lord has no interest, we shall no longer disturb him. We will trouble Patriarch Lin to put in a good word for us in the future. The Lin family head shook his head. Not at all, not at all. My Lin family has always been happy to form connections. I will certainly keep your matters in mind. Chohan felt a little annoyed. Young master was aloof towards others. But on the other hand, it also gave the Lin family a lot of face. Recalling Chang's previous figure, recalling how young master treated those who opposed him, then Lin Tian was probably just as young master said. He was no longer Lin Tian otherwise. With such a major incident, how could young master be so lenient with the Lin family? It's just a pity for that child, Xiao Tian. In the dungeon, Lin Tian's body lay motionless. Suddenly his arm began to twitch continuously. Then Lin Tian abruptly sat up. A jailer outside, seeing this, screamed in terror, Ah, Z zombie! Immediately, the jailer frantically ran out to report to Chohan. Miss Lin Tian, Chohan reminded. What is all this commotion? You may withdraw. In the cell, Lin Tian gently flexed his hands. Lin Tian tried to move his joints. His body was still so intact it seemed he had escaped disaster. Lin Tian's face darkened. Next, as long as I feign amnesia, deceiving those people shouldn't be difficult. Ji, I will slowly settle this score with you, this king. Suddenly, a group of people appeared before Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked up puzzled. As he looked up, he saw Chohan, Chang and the others. Chang seemed to understand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lin Tian began to feign amnesia. Sister, why am I here? I clearly remember being in class at the academy. How could this be? Chang continued to watch Lin Tian act in front of him. This kid's acting was a bit over the top. Lin Tian stood up, looking at Chang with feigned confusion. Who is this young master? I've never seen him. Chohan couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Enough, what kind of time is this and you're still pretending? Lin Tian said with a worried expression. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Dian looked at the cell and muttered to himself, what exactly happened? Why am I locked in this dungeon? Chohan's face grew darker, but Lin Tian remained stubborn. Sister, what's wrong? I'm your brother Lin Tian, why don't you believe me? The more he spoke, the uglier Chohan's expression became. Lin Dian continued recounting past events. Do you remember when you were scolded by the family head as a child and came to me to complain? And another time, Chohan didn't let Lin Tian continue to explain, gritting her teeth and cutting him off with stop it. Lin Tian feigned confusion and said, Sister. Chohan cried out, Don't call me sister, who are you? Where did you hide, Xiao Tian? Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. Sister. Lin Tian started screaming, clutching his head in agony. Arg, it's not me. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Damn this obsession, I can't believe it's acting up now. Chohan anxiously gripped the cell bars. Xiao Tian. Lin Tian slumped to the ground, clutching his head, his face filled with terror, eyes bloodshot. Chohan, I never meant to hurt you, but why are you and Chong harming me? Lin Dian blamed himself, still clutching his head. No sister, it's Xiao Tian's fault. The evil soul within Lin Dian roared. Shut up, you weak obsession. Don't think you can sway me, the six heavens divine king. Lin Tian clasped his head and leaned back. Sister. Blood tears streamed from Lin Tian's eyes as he pleaded, kill me. The system unexpectedly popped up a notification. Lin Tian suffered backlash from the original owner's obsession, losing control of his body. Luck value decreased by 200 points, host destiny points increased by 1,000 points. The Child of Fortune's luck value has been depleted, activating the killing a chicken to scare the monkeys rule. Chohan's steps slowly retreated and she covered her mouth, crying. Xiao Tian, Chong stepped forward, placing a hand on Chohan's shoulder to comfort her. Sigh, Chong said decisively, I know you can't do it, you should go out first. Let me handle this villain. Chohan, tears streaming down her face, looked at the suffering Lin Tian in the cell. Chohan's tears flowed even more. Chohan turned and ran away. Chong looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes. Chohan and Lin Tian truly share a deep bond. Do you know why she didn't allow your body to be buried? Hearing Chang's words, the evil soul within Lin Tian trembled. Then Lin Tian shouted, disbelieving. You actually knew I faked my death? Lin Tian's face was filled with suspicion. You surnamed Jiyu, who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Chong raised an eyebrow and retorted, purpose. What purpose would I have? A purple aura appeared around Chang's body. An eye opened on his forehead. Weren't you the one who always wanted to kill me? Chong unleashed his power, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you question me back? The purple aura snaked into the cell. Lin Tian retreated in fear, stammering, Demonic Qi, who exactly are you? How do you possess such methods? Before Lin Tian could react, Chong had already appeared before him, extending a finger to tap his forehead. Chong smiled faintly. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Lin Tian's eyes widened with effort, bloodshot. No, then only a horrific scream was heard, echoing in the cell shrouded in purple aura. Lin Dian slowly collapsed to the ground. Chong stood by Lin Tian's corpse and sighed. The remnant soul of a divine king realm expert. Chong looked up, sensing the scent of the primordial spirit. The taste is indeed good. It strengthened my primordial spirit quite a bit. The remnant of the primordial spirit gradually disappeared from his fingertips, but this world-destroying demonic art was not easy, and absolutely could not be exposed without complete certainty. The system suddenly popped up a notification. First kill of a Child of Fortune successful, activating luck value reduction rule. Calculating. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Heavenly Tao treasure chest reward. Luck increased by 100 points, destiny points increased by 500 points. First kill treasure chest acquired, luck value exchange function activated. Host's own luck can be exchanged for destiny points at a ratio of 1:10. Chang's eyes narrowed. So that's how it is. Since ancient times there have been tales of burning luck to cross the heavens and preserve one's life. This luck exchange function imperceptibly gives me another trump card. He reached out and stroked the first kill treasure chest. So next, the first kill treasure chest has been acquired. Chang forcefully. System notification, first kill treasure chest acquired. The treasure chest opened and a dazzling light appeared. System notification. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Luck Plundering Card X3. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Fragmented World Seed 1 3x1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring System Settlement Critical Hit Card X1. Congratulations, host, for a Luck Outburst acquiring Luck Plundering Card X3. Fragmented World Seed 1 3x1. System Settlement Critical Hit Card X1. Chang was puzzled. Luck Plundering Card. System Settlement Critical Hit Card. The system explained the Luck Plundering Card. Details can be used to plunder the luck of a Child of Fortune. There is also a certain chance of failure, depending on the Child of Fortune's state. If the plunder is successful, the Child of Fortune's luck points will be reset to 0, and the host will gain the corresponding luck points. The system continued to explain the System Settlement Critical Hit Card. Details. When receiving system settlement rewards, gain a random reward critical hit, which can be dozens or hundreds of times. Chang stroked his chin, pondering. The system settlement critical hit card can be used when killing Yi Chen, and the luck plundering card can actually ignore the rules of luck and directly plunder a Child of Fortune's luck points. This is truly a rare good item. Chang clicked on the system panel. The store price is 10,000 destiny points, which means that to break even I need to at least ensure gaining 2,000 luck points when plundering. Luck Plundering Card, 10,000 destiny points. Does that mean that in the system's hidden settings the luck possessed by the Child of Fortune won't be too low for me to encounter later? Thinking this, Chang smiled slightly. If I knew this information beforehand it wouldn't count as cheating, right? Chang touched the treasure chest. System notification, Heavenly Tao Extra Reward Treasure Chest activated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Child of Destiny Halo. The Halo is currently transforming. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Destiny Villain Halo. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Heart of a Divine King. Chang watched the system notification with folded arms. Destiny Villain with destiny at hand. If it is already destined to be a villain, handling the Child of Fortune will reveal the difference in luck without mercy. Ruthlessly seeing the difference in luck, although it will be much easier to encounter new children of fortune in the future. Chang frowned, but if I directly kill a Child of Fortune, I will also miss many opportunities for destiny points. Chang grasped the powerful heart. In the future I must consider carefully. He stared at the heart, guessing. This heart contains the essence blood of a divine king realm cultivators 10,000 years of cultivation. Heart of a divine king, just fuse it directly. After a moment's thought, Chang placed the heart into his chest. As soon as the heart was placed in his chest, a force surged from within it, merging into Chang's purple aura. Demonic body talent devouring immortal demonic art, destiny 4000, luck 450, store open domain breaking talisman divine ability, Tao heaven immortal demonic body talent devouring immortal demonic art, destiny 3000, luck 450, store opened, domain breaking talisman fragmented divine ability, Tao heaven immortal demonic body talent devouring immortal demonic art, destiny 2000, luck 450, store opened, domain breaking talisman fragmented system notification, character Chang, destiny villain halo, identity true disciple of Tao heaven immortal palace. Those auras caressed Chang's hair. Chang glanced at it. Just adding a layer to the Tao heaven immortal canon consumed 3000 destiny points, and my cultivation has only just stabilized at the late stage conferred marquee realm. If I want to break through to the peak of the conferred marquee realm, I'm afraid it will cost over 5,000 destiny points. Chang returned to reality. These matters truly can't stop for a moment. Then he walked out of the cell thinking of the 8 desolate demon god. Now he could also resolve Yi Chen's matter. After all, for me he no longer has any use value, and matters of the upper realm must also be prepared in advance. As soon as he walked out he saw Chohan waiting there. Chohan was still tearful, looking at Chang in pain. Young master. Chang stepped forward and wiped away the tears from Chohan's eyes. Chang comforted her. It's all right, Lin Tian's matter has been dealt with. The remnant soul of the powerful expert occupying his body has also been removed. He walked past Chohan, telling her to let her brother rest in peace. After all, he wasn't occupied for too long, and his soul should not have dissipated, so perhaps there's a chance for reincarnation. Chohan listened with increasing pain, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, young master. The scene shifted to the bustling streets, the welcoming Moon Ancient City, about a 3-day journey from the Central State Heavenly Pride Tao discussion. In a detached courtyard, a group of people were discussing, I can't believe the Garuda Holy Land was actually annihilated. What is the origin of that young lord from the upper realm? It's hard to say. How could we, ancient divine mountains that have been hidden for so many years, understand such figures? As they gossiped, a woman's voice chimed in. No matter what his origin, if he dares to provoke Brother Yi Chen, I will make him pay the price. The people from the ancient divine mountain saw Lu Li arrive and immediately started chattering. Miss Lu Li, rest assured, even if that person is from the upper realm, he means nothing to our ancient divine mountain. That's right, he dared to offend Miss Lu Li. This matter will not be left at that. He's just a brat from the upper realm. This sky-green world isn't his to act so presumptuously. Lu Li's eyes were cold as she glanced behind her. Di Shui, is there any news of Brother Yi Chen? As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared. It was Di Shui. Di Shui arrived indifferently but still respectfully replied, Miss, I sensed his spiritual energy fluctuation in Central State last time, but it's been a while and I haven't caught his scent since. Lu Li looked down and asked herself, is that so? Brother Yi Chen must have suffered a lot during this time. Di Shui was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Miss, the true phoenix of the 9 heavens will eventually return to the upper realm, and Yi Chen may not even reach the void god realm. I advise you, Lu Li suddenly raised her voice. I know you all look down on Brother Yi Chen, but I believe he will soar to the sky. He has already said, don't bully a young man for being poor. Di Shui sighed and said, that's true, but with Yi Chen's ability, what can he achieve in another 30,000 years? Some people are born with their destiny already at an unreachable endpoint. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Li said, stop talking, Di Shui. I have to go see that so-called young lord from the upper realm. If anything unpleasant happens, please help me hold back that void god realm attendant beside him. Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, Di Shui helplessly said, Sigh, miss, be careful, I won't let anyone harm you. The scene switched to Chang, who was holding a jade pendant and observing it. Chang then commented, indeed, Miss Chohan's talent is good. In just a few days her alchemy has already shown some success. Chohan humbly bowed her head. Thanks to young master for bestowing the pill formula, Chohan is deeply grateful. Suddenly, the sky became covered with dark clouds and lightning astonishing Chohan. Ching was pouring tea for Chang and curiously asked, this is, as soon as she finished speaking, a group of people flew down from the sky. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the ancient Lin family? The people from the ancient divine mountain led by Lu Li rushed over. Ha 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 ha. A mere Lin family, we are from the ancient divine mountain. Why don't you come and pay your respects? The people listened, exchanged glances. Ancient divine mountain. As soon as Lu Li landed, the Lin family head asked, May I know what brings the esteemed guests from the ancient divine mountain to my Lin family? Lu Li shouted, Go tell Chang that Yi Chen's cousin Lu Li wants him to come out and meet me. The Lin family head cupped his fists. If you wish to see young Master Gu, please wait a moment, I will go inform him. A person from the ancient divine mountain walked up to the Lin family head and said, Isn't that a bit much? Do you know what it means to offend Miss Lu Li? He pointed at the Lin family head's forehead. The Lin family will have no place in the sky-green world. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly noticed something was amiss. He looked up and a ray of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a palm, its fingertip pointing directly at his forehead. The fingertip pressed tightly against his face, twisting it. That ray of light terrified Lu Li and the others. Even the Lin family members couldn't see clearly. The light gradually dissipated and the sky slowly cleared. That person also disappeared. Lu Li's eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. The Lin family members stammered, looking inside. Young master. Chang coldly spoke. Let them in. The conferred King Realm expert's body gradually evaporated. The conferred King Realm expert's face began to age and wither, weakly calling out, young master, young master. Another person from the ancient divine mountain, with a tiger-like face and twin wings on his back, seemed somewhat displeased. We are, after all, from the ancient divine mountain. He actually killed someone without a word. The person next to him turned pale with fear. That palm just now clearly carried the might of a conferred king realm. What is the origin of this person? Lu Li's expression darkened after hearing this. Let's go in. The group from the ancient divine mountain stared intently at the Lin family members. Di Shui observed from a distance, sighing somewhat. As soon as I entered the Lin family, I felt a powerful aura very clearly locking onto this place. He can actually use such a gentle aura to lock onto my heavenly god realm cultivation and prevent me from tracing his location. I'm afraid the Lin family's old ancestor's strength has even reached the divine king realm. Di Shui frowned, sensing the aura emanating from Chang within the Lin family. That mixed aura of the conferred king realm just now must be from that young man. Such strength, and he even brings a divine king realm attendant. Suddenly, Di Shui's eyes widened, unable to believe her guess. Wait, if this young man is surnamed Jiyu, could he be from that family? Di Shui looked up at the twisted sky. If it's true, then I absolutely cannot let Miss offend them. On the contrary, if I can use this opportunity to build a relationship with that young master, it would be perfect. Di Shui walked down as she thought. Lu Li had already asked in confusion, Di Shui, what's wrong? Di Shui bowed slightly and reminded, Miss, the situation is urgent in my opinion. As soon as she finished speaking, Di Shui disregarded a murderous aura coming from behind Lin Ming. I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. Lin Ming stood behind with folded arms. What does that mean? This woman seems to be showing favor to me. As soon as he entered, Chang was flanked by Chohan and Qing. Chang stroked his chin, a smile playing on his lips. Yi Chen's cousin, with an ancient bloodline, a prodigy of the lower realm and deeply devoted. Heh, this trick seemed familiar and incredibly cliched. Qing asked with a hint of doubt, is young master planning to kill them? Chang glanced at her and said with a smile, do I look like someone who kills casually? With that, Chang stood up and walked over. Let's go. Since they're so eager to form connections, we should be proactive. As soon as they stepped out, the Lin family members respectfully stood in 2 rows. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency. Chang strode confidently towards Lu Li and her group. Di Shui observed them, smiling. This is indeed the demeanor an upper realm young supreme should have. Di Shui bowed, and Lu Li stepped forward and asked, are you young master Jiyu? Chang coldly did not answer, instead retorting, are you Yi Chen's cousin? Chang looked at the fortune above Lu Li's head. Tisk tisk. This Yi Chen, putting aside other aspects, his luck with women is quite good. This girl actually has 800 points of fortune. Seeing Lu Li's disrespect, Di Shui stepped in to explain, greetings young master Jiyu. This is our young Miss Yi Liali. I am responsible for protecting young Miss and accompanying the elders to the lower realm. Young Miss was quite rude earlier. Please, young master Jiyu, be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Lu Li looked at Di Shui with displeasure, her words carrying a hint of reproach. What? Isn't that a bit much? Di Shui turned with difficulty to explain. Young Miss, this might truly be a misunderstanding. It's better to clarify things now, otherwise it might become a serious problem later. Before Di Shui could finish, Chang interjected. Senior is too polite. State your purpose for coming. Di Shui smiled wryly and nodded. First, may I presumptuously ask if young master Jiyu is from the Jiyu family of longevity? Our young Miss is from the primordial immortal clan Yi family. Speaking of which, our 2 families have also been family friends for generations. As soon as these words were uttered, the people from the ancient divine mountain were all astonished. The Jiyu family of longevity? Why didn't she say so earlier? We can't afford to offend the primordial immortal clan, nor can we afford to offend the Jiyu family of longevity. Hearing these words, Lu Li pursed her lips and lowered her head, not uttering a word. Chang smiled. So it's the primordial immortal clan. No wonder young Miss Yi charged in so fearlessly. My father indeed had many dealings with the Yi family head in his youth. It seems Senior already knows I belong to the Jiyu family. Di Shui was surprised. Father, could he be the sole heir of the Jiyu family of longevity? If so, then this young master will surely. The people from the ancient divine mountain were once again filled with terror, not expecting him to be the young master of the Jiyu family. The conferred king realm expert was drenched in cold sweat from fear. The Jiyu family, the conferred king realm expert, slumped to the ground. So was I just going to die for nothing? All the people from the ancient divine mountain fell to their knees in fear. Yes, our words were indeed inappropriate just now. We hope you will be magnanimous. We were ignorant and have offended you greatly. Please forgive us, Your Excellency. Lu Li watched her subordinates bow and kneel, dumbfounded. Why was this happening? Di Shui quickly explained. Young Miss, this is entirely a misunderstanding. You should still apologize to young Master Jiyu. What is young Master Gu's status? How could he care about a nobody like Yi Chen? Lu Li gritted her teeth, then defiantly shouted, Di Shui, you don't need to say another word. I cannot apologize to him. Lu Li pointed at Chang. He's the one who caused Brother Chen to hide everywhere and become a laughing stock to the world. Chang smacked his lips. This little girl truly had feelings for Yi Chen. Still unyielding under such pressure, Chang licked his lips, but ultimately she was just a simple-minded little girl. Aren't your feelings for Yi Chen very strong? Then I'll start from there. I'll slowly devour you. Chang took a step forward. So what is the purpose of your visit? Chang paused. If I don't get an explanation for today's events, even if you are a descendant of the primordial immortal clan, then Chang emitted a purple murderous aura affecting the people from the ancient divine mountain and Lu Li. I will absolutely not tolerate it. Di Shui used an ice shield to block in front of Lu Li. Young Master Ji, please calm your anger. Today's incident was indeed young Mrs. offense, and I hope young Master will show mercy. After saying this, Chang withdrew his aura, coldly looking at Lu Li and her group, not speaking. Lu Li was drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth and remaining silent. Seeing no one answer, Chang gave an order. Elder Lin. Lin Ming appeared from space. Your old servant is here, Chang coldly said. Kill one person every 10 breaths. Chang's words were filled with murderous intent. If anyone resists, exterminate all the people from the ancient divine mountain. The people from the ancient divine mountain, seeing this, were terrified and pleaded for mercy. Your Excellency, spare us, Your Excellency. They looked up at Lu Li, begging, Young Miss, please save us, we don't want to die. The fate of our families is entirely in young Miss's hands. Lu Li, seeing her subordinate so cowardly, angrily shouted at Chang. You are despicable and shameless. Di Shui on the side didn't have time to stop her. Young Miss, Chang sat on a chair and Ching brought hot tea. Young Master, your tea is here. Chang nodded. Di Shui turned and admonished. Young Miss, why don't you understand? With young Master Gu's status, if he truly wanted to kill Yi Chen, even if Yi Chen had heaven-defying abilities, he would not escape death. These matters must all be misunderstandings. You are a princess of the primordial immortal clan. Young Master Ji is the young master of the Ji family of longevity. If you just lower your head a little, young Master Ji will definitely not make things difficult for you. Lu Li frowned and gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with hatred, wishing she could kill Chang immediately. Someone like him cannot be a good person. Chang picked up his teacup, brought it to his lips, and coldly commanded, 10 breaths have passed. Kill. Lin Ming acknowledged, extended a finger from behind Chang, then gestured, and a beam of light shot forward. The beam pierced through one person, sending them flying. The other two looked up in terror, drenched in cold sweat. That person was sent flying and collapsed to the ground. Lu Li's face turned pale, not expecting Chang to actually do this. You! The other two crawled to Lu Li's feet, grabbing them and begging for help. Why, young Miss, save us, I don't want to die, we came here for young Miss. He refused to let go of Lu Li's feet. It was clear that if young Miss had just been a little nicer we would have been spared, but why wouldn't young Miss agree? As he spoke, saliva flew. Is our lives not even worth a single word from young Miss? The other person also agreed, pointing behind him. Yes, young Miss. Young Miss, how can you be so heartless as to ignore us for the sake of your brother Yi Chen? Chang merely smiled at this scene. Lu Li lifted her foot and violently kicked the person away. Enough! Lu Li gritted her teeth and lowered her head, admitting her mistake. Today's matter, it was I, Liu Li, who offended. Lu Li gritted her teeth, articulating each word. I apologize and beg young Master's forgiveness. Chang finished his tea and handed the cup to Ching. Chang waved his hand, signaling Lin Ming to retreat. No need for an apology, I'm not a bad person anyway, so I certainly won't take such a small matter to heart. Di Shui chuckled dryly. All right, young Miss. Today the misunderstanding has finally been resolved. I knew young Master Ji wouldn't make things difficult for us. The two, hearing they were pardoned, showed expressions of joy. They repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you for sparing our lives, Your Excellency. Thank you for showing mercy. Chang smiled. Don't thank me. It was Miss Lu Li who let you live. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Lu Li was so angry she couldn't speak, looking at Chang's hypocritical smile. This person. Then Lu Li sighed and regained her composure. Lu Li took a few steps forward. Young Master Ji, I actually came here today to ask something and seek justice. Chang raised an eyebrow as if he had heard a joke. Oh, seek justice? I, Ji, never remember bullying young Miss Yi. Seeing Chang's frivolous attitude, Lu Li's anger flared up again. This matter concerns brother Yi Chen, Chang lazily replied. Yi Chen, I don't remember doing anything to him. Did young Miss Yi get it wrong? Chang looked at Lu Li with cold eyes and questioned. Or does young Miss Yi think I did something to him? Killing an ant is as easy as lifting a hand for me. Lu Li was stunned by Chang's pressure and words. Logically, it wouldn't be difficult for Chang to kill Yi Chen, so why was brother Yi Chen still alive after offending him? Lu Li wondered, did brother Chen really do something wrong, but deep down she still trusted Yi Chen, or was it as rumored because of this woman? Lu Li noticed Ching beside Chang. Su Ching was graceful, and it made sense for men to do such crazy things for her. Lu Li shook her head repeatedly. No, impossible. Brother Chen has always been honest and steadfast. He would never do such a thing. Chang looked at Lu Li's expression and snorted. Haha, I don't kill Yi Chen because he's still useful. The reasons behind it are probably beyond your wildest imagination, Lu Li stammered. If young Master Ji didn't kill brother Chen, then why destroy the Garuda Holy Land? Is this related to brother? Chang laughed. Ridiculous. Is young Miss Yi here today to blame me? Killing an ant. Then Chang restrained his smile, frowned, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Do I still need to explain it to you? Lu Li was startled by the pressure released by Chang. Lu Li gritted her teeth. That's not what I meant. Chang was right. With his status, the Garuda Holy Land was nothing more than an ant to him. What reason was needed to kill an ant? At the same time, if he wanted to kill brother Chen would not have survived. Her gaze flickered to the imposing Chang. Coming here today was clearly her being unreasonable. The system unexpectedly notified. Yi Liuli's obsession with Yi Chen has been affected. Yi Chen's fortune points decreased by 100, host destiny points increased by 500. Chang recalled, it seems this thorn has finally been planted and things will be much simpler from now on. Chang stood up, if there's nothing else you may leave. Lu Li also didn't want to stay long and left. Di Shui, let's go. Di Shui bowed respectfully. Young Master Jiyu, young people can communicate more. After all, we are all from the upper realm and meeting in the lower realm is also fate. Chang shook his head. No need, I'm not interested in that girl. Lu Li was about to leave but was startled by Chang's words. Lu Li turned around and shouted, Jiyu, what do you mean? Di Shui stopped her from behind. Young miss. The system displayed Chang's character information. Character Chang, Halo. Destiny villain identity, true disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace physique bloodline, demonic heart, Dao Bone cultivation, conferred marquee realm late stage cultivation techniques divine abilities, great heaven immortal canon 8th layer, myriad transformations demonic god innate divine emperor thought devouring immortal demonic art, destiny points 2000 luck points 450. Chang lazily rested his chin on his hand. Now that Yi Liuli has descended the mountain, according to the usual trajectory, she will definitely find an opportunity to rendezvous with Yi Chen. Chang smirked. The secret realm is about to open. As long as Yi Chen isn't foolish, he will definitely show himself and cling to Yi Liuli like a big tree. Recalling the stronghold in Central Heaven City, based on his previous methods he could clearly perceive Yi Chen's exact location. It was time to set off. Yi Chen, don't disappoint me. That night in a forest, a cave entrance emitted a purple aura where two figures were conversing. It seems the fragmented map was correct. The entrance to the Heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm is indeed here. That person was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood proudly at the cave entrance. Now that the secret key to the Heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm is in my hands, even if the realm is riddled with traps, I can easily reach its core. Yi Chen smiled sinisterly. As long as I obtain the Heavenly Yuan Supreme's legacy from the secret realm, I will definitely seek Chang to wash away my humiliation. Flame Demoness stood by, anxiously looking at the triumphant Yi Chen and that despicable Su Qing. Then Flame Demoness sighed. Alas, must it really come to this? Seeing Flame Demoness's unusual expression, Yi Chen turned around. Master, you said Chang brought his old servant to the lower realm and easily annihilated the Garuda Holy Land. Could his purpose also be to open the Heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Flame Demoness mused, you're right, besides this ancient secret realm there's nothing in the lower realm that he would care about. Yi Chen spread his arms. Once the Heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm opens he will definitely rush here immediately. And there are many restrictions within the secret realm. His old servant definitely cannot enter at peak condition. Yi Chen's face twisted. At the same time, after I obtain the core legacy, when he arrives I will use the secret key to control the array formations, and under this cleansing. Flame Demoness felt uneasy seeing this. Yi Chen became increasingly frantic. Master, do you think I still have hope for revenge? Flame Demoness asked puzzled. Flame Demoness turned with a troubled expression. It's all good, but how do you know Chang doesn't have a map or other means to enter the core of the secret realm? Yi Chen pondered. Oh, Master also has a point. This was what he said outwardly, but inwardly Yi Chen didn't think so. What other means? Why is Master so confident in Chang? Instead, she thinks my methods are not good ever since she got Chang's pill last time. Master has. Flame Demoness ignored Yi Chen's displeased expression and spoke. By the way, Yi Chen, there's one thing you must pay attention to. The power behind your cousin is very formidable. Before you reach the Void God realm, it's best not to have any dealings with him. Yi Chen's face darkened. I appreciate Master's good intentions. My matters with my cousin Lu Li are none of your business. Good intentions? Is she afraid I'll join forces with Lu Li to deal with Chang? My dear Master, when Chang dies by my hand, I wonder what your stance will be. With that, Yi Chen walked into the open space at the cave entrance. Let's go. Yi Chen's body slowly disappeared at the cave entrance. A 7-colored light shot out from the cave directly into the sky. Cultivators from all over flocked to the opening of the secret realm. A secret realm has opened. This aura seems to be from a powerful venerable. Forget about any Dao discussion. This opportunity must not be missed. They rushed to the cave entrance, by which time Yi Chen had already entered. It is said that powerful expert once used his life to seal an unparalleled fierce demon. I wonder what's inside this secret realm. As soon as they entered, the cultivators felt something was wrong. HMPH. My cultivation is suppressed. A force once again surged from the secret realm into the sky. On the other side, Lin Ming and Chang were on a flying boat. Lin Ming. Young Master, this Heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm seems to restrict the cultivation of cultivators. Only those below the great power realm can enter. Chang said nothing, only smiling faintly. The legacy of a quasi-supreme expert, coincidentally restricting those with moderate cultivation. It seems this Heavenly Yuan ancient secret realm is indeed Yi Chen's experienced dungeon. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Chen's cultivation, even if not at the great power realm, is close. It's time for the final harvest. After that, Chang turned around and replied, let's go. The cultivators on the ground looked up at the sky. Look, that's the ancient Lin family, that's the young lord. Chang and his entourage descended directly from the sky, and as soon as they landed they were so frightened they retreated several meters. Quick, get out of the way, don't bump into that lord. Chang reminded. Suppress your cultivation, we're going in. With that, the group entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm was a picturesque dreamlike scene with golden butterflies dancing in soft light, peach blossoms blooming on the hillsides and cranes echoing in the quiet space. In the distance an ancient city was vaguely hidden in the mist, serene and mysterious as if in an ancient dream. Yi Chen was sitting beside a killed beast when a voice called from behind him, "Brother Chen." Yi Chen turned around, smiling. Yi Chen saw that it was Lu Li and her group. "Lu Li, you're finally here." Lu Li happily ran over and waved hello. Yi Chen blushed slightly at the sight. It had only been 3 years, but this girl, Lu Li, had grown almost as much as Su Cheng. Di Shui unhappily reminded him. "Close your dog eyes, you lowly junior. Is Mrs. Appearance something you can covet?" Yi Chen frowned. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Senior's words seem a bit outdated, Di Shui snorted. With you, a worm who has never seen the 9 heavens true dragon, only a prodigy like young Master Jiyu is worthy of my miss. Lu Li saw Di Shui making things difficult for Yi Chen and unhappily said, "Di Shui, what nonsense are you spouting?" Di Shui replied, "Miss, I'm speaking from the heart. If it weren't for this miss, how would young Master Jiyu treat miss with such an attitude?" Lu Li unhappily told Di Shui not to let her hear that annoying name. Hearing Lu Li's words, Yi Chen was surprised. "Lu Li, could it be something between you and Chang?" Lu Li shouted, "What are you thinking?" Yi Chen held Lu Li's hand and replied affectionately, "Then why do you say he's annoying? What exactly happened? Did my sister suffer some grievance?" Lu Li pulled her hand away, somewhat troubled. "It's nothing, it's just that Chang is the young master of an ancient immortal family from the upper realm. His family background is better than mine, Brother Chen. If you're going to deal with him, you must be careful." Yi Chen laughed triumphantly. "Don't worry, what's an immortal family? No one can do anything to me." In the ring Yi Chen wore. Flame Demoness stroked her chin in contemplation. "So young Master Jiyu is the young master of an immortal family with such a prominent background." Challenging Yi Chen in front of everyone, there was no reason to spare his life. Was he really trying to win me over? The scene shifted to a picturesque landscape, with 3 little birds playing on the grass, bringing a sense of peace and innocence. In the distance, towering cliffs embraced a verdant lake, its surface shimmering with ripples like a painting depicting a fantastical fairyland, both poetic and mysterious. Suddenly there was movement, and the 3 little birds were startled and flew away. Chang's footsteps landed. Chang and his group had already entered the secret realm. A member of the Lin family looked around, exclaiming, "Immortal wood, it's lush and vibrant here, filled with spiritual energy. Truly a land of creation." Lin Ming glanced behind him and reminded, "I've taught you before not to be deceived by outward appearances. Have you all let it go in one ear and out the other? Use your spiritual sense to perceive it. Amidst this abundant environment, demonic energy is mixed in and hidden mechanisms and traps cannot be deceived. This journey is very important to young master, so be careful and don't make any mistakes." Chang smiled and shook his head. "It's all right. I have my own way of finding a safe path." A red light appeared before him, the mark on the pill still present. The secret realm had only recently opened, and no matter how fast he moved, he could only detect the periphery of the core area. The light flew straight forward. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, as my treasure hunting rat, you must work harder." Just then, something fell from above. A huge sound made the surrounding earth and dust fly. A giant bear was struck down by Yi Chen, and at the same time Lu Li spoke. "Brother Chen's strength has grown so quickly these past few years. I can't believe you've already reached the peak of the divine ability realm cultivation." Hearing this, he said, "Lu Li, you flatter me," he continued. "The inheritance ground is right here." Then he suddenly thought of something. Although he had the secret key and the journey had been smooth so far, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Another unusual thing was that his master had been too quiet along the way. After thinking about it, he turned and said, "Lu Li, perhaps the inheritance of Jing Tianyuan Ancient is here. Time is of the essence, let's go in quickly." Hearing these words, she thought, "He's just a boy who relied on luck to gain many fortuitous encounters. Aside from that, what does he have that can compare to young Master Jiyu?" Then they went in together. Along the way, the tiger spoke, saying that according to the information on the map, this might be the tomb of that quasi-supreme powerhouse. He also spoke, saying that if the information was correct, then in the depths of this ancient city, there would be a palace containing the powerhouse's inheritance. They had already walked a distance by now, just past the city gate. Yi Chen spoke, "The demonic energy here is getting thicker and thicker. Let's be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge object appeared from above. It was a ferocious beast. It began to leap down. With a single jump, it rushed towards where they stood. Just then a hand gathered internal energy and she struck with a palm, sending it staggering and then flying out. At this moment, more and more ferocious beasts surrounded them. Lu Li saw this, took a defensive stance and said, "So many ferocious beasts, Brother Yi Chen, time is short, you go quickly. We'll help you deal with this." Seeing this, he said, "All right everyone, hold on a little longer. I'll come back to help everyone after receiving the inheritance." With that he ran. Lu Li said, "Stop them." However, a strange light suddenly emitted. Those ferocious beasts were pushed back by a mysterious force and all fell to the ground. At the same time she discovered Jiyu Chang. Chang and several people walked over. And seeing him, she unhappily said, "Why did you arrive so quickly?" He calmly replied, "Why, speaking of which, I have to thank your brother Chen." Hearing this, she said even more unhappily, "Did you do something to brother Chen? No wonder you never touched him before. That explains everything." Perhaps your purpose in coming down to the lower realm was for this secret realm's inheritance," he said with a hint of playfulness. "It seems you're quite clever," Lu Li replied. "What I don't understand is you come from an immortal family. What kind of inheritance haven't you seen? Why would you covet the tomb of a quasi-supreme?" He did not answer, only saying, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, but don't think of stopping me. I've already seen through your intentions." Then he softly said, "Clear the way." The people with him began to move. All four of them simultaneously exerted their spiritual power, which rushed directly towards them. As soon as she saw it, she panicked and shouted, "Miss!" Then she angrily thought, "Damn it, I can't exert my full strength here." Suddenly, Elder Lin appeared before her and said, "Don't move." But everything around them was destroyed. Even the ferocious beasts were repelled, and the brick wall cracked into a large piece. At this moment, smoke and dust filled the air, and Lu Li and her people were injured and fell to the ground. She struggled to speak. Jiyu Chong walked in front and said, "Elder Lin will guard here. No one is allowed to enter." After hearing this, he said, "Young master, don't worry. With this old servant here, no one will disturb you today." On the other side, Yi Chen was strenuously running up the steps, seeing the inheritance he longed for inside. "Go, Lu Li," he said as he ran. From the outside, the palace inside seemed not as safe as imagined. "And the demonic energy here is very astonishing. You must be psychologically prepared in advance." Hearing this, he replied, "Master worries too much. I have already prepared pills to counter the demonic energy." Then he began to activate the mechanism. Countless demonic energies surged out from within. As soon as he saw it, he said, "As expected of the creation ground of a quasi-supreme powerhouse, I didn't expect such lingering power." Inside sat a blurry figure with a long spear still plunged into its chest. As soon as he saw this scene, he was somewhat shocked. Yi Chen walked and looked around. "Where's the inheritance?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded, "The inheritance is in the corpse on that throne." Surprised, a figure appeared behind him. It was Jiyu Chong. At this moment, Yi Chen shouted, Why are you here?" Chong walked in from outside and calmly said, "It seems you're truly foolish. I arrived half a day ago, simply waiting for you to open the door without making a sound to avoid disturbing you," he continued. "As for why I'm here, you'll have to ask yourself. Anyway, you helped me find it." Hearing this, he angrily thought, "No, impossible. Someone must have leaked my whereabouts. Lu Li is the person I trust most. She couldn't do such a thing." Thinking this, he suddenly looked at the ring on his hand. Then he asked again, "Senior Flame Demoness, long time no see. Are you going to reveal yourself now?" This question made Yi Chen even more suspicious. He looked at the ring on his hand and shouted, "Master, is that you?" Then he directly threw the ring away. "I respected you as my master. Yet you conspired with my enemy to harm me." The ring left his finger and he said, "Just for one pill." The ring rolled on the ground making a sound, and Flame Demoness appeared from the ring. As soon as she appeared, she said, "You disappoint me too much, disciple. Master and disciple share a deep bond. How could I not know what you're thinking?" At this moment he seemed distraught and said, "Haha, you conspired with Jiyu Chong to harm me, and now you're finally showing your true colors, aren't you? No wonder you've been speaking so ambiguously lately. It's all because of a guilty conscience, right?" Then he continued, "I thought that after all this time together, you would have some feelings for me, but I didn't expect you to be just like that slut Su Ching, clinging to power like ants to carrion." Flame Demoness felt heartbroken hearing these words. She remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, "Since you already think this way, I have no need to explain further. Let's sever our master-disciple relationship from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, the system popped up. Yi Chen and his master have finally broken off their relationship. Luck value decreased by 200 points, now at its limit. Host destiny points increased by 1,000. Seeing this, he let out a triumphant chuckle, then walked to Flame Demoness and said, "Senior Flame Demoness's prestige remains, and your complexion is better than before." Hearing this, Flame Demoness replied, "Young Master Jiyu, you flatter me. Fortunately, you bestowed upon me that spirit-gathering pill that day." As she spoke, she revealed a sad expression. "If not for that, I don't know how long I would have had to wait to reshape my physical body. In the end, perhaps my remnant soul would have disappeared." The more he listened, the angrier he became. He replied, "It seems Yi Chen deeply misunderstands Senior." She replied, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not no longer matters." Hearing this, he placed his hand on his head and said, "Tisk, it seems my words just now made Yi Chen think you leaked his whereabouts. What I said just now was indeed wrong." Hearing this, she said somewhat confused, No, it's all right." Then she thought to herself, "Is young Master Jiyu considering me? In contrast, Yi Chen still treats me this way today. Perhaps he never truly regarded me as his master." At this moment he shouted, "Enough!" His anger reached its peak at this moment. "Jiyu Chong, are you still playing the good guy at a time like this? You conspired with him to trick me just to make me open the main hall door, right?" At this moment he walked step by step towards him and said, "Having such a good master and not cherishing her is bad enough, but you insist on hurting others' feelings." He continued, "She rejected my overtures and didn't abandon you in your darkest hour. At the time, I also felt that a woman of such character was truly rare in the world. Now you want to obtain the inheritance. Are you willing to discard the background behind you?" He angrily pointed at him and said, You're talking nonsense. Clearly, you two conspired to trick me." He maintained a calm expression and said, "You say she and I conspired against you, but why don't you look at yourself? I've let you escape from my hands many times. Don't you find that strange?" The more he spoke, the closer his gaze became. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, are you planning to remain foolish forever?" She spoke at this moment, "Young Master Jiyu, please stop. "Young Master Gu, if you don't mind, Flame Demoness is willing to follow you from now on." Just then she spoke to him. Hearing this, Yi Shen unhappily said, You. He was so angry that veins bulged. Bitch. At this moment he was suddenly sent flying with such force that he was thrown back more than 10 meters. Chong spoke at this moment, his face expressionless and cold. Annoying. Then he revealed a pleased expression and said, "Since Senior Flame Demoness is willing to follow me, then I, Gu, naturally welcome her with open arms." Flame Demoness was shocked to hear these words. At this moment the system popped up. Flame Demoness has submitted. Host luck value increased by 400, destiny points increased by 2000. In his hand at this moment was a white stone. "Consider this white stone your welcome gift." Then he handed the white stone to Flame Demoness, and she saw it and said, "Soul nurturing divine jade." He turned around and said, "How could a mere boundary-breaking token allow you to remain here in such distress?" At this moment he stumbled to his feet and said, "Jiyu Chong." Then he tightly clutched the token in his hand and said, "I will definitely kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed. At this moment he said, "Senior, please rest in the soul nurturing jade first. I'll handle things here." Then she continued, "The secret key in Yi Chen's hand controls the formation patterns of this secret realm, and its power is immense. Young Master, please do not be careless." Then Flame Demoness entered the white jade. Yi Chen's soul had now manifested and power enveloped his hand, and he rushed towards Chong and said, "Die." At this moment he slowly stomped his foot and purple energy rose from beneath his feet. At this moment he looked terrifying, and he said, "The formation patterns here cannot deal with me." At this moment purple energy flew out from within. At this moment Chong and Yi Chen's souls were battling. The golden soul's punch was blocked by the purple soul. Both sides were locked in fierce combat at this moment. As soon as he saw it he panicked and said, "This is a sword falling from the corpse." He saw it and said in panic, "What kind of monstrous thing are you, capable of resonating with this destructive weapon?" At this moment he asked with a cold face, "Why do you need to know so much when you're about to die?" The purple soul power began to suppress him. At this moment he seemed to have lost the initiative but still held the token in his hand and said, "You wish?" At this moment a dazzling light erupted from the golden soul's mouth. Before it could even attack, it was crushed by Jiyu Chong's soul. The power tightened and light squeezed out from between his fingers. The token in his hand began to shatter into pieces, and his soul dissipated with it. The golden light of the soul shot straight out. Yi Chen was flung far away. At this moment Yi Chen's body and soul were both shattered. Jiyu Chong calmly walked forward and said, "After all this trouble, it's time for me to properly deal with you today." He slumped to the ground and said, "No, impossible." Why was the secret realm's suppression ineffective against him? At this moment his eyes were filled with terror. From his eyes a hand could also be seen reaching out. "How could I die here?" The giant palm gradually approached Yi Chen. Suddenly a sword light struck. Jiyu Chong, stop! Lu Li rushed towards the soul from behind, sword in hand, stabbing it in the back, then hacking downwards. Jiyu Chong calmly asked, "What's wrong?" He still calmly said, "Perfect timing." At this moment Yi Chen was already caught by that soul and he was still shouting, "Lu Li!" She on the other hand said from below, "Brother Chen." Jiyu Chong calmly asked, "What? Want to save him?" She said unhappily, "Let Brother Yi Chen go, name your demands." Hearing this, as if he had achieved his goal, he said proudly, "Anything is possible." She frowned slightly and said, "As long as you let Brother Yi Chen go, anything is negotiable as long as the conditions aren't too excessive." Then he raised a finger and said, "You are not in a position to negotiate with me now." At this moment the palm's grip tightened, making him scream in pain. This made Lu Li say with a pained heart, "Brother Chen." Although in pain he still said, "Lu Li, you must never agree to him. I would rather die than let you beg him." Hearing his words he asked irritably, "Did I ask you to speak?" Then the tightening grip intensified, so much so that he spat out a mouthful of blood. She frantically shouted, "Tell me, what are the conditions to release Brother Chen as long as I can do it now?" At this moment he calmly said, "It's simple, release Di Shui and accept my servitude." Upon hearing this he showed a surprised expression, then shouted at Lu Li, "Don't agree to him. Every time you speak the grip tightens." This time he spat out even more blood. Seeing him in such pain she cried, "Stop, I agree." He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Li." Then he thought, "Want to control me, truly ambitious, but you're probably mistaken. Yi family, I only have one primordial spirit divine ability that can kill everything. Targeting primordial spirit techniques. Dealing with a slave mark is as easy as pie." His thoughts continued. As long as he made a solemn vow, he sneered. "You've already agreed, as the little princess of the upper realms Yi family, to agree to be enslaved for a small figure like Yi Chen." Although angry, she still said, "You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I agree to let go of Di Shui, but you must also make an oath not to harm Brother Chen again, and certainly not to kill him. If you break this oath you will suffer the heavenly demon's heart devour, fall into the demonic path forever, and be scorned for all eternity." He heard her and said, "Is this the venomous oath you've come up with?" Then he raised 3 fingers and said, "Then I shall follow your words." Then he made his oath. "If I break it, immortal and demon will devour my heart, and I shall fall into the demonic path forever." At this moment she thought with some confusion, he agreed so easily. At this moment her pupils suddenly constricted, astonished. Jiyu Chong walked to her side and said, "I have fulfilled your request, now isn't it time for you to fulfill my condition?" Jiyu Chong said, "What, is it still not too late to regret it now?" Yi Chen, already mentally and physically exhausted, still struggled to say, "Lu Li." Seeing him like this she felt great heartache. She said, "If you're going to act, do it quickly. Stop with the nonsense." Then he said without hesitation, "Since that's the case, I'll begin." Then he touched her forehead with a finger. A mark appeared on her forehead. At this moment, images of Brother Chen flashed in her memory. She reached out to Brother Chen, but the image changed to Ji Chong. Those images drilled into her mind, then disappeared. She said, "You, what did you do?" Then he smiled and said, "Of course, what I should do," she said unhappily. "Ji Chong, you should release Brother Chen now, shouldn't you?" he asked with a disdainful smile. "What should you call me?" At this moment her eyes changed and she said, "Master." As soon as she finished speaking she suddenly woke up and said in a panic, "How could I have such a thought, calling him master? Is it because of the slave mark just now?" He calmly said, "That slave mark is a low-level technique," he said as he walked. "What I used is called the soul transference bottle. This technique is extremely secretive. Unless an unparalleled expert probes your soul, it won't be discovered," he continued. "Under the influence of this technique you will gradually forget what happened." He spoke with increasing enthusiasm. "Soon you will become a slave demon absolutely loyal to me." Yi Chen said, "Ji Chong, you are despicable and shameless." He glanced at him irritably and said, "Dead man talks too much nonsense," he shouted angrily. "You've already sworn an oath, how dare you not let him finish?" The tightening grip intensified. He walked and said, "Heavenly demons heart devour, falling into the demonic path forever. For me, heavenly demons are just supplements delivered to my doorstep." He spoke more terrifyingly. "I am a demon to begin with, and the path I walk is the demonic path." At this moment his eyes were filled with fear and he reached out and said, "Lu Li, save me." At this moment the system popped up. The Child of Fortune's luck reset to 0, the killing rule was activated, and at the same time he was crushed. She looked at him and said, "Brother Chen." Then she thought, "I came back without any pain and I can't even hate Ji Chong." At this moment the system popped up. "Successfully eliminated Child of Fortune Yi Chen. The system is calculating." Then the system continued to pop up. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Heavenly Dao treasure. Luck value increased by 200 points, destiny points increased by 1000 points. Using the settlement critical hit card, open the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. The system shows that the settlement card has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-fold critical hit in the settlement process. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1000 luck points and 5000 destiny points. The system opens the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Fragmented World Seed 1 3x1 and Void Marrow. He thought, based on the rewards from the treasure chest when Lin Tian was killed, one item must be related to the Child of Fortune. Could Yi Chen still have some hidden uses and be digestible? Then he took it out, and indeed it was a pleasant surprise, exactly what he needed to improve himself. So he took the 8 Desolate Demon Strike. Then he fused with the Void Marrow. At this moment that item transformed into a mark on his forehead. His expression grew increasingly terrifying. Is this the power of the Void now? Able to attack, shift and instantly integrate. Truly a good thing. At this moment the system again displayed the character. Ji Chong Halo. Destiny Villain. Identity. True disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Physique and bloodline. Demonic Heart. Dao Bone. Cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Dao Heaven Immortal Canon. 8th layer. Myriad transformations. Demonic body. Innate divine emperor thought. Devouring immortal demonic art. Destiny points 9000. Luck points 1880. At this moment Lu Li shouted, "Ji Chong." He heard her, turned to look and said with a smile, "What did you call me?" At this moment she changed and said, "Master." He turned his face away and said, Just wait here obediently." Then he threw her to the side. He looked at the desiccated corpse and said, "Next, it's time to get down to business." Ji Chong stood beneath the main hall, yet his aura was extraordinary. Standing coldly in the center of the hall, facing the figure on the throne, the oppressive feeling as if to crush the entire space. Ji Chong gazed deeply at him. This body could shake supreme experts. Its might was enough to destroy heaven and earth, at least at the level of a supreme artifact or higher. It seemed it would take some effort to subdue it. Suddenly his eyes widened abruptly. Immediately after, a powerful golden force erupted from his body, tearing through the silence. There was still a trace of residual thought present. In the cold hall, as the figure on the throne still exuded an overbearing aura, a silhouette appeared. So that's how the inheritance was left. Ji Chong stood there, quietly observing everything, without panic, without surprise, only a cold gaze, so deep as if he had already anticipated all of this. According to the script, the Child of Fortune would overcome all obstacles, gain the Secret Realm Master's recognition, obtain the inheritance for upholding justice, and then, combined with the demonic nature of the sealed demon halberd, refine it and make it his own. He disdainfully glanced at the weak and curled up Yi Chen behind him. "But now, not only am I harvesting the Child of Fortune, I've also dealt with the Child of Fortune himself." No one knew what he was plotting. More complicated still, to take the 8 desolate demonic halberd, one must destroy the seal set by this supreme being and ruin the inheritance he left behind. The remnant soul of this quasi-supreme expert would definitely not let me off. From those cold bones he appeared in the form of a cold physical body, his gaze directed straight at Ji Chong as if to pierce through all disguise. "Come to me, accept my Dao." He calmly faced him, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. But there was a domain-breaking talisman here. If the situation became unfavorable, he could still tear through space and escape. After a while, Ji Chong cupped his fists and bowed. "Yes, senior." After speaking, he took steady steps forward. He extended his hand without hesitation, his finger pointing directly at Ji Chong's glabella. He smiled faintly, his gaze still calm, his eyebrows furrowed, and he said loudly, Scheming and cunning, inherently dark, he shot out a dazzling light, striking Ji Chong and sending him flying, his gaze filled with disdain. I follow the path of light, how can I pass it on to you? He was sent flying, unable to resist. After a while, Ji Chong quickly created a protective shield. His power. It seems Yi Chen didn't unleash its full power when he used the secret key before. He snorted, HMPH, the path of light. If it were the so-called child of fortune now, would it be another form of rejection? I know Yi Chen is devious, selfish, hypocritical, and at crucial moments he's afraid of death yet pretends to be generous. Ji Chong was silent for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, I hope Senior will see clearly. Although this junior is inherently dark, my heart is bright, with the ambition to uphold justice for the world and save the common people. If Senior bestows the inheritance upon this junior will surely stop evil and promote good, never acting recklessly. A flash of angry fire gleamed in his eyes. I have cultivated for 10,000 years, do you think I can't discern your character? He angrily raised his hand and a scorching fireball condensed above his head. Shameless junior, cunning and deceitful, to try and fool me is an unforgivable sin. Ji Chang's expression also changed. A serious look clearly on his face. Do you think I care about your inheritance? If not for the demon halberd, I wouldn't waste words with you. His cold voice echoed, devoid of emotion. When you're dead, you should obediently lie in your coffin. Hearing Ji Chang's words, he gritted his teeth in anger, his face full of fury. Junior, you court death. With that, he shot a scorching flame towards Ji Chang, launching a fierce attack. He manifested a multicolored Dharma robe, still standing calmly unmoving. A strike full of anger, but is it only the strength of the void god realm? In the hall, a strong light shot straight out. After a while, the light disappeared, leaving only a few dust particles floating in the air. Ji Chang's body was protected by the previous shield, completely unaffected. What a pity, as the master of the secret realm, although his strength could break through his own limitations. He stood with his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with self-satisfaction. Yet he cannot escape the laws of this world? He was greatly astonished, unable to believe what had just happened. His eyes widened, his face filled with confusion and surprise. Defensive artifact. Ji Chang calmly replied, his tone flat as if it were nothing. 8 desolate demonic halberd. This thing is truly wasted here. A good weapon not used to kill me. I feel sorry for you. Hearing these words, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage as if to tear apart everything around him. The 8 desolate demonic halberd is an extremely fierce weapon. Once it appears, it will surely destroy everything. Junior, do you intend to rebel? A smile played on his lips. Rebel? Unfortunately, this junior is precisely the demon Senior spoke of. His arm retracted, condensing a powerful force. Arrogant junior, he concentrated all his strength in his hand, condensing a scorching fireball, and shouted loudly, Demons deserve to die. Ji Chang stood still, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze still calm. How can Senior's words be conclusive? Does Senior value light and deny darkness? His brows furrowed, an expression of disapproval clearly visible, his gaze sharp. I am a cultivator, already of the light, and my belief is the righteous path, he calmly replied, his tone unchanged. Since you are kind and righteous, why leave an inheritance, and why set up so many traps and formations near the tomb, on the one hand attracting many cultivators, and on the other hand letting them be buried here for their selfish desires, disregarding many lives? Is this what you call light and the righteous path? He shouted loudly, his voice deep and powerful. Nonsense. Since ancient times, cultivators have vied for opportunities. Life and death struggles are natural. The inheritance I left is rightfully for those among them who desire it. Ji Chang clicked his tongue in displeasure, his gaze sweeping over him with a hint of disdain. Tisk, tisk. So that's why it doesn't affect taking the demon halberd, right? This demonic artifact is my opportunity, and the best person Senior chose has already been killed by me. If I were to use Senior's words, this is where opportunity and danger coexist. Hearing him say this, his gaze quickly swept to Yi Chen, who lay there barely alive, his face filled with confusion and unease. He took a deep breath, composed himself, then concentrated all his strength in his hand, shooting out a scorching fireball, and at the same time shouted, Despicable! The fireball arrived with the speed of a whirlwind. The brilliant light and scorching heat seemed to incinerate everything in its path, shooting directly at him with an unavoidable speed. The fireball charged straight ahead, piercing through Ji Chang's body without hesitation, like an arrow shooting through the air. But unexpectedly, his body twisted like a vortex. A powerful suction force emerged from within, drawing the fireball in and repelling it. A loud bang, dazzling light, and deafening explosion. He stared blankly at the darkness before him. Void power. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes like lightning, then quickly swept behind him as if he had realized something. Ji Chang's foot, at some unknown moment, had swiftly landed on the long spear deeply embedded in the skeleton. He softly uttered 2 words, 8 desolate demonic halberd. A faint yet profound smile played on Ji Chang's lips. Born today, he said. Ji Chang gently raised his arm and a purple aura coalesced into a brilliant light, piercing the air and striking the spear's body. The halberd's innate energy is identical to mine, which will save me a lot of trouble during its refinement. From the spear's body, a shadowy purple energy traveled along the shaft to the tip, striking the chains. Break for me, he froze, eyes wide, watching the chains gradually crack. Each link shattered like ashes in the wind, silently scattering to the ground. Suddenly, a hazy purple aura swept over, engulfing his body. Not good. Immediately after, a powerful purple force erupted, striking his body. That purple energy shot out the door, appearing like a pillar of light piercing the heavens outside the city. Before the populace could understand what was happening, the purple aura had swept through like a poisonous wind, livestock collapsed in droves, and cries of agony and screams of despair arose. "This is disaster, a disaster has been unleashed," they shrieked in terror, faces contorted. "Run!" Those who hadn't turned in time were entangled by the purple chi, their bodies trembling violently, then pulled directly into the purple skeleton. The last faint wails sounded, then silence. Their bodies vanished into nothingness without a drop of blood or a whisper, leaving only their clothes scattered on the ground like blurred traces of what once was. The sky abruptly turned a dark purplish black, as if the last glimmer of light was swallowed by an invisible force. He stood firm, gripping the long spear, feeling every strand of peculiar energy flow through it. Jiyu Chong sighed, as expected of a supreme-grade demonic artifact. Simply unsealing it caused such a massive stir. Has its demonic nature already formed a spirit? He could no longer suppress his inner rage and charged forward. "Foolish Junior, you will not take this item." A smile curled on Jiyu Chong's lips, his icy gaze fixed on him. Too late. Jiyu Chong raised the 8 desolate demonic halberd and attacked, decisively cleaving towards him. This strike was like cleaving through a wall. In an instant that seemingly indestructible wall was split in half. His body gradually dissipated, unable to believe his eyes. "No, impossible. You can actually wield this weapon with ease." Jiyu Chong took out a small green bottle from his robes. "After all, it's a supreme-grade remnant soul. Rather than letting it dissipate, I might as well make use of it." He held the green bottle before him. He roared in anger, "What do you want to do?" The green bottle hovered above his head, emitting an eerie light. Suddenly, an invisible force sucked him in. He was thus absorbed into the bottle, with only his shrill screams echoing. Suddenly, his head could no longer stay fixed and slowly rolled off, dropping to the ground, rolling with a cold sound in the silent space. Jiyu Chong held the long spear, smiling. "Such an exquisite weapon, sealed here for 10,000 years. As your future master, I truly feel sorry for you. From now on, your master will take you to roam the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and you will never suffer such grievances again." He raised the long spear, and instantly, a red aura erupted, radiating immense power. Jiyu Chong wondered, is this consent? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Character: Jiyu Chong, Halo, Destiny Villain. Weapon: 8 desolate demonic halberd. Identity: true disciple of Tao Heaven, Immortal Palace. Physique: bloodline. Demonic heart: Tao Bone. Cultivation: conferred Marquis Realm, late stage cultivation techniques. Divine abilities: Tao Heaven, Immortal Canon, 8th layer, progress 10-5. Myriad transformations. Demonic body talent: innate divine emperor thought talent. Devouring immortal demonic art. Destiny points 9,000, luck points 1880. Jiyu Chong was puzzled. The 8 desolate demonic halberd is indeed extraordinary. The system actually created a special space for it. He said no more and retracted the long spear into the space. Jiyu Chong looked at the system panel, quite satisfied. Very good. This way it can also prevent some powerful experts from sensing it. After all, it's a peerless, fierce weapon. The fewer people who know about it, the better. On the other side, Flame Demoness was cultivating on a cliff, her mind completely at peace. Only the whistling wind filled the silent space. Flame Demoness slowly opened her eyes. Half an hour had passed. She wondered what was happening outside. She looked at the fluctuating space, her eyes serious and vigilant. Young Master Jiyu is indeed very cautious and meticulous in his actions. The soul-nurturing jade doesn't restrict my appearance, but without his permission my senses cannot perceive the outside world. This is for the best, to prevent any accidents from me seeing his secrets. Suddenly, the space gradually calmed, and the energy fluctuations vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Flame Demoness wondered, the restriction is gone. Flame Demoness slowly appeared before Jiyu Chong like a blurred shadow, gradually solidifying in the silent space. As soon as she saw him, Jiyu Chong spoke, "Senior Flame Demoness, regarding Yi Chen's matter." She looked at Yi Chen, nodding coldly. Indeed, her gaze was still indifferent, as if everything was inconsequential. "I have decided to follow young master, how others see it. The rights and wrongs are no longer that important." As soon as she finished speaking, Flame Demoness vanished with a wisp of red smoke, like a blurred ghost dissipating into the air. Let bygones be bygones. No sooner had she left than Lin Ming arrived. "Young master." Lin Ming and the Lin family knelt on the ground, their heads bowed deeply. "Young master, forgive us. This old servant and others failed to protect properly, allowing that girl Yi Liuli to escape." Jiyu Chong shook his head. "It's all right, she can't stir up much trouble anyway." He swept past the crowd and left. "Rise. Matters in the lower realm are settled. It's time for me to return." Lin Ming loudly responded, "Understood, young master." A plump man from the Lin family glanced back reluctantly. As soon as they exited, Di Shui and others rushed over. Di Shui spoke, "Young master Jiyu." Then Di Shui rushed past Jiyu Chong, went straight in and asked, "Miss, are you all right? Where's that brat Yi Chen?" Lu Li was heavily injured, pointing in Yi Chen's direction. "He's dead." Jiyu Chong did it. Di Shui looked astonished. "He's dead?" Seeing Yi Chen's corpse, Di Shui felt a hint of worry, a flicker of unease in her eyes. "Miss," she replied indifferently, her tone devoid of emotion. "It's nothing, Di Shui, let's go." A glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes, and there was a bright mark between her brows. They left, leaving Yi Chen's corpse lying quietly in the space. In the upper realm, peerless immortal dynasty, immortal city, Yu Mingkong stood before her imperial brother and said, "Brother, you should cede the throne of the peerless immortal dynasty." Her imperial brother humbly replied, his voice filled with fear and subservience, I cede." Fourth sister possesses the aura of an empress. I am ashamed of my inferiority, she flicked her sleeve and said. From today onwards I, Yu Mingkong, shall be the empress of all under heaven, and my people shall be divine. As soon as she finished speaking, those below bowed in submission. Peerless immortal dynasty, eternal and imperishable, she gazed into the distance. Half a year has passed by now. You must have returned from the lower realm, right? Her once most beloved fiancé. Yu Mingkong still remembered Ji Chang. Yu Mingkong was bound to the execution platform. She felt the biting cold of loneliness and despair. The fourth princess of the mighty peerless immortal dynasty is actually a demonic cultivator. The thought alone is terrifying. If young Master Ji Yu hadn't discovered her identity in time on their wedding night, he himself might have fallen into the cauldron. She weakly shook her head in denial, her eyes filled with helplessness and pain. No, it wasn't me, I didn't. The person standing beside her stopped her from explaining further. Those who inherit demonic arts all deserve to die, the crowd below also shouted. Kill her, kill her. That person was Ji Chang. He shouted loudly. Silence at that time. Ji Chang took on a heroic stance, standing firmly in the storm, his gaze sharp and resolute. Demonic cultivators harm cultivators and plague the world. It is intolerable by heaven's law. Since Mingkong and I are already betrothed, I should by rights take on this responsibility. After saying that, he drew a long sword from his person, its metallic sheen glinting in the light. He glanced at Yu Mingkong behind him. Today I will personally execute you. Ji Chang held the long sword and walked forward step by step, his expression resolute, his gaze fixed on his target, and at that moment she felt despair, her lips trembling. Ji Chang, your heart is truly vicious. He said nothing, only caressed Yu Mingkong's face with his hand, his eyes deep and resolute. Ji Chang gently caressed her cheek. I never expected the person I loved most was you, yet you wanted to kill me from the very beginning. Then he decisively swung his sword. Recalling this scene, Yu Mingkong could not suppress her anger. Her hand crushed a stone, the fragments scattering under her immense power. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes filled with hatred, as if she would kill Ji Chang at the first opportunity. 3,000 years I defied my father to help you establish the world's first immortal dynasty. I repeatedly cleared your name of suspicion as a demonic cultivator, and waited for you for 3,000 years, yet what I received on our wedding night was your scornful gaze. Yu Mingkong bit her lip. I trusted you so much only to end up as a tool for your pretense, bearing the humiliating label of a demonic cultivator. To die by your hand. Her eyes flickered with hatred. Reborn in this life I will expose your hypocritical face, take everything from you, make you a villain scorned by all, and imprison you by my side, making your life worse than death. I believe we will meet again soon. Ji Chang and Lin Ming led the group to a place where there was a radiant, mysterious gate in the sky. Lin Chohan and Cheng were astonished and bewildered. This is. Lin Ming stepped forward, cast a mark and explained. This is the Ji family of Longevity's Ascension Shrine, responsible for bringing the young master back to the family. It can open beneath the sky, spanning vast regions. Lin Chohan was dumbfounded. It can open beneath the sky, spanning vast regions? Cheng also exclaimed. Young master's family is amazing, they turned and asked. Young master is the young master of the Ji family of Longevity, and also a true disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. What is this Ascension Shrine worth then? You must know, even in the vast upper realm, young master's status is of the highest caliber. Ji Chang ascended the steps, his gaze fixed on the radiant gate, and calmly replied, Elder Lin, once we reach the upper realm, you will arrange their accommodation. Lin Ming bowed his head. Yes. Ji Chang smiled slightly. Let's go. In the Ji family of Longevity in the upper realm, a ray of light shot directly towards a sect, brilliant and mysterious like an omen from the heavens. His subordinates immediately shouted, It's the young master, the young master is back. As soon as they saw Ji Chang, his subordinates respectfully welcomed him. High up, a figure sat quietly like a statue. Chang is back. Ji Chang walked in. Father, Ji Lin Tian, the patriarch of the Ji family of Longevity. Ji Lin Tian asked happily, did things go smoothly? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Lin Tian rose from his seat and walked towards Ji Chang. This time you went to the lower realm. The other branches have also had some grumbling, constantly inquiring about your whereabouts. Ji Chang replied, Those clan elders must have heard that I sealed a demonic artifact in the lower realm, and countless cultivators are grateful for my great kindness, even erecting statues in my honor, right? Upon hearing this, his face showed an expression of joy. Success, let me see this item. This item was once the demon lord's weapon. I'm afraid you haven't truly mastered it yet. Ji Chang conjured the long spear and handed it to Ji Lin Tian. He touched the long spear and sighed. It seems you had another fortuitous encounter. You did not rely on any external force to obtain this item. I actually couldn't find any clues. Impressive, I didn't expect it to have become a weapon spirit. Ji Lin Tian said, Put it away, after all only your mother and I know about your demonic heart. Before you take over the Ji family of Longevity, it's best not to use this demon lord's weapon. Ji Chang obediently put away the long spear. Father is right. Ji Lin Tian turned and walked forward. Your mother has been missing you lately. Since you're back, visit her at the primordial divine sect when you have time. Ji Chang nodded, following behind him. Yes, he said. During this time, Mingkong is accompanying her imperial father to discuss your marriage. She is your future wife after all. This time don't be as cold to her as before. Jiyu Lintian paused and turned to look at Jiyu Chong. By the way, you always used to complain that her methods weren't good enough, but in the past half year her actions have been truly admirable, showing the demeanor of an empress. Your mother is very pleased with this. If she can assist you in the future, then no matter how vast this world is, it will be entirely within your grasp. Jiyu Chong was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. His fiancée, Minkong, in his memory he seemed to have no feelings for her, only her adoration for him growing day by day. His gaze drifted aside. More notably, in the past 6 months her personality suddenly changed, and she displayed exceptional talent. Is this the rhythm of a new child of fortune? Jiyu Chong stroked his chin. A child of fortune paired with a villain husband? What kind of plot development is this time? In another place, 4 elders sat cross-legged, each in a pure posture, completely integrated into the surrounding tranquility. That boy Chong, after returning from the lower realm, actually reached the peak of the conferred marquis realm. Now the geniuses of the various great families probably won't be able to rival him, an old man with a mole on his face said. It seems the position of the next patriarch will once again fall to that branch. 3 generations of patriarchs all from one branch? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Another red-haired man sighed. Alas, what a pity for the 13th branch. After what happened back then, it has declined quite a bit. I wonder if that ancestor is still in secluded cultivation or has already passed away, an old woman beside him lamented. The little girl from the 13th branch is also a pitiful child, having her Dao bone dug out by her own brother at such a young age. He said, recently I received some news from the land of immortal Qi. It seems that child did not die but instead displayed talent and has already recovered her Dao bone. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 were all startled. What? In a corner of a peach grove, Shenner stood before Peach Demoness. Sister Peach Demoness, I must leave, Peach Demoness replied. Do you truly have to go? Your cultivation is only at the Holy Lord realm. The heirs of those supreme Dao lineages and great sects with 10,000 years of heritage are all stronger than you. The little girl nodded firmly, her eyes filled with childish yet confident resolve. Yes, I must find my grandfather and parents, and my clan members who have suffered for many years under my uncle's oppression probably won't be able to regain their former glory. But Shenner hesitated, her eyes a little hazy, thinking, of course it's mainly because of my brother. I used to be so attached to him when I was little, yet that heartless person dug out my Dao bone and abandoned me. She secretly vowed, I must get my revenge for this, Peach Demoness reminded her, her tone firm. Shenner, for this revenge I and your several masters will not interfere too much. It's all up to you. Shenner nodded, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. I know, Sister Peach Demoness, this is something between him and me from the past. My masters have been very good to me all these years. I'm very grateful to them, and to you too. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade her, Peach Demoness sighed and gently placed a flower. Alas, this girl! The flower slowly descended as if carrying a hint of regret and comfort, landing on Shenner's head. Take it, it can save your life at a crucial moment. If anyone recognizes it, they probably won't trouble you. With that, a giant azure bird appeared behind her. Its wings spread, obscuring the sky. She shed tears, turned to thank her, her voice choked. Thank you, sister, Peach Demoness replied. Go, without hesitation. Shenner climbed onto her mount's back. She couldn't help but shed tears, quickly wiping them away with her hand. She tried hard not to appear weak. Before leaving, first master gave me a blade, second master gave me a rope, third master, a voice came from the ground. Shenner thanks all masters for their care and nurture over the years, she quickly replied. Once I've settled things, I'll definitely return to visit everyone. With that, Shenner's mount galloped away. Shenner's masters stood behind, sighing, alas, she's finally gone. Our little girl whom we raised for over 10 years, we're indeed a bit reluctant to see her go, but we wish her a smooth journey. Upper Realm, Western Ling Province, Outer Territory. Lin Ming stood at a high vantage point, looking down, his eyes cold and emotionless. Where is the city lord? The masters below were so frightened their faces turned pale, not daring to breathe. How could a divine king realm expert suddenly appear here? Shish, how can you discuss someone of that level? A group of people rushed out from inside to salute. This junior did not know of your esteemed presence and failed to greet you from afar. Please forgive me, he said fearfully. I did not know you were here. Lin Ming stood proudly above, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over the crowd below. I am here on my young master's orders to search for members of the Jiyu clan. He looked back suspiciously. Members of the Jiyu clan, a subordinate respectfully replied. City lord, indeed, many members of the Jiyu clan came here over a decade ago. They live in Bluestone Ancient City, and there are also several strong individuals, as senior mentioned. Lin Ming looked into the distance. Bluestone Ancient City. Suddenly, Lin Ming sensed some kind of presence in the distance. Although unseen, it could be clearly felt. Lin Ming noticed someone in the crowd. Shenner tried to hide her aura, not expecting them to actually send someone to find her. She covered her face with a handkerchief. So many years have passed, even if my brother has returned to the upper realm. With those clan elders around, they won't be able to do anything to my clan members on my uncle's side in a short time. Shenner turned and left. She had just left the land of immortal Qi, and before she had absolute certainty, she certainly couldn't meet that guy. As she walked, she made up her mind, her steps growing firmer. Chong, if you dare harm my clan members, I will definitely reduce you to ashes. On the other side, Chong sneezed. He rubbed his nose and called out to the system. System, the system displayed the notification. Character Chong Halo, Destiny Villain Weapon, 8 Desolate Demonic Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Physique Bloodline, Demonic Heart, Dao Bone, Cultivation, Conferred Marquee Realm Peak. Chang pondered, his gaze deep as if lost in thought. I already have 2,000 luck points. Haven't I long surpassed those children of fortune? Why is it still black? If I use all these luck points, what will happen? The system explained. The concept of luck was originally a calculation result of the system. Luck itself is also an ethereal existence, and various numerical expressions are only for the host to understand more intuitively. Because the host is an anomaly, no longer belonging to this world, exhausting luck points will have no effect on the host, nor will it affect the host's life, background, or fortuitous encounters. After a pause, the system added, and the host's luck points can only be increased by subduing those with great fortune or by killing children of fortune. Chang understood after hearing this. So for me, luck points are actually similar to destiny points because I can obtain fortuitous encounters and luck on my own. Luck points can be exchanged for destiny points, at a ratio of 1 to 10, the system nodded. Yes. Chang smiled and said, in that case, these luck points are a reserve that I can use at any time. He thought darkly. It seems it's time to make those old guys in the clan shut up, Chang cheerfully told the system. Exchange another 1,000 luck points for me. At the top of the tower, a blue light shot straight into the sky, brilliant and mysterious, like a sign of awakening. Shenner's master's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe it. He saw this phenomenon, overjoyed, his eyes shining as if he had been waiting for a long time. Chang, my son has broken through to the conferred king realm. Chang was in his room surrounded by a blue aura. Void power, talent, 6,000 destiny points, 1,000 luck points. System store opened. The conferred king realm is indeed a different realm. It seems capable of perceiving some of the world's Dao rhythms. He looked at the vertebra on his wrist. This Dao bone seems to have a faint, strange reaction. Is it because Shenner is still alive? Chang sat down. It seems there are still many things to deal with. Suddenly changed from the normal state. I have a fiancée, Yu Mingkong, just favored by the clan elders, and she's even my cousin. Shenner's Dao bone was taken by me when she was young, as well as my identity as a true disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. A glint flashed in Chang's eyes. Stepping onto the path of a villain, one naturally doesn't expect it to be smooth sailing. The matter of Shenner's clan members has already been secretly handled by Elder Lin, but relying solely on this is definitely not enough to silence those old guys in the clan. He looked at the system panel. System store, divine abilities, talents, cultivation techniques, treasured arts. Chang clicked on cultivation techniques, treasured arts. Now my primordial spirit talent. Should also master a primordial spirit secret art. The system screen displayed information. Cultivation techniques, treasured arts, primordial spirit cultivation technique, heaven tier cultivation technique, earth tier cultivation technique, profound tier cultivation technique, immortal art of nothingness, 5,000 destiny points, immortal art of nothingness acquired. A dazzling and mysterious light flickered between Chang's brows. Seeing this light, they all made conjectures. Could it be that this brat Chang encountered some fortuitous encounter in the lower realm? To cultivate his primordial spirit to such a degree, this pure and powerful aura, I'm afraid no one among his peers in the upper realm can match it. He asked doubtfully, what about the next patriarch's position? As soon as his words fell, Jiyu Chang's voice came. Chang invites all clan elders to meet at the main peak. They were surprised and stunned. So soon, on the mountain tower, the surrounding space was silent and solemn. The scenery seemed immersed in blurred bones, with only the tall tower standing majestically, piercing the sky. Everyone gathered in the center, waiting quietly, their gaze all looking upwards. Chang stood high, his gaze cold and firm. All clan elders can now reveal yourselves. Chang is deeply honored. Chang stood beside him. Today, I invited all clan elders here to announce a major event. It's time to decide the future patriarch of the Jiyu family. After hearing this, they all fell silent, not daring to utter a sound, and the atmosphere became heavy. He seemed very satisfied with this situation and smiled faintly. He stroked his beard, breaking the silence, his voice low but full of authority. Chang, the position of patriarch is extremely important. I think it still needs to be discussed further. As soon as his words fell, others echoed. That's right, the matter of the patriarch still needs long-term discussion. The position of patriarch cannot be easily decided. This matter needs no further discussion. After hearing this, Chang's expression showed some displeasure, his brows slightly furrowed. He slowly descended the steps, each step heavy yet full of confidence. It seems all clan elders have misunderstood. Today, Chang is merely informing you of this matter, not inviting you to discuss it. Chang paused, looking sharply at him, his tone neither hurried nor slow, yet full of authority. I remember the clan rules also stipulate this, don't they? Each generation's patriarch is chosen from the strongest among their peers. If all clan elders believe Chang's strength is still lacking, he smiled. How about I have a match with your juniors? The red-haired elder roared, his voice filled with indignation. How preposterous, what if he's exceptionally strong? The position of patriarch, surely, before he could finish, Chang had already raised his hand to interrupt. As for whether I have martial virtue, there's no need to mention it. Chang said, I believe all clan leaders understand that the best virtue in this world is martial power. Chang's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a knife, not at all swayed by the red-haired elder's anger. And my strength is greater than that of your juniors, so my virtue is naturally far superior to theirs. Don't you agree? No one could refute Chang's words. He was truly omnipotent. Jiyu Shenqing said dismissively, Chang, don't get too arrogant, you just have a good father, right? Enjoying so many resources from childhood. If it were us, our strength wouldn't be any worse than yours. He glanced at him. Fourth uncle's son, Jiyu Shenqing. Chang's tone and gaze made Jiyu Shenqing somewhat afraid. A chill spread from his sharp eyes. Yes, so what? He flicked his sleeve. Very well, I know you all envy me for having a good father, and it's just an excuse for your useless sons, he said with cold eyes. Weaklings like you only deserve to grovel at my feet. As Chang's words fell, everyone present was furious. You, Jiyu Lintian saw the tense atmosphere and lightly coughed. Ahem, Chang, that's enough. Chang ignored him, still repeating, the position of patriarch is mine now. Either all of you clan siblings attack me together to prove your abilities, or you stay 3 miles away when you see me in the future. What do you say? A smile played on his lips, a cold and mocking smile. The position of Jiyu family patriarch is not something you can covet. As soon as his words fell, the people below shouted angrily, This is too much, patriarch, let the children go. This guy is too shameless, too much. Even if he's exceptionally strong, he shouldn't humiliate people like this. He stared at him, lost in thought. Chang's methods are something I've never seen before, although he is the first young junior in the clan and fully deserves it. As long as there's no competition result, we naturally have an excuse to bully him. The clan elders also understood. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, not relaxing in the slightest. Just a few words were enough to stir up their tempers. In this situation, it's hard for us to stop them now. This kid is too cunning. She frowned, her eyes filled with doubt and worry. Since that's the case, then accept the challenge. Let's take this opportunity to see just how talented he is anyway. He always uses his Dao bone against outsiders, but we all know what he's hiding. Jiyu Lintian glanced at Chang, who remained composed, a hint of satisfaction and pride in his heart. Excellent, she stepped forward and said. Since things have come to this, I will accept Chang's proposal today. However, as fellow clan members of the same lineage, I hope you will show mercy. He nodded from the side. That's right, if anything happens to my grandson today, this old man will go complain about you and your son to the clan ancestor. Chang extended his hand. Chang understands. Since the clan elders have said so much, why not let them come up? He proudly raised his head, his eyes unhidden in arrogance and confidence. By the way, I can suppress my cultivation to the conferred marquee realm. If not, the Holy Lord realm is also fine, Jiyu Shenqing roared angrily. Too much. Jiyu Shenqing concentrated all his strength. His eyes sharp, decided to attack immediately. Chang, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chang stood fearless, a cold smile playing on his lips. His smile remained firm, as if Jiyu Shenqing's attack had no effect on him. The fist had just rushed forward when it was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier in front of Chang. He was terrified, his eyes wide, unable to believe it. Chang gently struck Jiyu Shenqing with his hand. Chang's hand tightly clutched Jiyu Shenqing's neck, and the powerful force seemed to freeze the surrounding air. He fell before everyone, astonished. The clan elders broke out in a cold sweat. That tremor just now was this heaven-defying power, what Chang had been hiding all along. She frowned and replied, That's right, it's the void talent, extremely rare on par with the time talent. Chang's foot was on him. Chang's foot pressed firmly on Jiyu Shenqing's back, his gaze arrogant. HMPH, were you the one who said you'd teach me a lesson? As soon as his words fell, the people below immediately showed displeasure, their eyes filled with anger. This guy is too contemptuous, she frowned and asked. Could it be that our previous guess was correct and Chang truly has no Dao heart? Chang delivered a powerful kick like Mount Tai, pressing down, sending him directly in front of the crowd. To their stunned and speechless gazes, his figure lightly lifted from the ground, soaring into the air immediately after. He forcefully landed behind them, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A faint smile played on Chang's lips, not at all concealing the contempt in his eyes, his voice laced with provocation. All of you come at me together, don't waste my time. As soon as his words fell, the people below roared in unison, then surged forward like a raging wave. Together, who cares about being patriarch or not? Today we must give him a good beating. We must teach him a severe lesson. A woman suddenly drew her sword and rushed forward, the sword tip unhesitatingly striking directly at his chest. He easily sidestepped, then coldly flicked the opponent's forehead. With just that seemingly effortless flick, the woman's body was immediately sent flying backward. At the same time, the people behind roared, rushing towards him like wild beasts. Everyone attacked simultaneously, with various moves. Some swung swords, some chanted spells, some condensed dazzling light orbs in their hands, all charging at Chang like an unstoppable torrent. Jiyu Chang's eyes glowed red like flames, a cruel and eerie smile gracing his lips, as if he was transforming into a demon from the darkness. Jiyu Chang dashed forward with lightning speed. No one had time to react. In a flash, he had slashed through everyone with a single sword, each person swept away in a vortex of fury. He glanced back, a smug smile on his face as if everything was under his control. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from high in the sky like lightning, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Jiyu Chang's leg. Chang, don't be so arrogant. Jiyu Chang quickly stepped back. He narrowly dodged the descending punch, and immediately after, that person unleashed a series of phantom swords, raining down on him like a storm of heaven-origin sword arts. The phantom sword slowly shot towards Jiyu Chang, but he stood unmoving, his eyes unwavering. Jiyu Chang lightly sidestepped, and the swords just brushed past him without touching. The smile on his lips seemed to be a provocation. In just an instant, the phantom swords fell from the sky with astonishing speed, deeply embedding themselves in the ground, forming a cold sword wall. A huge fireball suddenly appeared, carrying terrifying heat, whistling towards Jiyu Chang. He merely glanced at it, then smiled faintly. Jiyu Chang raised his hand, and a blurred force immediately formed in the air, spinning like a mysterious wind. At the same time, he also didn't forget the giant sword that was descending. He created a powerful barrier to block that attack. She widened her eyes, unable to believe her attack was blocked so easily. Ji Yuchang waved his hand and a blazing flame roared, rushing towards the sword like lightning, striking it back. The sword crashed heavily into the pillar behind him. She stood in the distance, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment, biting her teeth as if unable to believe what had just happened. Manipulating flowers and plants with void talent, truly cunning. When Ji Yuchang prepared to leave, the people below did not hesitate for a moment, immediately flying up to pursue him. Everyone simultaneously condensed their spiritual power and a massive force erupted from their hands, rushing towards Ji Yuchang like a tsunami. Everyone's powerful spiritual power attacked simultaneously, and an energy wave burst out, striking the stone pillar, making it shake violently, then crack, forming lines of fissures. Ji Yuchang stood steadily high above, looking down coldly at the crowd below as if watching a group of insignificant small ants. Ji Yuchang, you can't escape. Ji Yuchang raised his hand to cover his mouth, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yes, you can't escape. Ji Yuchang's forehead eye suddenly lit up, emitting brilliant light, the immortal art of nothingness. The light from Ji Yuchang's forehead eye shot directly into the crowd, and a terrifying energy blurred the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. They gritted their teeth and said, "This primordial spirit power is too strong, I can't move." Suddenly, a huge palm reached down from high in the sky with incredible speed. The Heaven Seal is a divine ability of the Ji family, the Heaven Seal. A deafening roar shook the surrounding space. On the ground, the flames not only didn't stop but spread rapidly. The crowd fell scattered to the ground, and the red-haired elder gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Ji Yulintian's eyes narrowed into a smile. Good, Chang's strength seems to have increased again. Ji Yuchang gently landed on the ground. I've already held back, esteemed elders. Do you have anything else to say? He stood up, unhurriedly clapped his hands, a smile on his face. With Chang's strength to serve as the future family head, we have no objection. After all, this young master represents the Ji family's prestige. He stepped forward. Now that heirs of various Dao lineages in the upper realm have emerged, if my Ji family's young master doesn't even have the title of a future leader outside, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the longevity Ji family? Indeed, there is currently no more suitable candidate than Chang. Why don't we just decide? The red-haired elder's heart immediately flared with anger upon hearing him say this. He widened his eyes and pursed his lips. This old fellow didn't used to talk like that. He sat to the side and sighed. Alas, now that Ji Yulintian is in charge of the Ji family, and at his peak he won't be stepping down anytime soon, so the title of future family head is acceptable. He stood up and said, "This old man is going into seclusion. You all can handle the Ji family's affairs from now on." Halfway through his words, someone suddenly rushed over, pale-faced and gasping for breath. "Esteemed elder, there's news from that side." He leaned in and whispered into his ear. After listening, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. "Is that true?" He turned to look at Ji Yuchang. "Chang, do you plan to bring them back?" Ji Yuchang looked up, feigning pain on his face as if he had suffered immense harm. "Alas, there's no need for the esteemed elders to trouble yourselves with this matter. Chang was young and ignorant back then. I will bear these grievances alone." The red-haired elder's mouth fell open. "Is that true? You wouldn't lie to us, would you?" Ji Yuchang cupped his fists, his mind already made up, knowing what to do. She smiled contentedly. "Good, it's good to admit one's mistakes. Of course we trust Chang." Ji Yulintian stood up and said, "Esteemed elders, the position of future family head of my Ji family is hereby decided." As soon as his words fell, the people below struggled to their feet, discussing animatedly. Decided. Chang's strength is extraordinary, and he possesses a heart that unites his clan. Of course we have no objection. Indeed, everyone quickly salute the young master. They all knelt down, bruised and swollen, congratulating young Master Chang. "Young master will surely make our Ji family even more glorious." Ji Yuchang replied contentedly. "Chang will not fail his mission." Ji Yulintian walked over and praised. "Well done." After a pause, he added, "But there's still something I need your help with." In the vast training grounds, Ji Yuchang and his father stood silently, their indifferent gazes following the gradually departing crowd in the distance. Ji Yulintian sighed softly, his gaze still following the figures gradually disappearing on the distant steps. "Chang, have you carefully considered the decision you made today?" Ji Yuchang nodded. "Yes, father, you probably also guessed the intentions of those from my 13th branch, didn't you?" Ji Yuchang didn't answer immediately. He silently looked up at the sky, his gaze fixed on the layers of white clouds above. "Father, you must also feel guilty about what happened to the 13th branch back then, right? Bringing them back, besides appeasing them and allowing you to smoothly become the future family head, you actually want to make amends to them for something, don't you?" Ji Yulintian patted his shoulder. Good idea, but I'm the one who's going to meet them. You don't need to bear this responsibility alone. Even if 13th uncle blames me in the future, I'll lose a bit of face, but I won't let them do anything to you," he added. "But then again, your temperament is much more stable than before." Ji Yuchang sidestepped. "Father wants to ask about the heart demon, doesn't he?" His eyes flickered, purple light seemingly weighing down the surrounding space. "Regarding this matter, have you ever heard of demonic nature?" As soon as his words fell, a black-purple light suddenly appeared, coiling around both Ji Yuchang and his father. Ji Yulintian reached out and gently touched the black-purple light. In an instant his fingertip made contact, and a chilling, numbing sensation immediately spread up his arm. The black-purple aura suddenly surged, erupting like a tsunami. In a blink of an eye, all the spiritual energy converged into a massive cube, suspended in midair. A formation appeared at the top of the cube with Bagua symbols inside. Those semi-real, semi-illusory aberrant monsters, their eyes blood-red like the fires of hell, appeared before Jiyu Lintian. This is the demonic nature born from the heart demon. A light spot appeared in Jiyu Chang's hand and he nodded. Yes, father, with my current cultivation strength I can gradually control it, he replied. So your previous temperament was all guided by the heart demon, right? Jiyu Zhang clenched his hand, his eyes sharp as blades, and he nodded gently. Yes, but now the demonic nature no longer has much influence on me. On the contrary, its existence has tempered my primordial spirit and will, he sighed. It's truly been difficult for you all these years. If you are no longer guided by the heart demon, a heavy weight will be lifted from my heart. Saying this, Jiyu Lintian gently turned around, his movements slow and solemn. Never mind, you must be even more cautious in your actions from now on. Jiyu Chang cupped his fists and bowed his head. I respectfully obey father's teachings. Jiyu Chang looked at his lonely back and sighed in his heart. Alas, I reminded myself before, how many evil deeds did Jiyu Chang commit that even his own father couldn't believe him. He left, but with the heart demon present, all past misfortunes could be blamed on it. As for the future, the system notified about the character, Jiyu Chang Halo, Destiny Villain Weapon 8 Desolate Demonic Halberd, Identity True Disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of Longevity Jiyu Family, Physique and Bloodline Demonic Heart, Tao Bone, Cultivation, Conferred God Realm Initial Stage. Jiyu Chang pondered. Although my consciousness only recently awakened, a so-called heart demon did indeed involve mental manipulation. He gently furrowed his brows, then asked in a low voice, System, when exactly did I transmigrate? The system remained silent. Seeing the system still silent as if non-existent, Jiyu Chang gently frowned. He spoke again. Then will the disaster of my heart demon still exist in the future? The system replied. The demonic nature of the host's heart demon was resolved when the system was activated. With that, the system disappeared. Jiyu Chang sighed. System, the system not answering is actually an answer. Looking at the void, but this makes me even more at ease, as long as my future life is completely under my control. Jiyu Chang returned to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Jiyu Chang turned and forcefully closed the door. A bang echoing in the silent space. If the matter of the Jiyu family's future family head had already passed for some time, then there were other matters at hand. Jiyu Chang took out a jade pendant from his robes. Flame Demoness. The jade pendant flew up and Flame Demoness slowly appeared. Young master, Jiyu Chang replied, there's something I need your help with. Jiyu Chang's lips curled into a slight smile, but before that I will help you reshape your physical body. Upon hearing this, Flame Demoness's face suddenly showed a surprised expression, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Reshape my physical body? Flame Demoness crossed her arms. Back then, when I cultivated Yi Chen, it was merely a thought to repay a kindness, but I never expected it to be a twist of fate, and now it can even be realized. Seeing her hesitate, he asked, What, don't you want to? Flame Demoness shook her head. No, it's just that Flame Demoness has never helped young master with anything, and I don't understand why young master is so good to me. Jiyu Chang gently comforted her, and a purple flower suddenly appeared in his hand. Don't worry, I naturally have my own purpose in doing this, don't overthink it. Then he handed the flower to Flame Demoness. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she took it. As soon as she took it, she felt a peculiar aura. Right beneath her feet, a complex formation began to appear, shimmering with light. Then Jiyu Chang slowly took out 3 more peculiar fresh flowers, each radiating brilliant light. He focused, murmuring condense. However, those peculiar fresh flowers not only glowed but also surrounded her, forming a mysterious circle. Flame Demoness felt as if her body was undergoing some changes. Every cell trembled, and a peculiar force spread throughout her entire being. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. Each beat seemed to reverberate throughout her body, powerful and rapid as if it wanted to break free. A powerful light burst forth from Chang's room, spreading outwards as if tearing the very space. Jiyu Chang, performing the formation inside, smiled with satisfaction. Flame Demoness's feet landed on the ground. She looked at her body, overjoyed. My body, Jiyu Chang stepped forward, lifting Flame Demoness's chin. Jiyu Chang smiled faintly, making her blush. It seems the effect is good. Flame Demoness knelt on the ground, thanking him. Thank you for your great kindness, young master. What does young master need Flame Demoness to do? Flame Demoness is willing to go through fire and water. Jiyu Chang waved his hand. In the land of extraterritorial immortal chi, help me check if there's anything special in the depths. Contact me anytime if anything happens. She wondered. Land of immortal chi. He handed Flame Demoness a yellow talisman. This is a domain-breaking talisman. If you encounter a strong enemy, use it as a barrier. Don't hesitate. Jiyu Chang instructed. Your safety is what I care about. Flame Demoness was surprised. Young master, she nodded. I understand. Please rest assured, young master, I will do my best. Purple Pole Pill Sect. Jiyu Chang, Lin Chohan and Ching had just arrived when a disciple's voice came to report. Young master of longevity Jiyu family has arrived. Lin Chohan looked around, exclaiming, as expected of the grand alchemy sect young master spoke of, I can smell the scent of pills from afar, and seeing the gate up close I didn't expect the characters above to contain such strong alchemy intent. Lin Chohan looked at the plaque above the sect, and Jiyu Chang, with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm and firm, spoke softly. Although the Purple Pole Pill sect is not an immortal sect like the longevity families now, It has many alchemy resources. With Chohan's talent, if she cultivates here, her future achievements are bound to be limitless. After speaking, Ji Yuchong pondered for a moment, his gaze deep as if weighing every step he was about to take. The Grand Alchemy sect was once famous, but due to an accident, the sect's sacred medicine, the 3-day 8 pills, was lost. If not for those old elders still being here, it would probably have been relegated from its status by other sects long ago. He glanced back, his gaze lingering on Lin Chohan. Now that I'm sending a talented disciple like Chohan to them, it's an investment. Once they value Chohan, they will naturally thank me for my great kindness, and I will only need to wait for Lin Chohan to bring me fortune points in the future. In my leisure time I can also bully others. Ji Yuchong looked up and sighed. Living the life of a great villain is truly boring. Just as he was feeling pleased, someone ran down the steps, gasping for breath. Young Master Ji Yu, personally gracing our sect, I failed to welcome you from afar. I hope young master will forgive me, Ji Yuchong said. Elder Kai Huo, there's no need for formalities. Chong is here to visit today, indeed for a small matter. Elder Kai Huo wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes half closed as he surveyed. He looked at Lin Chohan and asked, "Is the matter young Master Chong spoke of concerning this young lady?" Ji Yuchong replied, "Chohan is someone I brought from the lower realm. At the time I saw that Chohan had good alchemy talent, so I thought the Purple Pole sect was short of people and brought Chohan along." Elder Kai Hum asked with a fawning smile, "Young Master Chong is thoughtful. How about entrusting this young lady to this old man?" He then walked to Lin Chohan's side. "Young lady, if you can become my disciple, this old man will naturally teach you everything." She looked at Ji Yuchong somewhat at a loss. "Young master." Ji Yuchong replied, "I don't think we need to decide so early. Anyway, the Purple Pole Pill sect has many elders, so you can take your time choosing." He turned to Elder Kai Huo, who said with a fawning smile, "Right?" He didn't care, only staring at Lin Chohan, giggling. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of people swooped down from above. "I heard young Master Chong brought us a good sapling. Young Master Chong is truly thoughtful. My Purple Pole Pill sect is deeply grateful," Elder Kai Hu said angrily. "These old fogies, their alchemy hasn't improved, but they're certainly quick at gathering information." That group of people surrounded Lin Chohan. They kept coaxing and persuading her to join their faction. "There's more than one innate alchemy intent. How can this do? She's truly a top-grade talent." They walked forward and took Lin Chohan's hand. "Could this little girl be a transformed ancient divine pill? This talent is truly rare in a million years. If we have this girl, I feel like we'll sweep everyone in this grand sect competition," they said with a proud frown. Ching still stood in the corner, her gaze not leaving Lin Chohan. Although she didn't speak, her expression was thoughtful. Ching clutched her skirt tightly, her hands clasped until her knuckles turned white. Seeing Lin Chohan hide behind Ji Yuchong, the elders said, "Young Master Chong, if you entrust this girl to this old man, within 20 years, this old man will surely make her a renowned Grand Master of Alchemy. Presumptuous, this old man only needs 18 years. If she apprentices under me, she can choose any alchemical fire she desires. Who in this world can compare to this old man?" As soon as he finished speaking, the elders immediately rushed at each other, each trying to snatch Lin Chohan as if she were a precious trophy. "You old fogies, what are you joining in for? Why not hand her over to me? I can help her achieve the great Tao. This old man only needs 14 years, I only need 12 years. Lin Chohan clutched Ji Yuchong's hand somewhat fearfully. In the distance, Purple Yan, the sect master of the Purple Pole Pill sect, flew over and said, "Why not entrust her to me? I can make her an alchemy grandmaster in 10 years. The elders, seeing her arrival, respectfully called out, "Sect Master." Purple Yan glanced at Ji Yuchong and Ching, saying, "Young Master Chong is very thoughtful to send such a uniquely talented girl to my sect. It truly resolves our sect's urgent need." Ji Yuchong laughed. "Senior is joking. I am merely offering a borrowed flower." Purple Yan took out a token from her robes. "This is the Purple Pole token of the Purple Pole Pill sect. It allows young Master Chong to freely command any alchemist from my sect, even elder-level alchemists, to take action once." Elder Kai Hua walked forward aggressively, clearly intending to stop her. "Sect Master, this isn't very appropriate." Purple Yan replied, "One should naturally remember kindness received. This token can serve as a gift for your visit." Ji Yuchong accepted it unceremoniously. "Since that's the case, I respectfully accept." He introduced Lin Chohan to Purple Yan. "Chohan, this is the sect master of the Purple Pole Pill sect. From now on, the sect master will be your master. Cultivate well." She bowed and said, "Greetings, sect master." Ji Yuchong ruffled Lin Chohan's head, making her blush. He said, "If I find out you've been slacking off, I'll punish you." Lin Chohan was somewhat flustered. "Young master, rest assured, Chohan will never disappoint your expectations." Purple Yan looked at this scene, feeling something was amiss. "She's nominally apprenticing to my Purple Pole Pill sect, but why does it feel so strange?" After Ji Yuchong and Ching entrusted Lin Chohan to Purple Yan, they went to a mountain. Ji Yuchong saw Ching looking unhappy and asked, "Didn't you long to return to the upper realm now that you're back? Why are you silent again?" Ching lowered her gaze. Ching knew it was difficult to please the young master, and now that they were back in the upper realm, her chances of seeing him would be fewer. Now that even Lin Chohan had been properly arranged by the young master, did that mean he no longer needed her? He tapped Ching's forehead, startling her. Ji Yuchong said, "If I didn't need you, I would have thrown you back to the lower realm long ago. You're usually quite smart, so why are you so muddled about this?" Ching's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah," he turned and walked forward. "Besides this, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Ching stood behind, clenching her hands. "Young master, Ching does have one more thing I've hidden from you." Hearing this, Ji Yuchong stopped. Oh, Qing took a deep breath and recalled. Actually, when Qing was born I was different from other children. Not only did I understand many things, but I also knew there was another self in my sea of consciousness. Ji Yuchang slowed his steps, his gaze sharply turning behind him. You mean dual souls? Ji Yuchang asked. You mean dual souls? Qing stammered. Perhaps that's one way to explain it. Ji Yuchang stood still, his gaze as deep as a secluded pond, pondering quietly. Has Su Qing's fortune been secretly growing? Even my own destiny points have increased significantly. It seems my guess was correct. He spoke, his steady voice breaking the tense silence. In my opinion, you not only have another soul but also innate wisdom from a past life, right? And the memories of that other soul are shared with your main soul. Suddenly, a faint light emanated from Qing, and in an instant her soul appeared. That figure floated in midair, blurry and indistinct, a kind of symbiosis with some veiled memories gradually fading away. Qing looked up at the soul and replied, after coming to the upper realm. This feeling grew even stronger. The soul angrily and loudly rebuked, Fool, you can't trust this Chang fellow. I can't believe you told him our secret. Ji Yuchang raised his hand and stroked his chin, his gaze still fixed on Qing's soul. Memory loss? A powerful expert from the upper realm might have suffered severe injuries and couldn't reincarnate as a mortal, becoming the female lead of a Child of Fortune story. Her background is definitely not simple. Qing closed her eyes, her head lowered, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if concealing a surge of emotions in her heart. Young master, I also often dream of an ancient battlefield where I'm like a totem animal, touched and worshipped by many unfamiliar creatures. In my dream I appear ferocious and ruthless, like an unparalleled demon king of destruction. Ji Yuchang gently stroked Qing's face. It's all right. He stepped forward. Although you can't understand it yet, I have a rough understanding of that soul of yours. Dual souls mean intelligence and agility far beyond ordinary people. If they can truly merge, you yourself will gain immense benefits, perhaps helping you reach another level. Qing smiled through her tears. Chang, tenderly, as for the unparalleled demon king, if news of my demonic heart were to leak out in the future, would you not protect me? He turned, disregarding the soul's rebuke. For now, for safety's sake, I should ask my mother at the primordial divine sect about the origin of your other soul. If she knows, she can certainly help you. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Ji Yuchang's eyes, as if he had grasped something important. After all, the predecessor of the primordial divine sect was the primordial demonic sect, and my inheritance of demonic cultivation is also related to them. It seems it's time to pay my mother a visit. 3 days later, in Ji Yuchang's room, Ji Yuchang held a peculiar small bottle, exquisitely carved with a face, its eyes closed and mouth slightly ajar. Ji Yuchang tilted his head, a clear look of boredom on his face. Last time, to obtain the 8 desolate demonic halberd, I completely used up the demon-subduing bottle in my hand. I didn't expect it would take me 3 full days to refine a new one. Ji Yuchang's gaze gradually turned fierce, lines of sight like cold blades sweeping over the bottle. This is an effective means of control. It seems I'll have to refine a few more in the future. Ji Yuchang put away the bottle. It had been a while since he returned to the upper realm, and most things were already arranged. I wonder where that fiancé with the Child of Fortune identity is. Outside, a disciple reported at the door. Young master, the emperor of the peerless immortal dynasty has arrived with the 4th princess. The family head has instructed you to meet them in the main hall. Hearing this, Ji Yuchang was somewhat puzzled and didn't speak. Outside the main hall he smiled and greeted Emperor Yu. Ha 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 ha, Brother Yu. Emperor Yu spread his arms and laughed. Brother Ji Yu Lintian said, it hasn't been long, and Minkung already has an emperor's aura. He shook his head. Brother Ji Yu flatters me. Yu Minkung lowered her head. Uncle overpraises. Yu Minkung secretly sighed. Alas, in my previous life my father was always very strict with me. Instead, my uncle treated me like his own daughter. Unfortunately, my uncle always felt guilty towards Chang, and eventually developed a heart demon. Suffering a backlash on the verge of a breakthrough in cultivation, she watched Ji Yu Lintian and Emperor Yu laughing, ultimately losing all his cultivation and ending up on his deathbed. And my aunt as a result became melancholic and eventually died from illness. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Chang, how many people have you harmed? Just as she was thinking, a disciple's voice came from outside. Young master has arrived. Ji Yuchang walked in, cupped his fists and bowed his head. Father Emperor. Yu Minkung had her back to him. Ji Yuchang opened his mouth and called out, Minkung. She turned around and stared at him. Ji Yu Lintian asked with a smile, Chang, perfect timing, the emperor and I are discussing matters. Why don't you take Minkung out for a stroll? Why are you joining in? Whenever Minkung came before, didn't you always clamor to go with Chang? Why are you not enthusiastic today? He retorted. Minkung, shall we go for a walk? Yu Minkung nodded coldly. The two watched Ji Yuchang and Yu Minkung walk side by side, both sighing. These 2 children have grown up in the blink of an eye. Ji Yuchang and Yu Minkung walked along the city wall. They walked silently side by side along the path at the foot of the wall. Ji Yuchang smiled at her, a smile that puzzled Yu Minkung. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Ji Yuchang replied calmly. Just now I almost thought you were here to break off the engagement. Hearing him say this, she stared at him in astonishment. Did this guy sense something? Yu Minkung composed herself and asked, Chang, why would you think that? If you want to break off the engagement, just say so. Anyway, you've always hated me. Ji Yuchang interrupted her. Just a casual question, Minkung, why take it seriously? She turned her head, looking away. Avoiding his gaze in that instant, her eyes flickered, vaguely carrying a hint of lingering sadness. A casual question? Did he think I was still the easily coaxed Minkong of before? You thought I hated you. She tightly clenched her hands. Breaking off the engagement, wouldn't that be just what you wanted? I want to approach you in my previous life's weak form, little by little gain your trust, lower your guard and then gradually burn you down. Finally, seeing her silence, he said, Minkong, I've noticed you've changed a lot recently. You Minkong was startled. Chong, what are you talking about? How could I have changed? And you never used to be so gentle with me. What's wrong with you lately? Ji Chong stepped forward. Sigh, I was indeed too harsh on you before. Then he turned, facing her. But I won't treat you like that again. She remained silent, watching him, wondering what he was up to. How could he say such things? He couldn't possibly know about my reborn identity. Has his nature changed? But Yu Minkong turned her face away, a grim expression on her face. Impossible, Yu Minkong, a demon will not become a saint. Don't be fooled by his hypocritical words again. Don't forget your mission after rebirth. She stared at him, disbelieving. Is he testing me? Seeing her silence, Ji Chong took her arm. Minkong, he asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yu Minkong asked incredulously. Chong, are you really not lying to me? I'm so happy. I knew I would eventually win you over. Ji Chong gently embraced Yu Minkong. Silly girl, how could I lie to you? Although I don't know what you're hiding, your acting is just as bad as Lin Tian's. But a hint of coldness flashed in Ji Chong's eyes. The system still isn't reacting. What kind of trick is this? In her previous life, Yu Minkong didn't believe it. Thinking he must have a conspiracy. Chong, why are you suddenly being so kind to me? Ji Chong retorted. Why ask? You're my future wife. Being kind to you is only natural, isn't it? Hearing this, Yu Minkong murmured through tears. Future wife, in my previous life when you stabbed me with your sword, did you ever think I was your wife? Ji Chong released her embrace and looked at her. Why, you look unwell? Yu Minkong quickly shook her head. No, nothing. Then she turned and left. I'm sorry, Minkong suddenly feels unwell. I'll take my leave. Ji Chong extended his hand but didn't stop her, only standing there watching her leave. Ji Chong's gaze was no longer as gentle as before. The system suddenly popped up a notification. Contact with Child of Fortune Yu Minkong detected. Empress Reborn, love like dust, hate to the bone. Quest content. Quest 1. Subdue the Child of Fortune, reward 5,000 luck points, 25,000 destiny points. Remaining rewards will be issued after settlement. Quest 2. Kill the Child of Fortune, reward 5,000 luck points, 5,000 destiny points. Remaining rewards will be issued after settlement. Ji Chong stroked the system panel, looking at Yu Minkong's retreating figure. It's finally here. Ji Chong raised his hand, his slender fingers pointing forward, his gaze sharp, as if he had seen through everything. Even considering the relationship between the longevity Ji family and the peerless immortal dynasty, Yu Minkong's own value is higher. Quest 2 is not the best choice. System notification. Host has chosen Quest 1, gaining system assistance. Yu Minkong's identity has been unlocked. As soon as he finished speaking, a blurry video gradually appeared in front of Ji Chong, depicting scenes from Ji Chong and Yu Minkong's past lives. Ji Chong instantly understood, his gaze deep and calm. So it's rebirth. No wonder Yu Minkong reacted so strongly to my kind words just now. Killed by the man she loved on their wedding night, that kind of hatred is hard for anyone to let go of. Ji Chong stared at the scene where he pierced Yu Minkong with his sword. Based on Yu Minkong's experience, it can be inferred that I, in that timeline, was likely dominated by my demonic nature, and I hadn't awakened the system or my past life memories yet. Watching her leave, Ji Chong said nothing, his gaze merely following her slender figure as it gradually receded. Although it can be confirmed that she loved me deeply in her previous life, she must also know most of my secrets, and perhaps even my demonic nature. Now, gaining her trust will likely be even harder. Even if she discovered today that I am different from my past self, she might be wondering if we both reborn together. Trying to clear my name proactively would only make things worse. A glint flashed in Ji Chong's eyes and a smile played on his lips. To make her let go of her hatred for the current me, I'll have to try a different approach. Next, it's a game between husband and wife. The voices of the people in the hall joyfully rang out. Yu Ming, we won't go home until we're drunk today. Haha, wonderful. Ji Lintian and she reminisced in the main hall. Ji Lintian asked, Minkong, are you alright? That rascal Chong didn't bully you again, did he? She awkwardly waved her hand. Uncle, you're overthinking. Chong didn't bully me. It's just that Minkong was thinking of past events and felt a little sad. He snorted. HMPH, I think that boy is getting more and more out of line. You're still protecting him even after this. If you get married, won't he continue to bully you? Where did Chong come from? Father, you jest. Minkong is my future wife. I love her too much to ever bully her. He put food on her plate under her surprised gaze. Minkong, are you feeling better now? You looked a bit off just now, and why were you crying again? Before she could react, he had already put the food in her mouth. Was he planning to pretend to be an affectionate couple to hide it from their elders? Yu Minkong stammered. I'm fine, Chong, you don't need to worry. He replied. That's excellent then. The night is still young. Jipeng and I should have a few more drinks. The two fathers sat opposite each other, their gazes silently meeting as if they had already seen through the thoughts of the young couple before them. No words were needed, they understood perfectly. Ji Lindian began to feign. Oh dear brother Yu, why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy? He also chimed in. Ah, getting old, not good at holding liquor, not good at holding liquor. So the two helped each other up and left, leaving the young couple sitting there. Let's go, we'll go back and rest properly. You two take your time eating. She glanced at him who was drinking. This man, Chang. Yu Mingkong stood up to leave. She said, you've already left, or are you still going to pretend? Even if you're as cold to me as before, our marriage won't change. So what conspiracy do you have in mind by doing all this? Chang continued to pour wine, his gaze still fixed on the cup in his hand. You never used to have so many schemes. I don't know why you've become like this in half a year, or was your previous weakness all fake? If so, then your methods are truly impressive. Yu Mingkong stopped in surprise. He doesn't know my past. Could he not have been reborn with me? So were Chang's probes today all because he noticed my recent changes? If that's the case, then I've clearly been too hasty. She tried to clear her head, not letting the vague emotions and memories of her past life control her mind. She gently closed her eyes. Yu Mingkong, why can't you stay calm whenever you face Chang? Behind her, it was as if something was attacking her. Yu Mingkong spun around abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Their hands touched, and in an instant, a terrifying force erupted, stirring up a violent gale. The gale fiercely tore through the air, sweeping away everything in the room. Furniture was overturned, glass shattered, and an aura emanated from the room. Chang smiled. Conferred Marquis Realm Peak, it seems you've been hiding quite a bit from your fiancé. Yu Mingkong stared in silence. Chang clasped his fingers tightly, holding Yu Mingkong's hand, and before she could understand, he pulled her directly into his embrace. Chang wrapped his arm around Yu Mingkong's waist. She angrily rebuked. Chang, what are you doing? Let go of me quickly. Chang smiled, a triumphant smile. Mingkong, at this point, aren't you going to tell your husband everything? Yu Mingkong retreated. If you've already figured it out, then I don't need to pretend anymore. She frowned in affirmation. That's right, my previous demeanor was all a pretense to please you, but I realized that instead of torturing myself and racking my brains to scheme against a stone-hearted person, it's better to save my energy and make myself stronger. Yu Mingkong smiled. After all, one's own power is the foundation, isn't it? Those were your words to me once. Chang raised an eyebrow. That's right, you've learned to adapt. You asked, how do you know I won't be moved by others? I didn't expect you to think of me that way. Chang slowly approached her. But Mingkong, you've kept this from me for so many years. It truly breaks my heart, she unhappily asked. Chang, don't try to deceive me with those words. Don't you know what your character is like? Chang playfully said. Oh, what character do I have? Yu Mingkong said. If you don't stop, I won't be polite. He raised an eyebrow and replied, oh, how won't you be polite? His words infuriated Yu Mingkong. Bastard. Chang tightly gripped her wrist and directly pinned her to the ground. What do you want to do? Chang's face drew close to Yu Mingkong's. The night is still long, my lady. What do you say? The door suddenly slammed shut with a bang, echoing in the silent space. The two figures slowly appeared on the door, blurred and indistinct as if illuminated by an invisible light source. Their bodies continuously attacked each other, the violent impacts making the surrounding space tremble. Then Chang grabbed Yu Mingkong again, and they continued to fight back and forth, the sounds of punches and kicks echoing in the silent space, neither willing to yield. Then their figures stood motionless, as if time had stopped at that moment. Chang held Yu Mingkong in his arms, his posture gentle, and then the light suddenly went out. In Chang's room in the morning, Chang yawned lazily, his eyes momentarily hazy. Chang's body was clearly muscular, without an ounce of excess fat. He walked to the bed, his gaze sweeping over the person lying there. Looking at the neatly folded quilt, Chang lamented, she left and that's fine, but I didn't expect her to take the quilt with her. Truly self-deceiving. Chang stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. But then again, Yu Mingkong, because of the betrayal and hatred from her previous life, could even actively abandon herself. With such rational methods, if I don't intervene and let her take her revenge, I truly don't know what the final outcome will be. He closed his eyes in contemplation, as if lost in thought in the silence. Such an interesting character. If not for her past life grievances, I would truly like to treat her with an ordinary heart. System notification. Child of Fortune. Yu Mingkong's murderous intent wavered. Fortune value increased by 500 points, destiny points increased by 2,500 points. Chang sat cross-legged on the bed. It seems things are as I expected. Yu Mingkong must be wondering why I'm different from my previous life, and even guessing if my changes are due to her rebirth. He got out of bed. Women, whether rational or emotional, mostly trust their sixth sense, Chang said. I only need to let her discover a tiny trace, and she will naturally guess many things. As he walked, Chang's body glowed, like a mysterious halo surrounding him. This habit of deduction, Yu Mingkong is naturally no exception. Then Chang changed his clothes, opened the door, and left. The small interlude has been resolved for now. It's time to put returning to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace on the agenda. A carriage was speeding across the sky. Inside the carriage sat she and her maid Huoner. Huoner, what kind of person do you think young Master Chang is? Huoner said happily. Although everyone outside says young Master Chang is cold and unapproachable, Huoner feels that young Master is gentle, kind, and treats his servants well. Yu Mingkong frowned upon hearing this. Gentle? Too many things happened during this trip to the Jiyu family that were beyond my expectations. I don't know why, but I always feel like I can't get the upper hand against him. Yu Mingkong tightly gripped the hem of her clothes. Chang, even though I've lived 2 lives, I still can't see through you. She frowned. No matter what, I will never let this go. I will repay the harm you caused me little by little. In the land of immortal Qi, a red light shot out like lightning. It passed directly through the spatial gate. At the same time, a blue light flew across the gate like lightning. But the spatial gate closed just in time. It was Flame Demoness. She was injured and bleeding profusely, and in front of her was a talisman. How did young Master know about this place? I didn't expect such a mysterious village to exist. Wasn't it said to have disappeared several epochs ago? She frowned. This situation must be reported to young master immediately. In another place, 4 people were looking in Flame Demoness's direction. She got away. I didn't expect her to still have a domain-breaking talisman. A great Saint Realm cultivator. But there's no aura from the GU family on her, so she shouldn't be here for Shenner. Then who is she? It seems the peach tree's years of tranquility have finally been broken. Upper realm, inner domain, immeasurable heaven. Here people are slowly walking towards the blue aura emitting tall tower. Archaic immortal clans, heaven-defying immortal treasure art bestowed upon the fated quasi-sacred medicine over 80,000 years old, auctioned by fate. Shenner walked along the road looking around with her pet. So many precious things, I've never seen them before. No one should dare to sell fakes, right? But with the meager spiritual stones you have, you should reconsider. The little girl frowned. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If it weren't for Chang, how could I be so poor that I can't even afford things from roadside stalls? Halfway through, Jinyu blocked her path. Divine bone, immortal demeanor, naturally refined, truly a rare maiden in the world. Jinyu folded his arms, his gaze arrogant. I am Jinyu. May I ask your name, young lady? I saw you were interested in some things just now, and coincidentally, Shenner ignored him walking past Jinyu. No need for young master to bother. I don't like it when someone offers unsolicited favors. It usually means ill intent, as my third master taught me. Jinyu saw the little girl leave, then stepped forward and stopped her with his hand. Young lady, do you know who I am? Shenner shook off Jinyu's hand. I don't care who you are, don't block my way. Jinyu gritted his teeth watching Shenner leave. Jinyu frowned, rebuking her for slighting him. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The little girl stopped and asked, What do you want? Jinyu began to speak. Before he could finish, a dragon suddenly descended from the sky. The common people below, seeing the dragon appear, started discussing. It's that young lord who has returned. The true disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. The young master of the longevity GU family, Chang. You appeared. Chang. Flame Demoness just reported the situation in Peach Village to me, and yet I encounter you at this moment, although as I expected, there's a heaven-defying expert hidden behind you. You seem to be in some trouble now. When she saw Chang, the little girl couldn't help but hug her chest as if feeling a strong emotion surge in her heart. Shenner gritted her teeth. Chang. Jinyu stared fearlessly at the dragon. What a buzzkill. Then he ordered his subordinates to seize Shenner. Men, grab this wretched girl. But before they could even touch Shenner, a dazzling light suddenly fell, instantly eliminating 2 of Jinyu's subordinates. Jinyu turned around furiously. You? Chang flew down. Long time no see, it seems you're doing well. Jinyu then saw who the person was, and his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. Not at all, brother Jiyu, long time no see. Chang swept past Jinyu, ignoring him. Chang flicked his mount. Not bad, you've grown up so much and become so beautiful now. The bird let out a cry. Caw caw. Jinyu's arms suspended in midair was bulging with veins. Jinyu furiously turned around and rebuked. Chang, what do you mean? Chang said nothing and slapped Jinyu. 2 subordinates called out in fear. Young master. Chang said coldly. What are you? Who are you to interrupt when I'm speaking to my sister? Chang still stood motionless, his hand still raised in midair, having just slapped Jinyu. Jinyu's tall, thin subordinate heard this and asked in confusion, Sister, could it be GU? The other short subordinate quickly gestured for him to shut up. Shesh, how can we guess about the matters of the longevity GU family? Shenner heard him call her his sister. She was instantly enraged beyond control. The little girl immediately rebuked. Shut up, Chang. Shenner frowned, staring coldly at Chang, her tone filled with accusation. If you truly cared about me as your sister, how could you have done what you did back then? He said nothing, his gaze sweeping over Shenner, looking at the fortune value above her head. Chang sighed inwardly. Tisk, nearly 10,000 points of fortune, much higher than Yu Mingkong. It's not easy to finally meet, but I didn't expect my sister to have this attitude. It truly makes me as her older brother feel a little heartbroken. Shenner unhappily replied, If you're only here to let me know that all my movements are under your control, then I think it's unnecessary. The power gap between us is too great. I don't plan to attack you for now. He did not answer immediately, but turned around, his gaze still fixed on the little girl. Chang turned around, smiling in approval. Very good, you understand yourself well. Hearing his praise, Shenner was not pleased. Instead, her veins bulged with anger. You? Jinyu now stood up tremblingly, his body still shaking. As soon as he stood upright, he shouted loudly, his tone filled with anger. Chang, anyway, we're both true disciples. You shouldn't go too far. His face was bruised and swollen, one cheek still puffy, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and a front tooth broken. He looked utterly disheveled. To insult me like this, do you not even respect my family? As soon as his words fell, Chang had appeared before Jinyu at some unknown moment, his gaze as sharp as a knife, his icy aura pressing down, making Jinyu instinctively step back. You dare? He raised his hand, his index finger and thumb poised to flick, his movement gentle yet full of menace. Only I can bully my sister. If you dare touch her, you will pay with your life. This sent shivers down Jinyu's spine, and he stammered, Chang, you dare not? Before Jinyu could finish, Chang lightly flicked his finger and a 7-colored stream of light flashed from his fingertip, beautiful yet immensely powerful. Instantly that force struck Jinyu's forehead directly, catching him off guard and sending him flying. 2 subordinates cried out in alarm. Young master! Before the 2 could rush up to help Jinyu, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind them, tightly clutching them. The force was so immense that the 2 screamed in pain. A token shattered from somewhere. Those hands belonged to Chang's protective dragon. The 2 subordinates had no time to resist, their eyes wide, their bodies limp, and they died instantly. A light condensed and a faint light flew away. Shenner stood behind, witnessing all this, still somewhat bewildered, her eyes wide. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly, leaving her no time to react or speak. Its voice sounded, "Young master, is it all right to let him escape like that?" Chang said nothing, smiling inwardly. He still has his uses. If I truly want to deal with him, it will happen sooner or later. The onlookers, seeing the multicolored stream of light shoot into the sky and vanish in an instant, all looked up, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. As true disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Jin Yu was actually struck down by a single finger from Chang, forced to escape with his primordial spirit carried by an artifact. If the aura just now wasn't mistaken, I'm afraid true disciple Ji Yu has already broken through to the conferred king realm. The eyes of the women were filled with envy and shyness. Ah, how old is he? If I'm not mistaken, I've never heard of any young supreme in the upper realm breaking through to the conferred king realm. Oh, my true disciple Ji Yu is so cool and bad, I love it. That's right. True disciple Ji Yu is now the only young supreme who has broken through to the conferred king realm. Shenner stood behind, glaring at Chang's back, the chatter of the crowd still echoing in her ears. But don't forget, Jin Yu has a very powerful older brother, rumored to have been in seclusion recently. Their family is known to be very protective. If he comes out and finds out about this, Shenner snapped back to reality and shouted, "Chang, don't think I'll thank you for doing this." Chang closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, I don't need your thanks. I just want others to know that only I can bully my sister. No one else is allowed to." Hearing Chang say this, Shenner immediately roared, her tone full of anger. "Chang, stop pretending. I don't need your protection. What exactly do you want?" Chang, far from being angry, gently caressed Shenner's cheek, perhaps feeling remorse and wanting to make amends. Just as their sibling bond seemed deep and warm as before, Chang suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on Shenner. "Of course, maybe I just want to see you hate me but be unable to destroy me." The little girl's veins throbbed with anger. "One day I will repay you double the pain I once felt." Chang gently pressed Shenner's head. "All right, then you'll have to cultivate even harder." Suddenly, 3 strong beams of light descended from the sky, each carrying a mix of blue, yellow, and red colors. They were the enforcement team of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. The 3 landed in front of Chang. The leader smiled and said, "True disciple Ji Yu, you also know the rules of the Immortal Palace. Please don't make things difficult for us today." Chang shook his head. "It's all right, I just returned, and it is indeed time to pay my respects to the elders." The little girl stood behind, puzzled, wondering if this guy only came here today to tease her. Shenner frowned, her gaze sharp. However, offending another true disciple just for this matter would be too costly. Compared to before, Chang's behavior, while somewhat strange, still showed no change in his ruthless nature. When he struck just now, his eyes showed no fluctuations, as if he were merely stepping on a few ants. The little girl took a few steps forward and stood there, gazing at the towering pagoda that reached into the clouds. Regardless, she would have to be more careful in her cultivation at the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace from now on. Tao Heaven Immortal Palace? Jin Yu went to find his elder brother, walking straight up to him. "Brother, you must avenge me. Chang is too overbearing. If not for the artifact left by the clan elder, brother and I would have been separated by life and death." Jin Zhu, in seclusion, completely ignored Jin Yu's accusations. "I already know everything that happened outside. Speaking of which, wasn't this something you brought upon yourself?" Jin Yu didn't want to let the matter go, but Jin Zhu opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade, directly interrupting Jin Yu's ceaseless complaints. "For matters concerning the family's honor, I will seek justice for you." He stood up. "After all, my Golden Horn clan is not to be trifled with. But my ancient heaven art is at a critical juncture for breakthrough, and I am not his match yet. I need to bide my time." Jin Yu's face darkened. "When I break through, Chang will be merely a stepping stone for my rise as a young supreme." Jin Yu's remnant soul was ecstatic. It led Chang to the peak of Mount Tien, where people knelt everywhere below. "Welcome, Lord." Chang slowly walked down. "Rise. Has anything happened during my absence?" The person clasped his hands and reported, "Reporting to Lord, in the past half year, nothing major has happened on Supreme Peak except for several true disciples and elders sending people to inquire about your whereabouts." She continued, "Also, true disciple Yin from the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan asked us to inform you that she has something to discuss and will come when you return." Chang's eyes turned cold, and a huge power suddenly erupted, spreading with a golden light. These lights were not only dazzling but also carried an overwhelming momentum. The person exuding this power was none other than Chang. He stood amidst the golden light, head held high, his eyes cold and proud. "Consuming 8,000 destiny points to raise my cultivation to the mid-stage conferred king realm is enough for the outside world, as long as it's concealed well enough." Chang slowly opened his eyes. According to his father's plan, the first step is for the longevity Ji Yu family to completely absorb the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Only then can I become the designated successor of the Immortal Palace. On this point, all true disciples, including Chu Wunian, are weaker than me and are not a concern. He sat in his chair contemplating. But to scheme against the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, even if I become the successor, many elders will try to deal with me, especially the Grand Elder. That is one of the most terrifying existences in the upper realm. Ji Yu Chang gently closed his eyes, and at that moment the Grand Elder's stern face clearly appeared in his mind. The palace master of flowing water. The Grand Elder is rigid and unchanging. He seems to have sensed my demonic heart. The one who has supported the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace for 1,000 years is definitely not an easy opponent. The system popped up a notification. Character Chang Halo. Destiny Villain Weapon, 8 Desolate Demonic Halberd, Identity, True Disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of the Longevity GU Family, Cultivation, Conferred King Realm Mid-Stage, Cultivation Techniques, Divine Abilities, Tao Heaven Immortal Canon, Myriad Transformations, Demonic Body Talent, Innate Divine Emperor Thought. Seeing the notification, Chang's face turned cold, his eyes darkened, devoid of emotion. Ever since I returned to the upper realm, I always felt the demonic art within me was on the verge of erupting, a result of having devoured Lin Tian and the Quasi-Supreme's origins and being suppressed for too long. He took out the Devouring Heaven demonic art from his robes. The Devouring Immortal demonic art devours the origins of all kings, accepting all realms. Today I want to see what level my demonic body cultivation has reached. Then it spread out in all directions. In Chang's room a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Inside, a red-purple murderous aura surged from Chang as if alive, wanting to devour everything around it. The eye on Chang's forehead flickered with light. In the depths of Chang's consciousness, light and darkness were always pulling against each other. A small figure sat quietly in the boundless darkness with 2 horns on its head and chains binding its body. Its appearance was very similar to Chang's, and the eye in the center of its forehead gleamed. Suddenly the small figure stirred slightly, its eyes slowly opening, 2 blood-red lights bursting forth in the darkness, and a 1,000-year-old cold smile curled on its lips. The chains that bound him suddenly broke, and then various monsters were released. Mid-stage Conferred King Realm. The purple power grew stronger and stronger, directly reaching the late-stage Conferred King Realm. On Chang's rooftop, strands of deep purple energy coalesced and swirled into a violent vortex. In just an instant, the purple light connected with itself, forming a solid cube. A stone figure created by Chang's power appeared. Peak Conferred King Realm. Initial stage Void God Realm. It had purple hair that shimmered like flames. Mid-stage Void God Realm. Slowly the purple energy continued to swirl. Silver armor appeared. Peak Void God Realm. Its arms tightly gripped a weapon. Mid-stage True God Realm. It tightly gripped the weapon in its hand and slammed it to the ground with a loud bang. It stood majestically, its form as steady as a mountain, its silver armor shining with mysterious energy, standing behind Chang. It was not only the image of a warrior but also his own embodiment. It directly advanced to the half-step Heavenly God Realm. Chang glanced at his back with satisfaction. So this is the trump card. Half-step Heavenly God Realm. This astonishing cultivation speed alone is enough for me to contend with everything in the world. He looked at his hands, purple flames burning at his fingertips. Using all beings as nourishment, devouring to strengthen oneself, this method is indeed more addictive than system points. What about contending with everything in the world? What villain's path? Why not? Chang's expression turned fierce. Just let me be the final boss. Just as he was feeling proud, someone came in to report. Chang's expression changed, and the terrifying power from before also vanished, reporting to True Disciple GU. True Disciple Yin requests an audience. Disappeared. He lazily sat on his chair using his aura to open the door. Creak. Chang said coldly. Let her in. His subordinate bowed respectfully and responded, yes. A pair of long legs stepped lightly and steadily, silently crossing the threshold. The person who came was Yin Mi. Yin Mi knelt on one knee and bowed. Master. Chang walked to the side and glanced at her, not answering. Looking at her now, it's hard to imagine that she once tried to poison me for the position of True Disciple, but after I planted the demonic heart GU in her, she became much more obedient. Her cheeks flushed slightly from being touched, a little shy. Chang took out an antidote and handed it to Yin Mi, counting the time. The demonic heart GU acts up once a year and it's almost time. Here's your antidote. She happily took it. Thank you, Master. Chang walked past Yin Mi and asked, how's the collection coming along? She quickly replied, reporting to Master, in the past half year, Yin Mi has collected quite a few origin bloodlines and special physiques, and they are now all stored in the treasure vault. Yin Mi turned and added, also there are many powerful ancient corpses that were completely preserved after their essence was stolen by various clans, and they are now also being stored for Master. Chang didn't hesitate to praise her. Well done. She paused and replied again. Recently I heard that a teenage girl in green descended the mountain. Her talent is extremely high and she is deeply favored by the elders. If no accidents occur, there will be another True Disciple in the Immortal Palace. Chang's interest was piqued when he heard his sister's name. Shenner. It seems her journey up the mountain was quite smooth. On the other side, Shenner stood tall, her gaze fixed on the person sitting by the edge of the high mountain cliff. Da Qing was hunched on the ground, continuously catching insects. Shenner broke the silent atmosphere. Grand Elder, what are you fishing for? The Grand Elder stroked his beard and nodded. Of course I'm fishing for a person. The little girl was puzzled. Fishing for a person? He slowly turned around. His gaze, deep as an abyss of time, swept over his back and settled on Shenner. Did you come here to defeat your brother and reclaim what's yours? GU. Shenner's eyes widened upon hearing this. She gently placed her hand on her chest where her heartbeat was slow and heavy, and there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. I have a new body. I will not reclaim anything. Then Shenner lifted her head, her voice firm. But I will definitely get back the suffering and justice of these past few years. He laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, good to have such backbone at such a young age, truly worthy of being an old monster's disciple. Then he thought of Chang, and an evil expression appeared on his face. That brat Chang is too demonic. He even tries to cover up his demonic nature with a Dao bone. I noticed it the day he entered the sect. The position of true disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace must never be given to someone of questionable character. The Grand Elder stood up and turned to face Shenner. Shenner, I know why you're here. If you want me to take you as a disciple, you must prove to me that you can surpass your brother, the little girl asked. How do I prove it? He turned and looked at the towering pagoda that reached into the clouds. The Tao Heaven Path, the Grand Elder said. The original record was to surpass Chang. Can you do it? Shenner looked at the pagoda blankly. That's the Tao Heaven Path, the Grand Elder replied. You know, Chang is the first junior in 100,000 years to set a record in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. The little girl gazed into the distance, her eyes firm as if to pierce through the blurry sky ahead. I will definitely do it. He looked at Shenner with satisfaction, smiling. Suddenly, the fishing rod in the Grand Elder's hand twitched. He joyfully said, Look, it's hooked. As soon as he pulled up the fishing rod, a giant golden dragon leaped out of the water. Shenner stood there dumbfounded, her eyes wide, staring in astonishment at the giant dragon circling in the air. This dragon was none other than Chu Wunian of the great Chu immortal dynasty. Chu Wunian emerged from the blurry mist, and in an instant his peculiar form gradually changed. His long hair gradually shortened, a tall physique, a calm and powerful demeanor. After he completely transformed into a young man, he bowed to the Grand Elder. Chu Wunian greets the Grand Elder. He glanced at Shenner and asked doubtfully, Is this the much talked about junior sister? Indeed, she possesses an innate immortal bone and extraordinary talent. The little girl cupped her hands. Greetings, senior brother Chu. The Grand Elder gently stroked his white beard, his deep gaze looking forward. You've come at just the right time. Shenner's Tao Heaven Path, you shall take her there. Chu Wunian was surprised. The Tao Heaven Path? I've long heard that this new junior sister seems to have a grudge with Chang, and she seems to possess some evidence that could disgrace the Jiyu family. Then he glanced at Shenner and the little girl remained respectfully bowed. Great Chu immortal dynasty, I have long-standing grievances with the longevity Jiyu family. Why is she so eager to embark on the Tao Heaven Path? If the rumors are true, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She still has some utilization value for now. After a moment of thought, he suddenly revealed a smile, then replied cheerfully, Indeed, a junior sister with firm resolve, but the Tao Heaven Path is fraught with dangers. Forcing her way through might lead to unimaginable harm, even damage to her Tao heart, and stagnation in cultivation is not uncommon. Shenner gently lowered her head, her long hair falling. I have my own plans for this matter, so I won't trouble senior brother Chu. Chu Wunian extended his hand and invited, Since that's the case, junior sister, please follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two, like two mysterious rays of light, swiftly shot into the sky. In just an instant, two dazzling beams of light appeared in the sky, one green, one yellow. People at the foot of the mountain pointed to the sky and discussed, Look, that's true disciple Chu and the girl in green. They're heading to the Tao Heaven Path. Chu Wunian flew ahead and said, Junior sister, I actually know a little about your situation. Chang's actions are indeed ruthless and cruel, completely disregarding your sibling affection. Even fierce birds and beasts are not much worse. The little girl answered indifferently, Brother Chu should focus on leading the way. If you have any complaints about Chang, you can settle them directly. If it involves my Jiyu family, then you don't need to waste your efforts. Hearing Shenner say this, Chu Wunian fell silent. Logically, Li Shenner should hate Chang, so why is she acting this way when talking about him? Below the tall tower, cultivators discussed. Look, the girl in green who recently ascended the mountain is going to challenge the Tao Heaven Path. She's also from the Jiyu family. True disciple Jiyu set the record on the Tao Heaven Path, and no one has surpassed it in nearly 100,000 years. This little girl is truly overestimating herself. He led the little girl to the foot of the mountain. The pressure of the Tao Heaven Path is immense, little junior sister. If you can't endure it, don't force yourself. Just as he was speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind. It's only been a few days and someone's already pursuing you. Why don't I, your brother, help you vet him? The newcomers were Yin Mi and Chang. Yin Mi covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh my, so this junior sister is the disciple the Grand Elder plans to take recently? She truly is a beautiful talent with extraordinary gifts. The crowd immediately erupted. It's true disciple Jiyu and true disciple Yin. Shenner unhappily questioned him. Chang, what are you doing here? Chang replied, You haven't answered my question yet. The little girl said, Grand Elder instructed senior brother Chu Wunian to bring me to the Tao Heaven Path. He's not my suitor. He nodded, suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is? That's truly a pity. I was going to help you vet him. After Chang finished speaking, his gaze quickly swept towards Chu Wunian, his eyes icy. Otherwise, some unsavory people might set their sights on you. Hearing him say this, she gritted her teeth in anger. Chang, stop beating around the bush. Today, little junior sister is challenging the Tao Heaven Path under the Grand Elder's command. Do you intend to stop her? Chang shrugged, his face calm. You don't need to threaten me with the Grand Elder. Do you think he'd interfere in matters concerning our generation? After speaking, his gaze became as sharp as a knife, as if it could kill. I'm speaking with my sister. Who are you to interrupt? As soon as the words fell, both stared at each other, no one speaking. The air grew tense as if a confrontation was about to erupt. Chu Wunian frowned, enunciating each word. Chang, don't push your luck. Chang's face was full of amusement. He leaned close to Chu Wunian, his eyes flashing with disdain and playfulness. What if I do bully you? She was so angry she couldn't speak. You. Outside, two people were discussing. Chang is clearly here to show off. Although Chu Wunian is stronger than us, Chang is probably even stronger. These two were true disciples, Tian Yang and Zhang Tianyuan. Zhang Tianyuan said with folded arms for Chu Wunian, losing a small match can be redone, but if he flees without a fight, Tian Yang analyzed from the side, his Dao heart will inevitably be damaged and he'll never have a chance to rise again, so he must fight today. Chu Wunian angrily clenched his hands, unleashing a powerful aura. His eyes ablaze with fury, he rushed straight towards Chang. I'll see what you've got to humiliate me. Chu Wunian punched Chang's body, but upon contact he vanished into the void. A giant dragon suddenly appeared from within Chang, its eyes shining, its aura overwhelming. It's the dragon. Control palm quickly dodged. Chu Wunian glanced at Chang's phantom as it brushed past him. Is this your confidence to attack me? Chang stood there quietly, his gaze always focused on Chu Wunian's every move. Chu Wunian's arm remained raised high, radiating a powerful aura, yet he couldn't hit him. Suddenly Chang pointed at his glowing palm. He was stunned, too late to react. Chu Wunian was sent flying by Chang's palm. Ah! His body streaked past everyone's heads like lightning. His clothes were torn, scattering in the wind, falling to the ground. His body slammed directly into the pillar behind him, making a loud thud. The famous treasure art of the great Chu immortal dynasty was easily broken by a single strike from a true disciple at the peak of the conferred marquis realm. Everyone was dumbfounded, speechless with shock. Mid-stage conferred king realm, truly worthy of being a descendant of a true immortal. This level of strength leaves me no thought of resistance. Shenner stood there unblinking. A thought flashed through Shenner's mind. He's actually that strong. Chu Wunian struggled to cough a few times. Cough, cough. What if he's at the mid-stage conferred king realm? His body showed scales, 2 fangs protruded, and he angrily shouted, Dragon transformation talent, true dragon manifestation. Chu Wunian created a vortex of flames and rushed straight towards Chang. His body was as fast as lightning, appearing before him in an instant. He raised his hand, his sharp claws aiming to attack Chang. Chang, today I'll defeat you here and attest to my Dao heart. Shenner's heart suddenly filled with panic as she saw Chu Wunian raise his hand to attack Chang. Ah! Chang said nothing, his eyes cold and decisive, his hand raised as if preparing to counterattack. Chang unhesitatingly swung his hand, slapping Chu Wunian across the face. The force of Chang's slap was so immense that Chu Wunian's face was distorted, his body knocked to the ground with the crisp sound of breaking bones, as if his entire being had been crushed by Chang's brutal strength. The onlookers outside were all dumbfounded. Single slap, just one slap, broke Chu Wunian's true dragon transformation. Chang. On the other side, Tian Yang and Zhang Tianyuan exchanged glances, saying nothing. Zhang Tianyuan broke out in a cold sweat. I think we should just give up contending. If we end up like Chu Wunian, we'll lose everything. Chu Wunian's body slowly began to deform, his blurry outline gradually dissipating, returning to its original appearance. Chang stood there quietly, his icy gaze still fixed on the spot where Chu Wunian had just lain. He walked closer step by step, rubbing his wrist, and asked in a gentle tone, What, are you already scared? How will you bear great responsibilities in the future? Yinmei stood beside him, covering her mouth and chuckling. Oh my, why didn't Master just kill him? As soon as the words fell, a warning voice sounded. After all, Chu Wunian is a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty. Killing him openly would be troublesome. Attacking Chu Wunian today, besides showing off, is also to let the immortal palace elders know that as long as I, Jiyu Chang, exist, no one else is qualified to contend with me for the position of successor. Shenner's gaze never left Chang. Chang ignored the person's words, approached Shenner, waiting for her praise. Shenner, your brother helped you teach that fellow a lesson. Aren't you touched? The little girl angrily roared. My business is none of yours. Chang spread his hands, a little helpless. Sai, it seems you've forgotten what your brother said. He smiled faintly. You came to the Dao Heaven path, most likely as a condition for the Grand Elder to take you as a disciple so you could break your brother's record, right? Then his gaze swept towards Chu Wunian, who lay on the ground. This Chu Wunian also calculated well. He brought you here and spread the news of your challenge to the Dao Heaven path so that disciples from various sects would gather here, hoping to see you make a fool of yourself, right? With such deep cunning, don't you think he deserves punishment? Shenner only remained silent after hearing this. Chang said indifferently, Remember, only I can bully my sister, no one else is allowed to. The sinister aura emanating from Chang made everyone present feel afraid. Logically, Chu Wunian, after being rejected by Shenner, would harbor resentment and plan to make a move on the Dao Heaven path, making a spectacle for the various sects. He glanced at Shenner, who was sulking, but Shenner turned out to be so powerful, slapping everyone in the face and also provoking him, her brother, to take the opportunity to challenge him. He smiled faintly. To you, Shianer. But I prefer to do the opposite. I bet Shenner's little head is utterly confused by me now, right? Chang looked at the dark clouds behind him and asked, Aren't you going to challenge the Dao Heaven path? Your brother is really looking forward to your performance. It shouldn't be difficult for you to reach your brother's level, right? The little girl asked. You think I can break your record? Chang rubbed Shenner's head. Silly sister, your brother has seen all your efforts over the years. If even I don't believe in you, then who else will? Shenner's heart was a mix of emotions. Logically, it shouldn't be like this, and he said, Do you think you, Shenner, can be compared to me? Stop dreaming. Hearing this, the little girl was confused. Could it be that he knew about my situation all these years, so he knew where I was hiding but never thought of eliminating me? She remained lost in thought. Could there have been some hidden reasons for what happened back then? Shenner shook her head desperately. No, impossible. Such heinous acts, how could they be explained away with just hidden reasons? Chang pointed at her and asked, what are you dazing for? Everyone's waiting for you to challenge the Tao Heaven path. The little girl snorted unhappily. HMPH. With that, Shenner quickly left. The little girl ascended the steps one by one, each step emanating a hazy light. She continued forward, her gaze firm. Chang, I won't lose to you. The people below cheered. It started. Below Shenner's feet, blurry images of chains began to emerge, tightly wrapping around her ankles. The little girl slowly but surely ascended the steps one by one, accompanied by the rhythmic counting of the crowd behind her. 3, 4, 8. When they saw Shenner reach the 10th level, everyone was dumbfounded. Are all people from the GU family so abnormal? On the 10th step, she showed no resistance whatsoever. Shenner's footsteps still didn't stop. 13, 14, chains hazy as smoke wrapped around her, extending from her wrist shoulders all the way to her delicate neck. 15, the people below were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The 15th level, Chu Wunian only reached the 14th level back then, right? Ah, she's still going. Shenner's face was covered in sweat and she frowned slightly. 16, Chang still stood there, observing her every move. Everyone looked up dumbfounded. The 18th level was True Disciple Gu's record back then. True Disciple Gu's record was broken. Shenner looked at the bright circle ahead, not backing down, and continued forward. So that's how it is. The great Tao immortal intent of the Tao Heaven path is of the same origin as my Tao bone. The reason you could easily break my record is because you already knew this. The little girl clenched her hands, finally understanding. My Tao bone flows within you. That record back then was definitely too easy for you. Even if I broke it, what would it prove? Shenner closed her eyes. She no longer needed it. Chang looked at Shenner's expression, also guessing that she had noticed. Has she found out there's a conspiracy? Shenner stopped moving forward and directly flew down from high in the sky, surprising everyone. They didn't understand why she didn't continue. She clearly still seemed to have strength. Why did she give up? What was she thinking? She was clearly just one step away from breaking True Disciple Gu's record and becoming famous. Shenner jumped to where Chang was standing. Why did you come down? Your brother saw you could still take a few more steps. The little girl didn't answer his question but brushed past him. None of your business, Chang pretended to scold. Sigh, I didn't want to interfere, but you disappointed me too much. I had such high hopes and this is all I get. Shenner was furious after hearing this. She turned around and spat at Chang. Who cares about your record, Chang? Don't think you can always bully me. The little girl glared fiercely at Chang, declaring, one day I will defeat you openly and step on you. He covered his mouth and chuckled. Your brother will be waiting for you. Xuanqing Heaven, primordial immortal clan Yi family. Lu Li sat quietly in a corner, her legs slightly bent, her hands wrapped around her knees, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where the setting sun was slowly sinking into the depths of the mountains. Di Shui walked up behind her silently, her shoes making a faint sound as they touched the ground. It seemed to break the tranquility around Lu Li. Miss, it's been several months now. Are you still feeling guilty about Yi Chen? Lu Li looked troubled, her gaze following the gradually fading sunset on the horizon, and softly replied, what is Di Shui saying? Yi Chen was just an ungrateful ant, how could I feel guilty for him? Then she looked up at the floating clouds. It's just that ever since I returned from the lower realm I feel like some of my memories are missing and some have been added. What could it be? Yi Langtian, heir of the primordial immortal clan Yi family, walked over and said, little sister is still dazing. Di Shui heard the voice, turned around and exclaimed in surprise. Young master. Lu Li also turned her head and asked, brother, have you heard any news about young Master Chang of the Longevity GU family recently? Yi Langtian walked to his little sister's side and comforted her. Why mention Chang again? I heard that he went to the lower realm to search for something a while ago, and you happened to run into him. He smiled, leaned down and teased Lu Li, wanting to cheer her up. Why are you still thinking about him? Did that brat bully you? Lu Li was a little shy, blushing as she looked away and said, what are you talking about? He's also a young supreme on par with brother. I'm just curious. I heard he showed off to a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty a few days ago. And he's already at the mid-stage conferred king realm. Brother, you can't let your guard down. Yi Langtian raised an eyebrow. Oh really, he replied. Regarding Chang's news, I have indeed heard a lot recently. This person is truly a formidable opponent. Yi Langtian paused, then added. The world calls me a reincarnation of the ancient emperor, but only an ancient emperor who truly possesses an immortal bone can expand territories, bear the mandate of heaven and establish an supreme imperial lineage. But only a true immortal is truly eternal and indestructible. The title of Longevity Ancient Emperor, True Immortal, actually says a lot. Lu Li listened intently. Yi Langtian recalled Chang's figure. Now Chang has broken through to the mid-stage conferred king realm, while I have just entered the conferred king realm. This gap is not small. Just as he was chatting with his little sister, a subordinate walked in to report, young master, that Yi Ling is here. He's challenging you again as usual. The training ground is already crowded with people today. Lu Li asked curiously, who is Yi Ling? How dare an outsider from a collateral branch challenge brother repeatedly? Yi Langtian explained. Yi Ling was the #1 among the collateral clan members some time ago. Now the family has agreed to his 3 conditions as per our agreement. One of his demands is to challenge me, also to seek justice for me taking the inheritance position and accidentally injuring his father back then. Lu Li's eyes widened. Didn't brother already compensate them a large sum for that? I remember they accepted it then. He nodded and said, "That's right, but recently this brat seems to have encountered some fortuitous opportunity and his cultivation has greatly increased. Now he's using this as a condition, saying that the main branch looks down on the collateral branches, causing a stir in the clan." She folded her arms, looking displeased. "On the surface he speaks well, but in reality he's just using this opportunity to show off," Yi Langtian commanded. "Let's go. Whatever his intentions, shouldn't the family's promises be fulfilled?" In the immortal city, everlasting heavenly immortal city of the immortal dynasty, Yu Mingkong lay languidly on a lounge chair, supporting herself with her hand, her eyes slightly closed in repose, her long hair gently falling. As time passed, the great abyss heaven should have descended by now. After all, the ancient universe manifested in several directions, and this event would become the dominant Tao lineage for various clans. The various great sects should also establish true immortal academies and select the most outstanding disciples from each force to become true immortals. Her eyes gradually opened. The immortal path of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace had appeared. My demonic husband has been scheming for a long time, and joining the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace must also be for this matter. Yu Mingkong recalled a few years ago when the most important immortal spiritual treasure of the immortal path appeared, causing a sensation and attracting strong contenders from all sides. One thing she could never understand was that it disappeared at a critical moment. In the crowds of the past, she always vaguely saw Chang's figure, but to this day it is certain that Chang secretly acted, devouring those terrifying paths before him. Thinking of how he harmed Shenner back then, "My husband, I know you possess forbidden demonic arts, and your true cultivation is far from what it seems." In the end, Shenner also fell into the treasure realm, her origin devoured by others. She vanished without a trace. Yu Mingkong got up. "Since you are a useful pawn who can tear off your true face, I will protect it in this life. If I'm not mistaken, the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate also appeared during this time." She dressed and went out. "The item in his hand contains the power of the reincarnation ancient talisman. I must find a way to obtain it. It seems to be Yi Ling." The Grand Elder and Shenner both looked in the same direction. The Grand Elder spoke, breaking the atmosphere. "Chang, just speak your mind. What's with all the beating around the bush between us?" He shook his head. "Nothing much. Just to thank the Grand Elder for his diligent teachings to my sister." The Grand Elder replied, "Shenner has exceptional talent and is a reborn individual. This old man will naturally teach her wholeheartedly." "Why are you coming here to pretend to be a good person?" Chang smiled. "Grand Elder seems to have a deep prejudice against me. As a brother, I'm naturally very happy to see Shenner achieve something and one day surpass me. I'm not pretending to be a good person as you say." Shenner listened, silently looking at him. The Grand Elder laughed. "Ha, if you truly have such good intentions, why did you dig out her Tao bone back then?" Chang continued. "This matter is a secret of the Jiyu family. I will compensate Shenner for what she's owed. Grand Elder should just do what's within your purview." He put down his fishing rod, snorted, "HMPH," and the Grand Elder stood up. "I won't meddle in your grievances with Shenner. Besides these idle words, do you have anything else?" Chang smiled. "Since Shenner has taken Elder as her master, as her brother, I naturally have to come and see," he asked. "The main reason is probably because you're worried that Grand Elder might be too harsh on Shenner because of me, right?" As soon as the words fell, the Grand Elder's imposing aura surged, his eyes flashing like lightning. In just an instant, heaven and earth seemed to sense his wrath. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning flashed. "Chang, are you questioning this old man's way of doing things?" Shenner stood in front of Chang to block him. "Chang, don't you dare spout nonsense. Master treats me very well, not as you imagine." She stood there but dared not look him directly in the eye. Chang took a step forward. Shenner, your mind is simple. How could you understand the wickedness of the world? Some old fellows have very bad intentions." The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in anger, barely managing to keep his composure. Good. It's been so many years. This is the first time a junior has dared to speak to me like this. Although I know you're deliberately acting evil to provoke this old man, I have to say you succeeded." He pointed at the two of them. "Since that's the case, this old man will do as you wish and properly teach Shenner, so that she can easily suppress you in the future," the little girl exclaimed in surprise. "Master," Chang wore a provocative expression, "what if you can't?" Shenner tried to say something but was interrupted by the Grand Elder before she could. The Grand Elder said solemnly, "If I can't, I will resign from my position as Grand Elder. Even letting you become the Immortal Palace's inheritor would be fine." He snorted, "Little brat, I'd like to see what tricks you're up to." Chang felt a little excited inside. "Old fellow, that's exactly what I've been waiting for you to say." Both sides glared at each other, neither willing to concede. Only then did Shenner understand that Jiyu Chang had provoked the Grand Elder this time precisely to make him wholeheartedly teach her. No matter how tense the atmosphere between the two sides, Chang maintained a composed attitude. She frowned with worry. "But the more diligently Grand Elder teaches me, isn't it more disadvantageous for him? Are you truly trying to make amends for all these years, or is there another conspiracy?" The notification panel appeared before Chang. "Child of Fortune Jiyu Shenner's murderous intent wavered. Host's luck value increased by 800 points, destiny points increased by 4,000 points." He spoke. "Since Grand Elder has said so, then I am relieved." The Grand Elder looked the other way, snorting coldly. Chang playfully winked at Shenner, an expression that surprised her a little. Then he flew off, leaving only Chang's voice echoing in their ears. "To err is human. Chong won't trouble you any further, the Grand Elder snorted. Such deep cunning, it seems there's a reason this brat has come so far. He guessed in his heart that this person would definitely have a place in the world in the future. Shenner timidly tugged at the Grand Elder's sleeve and asked, "Master, are you all right?" He stroked his beard, HMPH, and said, "That little brat Jiyu Chong is truly infuriating. His actions are truly demonic. You must cultivate well and strive to beat him into a pig's head as soon as possible." The little girl imagined Chong being beaten to a pulp, unable to bear the sight, and murmured the Grand Elder's words, "pig's head." In another place, Chong inexplicably sneezed. Shenner stroked her chin, puzzled, and asked, "Master, why did Jiyu Chong use my Dao bone to conceal his demonic nature? Are there some hidden reasons for this?" The Grand Elder stroked his long beard, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Those with innate demonic nature are either born with a demonic soul or half born with demonic chi. Although Jiyu Chang's actions are displeasing, these two things have never been discovered. As for why he developed a demonic nature, that's probably a secret he desperately wants to conceal, and this old man is not clear about it either." The little girl lowered her eyes slightly, thought for a moment in her mind, and then said, "Demonic nature, thank you, Master. I think I roughly understand something." He spoke with his hands behind his back, pondering. "Everyone knows that demonic nature has an extremely profound and uncontrollable influence on people. Perhaps most of Jiyu Chang's actions are also influenced by his demonic nature." The Grand Elder looked at the vast scenery before him, then said, "If it weren't for his demonic nature, why would this old man have refrained from taking him as a disciple back then?" The scene shifted to Chang's residence, where outside, snow covered the eaves. He walked up the steps one by one. Recently he had used some tactics on Shenner. With her intelligence, she must have discovered some clues and was investigating the truth of that year. Chang slowly sat down in the chair, thinking to himself, "The immortal path is about to open and I need to prepare as well." He opened the system panel. It displayed 10,000 destiny points, 2,000 luck points, system store activated, world seed 1-3 synthesized, luck contest triple card. Chang pondered, "The remaining destiny points can be exchanged for many useful items, but the most important is this world seed." He quickly took out 3 world seeds. 3 fragments of different colors continuously spun in the air. After a while they gradually converged, merging to form an inner world. Combined with his void talent, it might have an incredibly subtle effect. Chang's figure gradually blurred, with 2 forces of water and fire constantly rotating around him. Then Chang's figure disappeared, leaving only wisps of black smoke lingering. He was teleported to another place. Chang hovered in the air, observing the scenery below. "Is this the inner world nurtured by the world seed? Here, I am practically like a creator." He asked the system, "System, if I deduce within the inner world, will it consume destiny points?" The system replied, "Destiny points have an omnipotent property. As long as there are enough, they can naturally refine everything." Chang smiled faintly, saying with satisfaction, "As expected." His arms slowly rose, his fingers moving ceaselessly. Chang stood upright, his arms continuously making lifting motions. The stones on the ground shook with his movements, and then larger objects also flew into the air one after another. He raised his hands to the sky, and those objects flew higher and higher. Under the illumination of the sun and sunset, the space here seemed to be gilded with a layer of gold. Chang lowered his hands, smiling. "This feeling of freely controlling everything is truly intoxicating, such a magnificent palace, when it descends into the real world. What a spectacular sight it will be." He frowned slightly. "Now everything is ready. Only the east wind is lacking. But the opening day of the immortal path, I'm afraid only my reborn fiancé knows." Chang's mind flashed with Minkong's figure. If she wants to meticulously plot her revenge, she definitely can't miss this opportunity. The scene shifted to Blackrock Ancient City, where Minkong stood on the back of a divine phoenix. The people below looked up, exclaiming, "Look, that's a divine phoenix, so beautiful." In a nearby tavern, Yi Ling also intently watched the stunning sight outside. He looked at Minkong's tall and proud back and her soaring temperament. Yi Ling crossed his arms, guessing, riding a divine phoenix, her identity must be that of a princess, right? The collar on his neck suddenly made a sound. "Stinky brat, don't lose your way at the sight of a woman. Don't forget that the most important thing right now is the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. There's an opportunity you must seize there." He dug his ear. "Sigh, looking won't kill me, and it won't take long since it's not far from Dao Heaven Ancient City. Ah, such a beauty, truly a fleeting glance. I wonder if she's already betrothed in her dreams." Minkong overlooked from above, then said, "Blackrock Ancient City. According to my past life memories, the inheritor of the reincarnation heavenly venerate, Yi Ling, first made his name here." Her delicate brows furrowed. "Even Yi Langtian of the primordial immortal clan Yi family suffered greatly under his challenge, and after some time was completely defeated, losing his inheritor status. This guy rose to fame in one fell swoop, forming deep friendships with many ancient clans, and for a while his reputation even surpassed Jiyu Chang's." The divine phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards the city gate. "But now he's at most at the conferred Marquis realm. This is the best time to seize the reincarnation ancient talisman." A sharp glint flashed in Minkong's eyes. "This is the only way to Blackrock Ancient City. I am determined to get the reincarnation ancient talisman." Time gradually turned to late night, with the bright moon hanging in the sky. Yi Ling scratched his head, feeling uneasy. He asked, "Why do I suddenly feel a sense of unease, Brother Turtle? Do you feel it?" The little turtle mocked. Stinky brat, weren't you bold enough when you were dealing with those heavenly daughters? Why are you suddenly so cautious? He glanced at it, muttering, my intuition has always been. Before he could finish, Yiling's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. A precise formation above his head was constantly moving. The little turtle solemnly warned, be careful. Sure enough, a massive beam of light descended from the sky, shattering the city gate. The formation in the air moved continuously, and the necklace around Yiling's neck suddenly emitted an unusual light. He vigilantly looked around and asked, who? We have no grievances, why attack me? As soon as the words fell, that person's body lightly turned, instantly transforming into a peerless beauty. An innocent man is guilty because of his wealth. That person was Yu Mingkong. As soon as he saw her, his face immediately flushed. He hadn't expected the person who appeared to be her. It's her. Mingkong stood high, looking down, and said coldly, sorry, I need to borrow your reincarnation ancient talisman to accomplish a great deed. He heard this, and Yiling, after a brief moment of daze, finally came to his senses. How do you know about the reincarnation ancient talisman? I shouldn't have exposed it, right? She merely replied languidly, her eyes cold, not even looking at him. You don't need to know. With that, she raised her hand and said, I have no intention of discussing it with you either. 4 people stood in 4 corners surrounding Yiling, simultaneously condensing spiritual power, preparing to attack. Yiling immediately felt the tense atmosphere, and the change in space forced him to become instantly vigilant. Suddenly, the jade pendant around his neck made a sound. Stinky brat, if you want to live, quickly use that. He sighed, it can only be this way. 2 beams of green and red light immediately shot towards Yiling. The entire space seemed to explode with this tense atmosphere, and then the 2 beams of light attacked him simultaneously, triggering a massive explosion. The entire space was instantly enveloped by dazzling light and deafening explosions. Everything around them violently shook. Thick smoke permeated the air as if everything was instantly consumed by chaos. However, as the smoke and dust began to dissipate, a strange phenomenon occurred. The jade pendant hanging around Yiling's neck suddenly glowed and a massive whirlwind formed. This whirlwind spun violently, sweeping up everything around it, forming a storm of flames, then rushing straight into the sky like a sudden tempest. He stood there observing all this, feeling nothing but terror. He had never seen such immense power. Great Saint Realm Aura, he has a secret technique, quickly protect him. In that wave of light, Yiling's blurred figure appeared. Mingkong stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Is this the power he now possesses? Could Yiling's body be changing? A strange dark power gradually eroded every cell of his body, and a mysterious black light rose from within him, forming a dark halo that enveloped him. Yiling's eyes rolled back, turning mysteriously black. It was as if his soul had been taken over by another power. How much effort did I expend? I exhausted the strength of the 2 tigers of Jojo to refine 90, and I didn't expect it to fail here. As soon as the words fell, Yiling didn't hesitate. From the air he violently threw a punch. In an instant a terrifying force erupted, directly striking Mingkong. Foolish woman, you should pay the price for your recklessness. Mingkong held the talisman behind her, and suddenly her eyes widened. A strange sensation surged through her, and a voice sounded, retreat. Even she was stunned. A pillar of light shot up from the ground, emitting dazzling brilliance. The air rotated, forming a giant vortex, and a powerful light swept across the space. He stood outside the raging flames, gritting his teeth as he felt every wisp of hot air and violent force swirling in the air. This aura, the person standing in front of Mingkong, was none other than Flame Demoness. Flame Demoness emerged from the smoke and dust, her gaze firm, her expression cold. A voice from his jade pendant rang out, she's a true Great Saint Realm cultivator. While the jade talisman's assistance still lasts, retreat quickly. As soon as the words fell, Yiling turned and fled. Woman, Yi will remember you. He rushed out swiftly, unable to stop, leaving only one sentence behind. Today Yi escaped death. In the future, I will surely extract your soul and refine you into a female slave to repay today's grudge. Mingkong remained standing, her gaze sharp, completely unmoved by the threat. No wonder Yiling was able to escape from Jiuzhong in his previous life. It seems I underestimated his trump card. If I didn't achieve my goal this time, the next time will probably be even more difficult. The 3 people on the ground ran to her. Your subordinates were slow to protect you. Please forgive us, Imperial Princess. She turned and bowed. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. May I ask what esteemed expert Senior is? Flame Demoness glanced coldly behind her and said to Princess Mingkong, Young Master Jiu instructed Flame Demoness to tell you that if you don't come to see him one day, he will personally come and take you back. Hearing Flame Demoness's words, Mingkong's eyes widened in surprise. Jiu Chong, he actually has another Great Saint Realm woman by his side? He didn't in my previous life. Flame Demoness finished speaking, and her body gradually disappeared into the air as if merging with the surrounding light and shadows. The Kaetonke Myriad Dao banquet is about to be held. The young master does not wish for you to delay too long. Mingkong frowned, her gaze sharply fixed on Flame Demoness's retreating form. I just arrived in immeasurable heaven and he noticed me, even sending a Great Saint Realm cultivator to inform me. As a reborn person, I should logically have the upper hand. But now not only have I not obtained the reincarnation ancient talisman, my whereabouts are also completely known by Jiu Chong. She narrowed her eyes. Since he returned from the lower realm, why have there been more and more variables? It's as if every step I take is within his calculations. Mingkong looked up at the moon in the sky. sighed, feeling as if the events around her were gradually falling into an inescapable vortex. Alas, it seems I really need to figure out his intentions. The scene shifted to Dao Heaven, ancient city Kaotunke. The immortal path of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was about to open, and some elders were still busy hosting the myriad Dao banquet to gauge the momentum of various forces. Although the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace has managed the immortal path for 10,000 years, it still contains countless opportunities, and it's even rumored that immortal spirits will be born this time. Chang stood by the window gazing out. Faced with such absolute benefits to avoid becoming the target of public criticism, even the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace had to generously show goodwill to the young forces. He held his teacup, smiling. But among the 5 true disciples of the Immortal Palace now, some are injured, some are in seclusion. Who else can appear? If it's a competition among young people, then in the Immortal Path, if I can still bring some benefits, the Grand Elder will definitely consider it. At least during this period. The Grand Elder won't target me too much. As he pondered, a red light streaked past him, swift as lightning, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. Then Flame Demoness appeared. Young Master, Chang did not turn around and asked, "Is there news?" Flame Demoness lowered her head and replied, "Yes." Flame Demoness saw Princess Minkong. She was leading 4 Saint Realm cultivators to ambush a mysterious young man with a strange aura. She seemed to want to seize something from him. He glanced behind him and asked, "A mysterious young man with a strange aura?" She shook her head. Not yet. The young man seemed to have used some secret technique to suddenly erupt with the spiritual energy of a great Saint Realm cultivator, resisting the 4 Saint Realm cultivators, and then even attempted to counterattack. But after he encountered me, he left directly. Flame Demoness was worried that young Master's plan would be disrupted, so I did not stop him. Chang listened, silently taking a sip of tea. It seems Minkong is relying on her reborn memories to seize treasures, which is correct, but I didn't expect that young man to possess something Minkong coveted, and even the means to escape from the encirclement of 4 Saint Realm cultivators. A mysterious young man, this familiar scent, this familiar plot. The system suddenly popped up a notification. New child of fortune detected, quest generated. Chang's gaze sharpened. "Oh," he instructed her, his tone cold. "To avoid alerting the enemy, you'd best not appear again." Flame Demoness nodded and left. "Yes, young master," Chang mused to himself. "The system has detected a child of fortune. This person must be connected to me. But the system has not directly issued a quest, meaning this new child of fortune is still somewhat distant from me." Thinking this, he felt satisfied. Chang's gaze became even sharper. "This is good. The myriad Dao banquet is about to be held, which is a good time to meet my old acquaintances and inquire about this new child of fortune below the sect." A group of disciples stood quietly, their curious gazes looking upwards, hushed whispers faintly audible in the silent space. "This time the sect sent us to the myriad Dao banquet. They must be very confident in getting us into the immortal path. Normally, non-Dao Heaven Immortal Palace disciples wouldn't even have a chance. If only it were that simple." A red-haired woman emerged from the crowd of disciples, her gaze sharp, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "The immortal path you speak of is said to be an ancient immortal continent, hiding countless opportunities that everyone wants to monopolize. This time the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is so generous, besides being unable to withstand the pressure from our forces. Who knows what else they're secretly plotting," a girl with 2 horns nearby continued. "Speaking of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, one cannot help but mention young Master Chang. If he is also present, it's probably impossible for other young generations to compete for opportunities in the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace." A small shrimp nearby raised its pincers and disagreed. "Nonsense. Seizing opportunities is like avenging a murdered parent. Does Chang really intend to monopolize everything? As long as we join forces, even if he's an elephant, he can't escape the bites of a group of ants." The 2 people from the Dragon Palace were speechless at the shrimp. "Such big talk, yet you still place yourself in the position of an ant." "Some time ago, I heard that Jiyu Chang and the Grand Elder were at odds, so much so that the Grand Elder was furious. So he probably won't appear in the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace." As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, like a lightning bolt piercing through layers of clouds, rushing straight to the ground at an astonishing speed. Newcomers were Yi Langchen and his sister. "That's them, the siblings." As soon as they landed, the crowd began to whisper. "You are Yi Langchen, the heir of the primordial immortal clan Yi family, known as the reincarnation of an ancient emperor." Lu Li had just landed when she immediately asked, "Brother, do you think Jiyu Chang will come here?" Yi Langchen comforted her. "Don't worry, Brother Jiyu is the host of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. How could he not come?" As soon as his words fell, a hearty laugh came from high in the sky from the steps leading to the sect. The person laughing was the tall Bai Lai. "Haha, Yi Langchen, you still have the nerve to show your face, Bai Lai." The young master of the Zhengjin White Tiger clan folded his arms and scoffed. "I heard you suffered a great loss at the hands of a collateral disciple a few days ago, and recently you can only barely cope." "Really?" Yi Langchen saw Bai Lai, and his gaze immediately turned cold, murderous intent surging in his heart. Bai Lai ignored his expression, simply walked up and patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I told you not to be embarrassed. Anyway, Yi Ling is also a fellow disciple. I know his strength. Lu Li couldn't help but speak. What is this guy so proud of? Before she could finish, someone next to her shouted loudly. The young master of the longevity GU family has arrived. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, two figures lightly descended the steps. Leading the way was Yin Mi, her posture graceful as water, her eyes flowing, carrying a hint of coldness. Walking beside her was Chang, refined and elegant but with a subtle hint of seriousness in his brows. This is truly lively. I've long heard that Brother Yi also calls himself a young supreme. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting him here today. He saw that it was Chang and happily greeted him. Brother GU, you've come at just the right time. I was just saying that as the host, why haven't you shown up yet at such an important occasion? Lu Li also smiled brightly. GU Chang, Bai Lai, who had been arrogant moments ago, immediately turned pale upon seeing the two descending figures. GU Chang, Yin Mi. Chang elegantly walked up to her and said, Miss Lu Li, long time no see. He cupped his fists and bowed while she looked disdainful. I've long heard that Brother Gu's strength is unfathomable. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. The world comparing me to you is truly an overstatement. Chang raised an eyebrow. What are you saying, Brother Yi? Lu Li unhappily explained everything to Chang. Recently, Brother was indeed tricked by a collateral disciple which affected his state of mind. That Yi Ling is truly too much. He used the excuse of avenging his father to incite public opinion, making Brother suppress his cultivation to accept his challenge. It's nothing like what Bai Lai said. Hearing her say this, Chang's gaze immediately narrowed, like the sharp blade hidden beneath his usual elegant exterior. Playing dumb, then suddenly striking, claiming righteousness while actually seeking personal gain. This matter with Yi Ling, the signs of a child of fortune are clearly evident. This operation counts as a small trick. Then his gaze swept to Yi Langchen beside him. But from what I know of Yi Langchen, this child of fortune's methods are a bit hypocritical and despicable. He saw Lu Li being somewhat impolite, so he scolded. Lu Li, you talk too much. It seems I'm not qualified to say that to him. The system popped up a notification. Interpersonal relationship line of Child of Fortune cut. Quest complete. Reward 1,000 luck points. 5,000 destiny points. Chang was puzzled. Interpersonal relationship line. Bai Lai walked up to Yin Mi and stammered, Yin Mi, you? He just glanced lazily at Bai Lai, his gaze indifferent, making him feel utterly scorned. Is that him? Chang smiled slightly. Junior sister Yin Mi, Brother Bai Lai is calling you. Why don't you answer? I remember he's your fiancé, isn't he? He turned and held Yin Mi's shoulder. Oh dear, am I making you uncomfortable by being here? As soon as the words fell, the people behind began to whisper, which made his face darken. Is that the relationship between Yin Mi and Bai Lai? I've long heard that Jiyu Chang is overbearing in the Immortal Palace, so much so that even many elders dare not offend him. Although Yin Mi is also a true disciple, she probably fears his methods. Bai Lai's gaze trembled, finally stopping on the hand that was about to grasp her shoulder. Bai Lai angrily gritted his teeth. Jiyu Chang, don't push your luck. Stay away from Yin Mi. Chang feigned asking, Brother Bai, why do you say that? As a fellow senior brother, is there a problem with me caring for my junior sister? He roared angrily. Stop talking nonsense, although you're strong. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Hearing this, Chang's face showed no expression. He simply turned his head and quietly looked at him, roaring. A cold smile played on his lips, his eyes completely devoid of fluctuation, his tone as cold as the night wind. Are you challenging me? Unbeknownst to him, Chang had already appeared before him, his icy expression making him tremble. Are you looking for death? He stammered, unable to speak. In a moment of urgency, Yin Mi quickly rushed forward, blocking him, her entire body stiff with fear. Senior brother Jiyu, please don't make things difficult for Bai Lai. She kept pleading, hoping Bai Lai would be forgiven. He had just arrived and already offended someone. I hope senior brother Jiyu will let it go for Yin Mi's sake. He stood behind her, not expecting Yin Mi to plead for him. Yin Mi, Bai Lai clenched his fist tightly, his throat choked, tears welling up in his eyes. On the surface she pretended not to know me. Was it to protect me from Jiyu Chang? Hearing Yin Mi's plea, the people nearby also whispered, I didn't expect Yin Mi to block Jiyu Chang for Bai Lai. Won't she be killed now? Chang's face showed no change. Coldly watching Yin Mi spread her arms, attempting to protect him with her slender body. Seeing Chang's expression, they dared not speak, exchanging glances. After all, Yin Mi was also his fellow disciple. He wouldn't actually strike her, would he? What's so great about this Jiyu Chang that these people are so wary of him? Suddenly, Chang's voice rang out, sharp as a knife cutting through the heavy, suffocating air. Since junior sister Yin has pleaded and let this matter go. Seeing him leave, Yin Mi slowly turned around, lowering her head, not daring to meet Chang's icy gaze. Senior brother Jiyu, please rest assured this will never happen again. He slowly replied, the Myriad Dao banquet is about to begin. Aren't you going to greet the distinguished guests, or do you plan to stay here all night? Hearing him say this, Bai Lai gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard Jiyu Chang actually telling my woman to leave. Yin Mi quickly scurried after him, her steps hurried as if unable to suppress her inner worries. Senior brother is right. Yin Mi immediately followed. She turned and gave Bai Lai a look which made him want to say something but couldn't. Bai Lai's hand reached out, grasping only air. Then he clenched it into a fist. Watching the two figures recede, Bai Lai secretly vowed, Ji Chong, when I break through to the late-stage conferred king realm, I will definitely seek revenge for today's humiliation. Everyone held their own thoughts, those unspoken feelings and emotions like smoldering sparks making the air even heavier. After entering the room, she couldn't hold back any longer and immediately asked, "Master, the young talents from all over are having dinner at the Myriad Dao banquet. Don't you want to show your face?" Chong sat in his chair and shook his head. "There's no need anymore." He picked up his teacup, took a sip and said, "You want to ask why I made you put on a show? But ultimately let Bai Lai go, right?" Yin-Mi was silent for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up as if she had understood something. "Yes, because Bai Lai openly offended you, master. Even if you were to punish him, I believe the White Tiger clan wouldn't say anything." Chong held his teacup, gently rotating it, his icy gaze following every turn of the cup. "Bai Lai is no fool. Even without what just happened, he wouldn't have actively provoked me." He crossed his legs, leaned back and answered calmly, his gaze never leaving the teacup in his hand. "But today you protected him, and he has become a weakling hiding behind a woman's skirt only capable of empty boasts. He's still considered a young supreme of his generation. To watch his fiancée be flirted with by another man, yet he can only swallow his anger. No matter what, he won't be able to stomach this humiliation." Chong said, "He once called Yi Ling his good brother." Then he put down his teacup and said, "If he can bring his wife back from the tiger's den in a short time, then all will be well." Chong stood up, his gaze still cold, his hands relaxed, but every movement exuded power. "By joining forces with someone who has just shown talent, everyone will understand Yi Ling better, and he will undoubtedly be the best choice." He walked past Yin-Mi, not even glancing at her. Every step was like an affirmation, "And that's exactly what I wanted to see." Chong stopped and looked at her, saying, "You should also secretly go and visit your fiancé. He's probably not in a good mood right now." She lowered her head, seemingly understanding what he said. She respectfully replied, "I understand, master." On the other side, Bai Lai furiously slammed the table. "Ji Chong deserves to die." Bai Lai's subordinates stood on either side of him and quickly said, "Young master, calm your anger. On Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's territory, Ji Chong is like a snake. If we bring shame to Dao Heaven Immortal Palace for such a small matter, we won't be qualified to enter the immortal path." "Yes, young master." "Young mistress and Ji Chong are both disciples of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, so she must have suffered a lot." He still stood upright in anger. "If it weren't for these matters, how could I let him humiliate me like this?" A strong hatred surged in Bai Lai's heart. He wished he could kill Chong immediately. "Ji Chong, I will definitely make you taste humiliation when the time comes." Suddenly, Yin-Mi appeared at the door and called out, "Brother Lai." As soon as Bai Lai saw her, his expression changed instantly. He pushed away his subordinate as if wanting him to shut up, almost choking him. Yin-Mi, he walked forward, took Yin-Mi's hand and asked, "Did that Ji fellow do anything to you?" She pretended to wipe away tears. "Yin-Mi was wrong today. I didn't expect Ji Chong to do such a thing and even let Brother Lai." Bai Lai was worried about the beauty's tears and quickly shook his head to comfort her. "It's all right, I understand your difficulties. In Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Ji Chong has his way. I'm already very touched that you stood up for me." Yin-Mi looked up, her eyes misty with tears. "During the Myriad Dao banquet, I can't leave easily. I was worried you might misunderstand, so I rushed here to see you." Before Bai Lai could finish, she quickly pretended to throw herself into his arms. Her eyes were full of vulnerability, as if she wanted to capture his complete attention. Yin-Mi, she said sweetly. "Brother Lai, I'm so scared." She stroked his chest. "When the immortal path matter is over, I will leave Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Will you take me with you then?" Bai Lai also showed an angry expression, embracing Yin-Mi, but he didn't know the barely concealed disgust on her face. "Don't worry, when the immortal path opens, I will join forces with Brother Yi to seize the opportunity. When I break through to the mid-stage conferred king realm, I will definitely make Ji Chong regret bullying you." Yin-Mi also agreed, "I believe you." With that, he took out the Dao Immortal Ancient City from his robes. "By the way, I'll be staying in Dao Immortal Ancient City during this period. If you suffer any grievances, you can contact me anytime with this jade talisman." He handed the jade talisman to Yin-Mi, telling her to take good care of herself. "There's nothing else, you should go back for now. If Ji Chong doesn't see you, he'll definitely make things difficult for you." With that, he pushed her out the door. "Go back." Yin-Mi also pretended to be affectionate. "Brother Lai." Bai Lai, with a pained heart, silently shed tears, though he yearned to keep her. "Go back, remember, if you suffer any grievances, contact me." She still stood outside, dazed. Then Yin-Mi left, muttering, "Damn it." Bai Lai bit his lip in the room. "Sai Brother Yi Ling should also be in Dao Heaven Ancient City by now, right? I'll go catch up with him." Outside, a divine phoenix and a flying boat arrived, drawing everyone's gaze upward. "It's a divine phoenix." In Chang's room, Chang was playing with the Dao Immortal fragment Yin-Mi had brought back. "So these were his exact words?" She respectfully replied. "I wouldn't dare deceive master." Bai Lai also said that I can contact him anytime with this jade talisman. Chang looked at the Dao Immortal fragment, secretly thinking, "This Bai Lai is truly a lovesick fool. If I use this to know his location at all times, then finding Yi Ling will be much easier." He turned around and praised Yin-Mi unreservedly. "Well done. From now on, keep a close watch on Bai Lai's whereabouts. If you find he has met Yi Ling, report to me immediately." She smiled happily. Yes, master. A report came from outside the door. Princess Minkung of the peerless immortal dynasty has arrived. Chang's lips curled into a smile. She's here? The divine phoenix flew down and landed. Is that Princess Minkung of the peerless immortal dynasty? Yi Ling hid in the crowd, not daring to show his face. So the person who attacked me that day was you, Minkung of the peerless immortal dynasty. After careful consideration, Yi Ling snorted and left. HMPH, I'll settle all old and new scores then. The divine phoenix bowed its head, allowing Minkung to dismount. Chang stepped forward and greeted her politely, but his eyes held an unfathomable coldness. Long time no see. Has Minkung come to miss her husband? She was silent for a moment, then replied, presumptuous. Stop daydreaming. Chang pretended to clutch his chest in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Don't you know how much your husband misses you? She angrily scolded. So this is why you had that woman inform me to come here. Hearing Minkung say this, Chang was stunned. That woman? After a while, he understood that she was jealous. He sniffed. Strange, why is there a smell of vinegar in the air? She angrily pushed him aside. Get out of my way. Having finished joking, Chang began to explain. Yanji is a powerful expert I brought from the lower realm, and she can also be considered someone I'm pursuing. Minkung still didn't stop. Chang followed behind her and asked, What, are you jealous? She didn't admit it, turning her head to look elsewhere. You're too narcissistic. Tell me, what do you want with me? He quickly stepped forward and said, How boring. Yanji told me that you led 4 Saint Realm cultivators to ambush a conferred Marquis Realm man, and you even failed. How did he offend you? Why don't you tell your husband? Chang said coldly, sending shivers down her spine. I'll kill him for you, to vent your anger. At these words, Minkung's eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just heard, feeling as if the world had turned upside down. Kill him for me? How could a cold-hearted person like Jiyu Chang care about her affairs? Coming back to her senses, she shook her head and replied, You don't ask about the cause, you don't distinguish right from wrong, and you'll just kill him. Chang replied, Does it matter? If you want to kill him, I'll help you kill him. Chang's words once again left her dumbfounded, as if she couldn't comprehend what she had just heard. Whoever I want to kill, you'll help me kill. Then she chuckled softly, as expected of Jiyu Chang to utter such terrifying words of murder, yet it sounds like a gentle breeze. Minkung stared intently at Chang's expression, her gaze shifting slightly. If he just killed Yi Ling purely for me, it means he doesn't completely disregard me. The system suddenly popped up a notification, and Chang's lips curled into a smile. Child of Fortune, Yu Minkung's attitude changed. Luck value increased by 800 points, destiny points increased by 4,000 points. Chang turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over the road extending below the tower as if he was in control of everything from above. Are you also hiding the reason why you made a move on Yi Ling? Actually, you don't need to say. I've already investigated it. Hearing this, she forced a smile. It's nothing major. I just found out about the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerates inheritance mentioned in ancient texts. When I went to look for it, I found that Yi Ling had gotten there first. Chang raised an eyebrow. Reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Power of reincarnation. Then he suddenly pointed at Minkung. Are you saying you plan to kill him and seize his treasure? She didn't understand what he was saying, her mind filled with question marks as if all words were blurred. Chang paced back and forth, carefully observing Minkung. This point indeed surprised your husband. I didn't expect Minkung to resort to such a snatching act. This made her blush, and unable to speak. Ah, before Chang could finish, he interrupted. I thought someone had offended you first, but it turns out you had ill intentions towards someone else's opportunity. Seeing Minkung's flushed face, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then he couldn't help but smack his lips as if enjoying her embarrassment. Tisk tisk tisk, oh dear, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Minkung. But Minkung suddenly realized something. No, how can he say that about me? Then she turned around, raising her hand to hit Chang. Jiyu Chang, you talk as if you're a good person. Your methods are vicious. I was just being cautious. Chang began to tease. Getting angry, she blurted out, bastard. Seeing her hand about to fall, Chang quickly grabbed her hand, their hands tightly intertwined. This left Minkung stunned. Not knowing what to do, she looked at her tightly held hand with a strange expression. Chang smiled. What I mean is, leave this secret to me to handle. How can a small figure defile my beloved wife's hands? His words made her blush, and she opened her mouth but couldn't speak, only remaining silent in embarrassment. The sky gradually turned to dusk, the setting sun dyeing the entire space golden, creating a serene and mysterious atmosphere. In a palace, a person sat quietly in the main hall, with only the light from above shining down, forming a blurry halo. Light pillars descended from the sky on both sides like sacred sparks, making the space appear even more dim and powerful. Now that the immortal path has opened, it is inevitable. All major Tao lineages are gathered in Tao Heaven ancient city, allowing their young disciples to gain experience. He began to speak. What do you elders think about this matter? He sat beside him, disagreeing. Palace Master, I think this matter needs discussion from all sides. After all, the immortal path is full of dangers. If those Tao lineage disciples lose their lives during their experience and come back blaming us for poor protection, we won't be able to explain ourselves. She nodded in agreement. That's right, although the immortal ancient continent is fraught with dangers, it also holds many crises. Even I cannot ascertain my direction within it. Young disciples undergoing training there have a high chance of getting injured. Elder Yan suddenly stood up and cursed. Damn it, if you ask me, we shouldn't care about life and death in this matter. Let them go at it themselves. Everyone comes to join the fun, and if something happens, we're responsible. What kind of logic is that? Someone next to him, seeing this situation, tried to persuade him. Elder Yan is right. This is originally a voluntary matter. Our Tao Heaven Immortal Palace cannot bear this responsibility. He saw the tense atmosphere and interjected. That's right, we must make it clear to them beforehand. If they can't accept it, tell them to scram, he nodded. It's just that many young people gather together and conflicts are inevitable. And as the host, if our Tao Heaven Immortal Palace doesn't have any achievements, wouldn't it look bad? Elder Yan shrugged. Among the 5 true disciples of the Inner Palace, Chu Wunan's Tao heart is damaged and he has returned to the great Chu Immortal Dynasty. The remaining 3 are all in seclusion, and in my opinion their talent is merely mediocre. Are we still relying on them? As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere immediately became quiet. This matter. He looked at everyone's gazes fixed on him, feeling perplexed. Then he angrily scolded and questioned, What do you mean? Why are you all looking at me? Don't you have any plans regarding the Immortal Palace's reputation? Or do you think I'm narrow-minded and hold grudges? He let out a dry laugh, shaking his head and saying, No, Grand Elder is magnanimous. Why would he bother with a junior? But even if we send Jiyu Chong this time, his status as a true disciple of the Immortal Palace might still be a bit lacking, he snorted coldly, his voice sharp as if he disdained everything around him. HMPH, now this matter is Jiyu Chong's opportunity. Although this kid acts ruthlessly and is difficult to control, he still cultivates the immortal canon of my Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Even if he has selfish motives, would he dare to betray his master and annihilate his ancestors? He rose from his seat and spoke. In my opinion, Jiyu Zhang, in representing the Immortal Palace to contend with the various Tao geniuses, should rightfully be granted a title. This position of successor has been vacant for a long time. It's indeed time for someone to take it. How about— He stood up, raising his hand to interrupt. Palace Master, no need to say more. This old man understands the rules. Fine. Today this old man will swallow his pride and go see that boy. In another place, a gentle breeze softly blew, carrying a faint blue aura like nature's whisper, blurry and tranquil. Jiyu Shenner was cultivating on a stone, and in front of her, Yu Mingkong slowly walked over, sensing someone lurking. She quickly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as she looked around. This was a natural reaction. Who? Mingkong spoke. Sister Shenner, don't worry, I mean no harm. Jiyu Shenner stood up and questioned. You're Jiyu Chang's fiancée, Princess Mingkong of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. She didn't get angry at all due to this rudeness. Sister Shenner is truly discerning. Mingkong sat down beside her. I heard that sister is cultivating under the Grand Elder. Mingkong was idle, so I came to visit you. Shenner asked suspiciously, Is that so? Where's Jiyu Chang? Why didn't he come? Mingkong replied. He left the Immortal Palace. I don't know what he went to do. Shenner's eyes dimmed somewhat and she turned her face away. Oh really? She noticed the expression on her face. Was she disappointed because Jiyu Zhang didn't come? Seeing her losing her composure in front of her, she pretended to scold angrily. That hateful guy, I was planning to beat him into a pig's head after breaking through the conferred Marquis realm. She chuckled. Sister, don't get agitated, Mingkong said. Actually, I've heard about what he did to you back then, but Jiyu Zhang is not only hateful, but also very dangerous. Before you have absolute certainty, never conflict with him. She turned around, revealing a firm smile. But before you grow up, I will try to protect you. Shenner was bewildered and disbelieving. You said you'd protect me? Mingkong and Jiyu Shenner sat on a stone. Shenner suddenly spoke, her expression somewhat serious. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not needed. Aren't you Jiyu Chang's fiancé? Why are you telling me this? She didn't respond after hearing this, only raised her hand to scratch her head and then softly said, It's nothing, perhaps I just want to try my best to compensate for the shame and unease in my heart. I'll help him pay back some of the evil deeds Jiyu Chang committed. Hearing her say this, the little girl was surprised, thinking, help him pay back? To what extent must one love someone to say such words? The more Jiyu Shenner thought about it, the more troubled her expression became. She had also dealt with some of Mingkong's past affairs. She was always in a one-sided giving relationship. In truth, she was also a pitiable person. Jiyu Chang truly was an utter scoundrel. Meanwhile, on Jiyu Chang's side, this time, after absorbing all the resources collected by Yin Mi, his cultivation had already broken through to the heavenly god realm. Next, he only needed to keep an eye on Yi Ling's movements. Jiyu Chang looked at his hand, filled with purple power, and thought, now that Yi Ling is in the open and I'm in the shadows, dealing with him is simple. The more he thought, the sharper his eyes became, chilling to behold. Logically, as a reborn individual, Mingkong's biggest advantage should be her foresight. She should know more opportunities than Yi Ling, and she should be very familiar with Yi Ling's trajectory. He had originally planned to wait for her return to learn more about Yi Ling from her. But as soon as he stepped out, she was already gone. Who would she come into contact with in this celestial palace? Thinking this, he found it a little strange. Could it be that she went to find Shenner? Suddenly, shouts interrupted his thoughts. Jiyu Chang! Someone rushed over from afar, his hair already white. Jiyu Chang stood up at this moment and said happily, Oh, I didn't expect the Grand Elder to personally visit my supreme peak. What brings you here? As soon as the Grand Elder saw him, he said unhappily, In this celestial palace, do I need your permission to go anywhere? Just then, Jiyu Chang descended the steps one by one. Oh, of course not, he said, standing before the Grand Elder. but Ji Chong is a little tired and planning to rest for a while. If the Grand Elder has nothing else, please leave. The Grand Elder's face turned ashen, veins bulging. You? Seeing the Grand Elder's expression, he chuckled and said, "Oh, what's wrong, Grand Elder? Why are you unhappy? Oh right, if you're really upset about something, it's best not to think of threatening me with Shenner." He then feigned innocence and said, "Because I don't play those games." The Grand Elder was furious and said, "Do you boy think this old man is as despicable and shameless as you?" Ji Chong. Just then a loud shout came from afar. Ji Chong, shut up! Two people rushed in from outside looking aggressive. As soon as Ji Shenner arrived, she blocked the Grand Elder and said unhappily, "Ji Chong, what do you want?" Faced with this situation, he calmly said, "Who's so bold as to shout at me?" "Oh, it's Shenner? So what? After breaking through your cultivation, are you planning to take revenge on your brother?" He glanced, thinking. Sure enough, Yu Mingkong went to find Shenner. Shenner gritted her teeth in anger and said, "You." The Grand Elder was also on the verge of erupting at this moment. He said, "You brat, do you still remember the bet you made with this old man that day? Shenner is not without a fighting chance against you now." Ji Chong, however, responded unusually calmly, "Of course I remember. You bet the position of Immortal Palace successor that Shenner could defeat me. Now she has only just broken through the conferred Marquis realm. Is the Grand Elder already in such a hurry to make me the successor?" At this point, his tone became calculating. "Or rather, you have no choice but to do so." Hearing him say this, they all froze. The little girl said in surprise, "Master," he flicked his fingers and said, "Besides, Grand Elder, are you taking this position of successor too seriously?" There was no fear on his face, only a hint of triumph. "As if I desperately want it." Although the Grand Elder was displeased, he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you trying to extort me?" Did he already anticipate this? He didn't dodge but instead smiled and said, "Don't say it so harshly. In a mutually agreeable matter like this, how can you call it extortion?" Hearing him say this, the Grand Elder suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, a mutually agreeable matter indeed. I've seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. You've truly opened this old man's eyes today." Then his face darkened and he said, "Speak, how can you agree? This old man advises you not to go too far," as if it was exactly what he wanted. Ji Chong quickly said, "It's simple. Acknowledge my future palace master status and add another favor from the Grand Elder." The more he spoke, the more interesting he found it. "But Grand Elder, please rest assured this favor won't be too difficult for you." Hearing him say this, the Grand Elder thought in some confusion that both the future palace master status and a favor seemed very ordinary conditions, well within his control, with no reason to refuse. It seemed everything that happened today was within this fellow's calculations. He had truly underestimated him. Just then he spoke again. "Grand Elder?" Hearing the voice, the Grand Elder snorted coldly and said, "HMPH, what if this old man agrees to your demand?" Seeing him say this, he said with satisfaction, "Indeed, Grand Elder is very straightforward, but for this matter, I still hope the Grand Elder will swear on his Tao heart." The Grand Elder's forehead veins bulged again. Ji Shenner suddenly stepped forward at this moment and said, "Master will naturally fulfill what he promises. Are you doubting, Master?" Hearing this, he said with a cold expression, "Nonsense. If I didn't doubt him, would I make him swear?" He spoke with conviction. She had expected him to be embarrassed, but she was stunned that he said it so directly. Yu Mingkong, standing to the side, also looked down with some helplessness. On the other side, Ji Chong stood casually, arms crossed. Finally, the Grand Elder shouted loudly, "This old man swears on his Tao heart. If I break today's promise, I shall be struck by chaotic heavenly lightning, my soul scattered, my body destroyed and never reincarnated." After speaking, the Grand Elder scurried out, muttering as he ran, "Infuriating, truly infuriating." Seeing this, the little girl shouted, "Master!" At this point, only Shenner, Yu Mingkong and Ji Chong remained. Ji Shenner's expression changed from her previous aggressive demeanor to one of fear. Yu Mingkong's reaction was similar. Just then, Ji Chong's eyes lit up. A terrifying aura enveloped them, and he said, "Shenner." Seeing this, Yu Mingkong blocked her and said, "What do you want to do?" Just then, the little girl reached out and pulled her hand, saying, "Sister Mingkong, you don't need to worry about me." The little girl bravely stepped forward, pointing her sword at him and saying, "Ji Chong, let's settle our grievances here today." He stood there, arms crossed, and said, "Settle grievances? Even Master couldn't do anything to me." Ji Chong then continued as if it were obvious, "Ji Shenner, do you really think you still have a chance?" Ji Shenner heard him say this and said unhappily, "Stop looking down on people." The little girl angrily charged at him, saying as she rushed, "Whether I can beat you or not, we'll find out by trying." He, however, was unhurried and calmly said, "Oh." The little girl stomped and rushed forward, kicking at Ji Chong. He, however, remained calm and stood there unharmed, having dodged the attack. The little girl unhappily looked around, thinking, "This trick again." Shenner then quickly ran towards Ji Chong, saying, "Where are you going?" Shenner attacked him with her technique, the Three Talents Azure Flame Sword. Ji Chong was currently at the main entrance, and the little girl quickly rushed up to attack him. He was exceptionally calm at this moment, then smiled wickedly. "Ha ha." A blue aura shot out from within him. Not only did he not retaliate, but he was able to easily block the little girl's sword tip with his bare hands. The little girl exclaimed in surprise. "You," he whispered. "My foolish sister," Ji Chong said with some satisfaction. "You just broke through to the conferred Marquis realm and you want to kill me?" As he spoke, the sword blocked by Ji Chong began to crack. "It seems you are too self-confident." The sword finally shattered. The little girl's face was pale at this moment, still unable to properly assess herself. He stood there, scolding the little girl. "As soon as we met, you wanted to kill me, but I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. How are you any different from those reckless children? Ji Chong leaned close to Shenner and said, "You've disappointed me too much." Hearing him say this, she thought with some guilt, "Disappointed? I couldn't defeat him, and he suppressed me. He should be happy, shouldn't he? What does he mean? Has Ji Chong been encouraging my cultivation all along just so I could kill him?" He then raised his hand and touched her forehead, saying, "Today is just a small punishment for you." Then he decisively flicked her forehead, "And next time, I'll throw you into a pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. He then turned and left, saying as he walked, "If you have nothing to do, go cultivate. I don't have time to play these childish revenge games with you here." She felt wronged and gritted her teeth, saying, "You," he still calmly responded, "stop torturing yourself, your current strength is far from enough." Ji Shenner stood behind, swaying as she got up and said, "Ji Chong, if you went through all this trouble to humiliate me just to make me kill you, then how about I fulfill your wish?" He slowly said, "Talk to me when you have the ability." As soon as his words fell, there was movement behind him. Several golden lights appeared. Ji Shenner was the first to use her spell. The people below exclaimed in panic, What is this?" In the distance, a giant sword appeared, carrying the aura of a Saint Realmold monster's blade. "I didn't expect him to give this to that girl Shenner," the Grand Elder thought to himself as soon as he saw it. "I'm afraid Ji Chong won't escape today," the little girl shouted angrily. Annihilating severing slash, a giant sword appeared before Ji Chong. Just then, Yu Mingkong, standing to the side, shouted at the little girl, "Shenner, no!" Just then, Shenner suddenly awoke. Seeing the sword about to rush towards him, she shouted, "Ji Chong, dodge!" He heard her and responded, "Okay." He glanced, thinking, as expected of a child of fortune, she indeed has hidden abilities. Not only did Ji Chong not dodge, but he stood there, arms outstretched, and said, "This strike I will return to you." Seeing this scene, Shenner shouted in panic, "Ji Chong!" Even Yu Mingkong was stunned. A holy sword slashed down, leaving a massive mark, and smoke billowed up from it. The sword penetrated a portion of the mountain, and the people below looked up, exclaiming in fear, "Who is fighting on Supreme Peak?" The marks alone are terrifying. This power must be from an elder in the sect. Yu Mingkong saw it and said in panic, "Ji Chong, what exactly do you want to do?" Shenner said in surprise. "This is," he said, pointing there. "That's right, this is," he said each word clearly, "your Earth Dao bone," the little girl thought in surprise. "He clearly could have resisted it. I clearly retracted a large amount of spiritual energy, so why didn't he dodge? Why did he say this strike was to return to me?" The more Shenner thought about it, the more regretful she became. If I hadn't held back just now, wouldn't he have died here? The little girl looked at the wounds on his body and said, "I really almost killed Ji Chong." Shenner regretted, thinking, "Was I wrong about him all along?" Yu Mingkong rushed over in a panic at this moment and said, "Ji Chong, are you tired of living? Even if it's a sympathy play, you're too confident." She scolded him, worried. "What if Shenner didn't hold back in the end? That confrontation would have cost you your life." He pretended to be fine and said, "I just wanted to return a little bit of what she suffered over the years." Both Yu Mingkong and Shenner were stunned after hearing this. She was somewhat angry at this moment, then couldn't help but say, "Do you think doing this will win you everyone's sympathy and forgiveness? You're wrong, Ji Chong. Even if you die, you should have a proper death." The two of them left together, leaving Shenner standing there. The Grand Elder stood on the mountaintop, having already seen through everything. Seeing this, he thought, "Indeed, the hatred is deep. It seems I underestimated you." Discussions were endless. The next day, did you hear? Ji Chong, the young master of the Longevity Ji family, was designated as the Immortal Palace's successor and palace master early this morning. Sure enough, just yesterday. Ji Chong was severely injured by his so-called sister, Ji Shenner, wasn't he? That strike almost split the sky. Onlookers excitedly discussed as they ate their melons. "Oh, someone of my caliber was actually able to injure Ji Chong? The Ji family is truly abnormal." Ji Chong at this moment was caressing the severed wound, thinking, as expected of a top child of fortune's trump card, "This strike actually contains destructive power, but that's good. If the wound heals too quickly, this act won't be realistic." Thinking this, he felt a bit smug. "After all, to guide Ji Shenner to completely trust me, I had to take this strike. The day you personally dig out this bone, the final reward will naturally fall into place." After thinking, he took his clothes and put them on, still soft-hearted towards her enemy. "After all, she's still a silly girl. How can you escape my grasp?" He simply waved his hand and his clothes were on. Yu Mingkong and Shenner came together yesterday, so these two must have reached some kind of consensus. He slowly straightened his clothes, making them look neat and presentable. Yu Mingkong has the experience of her past life, and she must already know Ji Shenner's fate. Being able to unite allies to deal with me at this time also aligns with her style. Just then there was a knock on the door. Ji Chong, the door slowly opened a crack. He walked out from inside and said, "What, are you worried about me?" She was a little embarrassed but still said, "Are you all right?" He looked at her, thinking, this woman is actually worried about me. Seeing this, he pretended to be in pain. "Ouch, ouch." Seeing him acting, she said directly, "Here's a pill. It will help you expel the destructive power. Cooperate with the medicine to circulate your spiritual energy for a few days and it should work." He took the medicine, then looked at her seductively. Seeing her walk in, he said, "When did Mingkong start caring about me?" Hearing this, she was furious. "When? It's just that someone never noticed." He then spoke. "Oh." Seeing him a little cold, she said, "Why are you sighing?" Ji Chong again pretended to say, "Nothing anyway, I'm a heartless person, so it's normal not to notice." Seeing this, she walked forward and stood before him. After a moment of silence she began to say, "That's right, Jiyu Wuxin, is your heart made of stone?" After speaking she walked out saying as she went, "The day of Dao Heaven is approaching. Many young talents have secretly formed alliances among various clans. If you want to know something in advance, why don't you go for a stroll sometime?" Jiyu Zhang looked at her, deep in thought. This resentment is truly immense, but I can only attribute it to an innate demonic nature. It's too difficult to explain, so I must create an opportunity for her to accidentally discover my true secret. Below, the crowd began to gather. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is indeed clever to promote young Master Jiyu to the position of Immortal Palace successor at this time. Now among all the younger generation, who can compete with him? That's not entirely true. Recently, many young supremes among the younger generation have broken through to the conferred king realm. Now that Jiyu Chang is severely injured, there are probably still many who want to take advantage of the situation. A plump woman said, "Have you heard about Yi Ling, the one who fought the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, Yi Langqian, to a draw?" Another person replied, I heard he also intends to challenge young Master Jiyu. I wonder when they became enemies." The plump woman then continued, "Is he very active recently? It's not certain he can defeat young Master Jiyu." In the tall building, Brother Yi sat opposite him and said, "Brother Jiyu, I never expected this matter to involve you." He replied, "He's just a collateral bug. Why should Brother Yi care?" He found it reasonable. "Brother Jiyu is right. I thought so at first too, but because I underestimated him, I suffered a loss at his hands. Even now I don't know why the news of Yi Ling challenging you spread," Chang continued. "Oh, if I'm not mistaken, Yi Ling is just a collateral clan member of your Yi family. If drawing with you was luck, then his challenge to me today is even more suspicious," he said, looking at Minkong. "After all, such a person can't be a fool." Lu Li was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. He continued, "Brother Gu's words, I've thought about them before. Yi Ling must have been guided by a master or received some inheritance. After all, when I fought him that day, I could feel that his moves were extremely strange and neutralized many of my divine abilities." He calmly sipped his tea and said, "It seems my guess aligns with Brother Yi's. Yi Ling is so arrogant, he must have something to rely on." Hearing these words, he said with a sudden realization, "Even Brother Jiyu thinks he's received some inheritance?" Minkong glanced at him unhappily from the side. "What is he doing? Is he going to reveal that Yi Ling possesses the reincarnation ancient talisman?" Chang continued, "I heard that recently many outstanding disciples from various sects and Dao lineages have mysteriously disappeared or had their origins seized. Does Senior Brother Yi know anything about this matter?" Upon hearing this, Minkong realized he intended to shift the blame just like in her previous life. The scene of Jiyu Chang manipulating puppets flashed in her mind, and she thought, blaming the demonic cultivation inheritor on others. Yu Minkong was astonished, thinking, "Is it really like this?" Her hands trembled involuntarily. Jiyu Chang suddenly looked over, thinking, "It seems she's realized something." Seeing her reaction, he asked, "What's wrong, Minkong? Are you feeling unwell?" Then he placed his hand on hers. This action made Brother Yi a bit awkward. Cough cough, Brother Jiyu and Princess Minkong's affection is truly enviable. Chang then said, "Brother Yi, you're joking. Minkong must just be disturbed by the recent disappearances of disciples from various sects." Minkong also spoke. "Please excuse my rudeness," she said with some worry. "This matter has been causing widespread panic recently, and the missing individuals weren't even very highly cultivated. Initially, no one noticed, but now that it has suddenly erupted, many more people have been discovered missing. It's a truly chilling number." Suddenly, Lu Li's gaze changed. She suddenly said, "That's right, it's not just the missing disciples, but even more strangely, some ancient tombs of Dao lineages have been raided and ancient corpses have also disappeared." Jiyu Chang continued, Don't you think this matter with its long time interval is related to a forbidden inheritance of a certain sect?" He listened, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Brother Jiyu means those terrifying forbidden Dao are about to appear." He also spoke, "I heard that those who cultivate such inheritances mostly devour some original bloodlines or even residual souls from corpses to quickly advance their cultivation. Combining this with everything that has happened recently, perhaps this matter is true." He remained silent for a long time before saying, "Brother Jiyu, is the suddenly rising Yi Ling connected to this matter?" Seeing him say this, he thought triumphantly, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Then, resting his chin on his hand, he feigned contemplation. "I've investigated Yi Ling. He's a collateral clan member of the Yi family with ordinary talent, no background and no resources. Yet in a short time his cultivation has reached the same level as his peers, catching up to us." Suddenly he stood up and slammed the table, saying, "Brother Jiyu, this matter is of great importance. I must report it to the clan as soon as possible." Then he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "We'll meet again when the Dao Heaven ancient road opens." He took his leave. "Lu Li, let's go." After hearing this, he said his farewell. "All right, then I'll see you out, Brother Yi. Take care." As they left, Lu Li looked back at him. When the door closed, Yu Minkong spoke. "Jiyu Chang, your methods are truly terrifying." He replied calmly, "What's so terrifying about them? Yi Ling will die sooner or later. This just makes it easier. Besides, your husband is helping her." She scoffed. "Heh, I suppose so." He stood and looked out the window. "Old Ming, please accompany me to find a residence to rest today." Old Ming appeared from the space and said, "Yes, young master." She asked, puzzled, "Why aren't we going back?" He said sinisterly, Of course it's to break through some cultivation and also to watch a good show tonight. On the other side the room was brightly lit and lively conversation could be heard inside. Brother Bai Lai. Luckily with the cultivation resources you provided, our cultivation has steadily improved. Yi Ling was filled with gratitude. Haha brother Yi Ling, no need for formalities between us. Why the thanks? Yi Ling said. I heard that a few days ago sister-in-law offended young master Jiyu Chong of the Jiyu family for you brother. As a disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, to go to such lengths is truly admirable, another person added. Needless to say the temperament of goddess Yin Mi is peerless. How many women in this world resort to flattery? Just this one point has already driven away countless others. Brother Bai Lai is truly blessed. Bai Lai laughed happily upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha, Bai Lai, how could you look down on my woman, he continued. Yin Mi sent word that she has time to leave the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace today. If I ask her to come directly, would you all have any objections? Upon hearing this, Yi Ling praised repeatedly. Oh, sister-in-law Yin Mi is coming, he continued. I heard sister-in-law has a graceful figure and a beautiful face, who could refuse her? Hearing Yi Ling say this, Bai Lai glanced at him with some displeasure and continued. Brother Jiyu, you don't need to worry too much about Jiyu Chong, he's just cultivated half a step faster than you. Once you break through to the mid-stage conferred king realm, you'll be unrivaled among your peers, the one with horns also added. Haha, Yi Ling is right, the shrimp in the corner also spoke. Jiyu Chong, I think he's just a pretty face probably, Bai Lai then spoke. HMPH, you are all right. My White Tiger clan is invincible in battle, what is there to fear about a mere junior like Jiyu Chong that day? I merely put the bigger picture first. A true man doesn't concern himself with immediate gains or losses, he said, making a serious expression. But speaking of Jiyu Chong, why is your brother challenging him? He continued. Brother's enemy is of course our enemy too, he said sinisterly, thinking of Minkong. Besides, that woman is his fiancée. Upon hearing this, Bai Lai said, Princess Yu Minkong of the peerless immortal dynasty, have you set your sights on her? He shook his hand and said, every goddess family attracts attention. I think I'll consider pursuing her, he said, clutching the pendant in his hand. But now that she's calculated against me for no reason, I won't let her off easily. The more he spoke, the more sinister his face became. And Jiyu Chong is her fiancé. Ha, I just happened to want to stab him. At this moment someone came in to report Brother Lai. Upon seeing him, Bai Lai said excitedly, Yin Mi. As soon as he saw Yin Mi, his face flushed and he quickly stepped forward and said, Sister-in-law has come at just the right time. Brother was just talking about you today. She saw this and said, Presumably this is Brother Yi, he said happily. That's right, sister-in-law, please come in and sit. Let's have a drink together, Bai Lai then said. Come sit here, everyone here is a young talent who dislikes Jiyu Chong. Meeting goddess Yin Mi today, she is indeed extraordinary, she spoke first. Apologies for the long wait, palace affairs have been busy. Senior brother Jiyu Chong has already become the palace master's successor and the enthronement ceremony should be soon. She looked at Bai Lai and said with a wronged expression, if he hadn't left the sect to open the mountain gate today, I wouldn't have had the chance to see Brother Lai. Upon hearing this, he angrily slammed the table and said, Jiyu Chong is detestable, Brother Lai, I'm fine. Yi Ling then said, Sister-in-law must have heard that I've challenged Jiyu Chong. Don't worry, sister-in-law, as long as I'm here no one can bully you, she happily replied. I have indeed heard a lot about Brother Yi recently, first challenging the reincarnation of the ancient emperor Yi Langtian, and now challenging the true immortal Jiyu Chong. This courage is truly admirable. He was pleased by these compliments and said happily, Haha, sister-in-law, you flatter me. Although Jiyu Chong is strong, I won't be afraid of him like others. She also replied happily, Haha, as expected. Senior brother Yi is reliable. Then Yi Ling was caught up in the atmosphere and stood up saying, It's rare to drink with sister-in-law. Why don't we have a drink? He offered her a cup of wine. No wonder brother misses you day and night. Sister-in-law is truly stunning. Seeing this, she couldn't refuse and took the cup. Brother, you flatter me. Yi Ling then drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, a warmth spreading from his mouth. Seeing this, he said happily, Sister-in-law is bold, let me fill your cup again and let's have another drink. Seeing this, she turned to Bai Lai for help. Brother Lai. Seeing this, he spoke Yi Ling with him like this. Yi Ling couldn't persuade her further. The other two exchanged puzzled glances, then Yi Ling said with a smile, Haha, it's getting late today. I've had a bit too much to drink, so I won't disturb brother and sister-in-law anymore. The two said in unison. Brother Bai Lai will also take our leave. When you fight Jiyu Chong, just call us, he said. All right, everyone take care. The shrimp, heavily drunk, muttered incoherently, Ah, Jiyu Chong, sooner or later you'll taste, ah, my power. At Bai Lai's words, he thought unhappily. He just said a few words. Brother is too petty. The door closed at this moment, and he spoke. Yin Mi. Seeing this, she gestured for him to be quiet. Shish, Yi Ling's character is not upright. He must be on guard. Brother Lai, she said cautiously. It's best not to trust him too much in the future. Bai Lai was surprised upon hearing this. Yin Mi, why would you say that? She feigned being wronged and said, Brother Lai, I'm not trying to sow discord, but ever since we met he's been staring at me, she said, pointing to her chest. He kept staring when he toasted me, and even, she pretended to be hurt and said, If he doesn't even respect me, then what position would he put you in? He recalled the scene and was displeased. She continued, I know Brother Lai might have been careless in choosing friends earlier with so many people. If I had warned you, they might have thought I was trying to break your brotherhood. He was furious, slamming his palm on the table. She began to act coy. but Yin Mi also knows Brother Lai needs help right now, so it's okay if I suffer a little, he said, enduring. I understand Yi Ling's nature well, his anger erupted. He didn't expect him to dare to stare at her, increasingly disrespecting him, his older brother. His face was grim at this moment. Don't worry, I will not let him off lightly for what happened tonight. Then she began to get up. It's getting late. Yin Mi will also take her leave now. Seeing this, he asked. Yin Mi, it's late. Are you still going back to the sect? She walked and said, I'm not going back today. I have a small courtyard in the city where I can rest. At this moment she said charmingly, Yin Mi's separate courtyard is 300 li east of the city. Upon hearing this he thought, his heart pounding. 300 li east of the city. Yin Mi is hinting at me. Yin Mi left and the door closed. A voice came from inside. Come, go bring Yi Ling back. That brat actually. Old Bai, you go too. This Yi Ling is full of tricks. She left triumphantly at this moment. The system popped up. Random quest, Child of Fortune's interpersonal relationship line completed. Evaluation perfect. Reward 1000 luck points, 500 destiny points, plus an additional 40 reward. Ji Chong receiving the message on the other side thought, calculating final reward. Host receives 1400 luck points, 7000 destiny points. So-called brotherly affection, couldn't even resist such beauty. After receiving the message he quickly left. I'm going out for a bit. If nothing important happens, wait for me here. Seeing this she thought, is he going to deal with Yi Ling himself? Minkong thought it was stranger the more she considered it. No, as the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient talisman, Yi Ling must have many trump cards. If Ji Chong doesn't intend to expose his secrets, he certainly can't kill him. Suddenly, she realized something. Is he going to use Bai Lai? Minkong thought while playing chess. Playing people like puppets, truly Ji Chong. At this moment, Yi Ling was walking on the road, and Old Turtle said, I say, big brother, I'm not being petty, am I? I just said a few more words to Yin Mi and his face turned ugly like he'd eaten shit. Usurping power, how can you say it so naturally? If you don't rein it in, sooner or later you'll suffer greatly because of women. Have you forgotten what happened last time? He walked and talked to someone. HMPH, I will not let that day's matter go. Suddenly there was movement and Yi Ling became vigilant. Who? He saw the figure high above. Chong turned halfway and said, Ah, Yi Ling. Then he stepped into the spatial gate. That's right, we'll meet again, he asked doubtfully. Who are you? He looked at the scene before him cautiously, thinking this person's cultivation doesn't seem strong from the outside. But his aura is strange. Why does it make me feel suffocated? At this moment an attack came from behind, causing the ground to explode and he was thrown flying. Seeing the situation he said, Divine King Realm Run, it seems he's here to assassinate you. Under the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace he wouldn't dare make too much noise. Perplexed, but Yi Ling still ran for his life. Who is this again? He ran until he was exhausted. Old Ming wondered, what does young master mean by doing this? He watched him run, thinking, I knew I couldn't kill this kid, why don't I pressure him a bit? On the other side, Bai Lai had also arrived. Yin Mi must be anxiously waiting for him, right? He slowly pushed open the door. As soon as he entered he saw her sitting in the chair and said, as expected, Yin Mi is waiting for me, and she even brewed wine. Seeing him she said, it seems master was right, you really would come. Hearing what she said he was a little confused. Master, what master? Yin Mi, aren't you waiting for me? At the same time Ji Chong appeared. Brother Bai is right. Yin Mi is indeed waiting for Brother Bai. He stepped forward and said, not bad, the wine hasn't cooled yet. She quickly said, Yin Mi greets master. Seeing this his face stiffened and he said, You all, Ji Chong sneered. Brother Bai, why are you standing there stunned? Won't you come and have a cup of freshly brewed wine with your fiancé? Yin Mi, really? Brother Bai is your fiancé after all, how can you let him stand? Quickly fill Brother Bai's cup. Bai Lai's eyes turned red with anger. Ji Chong, you actually dared to use Yin Mi to scheme against me, she said to him, displeased. Master offers wine, why aren't you thanking master for his grace? Seeing her say this he felt a pang of sadness. Yin Mi, I have always treated you well, why are you doing this to me? Ji Chong sat to the side taking a sip of water and said, I didn't realize Brother Bai, beneath his rough exterior, hid such a devoted heart. I heard you wanted to kill me. Now Yin Mi has given you a chance to meet me alone. Logically you should be grateful. Why do you seem so unhappy? Bai Lai furiously revealed his true form. Ji Chong, all of this was your doing, wasn't it? You forced Yin Mi to sow discord between me and Yi Ling, making me leave all my guards and come here alone. My anger has reached its peak. Whatever your purpose is, I will not let you succeed. Ji Chong calmly took another sip of tea and said, Clever, but I, Ji Chong, when have I ever needed to use such low-level methods as coercion to employ someone? She glanced at Bai Lai and said, Don't even dream about it. Compared to master, you're not even worth a toenail. How could I fall in love with you? Seeing her so heartless, Bai Lai said heartbroken, Yin Mi, you. At the same time the barrier had already appeared, and Ji Chong continued to leisurely pour tea, saying, Brother Bai, he continued indifferently, now your guards are not by your side. His expression grew more sinister as he spoke. Then let me send you off on your journey to the netherworld with this cup of wine. Bai Lai's face turned pale, and cold sweat streamed down. Ji Chong, you want to kill me? My backer is the archaic White Tiger Jengjin clan. Ji Chong looked at him as if he were an idiot. If I don't kill you, do you expect me to invite you for an all-night chat? As for the family behind you, it's hard to say who will bear the blame for this. Bai Lai gritted his teeth. You, then he roared, unleashing his power. Who do you think I am? Can just anyone kill me? Ji Chong. Ji Chong threw the teacup at him without a word. The teacup shattered and the fragments turned into rays of light, shooting towards him. The fragments collided with the defensive layer, sparking tiny fires. Soon a hole was broken in the defensive layer. The light flew straight through, directly piercing Bai Lai's chest. Boom! A strange purple flower suddenly bloomed from his chest. Bai Lai screamed in terror. Ah! His face gradually turned purple. Your strength is definitely more than the conferred king realm. How much more are you hiding? Ji Yuchang replied indifferently. To use the top 3 offensive powers of the Jengjin source body in Brother Bai's hands is truly a waste, Bai Lai retorted furiously. Bastard, don't underestimate me. His arm began to deform, growing as large as a beast's. His face also turned into a beast's, and the flower on his chest grew larger with the size of his new body. Bai Lai had now transformed into a man-tiger, his strength many times greater than before. He roared, Ji Yuchang, I'll fight you to the death. Bai Lai flew forward, unleashing his move. White Tiger Mountain Cracking Claw. Ji Yuchang sneered. Struggle, then die. His weapon slowly appeared, tearing through space, emanating an aura as cold as its master. Bai Lai was startled. This is Ji Yuchang glanced at him, his eyes flickering with a strange light, and a whirlwind of power immediately appeared in the courtyard. Bai Lai was sucked into it, only screaming in pain before being flung out. Ji Yuchang had appeared before him at some unknown moment. He grabbed Bai Lai by the neck with one hand. He mocked, wouldn't it be better to just wait for death? Why struggle? Bai Lai could no longer resist. He struggled to say, You are actually a heavenly god realm. The tentacles from the flower on Bai Lai's chest extended, preparing to devour him directly, and he screamed in terror, Ah no, Ji Yuchang, you can't kill me. Bai Lai's eyes were wide, bloodshot. My family. A green jade-glazed bottle emerged from a green bud, and a ray of light shot from the bottle, enveloping his entire body. Bai Lai trembled all over, unable to speak, only whimpering, Woo-woo. Before long, Bai Lai's body went limp, officially meeting his ancestors in the netherworld. Yin Mi witnessed all this, speechless. She stared blankly as if trying to engrave this moment deeply in her mind. Before Yin Mi was Ji Yuchang's tall, confident, and arrogant figure. He admired the feeling of power in his hand and sighed, The taste of the Jengjin source body is indeed good. I didn't expect it to contain so many transformations, truly worthy of being among the top 3 offensive powers. The surrounding barrier gradually shattered, revealing the real space. Yin Mi bowed respectfully and asked, Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the Jengjin origin, Master. How should Bai Lai's corpse be dealt with? Ji Yuchang instructed. This corpse cannot be casually destroyed. After all, it still has a great use. Clean up this place. She softly replied, Yes. The moon gradually became obscured. Dark clouds gathered, night fell, and 3 rays of light suddenly flew before Yin Mi's courtyard. She turned her head and saw Bai Lai's 3 subordinates descend, asking, Greetings, Goddess Yin Mi, have you seen our young master? Yin Mi replied naturally, Brother Lai did come to see me, but he said he was going to settle scores with Yi Ling first. He told me to wait for him. What's wrong? The elder in the middle replied. So that's how it is. I didn't expect young master to have already taken the initiative to find Yi Ling. She feigned worry. Has something happened? The elder lowered his eyes and honestly said, To be frank, Goddess, young master sent this old servant to capture Yi Ling before, but I only found some traces of a battle. Perhaps young master has already found him. Now Yi Ling is missing, and young master's whereabouts are unknown. However, Brother Lai, as the young master of the White Tiger clan, possesses many magical artifacts, so he should be fine. The 3 anxiously worried. That Yi Ling's methods are strange. I fear young master may have suffered at his hands. If anything untoward happens, we already knew Yi Ling was no good. If anything happens to young Master Bai Lai, we will never let him off. Indeed, they immediately clasped their hands, preparing to leave. Young Master's safety is unknown, so we won't disturb you further. She reached out and pleaded, If you find Brother Lai, please tell him to contact me immediately. Yin Mi covered her chest, her expression pale. I'm very worried about him. The 3 again transformed into 3 rays of light and flew away. Goddess, rest assured, this old servant will convey your message to young Master then. Yin Mi revealed a smile in the darkness. As expected, Master's foresight is divine. Everyone's actions are within his calculations. When they find Bai Lai, only a corpse will remain. Luli stood quietly on the grass, lost in thought. A pair of large hands slowly appeared behind her. It was Ji Yuchang who had returned. He asked with concern, Is Minkung still waiting for your husband? She replied coldly, You're covered in the scent of a vixen. Where have you been? Ji Yuchang was startled, raising his arm to sniff himself. A vixen, it seems Minkung is very familiar with my scent. He raised his hand to remove the fragrance from his body and calmly replied, Although I didn't do anything tonight to make her jealous. You've reminded me that my relationship with that woman definitely cannot be revealed. Minkung brushed past him. You don't need to probe me. I won't reveal anything, Ji Yuchang praised. As expected, Minkung understands me. She folded her arms in anger. Ji Yuchang, even if this woman is just a pawn, I won't allow you to have any other woman besides me. Before the hatred from the previous life is resolved, only he still knows nothing. And yawned. In another place, a magnificent mansion towered on a cliff. A roar came out. Who dares to kill my son? Bai Lai's father held the remaining fragments of his son, gritting his teeth filled with hatred. Die, die, I will tear him to shreds. Verdant Mountain was shrouded in thick fog. The elder of Bai Lai's subordinates held a red stone and deduced, according to the guidance of young Master Bai Lai's essence blood, he is in this cave. Before the 3 was the sealed cave entrance, and the elder ordered, Break the restriction, let's go in. After entering, the 3 were puzzled. This is a dungeon, how are there so many corpses? With so many people missing in the upper realm, could the news from the Yi family be true? One subordinate suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stammered, Elder Bai, young master's corpse, his essence and origin have been devoured. Bai Lai's withered corpse was found reduced to a pile of bones. The three immediately ran to the outside of the bars crying out in pain. Young master, things have escalated beyond our control. We must report this situation as soon as possible. Elder Bai gritted his teeth. You, the inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling, killed our young master and devoured his origin. This hatred is irreconcilable. In a room in an inn, whispers could be heard. Old turtle, don't you think the recent events are very strange? I always feel like someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. Yi Ling sat on the bed with countless unanswered questions in his mind. And who was that man last night? Is the person who assassinated me related to him? Why don't I remember offending that person? The little turtle speculated. Could it be Jiyu Chong? He frowned. Jiyu Chong, if he wanted to kill me, why go through all this trouble? Yi Ling stood up and walked to the window. Anyway, I must tell Brother Bai Lai about this so he can be prepared. Suddenly a voice echoed throughout the entire space. From today onwards, my Zhengjin White Tiger clan will use all its strength to hunt down the murderer of our young master Bai Lai. Yi Ling, every word clearly entered the ears of the city's residents. This person is cruel, insidious, despicable, shameless, and violates moral norms. If anyone can capture this person or provide clues, our clan will treat them as honored guests and be grateful for generations. Yi Ling was dumbfounded. Brother Bai Lai, he's dead, I killed him. He immediately closed the window and stepped back. What's going on? Someone must be framing me. Old turtle, I've been wronged, you know that, right? The little turtle replied. It's useless to say that now, even if I can prove it for you. Yi Ling gritted his teeth and continued. Even if you can prove that I didn't kill Bai Lai, they won't believe it. If my identity as the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate is discovered, they won't let me off either. I absolutely cannot be caught by the White Tiger clan now. He weakly pounded the door, his eyes filled with hatred. What a venomous scheme. One move has put me in a dilemma. That person last night must have been scheming against me, the little turtle advised. Now he's in the dark and you're in the light. The most urgent task is to escape. Use the power of reincarnation to conceal your origin. Ordinary people will definitely not discover you. Yi Ling's face was grim and he said helplessly, That's the only way. A few days later, a powerful voice came from the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Today, my Dao Heaven Immortal Palace bestows the title of inheritor. Before our ancestors and under the gaze of the eternal heavens, we officially declare true disciple Jiyu Chong as the current inheritor of my Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Jiyu Chong knelt in the center of the main hall, bowing his head in thanks. Disciple Jiyu Chong thanks all the elders and the palace master. The palace master spoke. Now that Chong is the official inheritor of my Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, you must set an example and guide your fellow disciples. With you here, we are more at ease with the opening of the ancient Dao Heaven path. Jiyu Chong turned slightly, winked, and the disciples in the hall cheered excitedly. Palace master, rest assured. As long as Jiyu Chong is here, no one will dare to bully our Immortal Palace disciples, the palace master replied cheerfully. Well said. Someone bestow upon the inheritor a pair of human phoenix wing immortal gold halberds, he introduced. This was the weapon used by an old ancestor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace back then. Its divine power goes without saying. Once spiritual energy is channeled into it, ordinary Saint Realm experts cannot even approach it. However, you cannot use it until you reach the divine realm. Jiyu Chong immediately looked curiously at what was in the box. Oh, Peng Fei folded his arms. Hey, I didn't expect it to be the Phoenix Wing Immortal Gold Halberd. Kai Ling closed his eyes, appearing indifferent. Jiyu Chong lightly tapped the ground, flying into the air, and asked, I wonder if any of the fellow disciples and heroes below would like to challenge me. The female disciples, blushing with envy, praised, So handsome. True disciple, Jiyu truly lives up to his reputation as having a legendary, true immortal physique. Jiyu Shenner gave a cold glance, guessing, It seems this guy has completely recovered from that sword strike last time. He landed and looked at her, implying, It seems none of you intend to make a move. In that case, I, inheritor Jiyu, will respectfully accept today. She hesitated and eyed, wondering, Is that it? Shouldn't he give me a chance to challenge him, then take the opportunity to tease and mock me? Everyone responded. We are convinced. What are you talking about? Senior brother Jiyu is a peerless genius. If this inheritor position isn't his, whose could it be? Jiyu Shenner was confused. Why is he ignoring me? She clenched her hands. I haven't openly defeated him yet. Why is he treating me like I'm air? Has all my hard work, years of cultivation and years of carrying this hatred been so easily neutralized by the dilapidated aura of that single sword strike? Jiyu Shenner was unwilling. Why does he act so superior, treating me like a stranger, a passerby, even less than an enemy? She gritted her teeth, but before she could finish, bang, she was pushed aside by Peng Fei of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, who cut in front of her. Congratulations, brother Jiyu, you are truly a role model for your generation. Seeing you today has truly impressed me. Jiyu Chong squinted and humbly said, You are too kind, fellow Taoist. Kai Ling of the Vermilion Bird clan also stepped forward, pushing Jiyu Shenner aside again. Brother Jiyu, what do you think about the recent uproar over the demonic art inheritor? Jiyu Chong stood with his hands behind his back and calmly said, Who doesn't know about the demonic art inheritor? Why does Goddess Kai Ling ask this? She replied. Doesn't Brother Ji think that this incident with the demonic art inheritor has revealed many flaws? Her gaze was sharp as she stared at him. From ancient times until now, every time a demonic art inheritor appeared, it shook the heavens, causing all major Tao lineages to concentrate their forces to jointly suppress them. The strength of those inheritors was also incomprehensibly powerful. Ji Chang gently responded, agreeing. Kai Ling probed. This time the demonic art inheritor is Yi Ling. I heard his strength has not yet reached the conferred king realm. So how could he kill Bai Lai, who possessed various life-saving methods? Ji Chang also feigned confusion. Indeed, if that Yi Ling hasn't reached the conferred king realm, how could he have killed Brother Bai Lai? There are indeed too many suspicious points here. Yi Lang Yin recounted, I have clashed with that Yi Ling. His cultivation and spiritual energy are indeed strange, and he clearly doesn't have many cultivation resources, yet his cultivation has increased rapidly, he analyzed. More importantly, many excellent disciples from various forces have recently disappeared without a trace, plus Bai Lai's corpse appeared in the demonic art inheritor's dungeon. All these things make one inevitably associate them with Yi Ling. As a member of the Yi family, if these things were done by him, then the Yi family also bears an unshirkable responsibility. But these are all just speculations. We cannot incriminate an innocent person based on this matter alone. Peng Fei mocked. Is young Master Bai Lai innocent? Are the young people of those forces who died innocent? He turned to look at Kai Ling. I heard that when Yi Ling was cultivating in a certain secret realm, Fairy Kai Ling was also there. Do you know him, which is why you've been defending him? Kai Ling was speechless. After listening for a while, Ji Chang had discovered another thing. So that's it. It seems this Fairy Kai Ling knows that Yi Ling. I was completely unaware of this before. It seems I'll have to add another piece to my chessboard. Everyone discussed amongst themselves. So Fairy Kai Ling knows Yi Ling? Kai Ling hesitated. Ji Chang walked down the steps and smoothed things over for her, saying, Fairy Kai Ling must be acting out of fairness. I think there's no need to rush this discussion for now. If we truly wrongly accuse a good person, then all the cultivators who go to capture Yi Ling will have to atone for the inheritor of demonic arts in the future. Yi Ling Tian still wanted to say something, but Brother Ji Yu immediately interrupted him. Demonic arts bring widespread disaster. This matter must be handled with caution. We cannot be arbitrary. He had no choice but to give up. Sai, Brother Gu's words are not without reason. In that case, let's go back and gather more evidence. The disciples admired and exclaimed, Fair discussion, truly worthy of Senior Brother Ji Yu, a blessing to the righteous path. Peng Fei also bowed and saluted. Brother Ji Yu, then we shall take our leave. Ji Chang bid them farewell. Safe travels, everyone, he thought to himself. In any case, Yi Ling has already been accused as the inheritor of demonic arts, and this period is the best time for me to gather resources and improve my cultivation. The ancient immortal tomb is about to open, and the ancient corpses, even immortal corpses from the immortal ancient era, are excellent opportunities for me. And the immortal spirits that are about to appear. Kai Ling stepped forward. Thank you, Brother Chang, for helping me out just now. She somewhat awkwardly made a request. Having just arrived here, I wonder if Brother Chang could show me around the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace? Ji Chang politely smiled. Since Fairy Kai Ling has asked, Ji is naturally more than happy to. He extended his hand in invitation. Come, let's walk and talk. Ji Shenner was left there all alone. The two strolled along the snow-covered steps, and Kai Ling asked, From what Brother Chang said today, do you perhaps know something about the demonic art inheritance? He replied, I do know something, but only what I've seen through ancient fragmented records. After all, the inheritor of demonic arts is known to all, so for me to explain it to everyone is simply doing my part. She seemed to have increased her favorability towards him, smiling. Is that so? It seems Brother Chang truly has a warm heart. Ji Chang righteously said, A warm heart is debatable. Ji merely does not wish to see all living beings suffer. If demonic arts truly appear in the world, how can we cultivators stand idly by? He frowned. Although Brother Bai Lai and I have some grievances, he is a magnanimous person, and to end up like this now. Ji also feels some regret. Sigh, just a few words convinced Kai Ling. Brother Chang possesses great righteousness. Kai Ling admires you. Ji Chang guided. Fairy Kai Ling jests. Actually, I initially suspected Yi Ling was the inheritor of demonic arts, but upon closer thought, if Yi Ling truly were the inheritor of demonic arts, would he dare to challenge me so brazenly? Wouldn't that be walking straight into a trap? She also admitted. Indeed, Yi Ling's actions are exactly as Brother Chang described. That's why I believed he wasn't the inheritor of demonic arts. Kai Ling was excited. However, with Brother Chang's help in clearing Yi Ling's name as the inheritor of demonic arts, it shouldn't be difficult. By then, perhaps everyone can even become friends. He smiled faintly. Oh, is that so? She blossomed into a radiant smile. Exactly. Brother Chang is so warm-hearted that anyone can become your friend. Ji Chang glanced at her. What a sharp-witted girl, just a few words and you want to bring me and Yi Ling together. However, if you need someone to clear Yi Ling's name, then I'm the most suitable person. Who made me, Ji warm-hearted and righteous? Always ready to help others. Seeing no response from him, Kai Ling called out, Brother Chang, you haven't answered my question just now. Instead, you changed the subject. Oh, that's right, Fairy Kai Ling. Since you trust Yi Ling so much, you must know the whereabouts of Brother Yi Ling, right? She replied without hesitation. I don't know, but I can try to contact him. Ji Chong curved his lips. That's good then. She frowned in confusion. Actually, I was wondering if Yi Ling isn't the inheritor of demonic arts, then could it be the young master of the Yi family, he teased. Oh, I didn't expect it to be Brother Yi. Why doesn't Fairy Kai Ling suspect me of being the inheritor of demonic arts? Kai Ling immediately denied his hypothesis. Brother Chang's status is noble, and his future achievements are boundless. How could he be tainted by demonic arts? But Yi Ling Tian is a different story. After all, he was once regarded as the true immortal emperor, and now the gap between them is growing. It's not impossible for him to be tainted by demonic arts out of jealousy, she said with emotion. I must be more careful, the two conversed happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious as if a match made in heaven. A figure walked out, blocking the path of the Vermilion Bird clan's inheritor. Ji Chong exclaimed in surprise. Mingkong, Kai Ling's eyes widened. Brother Chang. This is Emperor Mingkong. Mingkong stood with her arms crossed, her brows furrowed, looking displeased. He smiled and explained, she's always angry with me lately, which is why she looks like this. Don't mind it. Kai Ling also tactfully bowed and saluted. Then I shall disturb Brother Chang another day. It wouldn't be good if Brother Chang's fiancé has any misunderstandings. Brother Chang, farewell. He didn't try to stop her, replying, Fairy, please. She took her leave, thinking to herself, Yi Ling, I've done my best for you. Make sure you don't get caught during this time. How could Ji Chong not see her intentions? Little girl, you want to frame others and shift the blame? You're still too naive. He stepped forward to coax her. Mingkong, why are you still angry? Mingkong shook off his hand, turned around and said unhappily, if you don't tell me who that vixen was that night, don't even think about touching me. Ji Chong replied indifferently, what she should know I will naturally let her know. What she shouldn't know Mingkong shouldn't inquire about. He stepped forward but then added, but speaking of which, after so many days, Mingkong still hasn't suspected your husband? She asked in a panic. Suspect me of what? A cunning smile appeared on his face. You're so clever. You must know that my feigned ignorance is meant to hide something, right? Mingkong's forehead broke out in a nervous sweat. Has he already realized that I know too much? Does he want to eliminate me? She cautiously hid a small knife in her sleeve. Ji Chong praised, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. Mingkong, I'm truly growing fonder of you. Beautiful, sensible, dignified, and powerful. Truly a perfect ideal wife. Mingkong was shocked. A perfect ideal wife. Ji Chong, what exactly are you trying to say? A black orb of light appeared in his hand. Actually, you also know. Yi Ling is not the inheritor of demonic arts at all. His true identity is the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. I should still tell you this matter. A sinister barrier appeared between the two of them. Mingkong stared at it for a moment, then weakly closed her eyes. Yes, I know it all. She looked at the changes in his aura, then continued. Actually, you are the true inheritor of demonic arts. Mingkong frowned. So now you want to kill me to silence me? This day has finally come. Ji Chong laughed heartily. Haha, you see, wouldn't it have been better to be frank earlier? Why bother pretending, he said calmly. Demonic arts are a grave matter. If it's exposed, I'll be doomed. Killing you would indeed eliminate future troubles. Mingkong vigilantly said, why aren't you making your move? What are you waiting for? Ji Chong exposed. Mingkong, don't tell me you think that talisman can protect you. A wisp of black energy assailed her, enveloping her. He immediately grabbed her hand and the dagger slipped from her grasp. Mingkong was startled. Oh no! Ji Chong rushed towards her. She stared blankly at his approaching figure, which gradually overlapped with the past. Mingkong closed her eyes in despair. In the end, nothing had changed. The dagger fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Ji Chong held her tightly and said, I'm sorry, I've hidden it from you for so long, he confessed. I've kept the identity of the demonic art inheritor a secret for a long time, always afraid of implicating you. Now that you've brought it up, the heavy burden in my heart can finally be lifted. Mingkong was stiffly held in his embrace, unable to utter a single word. You, system prompt. Child of Fortune's emotions fluctuated. Host luck value increased by 800 points, destiny points increased by 4,000 points. Ji Chong secretly smiled. Sweet words are indeed what girls like most. She coldly pushed him away. You're not killing me now. Aren't you afraid I'll reveal your secret? He explained. I am afraid, but I can't bear to kill you. If you insist on doing so, then I can only accept my fate and marry a wife like you. Mingkong angrily said, who's your wife? We're not married yet. She was still confused. HMPH, he was so decisive in my previous life. Why isn't he killing me in this life? But this life he's also found a scapegoat, which is good. He could clearly make his move. If he killed me, his plan would have no flaws. Ji Chong conjured the gift he received at his enfeoffment today. You didn't even come to the enfeoffment ceremony today. I was originally going to let you pick a few of the gifts those old fogies sent. She was surprised. Phoenix Wing, Immortal Gold Halberd, he said calmly. This is for you. If you want to kill me, at least you'll need a magical artifact of this level. Mingkong took it in a daze. Ji Chong, I'm finding it harder and harder to see through you. She clutched it tightly, not responding. On the bustling streets, a group of people held portraits, asking the city's residents if they had seen this person. Yi Lim hid in his room, trembling with fear. Old Turtle, don't you think the recent events are very strange? I always feel like someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. The little turtle reassured. Don't worry, they won't easily see through the secret art of the reincarnation talisman. He regretted. It's a pity I can't use my handsome face to flirt with little fairies during this time. The little turtle said helplessly. What time is it, and you're still thinking about women? Yi Ling sat on the bed analyzing. The appearance of the demonic art inheritor is too coincidental. I suspect the real demonic art inheritor is actually lurking near the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, perhaps even a disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Coupled with Mingkong's ambush that day, I guess she must have information about any sect's inheritance on me and wants to seize it. And Mingkong is Jiyu Chang's fiancé. The two of them might be in cahoots. He frowned in confusion. I used to ignore Jiyu Chang, but now that I think back, he's the most suspicious. The little turtle was startled by his guess. If what you say is true, then the truth is too terrifying. Under the very nose of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, their inheritor is actually the inheritor of demonic arts. If this matter gets out, it will definitely shock the entire upper realm. Yiling anxiously paced back and forth, recalling all the misfortunes he had experienced. Each one subtly had Jiyu Chang's shadow, but I was foolish enough not to realize it until now. This is too horrifying. He angrily said, Jiyu Chang, you bastard, if you are determined to harm me, this time I will fight you fairly. What if you have true immortal qualifications? What if you're the inheritor of demonic arts? Am I, Yiling, afraid of you? The little turtle advised. Don't spread this matter for now. Even if you do, no one will believe it. Jiyu Chang didn't directly attack you, most likely because he wants you to take the blame. Of course, the best case scenario is that we've guessed wrong. And there's definitely some terrifying enemy lurking in the dark, which is truly chilling. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Is anyone there? He said happily. It's Kai Ling, come in quickly. Kai Ling walked in, turned and closed the door, then took off her hood. Sigh, with that disguise I didn't even recognize you on the street. Yiling shrugged. I have no choice, otherwise I wouldn't know how I died. She threw her cloak on the table and encouraged, Don't worry, Yiling, I will definitely find a way to help you. And recently, I met a very important person who also believes you've been wronged. I'll prove your innocence with him then. He asked in surprise. Who is that important person? I must thank him properly. Kai Ling hesitated. I can't tell you yet, but he's very young yet full of vitality. Even I feel ashamed, she thought to herself. Yiling once boasted he would defeat Brother Chang. Sigh, it's better not to tell him. Yiling hugged her emotionally. That's wonderful, Kai Ling. I truly don't know how to thank you. If my injustice can be cleared, I will definitely repay that benefactor. Kai Ling awkwardly reminded him. All right, why are you so excited? You're hurting me. In another place, Jiyu Chang looked at the character panel, couldn't help but sneeze, then murmured to himself, Is there really someone who wants to help me? I've recently absorbed so many resources collected by Yin Mi, yet my cultivation has only improved a little. It seems the heavenly god realm is indeed difficult to break through. For now, exchanging for talismans should be enough for the immortal ancient continent. He looked at the screen, excited. This talent called Transcendence can finally be used. System prompt. 3,000 luck points have been successfully exchanged for 30,000 destiny points. Jiyu Chang revealed a confident smile. Consuming 30,000 destiny points can transcend a bone in my body as a Dao bone. As long as there are enough destiny points, can I not transcend all the bones in my body? He reached out and clicked select. This system is still as useful as ever. He flew up, emitting a faint golden light. A powerful energy radiated outwards from him, spreading in all directions. The vision in his sea of consciousness had already encompassed the entire Tao Heaven ancient city. Jiyu Chang opened his eyes, surprised that he could already glimpse the laws of the world. This is indeed a method only achievable by entering the Saint realm. He looked at the power in his hands, excited. Does that mean my true strength can already destroy saints? Jiyu Chang leisurely picked up an immortal peach. This should be about right here. He opened the door, looked up at the sky, then took a bite, savoring it. Everything is just perfect. On this side, the elders were observing the crack in the heavenly gate. A woman speculated, It seems it won't be long until the entrance to the immortal ancient continent is fully open. This time, young people from all Tao lineages will come. I wonder if it will be a blessing or a curse. The old man next to her said in a deep voice, Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. For the natives of the immortal ancient continent, it is also a trial. After all, there are many opportunities during this time, and only by offending foreign disciples can they obtain them. As for the foreign disciples, we can only rely on our own abilities. The white-haired man turned and instructed, Notify the young disciples of all Tao lineage forces to gather here in 3 days, ready to enter the immortal ancient continent. A few days later, disciples from all directions gathered before the entrance to the immortal ancient continent. Outside, several people discussed animatedly, The entrance to the immortal ancient continent has finally opened. Too bad it's not for us old folks. Ha. Anyway, old folks can't act inside, so the opportunities can only be contended for by the young people. That woman was both worried and expectant. This time, with the birth of an immortal spirit, whoever is lucky will be reborn, wandering the world. As for settling in which family, that can only depend on their own abilities. The nearby elders also admonished. This time it's a mixed bag of good and bad, coupled with the recent appearance of the demonic art inheritor, which has stirred up unrest in the world. Should still remind the juniors to be careful and never be negligent, to avoid being ambushed. The powerful figures standing at the entrance to the immortal realm reminded everyone of the boundaries between the immortal ancient continent and the outside world. In this trial, elders could not participate, nor could the strong and pioneers already in the immortal ancient continent. Once you enter, there will be countless opportunities for you to contend for with your own abilities, regardless of life or death. Everyone rubbed their fists in anticipation, looking forward to their own opportunities. Yi Ling also secretly made a resolve in the crowd. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace truly lives up to its reputation as a dominant force. This aspect is just the tip of the iceberg, and it's certainly something I can clearly see. Everyone suddenly cheered excitedly, shouting, "Senior Brother Jiyu, it's Senior Brother Jiyu from Dao Heaven Immortal Palace." He was startled. Jiyu Chang. Jiyu Chang meaningfully glanced at Yi Ling, who panicked. "Why is he looking at me? Has he already discovered me?" The little turtle reassured. "Don't worry, don't overthink it. The disguise of the reincarnation ancient talisman isn't that easy to see through." Yi Ling breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Kai Ling stepped forward and enthusiastically said, "Brother Chang, I hope you'll take good care of me during this trip to the immortal ancient continent." Jiyu Chang politely responded, "Fairy Kai Ling, you're too kind." Yi Ling noticed the commotion here, his eyes darkening. "I need to remind Kai Ling not to be fooled by Jiyu Chang's kind-hearted appearance. This person is the most likely inheritor of demonic arts." He looked at Yin Mi's haggard appearance and thought, "It seems Bai Lai's death has hit sister-in-law Yin Mi hard. She definitely doesn't know Jiyu Chang did all of this. I must also warn her." The elder waved his hand. "I announce that the trial of the immortal ancient continent now begins." Everyone cheered. "Charge, everyone. First come, first served." Minkong glared at him, leaving him bewildered. She snorted coldly and was the first to fly up. Jiyu Chang helplessly thought, still angry, "Forget it. I already knew she wouldn't go with me. This is also good. She has her own opportunities." Jiyu Shenner also passed by and glared at him, causing another question mark to appear above his head. She huffed in pique and left directly. Jiyu Chang was both annoyed and amused. "This girl, forget it. Subduing Yi Ling is the top priority," he coldly instructed. "Once inside, we'll split up. We have communication jade slips. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to contact me immediately. Let's go." The entrance to the immortal ancient continent emitted dazzling light. Soon everyone had entered. Jiyu Shenner stood with her hands on her hips, excitedly saying, "As soon as I entered, I encountered an immortal spring. It seems this immortal ancient continent truly holds many opportunities, just as the record said." She clenched her fists, excitedly declaring, "This trial is my best chance to get revenge on Jiyu Chang." Suddenly, a group of people approached, taunting her. "Oh little girl, which faction are you from? How did you come here alone?" the leading man teased. "Why don't you come with us? Let your big brothers take good care of you." Jiyu Shenner said with disgust, "A fishy smell. Get away from me." That one sentence directly hurt his pride. He frowned, refusing a polite offer. Then he ordered his subordinates, "Go, strip her and throw her into the water to soak." She disdainfully summoned her longsword, merely a conferred Marquis realm cultivator, then swept her sword, killing 2 subordinates. The leader was startled. So fast, he immediately summoned his weapon. But before he could get a firm grip, Jiyu Shenner kicked his wrist and the weapon fell from his hand. She performed a beautiful backflip, circled behind the leader, and swung her longsword, leaving a sharp diagonal gash on his body. After landing steadily, he fell to the ground, and she coldly said, "I don't have time to waste on scum like you." Jiyu Shenner took their spatial rings. "I'll be taking these spatial rings then." The 7th princess of Sea King Palace walked over, saw them lying scattered on the ground, and angrily cursed. "A bunch of trash," a subordinate advised. "7th princess, no matter what, they are your brothers. All of Sea King Palace's bloodline." "Look," she sat down, checked the memories of the person, and interrupted. "You don't need to say more. I know what to do. My Sea King Palace isn't far from here, but you came all the way here, certainly not to bring shame upon us." The 7th princess's face turned livid, and she angrily said, "As expected, they're useless. Couldn't even deal with a little girl. HMPH, useless trash. When I catch you, I'll make your life a living hell." 2 dark figures stood in the air witnessing all of this. The black-robed man said with interest, "Interesting. This little girl is the sister of Jiyu Chang, who has the status of a supreme nirvana." Peng Fei smiled. "Sea King Palace is not to be trifled with. As for whether Jiyu Chang will help his so-called sister, that's hard to say." On the other side, a group of people knelt, begging for mercy. "My lord, we are willing to lead the way for you. Please spare us." Jiyu Chang's subordinate reported, "Master, we just received news that Miss Shenner seems to have offended people from Sea King Palace." Jiyu Chang asked. "Sea King Palace?" she replied. "Yes, master. Do your subordinates need to go and help?" He closed his eyes and meditated. "No need, as long as she doesn't die." He secretly thought, "Anyway, she was taught by those old geezers." Yin Mi respectfully bowed her head. "Master, your subordinates will now split up." Jiyu Chang reminded, Don't forget what I told you. You must approach Yi Ling as quickly as possible." She revealed a calculating smile. "Don't worry, master, with your plan, dealing with a mere Yi Ling is as easy as turning over one's hand." Jiyu Chang stood up and gestured. "You may all rise." They were overjoyed. "My lord," he asked, "who among you can take the lead?" Both pointed to the person in the middle, introducing, "My lord, he's in charge." "That's right, he knows best," Jiyu Chang sneered. "Oh, then 2 people aren't needed, are they?" Everyone's faces turned pale and a shiver ran down their spines. A beam of light carrying terrifying power suddenly plunged down, piercing through the defensive layer. The long spear accurately pierced one subordinate's abdomen. He fell to the ground, dust flying. A guard screamed in terror. Who dares to act so wildly before the ancestral hall?" The long spear emitted light and a figure appeared, clutching it tightly. Jiyu Chang walked forward, radiating world-destroying power. "Excuse me, everyone, please step aside." His eyes were dark and eerie. Or rather, I'll trouble all of you to die. Many wooden boxes buried underground were scattered on the ground. Ji Chang observed 4 skeletons whose primordial essence had been drained by the ancient bottle. Is this the accumulated primordial essence of saint spirits over generations? The ancient bottle, having finished absorbing, obediently returned to his hand. He glanced at it, a little disdainful. Tisk tisk, I overestimated them. He walked up the steps, muttering to himself, an immortal spirit is about to be born. When that happens, the entire continent will tremble. Therefore, before that, I must possess a stronger divine soul. Ji Chang stood at the edge of the cliff overlooking the surroundings where the bodies of the guards lay. He sinisterly smiled. But this alone isn't enough. I still need the children of fortune. On this side, Yi Ling and Kai Ling were locked in fierce battle with a monster. Everyone exclaimed, "It's indeed a divine realm ferocious beast." Yi Ling scoffed, "HMPH, a mere divine realm beast." Kai Ling, "Leave the killing to me." She was stunned. "What?" Upon hearing this, the disciples all admonished, "Has this kid gone mad? There should be a limit to showing off. There's no need to go this far just to curry favor with the saintess." He charged forward, confidently smiling. "Ignorant fools, open your eyes and see." Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the monster's head. It let out a pained roar and collapsed. Minkong with her subordinates lightly landed on the monster. The subordinates were shocked. The imperial princess of the peerless immortal dynasty, Yu Minkong. Kai Ling immediately realized that although the ferocious beasts on this continent had developed intelligence to kill one with a single strike, one would likely need at least conferred king realm strength. Yi Ling's face darkened. Yu Minkong. Minkong held a stone in her hand, looked at the crowd below, and pondered. In her memories of her previous life, most of the ancestral tombs of the immortal ancient continent's inhabitants were soon destroyed. Thinking carefully, it must have been that shameless scoundrel Ji Chang who coveted the primordial divine souls remaining in the corpses. He possessed the heaven-devouring demonic art. This place truly was a match made in heaven for him. If an immortal spirit were also to be born, how could his cultivation not be high when he left? She was a little worried, only hoping that before he dealt with Yi Chen he wouldn't focus too much on her. Kai Ling and the others bowed in thanks. "We of the Vermilion Bird Clan thank Imperial Princess Minkong for your assistance." Minkong responded indifferently. "It was merely a coincidence." Then Fairy Kai Ling, "You won't let Yi Ling hide in your group, will you?" Kai Ling gave a dry laugh. "No, my clan would never do such a thing." Minkong said no more and left directly. "Let's go." Kai Ling asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Yi Ling remained silent. Suddenly he sensed something, turned to look, and it was Yin Mi's aura. After determining the direction, he immediately left. Kai Ling had no time to stop him. "Hey Yi," 2 Vermilion Bird Clan disciples complained unhappily, "this kid has been following us ever since he came in. Now he's left without even saying goodbye. Sneaky and with strange cultivation methods. Could he be the hidden inheritor of demonic arts?" Kai Ling angrily rebuked. "Shut up." She couldn't help but make a comparison in her heart. Sigh, losing composure over such a small matter. Yi Ling's temperament is far inferior to Brother Chang's. On Yin Mi's side, she was undergoing a fierce battle, forced to retreat repeatedly. The mysterious man reached out, preparing to attack. "If you don't hand over the spirit herb, then I'll have to search you." A pillar of light descended from the sky, forcing him to retreat and dodge. Dust flew. Yi Ling stood in front of Yin Mi, striking a gentlemanly pose. "I didn't expect such lewdness towards a woman. This fellow Taoist truly leaves one speechless." Yin Mi secretly smiled to herself, her goal achieved. The black-robed man also completed his mission and immediately pretended to leave. "So there's a helper. In that case, a small spirit herb, I don't mind letting you have it." She cupped her hands and bowed in thanks. "Many thanks for your help, Brother Yi. This humble one is Yin Mi." Yi Ling scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Sister-in-law Yin Mi," he smoothed his hair, introducing himself, thinking he looked handsome. "It's me, Yi Ling." Yin Mi feigned surprise. "Yi Ling, how did you end up here? Aren't you currently—" Yi Ling smoothed the fuzz on his face, confidently saying, "Don't worry. My concealment methods are excellent. No one will discover me." She said with a worried tone, "Don't you know many cultivators are currently hunting you down? You're so daring, revealing your identity in front of me. Aren't you afraid I'll expose your secret?" He grabbed her shoulder and replied, "Sister-in-law's concern for me makes me very happy, but compared to your life nothing else matters." Yi Ling continued with a serious expression, "Sister-in-law should know that I've been wronged. This time I entered the immortal ancient continent to find something to clear my name." Yin Mi hesitated. "I know." She held his hand and sincerely said, "I know you, and you would never harm us." Yi Ling's face flushed and he was overjoyed. "Sister-in-law Yin Mi," he secretly rejoiced, "she truly is a kindred spirit." He frowned and reminded her, "Oh, I need to warn you, sister-in-law. You must be careful of Ji Chang. I suspect he's the mastermind who framed me." Yin Mi covered her mouth in disbelief. "What? How could it be senior brother Ji? Yi Ling grabbed her hand, intending to take her with him. "You'll see clearly when the time comes, sister-in-law. Come, follow me. For now, let's meet up with the Vermilion Bird Clan members. After all, having an extra helper makes things much more convenient." Yin Mi secretly scoffed. Yi Ling, every step you take is indeed within Master's calculations." The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. "Now you're not only taking the blame for Master, but also seeking opportunities for him. It's truly a difficult task for you." On the other side, a massive formation appeared in the air. Ji Shenner was surrounded by a group of people. She clutched her injured arm, gritting her teeth. To kill me, I didn't expect so many people to join forces, even using a clan protecting formation. You've truly gone to great lengths. One person, carrying a large saber, charged forward. Less talk, a life for a life. Jiyu Shen'er immediately swung her sword to parry, sparks flying. Another merman flew from behind her, holding a scythe, fiercely shouting, "Die, you scoundrel!" At a critical moment she performed a backflip, dodging both attacks. However, she was still a step too slow. Another person charged with a heavy punch. "I'm going to break your bones." Jiyu Shen'er couldn't dodge and was sent flying backward, cursing in her heart. "Damn it, there are too many people. I can't gain an advantage in this formation." She looked at the woman in the distance, knowing clearly that she intended to use a war of attrition to exhaust her strength. The seventh princess watched Jiyu Shen'er's difficult struggle with an authoritative air, her arms crossed. Jiyu Shen'er complained while dodging attacks. "It's all Jiyu Chang's fault. If it weren't for his unstable temperament, I wouldn't have killed that guy so easily and injured him so deeply." The three simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves. She suddenly woke up. "No, if I die, that's one less trouble for him. That's probably what he wants most." Jiyu Shen'er gritted her teeth, unwilling. "Damn it, I will never let him succeed." She clenched her fists and a huge burst of energy suddenly erupted from her bones. "Get lost," she roared, her eyes red. "Give it to me." The dazzling attack carried immense destructive power. None of the three were spared. They were sent flying, looking utterly disheveled. The subordinate behind the seventh princess admired. "Heh, to fight 3-on-1 without losing her imposing manner. This girl seems quite troublesome." However, after that attack, Jiyu Shen'er's stamina clearly declined. The seventh princess saw this scene and arrogantly commanded, "She's at the end of her rope. Continue the siege. Let's see how long you can last." Jiyu Shen'er pondered. "Continuous wars of attrition have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Master, we must find a way for our trump card to hit with one strike." On the surface, she still provoked the seventh princess. "Hey, that woman over there and that fat guy, are you both coming at me together?" That subordinate spoke mockingly. "This little girl not only has strange methods but also a sharp tongue. Heh, I most enjoy teasing courtesans." The person who had just recovered jumped out to attack again. She had no time to react and could only dodge sideways, retreating repeatedly. That subordinate also joined the attack, diving down from above shouting, "I'm going to crush your bones and toast the seventh princess." Jiyu Shen'er couldn't dodge, and could only grit her teeth and parry with her sword, her defensive layer gradually giving way, gradually cracking. Seeing this, the remaining two subordinates also rushed forward to help, besieging her together. She sneered, "HMPH, I was just waiting for this moment." The seventh princess also noticed something was wrong, suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, "Not good, retreat." Jiyu Shen'er glowed all over, startling several people. She unleashed a fatal blow. "Taste the sword my fourth master gave me." A massive sword light was created, piercing through the four who tried to kill her. A crack was also torn in the aerial formation, the blade still firmly embedded there, unmoving. Jiyu Shen'er laughed excitedly. "The barrier is broken. Now there's a chance." The seventh princess was furious and entered the fray herself. "You cunning little beast, how dare you kill people from my Sea King palace?" The two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. The two fought back and forth, and Jiyu Shen'er gradually fell into a disadvantage. She cursed under her breath. The seventh princess cleverly used her long spear to knock away the sword in Jiyu Shen'er's hand and raised a leg and brutally stomped on her chest. She was truly not to be trifled with. Jiyu Shen'er let out a painful cry and was directly knocked to the ground. The seventh princess did not stop, immediately tightening her grip on the spear, and hurled it at her with force. "I am extremely angry." Jiyu Shen'er easily dodged. She thought, "Damn it, a peak conferred King Realm Cultivator, and my spiritual energy is insufficient. I should still buy some time." The people outside contemptuously said, "HMPH, you're not good people either, just bullying others with your power." The seventh princess smiled smugly. "Bullying others with power, ha, that's right. My cultivation is higher than yours and I will bully you." She wielded her long spear. "You must have heard that no one who offends my Sea King Palace comes to a good end." Jiyu Shen'er stood there calmly. "Sea King Palace, do you know who I am? Do you dare to kill me?" The seventh princess knew but still scoffed. "HMPH, I know you're the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace Grand Elder's disciple, but so what? In this immortal ancient continent I will kill you and he won't be able to save you," she blurted out. "But brother, I am Jiyu Chang and he is in the immortal ancient continent. If you dare to touch me he will tear me to shreds." She kept ridiculing herself inwardly. Jiyu Shen'er, I can't believe I'm foolish enough to invoke Jiyu Chang's name in a crisis. The immortal ancient continent is so vast he might be contending for opportunities right now. How could he have the energy to care about me? Ah, ironic. "Jiyu Chang, I can't believe you'd say." "Jiyu Chang, don't think I don't know you have a deep grudge against him. Would he care about your life or death?" Jiyu Shen'er stood with her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. "Haha, you're just an outsider. How dare you brazenly talk about my relationship with Jiyu Chang? Brother said only he can bully me, a minor character like you in the conferred king realm." She deliberately made a contemptuous gesture. In front of him she was less than an ant, but inwardly she was screaming, "What am I even saying?" The seventh princess's dignity was wounded, her face turning green. "Ant, good, very good." She immediately charged forward, swinging her long spear. Jiyu Shen'er quickly dodged, getting impatient over such a small thing. "Damn it, my spiritual energy hasn't recovered much. Do I have to use my trump card?" The seventh princess gripped her long spear and continued to attack. She flipped over, luckily dodging. She raised her leg and fiercely kicked Jiyu Shen'er's back. Ji Shenner cried out in pain. Ugh! Ji Shenner was sent flying over 10 meters. Her internal organs were damaged and she couldn't stand. Before she could recover, she was stomped on the chest again, pinned to the ground. The 7th princess pointed the spear tip at her neck. So what if it's Ji Chong? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Today I'll kill you first, and then I'll go meet that so-called true immortal another day. Ji Shenner frowned. This is bad, she smiled arrogantly. I'd like to see what he can do to me. Suddenly a voice came from behind her. Oh, the 7th princess stiffened. Ji Chong appeared behind her expressionless. He turned around and coldly asked, "What can I do to you?" Ji Chong raised one hand, swinging both her and her long spear away. Ji Shenner was somewhat moved. Ji Chong, he really came, and so coincidentally has he been watching me all this time? Her face flushed to the root of her neck. Then everything I just said, did he hear it all? Her subordinate, seeing her seriously injured, immediately ran over. 7th princess, the formation is broken, the 7th princess murmured. Ji Chong, I admit you're strong, but don't think you can humiliate me at will. She touched the scars on her face and said resentfully, in a battle to the death I might not lose to you. Ji Chong ignored her words, turned around, reached out to help Ji Shenner up and asked with concern, how are your injuries? She hadn't yet processed what had just happened and replied distractedly, Ask again, and what does that mean? It was then that Ji Shenner suddenly snapped back to reality. She understood what he said and sat down with a thud, clutching her chest and complaining. Very serious injuries, many broken bones. My internal organs are also displaced and I'm exhausted now, without even the strength to move. If a certain person hadn't come, I might have died here today. Ji Shenner pretended to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, all alone without even anyone to collect her body. Woo-woo. Ji Chong suppressed a smile, watching her exaggerated performance, but still cooperated and asked, I didn't expect such serious injuries. It seems the people from Sea King Palace have gone too far. The 7th princess, infuriated, pointed at her and cursed. Nonsense, she was the one who repeatedly killed our Sea King Palace people, and now she's saying such things here. Energy began to emanate from him. She trembled. Ji Chong, don't think you can bully others with your power. Ji Chong coldly returned her own words. That's right, strange isn't it, because my cultivation is higher than yours. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Speak, how do you want to die? The 7th princess was struck by an invisible pressure and had to retreat. She gritted her teeth and said, Ji Chong, don't go too far. If you want to protect this little girl. Ji Chong retorted leisurely, your Sea King Palace harmed my sister and now you're turning around and accusing me of protecting her. What kind of logic is that? The 7th princess was speechless. Ji Shenner watched this scene thinking, when the 7th princess used to chase me, her attitude was as arrogant and overbearing as Ji Chong's. It's ridiculous how the roles have now changed. Why do I inexplicably feel at ease with him standing here? Ji Shenner secretly muttered, I was clearly planning to take revenge on him and then slip away just now. The system prompted that Ji Shenner's mood had changed. The 7th princess was unwilling. Ji Chong, if you insist on settling scores, then how about her killing my brother? A subordinate also accused. And she killed many warriors of our Sea King Palace. How do you account for that? Ji Shenner provoked. This, Fatty, you're quite bold. Didn't you say you were going to break my bones and toast your master? Why are you suddenly talking sense to me again? He was so angry he couldn't speak. You, Ji Chong's gaze sharpened. Oh, the subordinate was so frightened he shut his mouth tightly. He took a step forward. How do you account for it? A phantom mist appeared. She was startled. This was a pressure pressing her back. The 7th princess sensed something, her eyes suddenly widening as she looked behind her. Ji Chong pointed and a ray of light shot out. You all go down and accompany them. The subordinate lost his life and fell to the ground, turning to stone. She was so frightened that cold sweat streamed down her back. She hadn't expected him to be able to wield the power of law. The 7th princess couldn't help but retreat. Monster! The chubby subordinate immediately fled. Say, 7th princess, save me. His eyes glowed red, chasing his prey. He turned back, inadvertently meeting his gaze. His figure instantly disappeared and she screamed, look out! But it was too late. Ji Chong had already appeared before him. He pressed the subordinate's head to the ground and the surrounding stones also shattered with his movement. Dust flew, leaving only Ji Chong standing quietly there, his head sunken where he had pressed it, sitting there like a statue. The 7th princess's eyes were bloodshot. Ji Chong finished and turned around. It's your turn. She began to negotiate. Ji Chong, you used the power of law, so you must have consumed a lot of energy, right? You must also be aware of my Sea King Palace's capabilities. We're not just discussing this, he interrupted. Anything you have to say, say it after you've gone to the underworld. A subordinate emerged from somewhere shouting, 7th princess, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. He was still thinking at this moment. Haha, I've come at just the right time. Ji Chong's current state is definitely not at his peak. If I deal with her and the 7th princess feels at ease, I might even gain the Sea King Palace master's attention. He arrogantly charged over. Ji Chong prepared to die. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Chong waved his hand, flinging him aside, allowing him to barely utter his last word, die. She conjured a magic weapon, secretly cursing him as useless. He saw it and became interested. Oh, is that a replica of the Red Sun? The 7th princess proudly said, even if it's a replica, it's still a treasure of my Sea King Palace. It will trap you. Ji Chong laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, a small sword shot out from his brow. Ridiculous. Jiyu Chong flew up, thousands of swords ready to rush out at any moment. Sword art of nothingness, he unleashed his ultimate move. God-slaying decree, she couldn't believe it. Does every sword contain the power of the great Tao laws? Perhaps. Jiyu Shen'er was also dumbfounded. Is this Jiyu Chong's true strength? A powerful light shone across the area, and then with a loud bang, several mountaintops were pulverized by the sword light, turning into rubble. And then quickly turning into dust, a seventh princess also perished with the mountains, falling to the ground lifeless. Jiyu Shen'er was startled seeing her thrown at her feet. Why did you throw her to me? Jiyu Chong said expressionlessly. After all, she's the transformed form of a formidable exotic beast. Although her vitality is gone, her physical body contains vital essence and can strengthen bones and muscles. Don't you want it? She was silent for a moment, then asked doubtfully, Why are you here? He turned his face and replied, Just a coincidence. Jiyu Shen'er put her hands on her hips, posing, HMPH. Jiyu Chong, do you think I'll thank you for this? Even without you, I would have been fine. Jiyu Chong mocked. When you need something, you call me brother. And when you don't, you call me Jiyu Chong. Do you want a beating? He turned and left. Let's go, or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist throwing you into that pit and sealing you for 100 years, she retorted. Don't be so smug. One day I'll stomp you underfoot and make you taste that feeling too, Jiyu Chong said without looking back. If you want revenge, then prove it to me. As I said before, you're probably not even qualified to be a bug behind me. Jiyu Shen'er was surprised, thinking, before, when I went back in time. The little girl's delicate cries came from the palace. Brother Wu Jiyu Lei and them are bullying me. Jiyu Chong frowned, pushed Jiyu Shen'er's head away. Get lost, don't disturb my cultivation. She held his leg and complained, Woo, but they're making fun of me. He showed impatience. Do you think I care about such trivial matters? Screams came from the bamboo forest. Jiyu Chong said he didn't care, but his body was honest, going to seek justice for his sister. He stepped on the chubby boy and threatened, Who told you to bully her? The bruised and swollen little boys begged for mercy. No, we don't dare anymore. We don't dare anymore, he threatened. From now on, whoever dares to bully Shen'er, I'll throw them into the alchemy furnace. Jiyu Shen'er's face broke into a joyful smile. Breaking free from her memories, she looked at his retreating back, speechless. Jiyu Shen'er clenched her hands, firm in her resolve. I'm no longer a child, Jiyu Chong curiously hummed. She said firmly. What you did, whether out of guilt or a bad conscience, in short, don't think you can hide the truth of that year from me forever. Because I will eventually find out the truth. Her eyes flashed with determination. Then, we'll defeat you honorably. The system popped up a notification. Child of Fortune. Jiyu Shen'er's attitude changed. Host luck value increased by 100 points, destiny points increased by 5,000 points. Jiyu Chong left, then you'll have to work hard. Jiyu Shen'er snorted coldly. His character panel appeared. Although this girl Shen'er says she wants to defeat me, I'm afraid she has unconsciously changed her mind. He picked up the seventh princess with one hand and absorbed her essence. Jiyu Shen'er followed behind, quickly absorbing the remaining parts. He secretly thought, with a simple mind like hers, a little favor is enough to make her dizzy. If she fell into the hands of others, it would probably be unbelievable, even confusing. Jiyu Chong put on a helpless expression. Sigh as her brother, if I don't protect her, this girl doesn't know how many dangers she'll encounter. I'm truly a good brother, he pondered. After a period of collection, his cultivation also smoothly advanced to the Void God realm. Currently, without using demonic arts, he can easily suppress those so-called prodigies, but he doesn't know how Yi Ling is finding treasures. A group of people sat around the beast corpse arguing. Young Taboo, does the strength he's shown now count as young Taboo? Yi Langtian listened from the side, also unconvinced. Young Taboo, Brother Gu's growth speed is truly terrifying. Among so many young people, besides those reclusive disciples or freaks, I'm afraid no one is his match. Speaking of this, he glanced at the side suspiciously. Yi Langtian folded his arms and asked curiously, Why do I feel like you're very happy? Lu Li scratched her cheek, forced to smile. No, I'm not. On the other side, Minkong was in a fierce battle, forced to retreat repeatedly. The black-clothed woman relentlessly attacked. I'd like to see how long you can dodge. The sea exploded, waves reaching several feet high. Luckily, Minkong still successfully defended and retreated to a safe position. A solemn expression appeared on her face. I didn't expect to encounter such a formidable opponent here. According to my memories from my previous life, she should be that subordinate of the dragon party, who claimed to be a true dragon. The true dragon immediately approached, provoking, Where are you looking, outsider? Minkong coldly snorted and unleashed her magical power. The two forces collided and the sea surged, massive waves directly turning into tsunamis crashing onto the shore, frightening several monsters into scattering. The giant waves were so powerful that even the surrounding trees were uprooted. A group of people stood on tall branches observing the battle, commenting, I didn't expect Imperial Princess Minkong, Lord Gu's fiancée, to have such strength. The young woman fighting her, is she an immortal ancient exotic race? I didn't expect her to have Void God realm strength. Didn't the immortal ancient exotic races disappear long ago? Even if the immortal ancient continent is vast, it's still a continent that was once completely slaughtered. Are there still immortal ancient exotic races here? HMPH, what are immortal ancient exotic races? They are nothing more than our divinities or slaves. Zhao Shao frowned and said, Immortal ancient exotic races have always been mysterious, and the aura on this continent is much stronger than elsewhere. The strength of the younger generation may not necessarily surpass that of outside disciples, but this woman is the best example right now. The little boy next to them was surprised and said, "In that case, we need to be even more careful in our future actions." Zhao Shao frowned, displeased, and said, "Sister," this woman complimented, "your strength is not bad, but if you and I were in the same realm, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your opponent." Arrogantly, she offered her a chance. "Submit to the heir of the Blood Demon True Dragon Party. I think he would definitely like a woman like you." Minkong frowned, saying with disgust, "It's him indeed." She recalled in her previous life the Dragon Party broke the boundary certification of the immortal ancient continent and swept away many people, but ultimately vanished as if evaporated, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Many speculated that he must have offended some major power or accidentally entered a forbidden area and died. Now it seems this must be the good work of my fiancé. Minkong was helpless. After all, how could he, with the heaven-devouring demonic art, let go of the Dragon Party's original true dragon? Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. Since that's the case, let them experience Jiyu Chang's great name. He shouldn't mind. After all, this person in front of me isn't worth me using any tricks. The woman confidently crossed her arms and said, "Your expression, it seems you've heard of the Dragon Party Lord's reputation, haven't you? But don't worry. If you put your beauty and talent to use, the Lord will definitely be happy to cultivate with you." Minkong scoffed. "Haha, you'd better pray my fiancé doesn't hear those words," she mocked. "Anyway, you can't do anything to me. Instead of wasting your breath here, you might as well remind your Dragon Party Lord as soon as possible, lest he gets beaten to a pulp by my fiancé Jiyu Chang." His eyes widened, not expecting her to dare say such words. "You!" Then he quickly fled. "Very well, my fiancé Jiyu Chang, prepare to collect his corpse. As for you, no woman the Dragon Party sets its eyes on can escape." Minkong scoffed. "HMPH, just Jiyu Chang's prey. I hope you can still smile when you see him." She lowered her head and saw that the wooden token was changing. She thought. Shenner was saved by Jiyu Chang. How could this guy be so kind as to do something with no benefit? Minkong pondered. Has his motive toward Shenner changed in this life, or is he calculating something in secret again? Unable to figure it out, she stopped thinking about it, turned and left. Never mind, why is Jiyu Chang so different in this life and the last? I'll find out sooner or later. As for his attitude toward Shenner, I'll have to find an opportunity to inquire from Uncle Jiyu. Yi Ling at this moment was also not to be outdone. Like a strange gust of wind, he dodged attacks while counterattacking fierce beasts. Yi Ling threw a punch and the reincarnation fist directly pierced through the beast's body, causing a considerable tremor. The disciples were envious. "So strong, Brother Jia Ning's cultivation has almost reached the conferred king realm in such a short time, hasn't it? That's right. He can even kill a void god realm fierce beast on his own. This strength probably surpasses many young supremes." Everyone flattered him repeatedly. "I was truly blind before, even mocking Brother Jia." Yi Ling listened, proudly saying, "It's nothing to mention." The disciple also praised, "Brother Jia's strength is extraordinary and he's magnanimous. Truly a role model for us." The little turtle secretly reminded, "Kid, before you get the Heavenly Venerates relic, don't be too careless." Yi Ling hesitated. "I say, old turtle, why would the Heavenly Venerates relic be in the original owner's area? Isn't it suicide for me to go get it with my current strength?" It replied aggressively. "Otherwise, do you expect it to be in a place where others can contend for it?" The Heavenly Venerate was an ancient powerful figure from the immortal ancient era. He must have calculated everything for the items he left for you. The little turtle scoffed. "He's an heir of a heavenly ancestor, yet he doesn't even have this much courage. He might as well go home and farm." Yi Ling retorted guiltily. Who said I don't?" He looked at the crowd behind him and hesitated. "But the dangers of the secret realm are unknown. It seems I need to bring them along." Kai Ling stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? This path has led me all the way here. Why aren't you moving now?" Yi Ling explained. "Kai Ling, the secret realm ahead is where I want to go. There are opportunities inside. If you believe me, I can take you in." Yin Mi sincerely said, "I believe you." His eyes lit up and his cheeks flushed. "Yin Mi you." Seeing this scene, Kai Ling said sourly, "Okay, I'll go with you too." Yi Ling excitedly said, "Great, two people." As he spoke, he realized he had overreacted and said with a dry laugh, I mean there are many opportunities in the secret realm and you'll definitely get some if you come with me." The spiritual energy swirling around Jiyu Chang was gradually absorbed into his body. He focused intently, his eyes still tightly closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes, which were filled with interest, as Yi Ling's fortuitous encounter finally appeared. The ancient and solemn secret realm came into view. Yi Ling pointed. "As long as we enter, we won't be far from our destination." The disciples discussed. "This place doesn't look very safe." He reassured, "Don't worry, I can make you hide your aura." Yi Ling excitedly walked in. "Let's go, there's no time to waste." A disciple suddenly grabbed Kai Ling's hand and shouted, "Princess Kai Ling." She looked back at him puzzled and he said worriedly, "This is too dangerous. Although Jia Ning is not weak, who knows if there will be someone inside this secret realm that you cannot contend with," Kai Ling instructed. "You all stay here for now. If anything unexpected happens, just run out." The disciple's eyes were filled with suspicion. I feel like John Ning is definitely hiding something from us. He brought us all the way here with a very clear purpose. I'm afraid he hasn't finished speaking, but Yi Ling reminded, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow. Kai Ling pushed these words aside, turned and left. Don't worry, I believe John Ning's actions. He definitely won't be as you imagine. The two disciples were helpless and cursed. Damn John Ning, I want to see what tricks you're up to. The person next to him patted his shoulder. Sai, let's go. Yi Ling tightly gripped his necklace and asked, Old Turtle, the aboriginal guardians of the heavenly venerates enlightenment, they should also be in here, right? Yin Mi had been observing his actions and asked suspiciously, This is, the little turtle spoke, they should be here, but times have changed. If they obey you all as well, but if they have ulterior motives, this time might not go smoothly. Yi Ling scoffed, HMPH, if they betray me first, then don't blame me for being merciless. In another part of the secret realm, a commotion of discussions could be heard. The inheritor of the reincarnation heavenly venerate has appeared. You're all gathered here to discuss, so is the announcement true? This person is here to retrieve the items left by the reincarnation heavenly venerate. We thought the slave mark in our clan was just an ancient legend, but unexpectedly it has truly manifested. The white-haired old woman spoke. This is also why I summoned you all here. The reincarnation heavenly venerate's boundless enlightenment stones are controlled by various aristocratic families in turn. Now, if we hand them over, I'm afraid everyone will be unwilling. Why haven't we opened the heavenly venerate's grotto heaven for so long? There are still many treasured scrolls and good things inside. The old man next to her also stroked his beard in deep thought. It seems the key to opening the grotto heaven also lies with the inheritor. A young man defiantly said, What is an inheritor? Didn't he snatch away the things we've guarded for generations? Who would agree? The white-haired old woman raised her hand to signal. Quiet, don't rush, she continued. Considering the heavenly venerate's agreement, the strength of the young people outside is only at the void god realm. If everyone is determined to guard the heavenly venerate's relics, then what is your plan? The horned man excitedly said. What plan? Just kill him directly, the white-haired old woman also agreed. Since that's the case, keep a close watch on the outsiders. If there's anything unusual, better to kill 1,000 by mistake. Then let one go. Yi Ling and the others concealed their auras and moved through the secret realm. Suddenly a large number of aboriginals appeared from all directions, jumping onto rooftops to patrol. He was startled. Damn it, why are there suddenly so many aboriginals? The little turtle responded. They might be coming for him. He gritted his teeth. It hasn't been long, and our tracks have already been discovered by them. The little turtle also became vigilant. Don't be pessimistic. The situation is unclear right now. It might even be a test from the heavenly venerate. Yi Ling angrily punched the wall. A test, another test, heavenly venerate. Can't you just leave the opportunities? Why torment people? Yin Mi thought. It seems these people are indeed coming for him. The little turtle quickly consoled. What? If it's a test, there must be a solution. Your current task is to use the heavenly venerate's inheritance to find the grotto heaven he left for you. There must be a way to subdue the enlightenment stones within. With the enlightenment platform in hand now, even if those aboriginals have ulterior motives, whether they want to break the stalemate or take advantage of the situation, Yi Ling gripped his necklace, determined. But whether you're trustworthy or not, I must obtain the inheritance to expose Jiyu Chong as the true inheritor of the demonic art. Yin Mi tugged at his sleeve, timidly asking. Ning, they're not here to catch us, are they? Kai Ling frowned. Don't talk nonsense, what if they're just looking for something? She hesitated, but Yi Ling patted his chest and assured, It's just a coincidence, don't worry. Whatever happens, I'll protect you well. Yin Mi leaned closer to him. I trust you, John Ning. Yi Ling felt lightheaded, enjoying her closeness. Kai Ling glared at him angrily. This Yi Ling outside the secret realm entrance, 2 guards had already fallen to the ground. Footsteps slowly came from inside. A wisp of purple light shimmered in the dark passage. Jiyu Chong calmly walked past the guards' corpses. It seems I still have enough time to search through all the origins in the ancient tombs while Yi Ling is sneaking around here. Has my cultivation really reached the Divine King realm now? That's unexpected. He stood at the entrance of the ancient tomb, pondering. It seems there's no need to continue breaking through. Now that I cultivate both immortal and demonic arts, my cultivation will steadily increase with the consumption of destiny points. If those old monsters who have existed for countless eons are truly difficult to deal with, that would be troublesome. Jiyu Chong looked up at the aboriginals patrolling on the roof, thinking. Yi Ling had only been sneaking around for half a day. The entire secret realm was already alerted. Was he discovered? He immediately dismissed that thought. No, the creatures here are searching so slowly without purpose. It seems they haven't found Yi Ling's tracks yet. I'll capture one first and ask about the situation. Suddenly, an aboriginal landed in front of him. HMPH, what kind of inheritor? If I catch him, he'll be torn to pieces. Jiyu Chong paused and revealed a sinister smile. He walked forward and patted her shoulder. Hello, she looked back at him. Jiyu Chong threatened, don't make a sound, or you'll die. Her face contorted. You. The 2 figures twisted in the air, and after a moment disappeared. The aboriginal lost her balance. Tumbling head over heels, she fell freely through the air, unable to react. And a terrified scream echoed throughout the space. As the aboriginal shivered with fear, a force pulled her back. Jiyu Chong held her by the collar with one hand like a chicken, arrogantly saying, Welcome to my world. He suddenly let go, letting her fall and hit the transparent barrier. The aboriginal was terrified. This is, she blurted out. A whole world. What divine being are you? Jiyu Chang casually replied. Just trying to understand some things, the Aboriginal humbly knelt and pleaded. My lord, I'll tell you everything I know, just please don't kill me. He reached out and placed his hand on her head. He looked at her with icy eyes as if looking at a dead person. No need, I prefer to do it myself, the Aboriginal screamed in pain, and a strong light rushed into her mind. 5 figures appeared. So the elders of these Aboriginal tribes have already given orders. It seems even a venerable cannot arrange everything perfectly without any flaws. The 5 great tribes were once controlled by the Dark Sky Hawk's slave mark, and there was also the Heavenly Venerates Grotto Heaven with the Enlightenment platform. A smile played on Jiyu Chang's lips. This intelligence is too rich. He released the Aboriginal's head. She was now a true walking corpse. Jiyu Chang calculated that it was unknown how long it would take Yi Ling to find the Heavenly Venerates Grotto Heaven. Now that the Enlightenment platform was controlled by the Dark Skyhawk, it seemed he should start there and prepare in advance. His eyes were filled with calculation, and he would also try to see if any derivative divine abilities or secret techniques would be born from the heaven-devouring demonic art. In a tavern, 4 people sat around a table drinking. One of the green-haired young men looked out the window tipsy and said, "Brother He Ming, you're a direct descendant of our family. You must know something about this matter, right? Our 5 great families have actually dispatched so many troops at once, even mobilizing heavenly god realm experts," another replied. "Could it be those foreign cultivators in the ancestral land?" The pearl-faced man took a sip of wine and said, "Hey, a bunch of clowns. If our family didn't abide by the ancient immortal agreement and interact with the outside world, what would those so-called immortal Dao lineages be?" He Ming leaned on the table and said, "You can't say that. Since that heavenly god was sent out by the family, judging from the seriousness of this matter, it must already be related to the family's destiny." The green-haired young man turned around and said with a smile, "So what? Today's wine, today's drunk. If the sky falls, you still have your sister to hold it up for you. There's no way it'll be your turn to lead the charge, brother He Ming." He Ming looked at the green-haired young man and said, "What do you mean?" The green-haired young man leaned on the window frame and said with a smile, his tone only slightly less arrogant than the male protagonist Jiyu Chang, he said, "We are from the same root, yet we live in our sister's shadow. We have no say in the family, and even if we do, it's not easy. Are you still content with your current situation?" He Ming's face immediately darkened, showing great displeasure. He thought of He Yan Yu and said, "My sister and I are from the same root. I'm naturally happy for her achievements." "I don't know what you mean by this today." The snake-faced man walked behind He Ming, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "We've been friends for a long time. Don't I know the desires and ambitions in your heart? Actually, you're also waiting for an opportunity, aren't you, to become a brilliant, attention-grabbing heavenly prodigy?" After speaking, the snake-faced man walked away with his wine cup, leaving only one sentence. Never mind. The most important thing now is for us lowly cultivators to return early. Otherwise, if we're treated like soft persimmons by those outsiders, it won't be worth it." The remaining people also stood up and said, "Sai, I'm leaving. I'll take my leave too." Soon the door to the room behind He Ming closed. He Ming's face was ashen, cursing inwardly. This guy. Suddenly a voice came, "Young man, do you want to stand above billions of beings?" He Ming was startled. He nervously stood up, looking left and right, and said loudly, Who's speaking?" The voice spoke again. "Young man, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to stand above billions of beings?" He Ming said. "What?" The voice continued. "Do you want your cultivation and divine abilities to reach the peak of your life?" This left He Ming very bewildered. He suddenly thought, could it be that the opportunity I've been waiting for has finally arrived today? After saying this, he excitedly replied, "Senior, I want to. A black-purple aura suddenly rushed towards He Ming. The aura began to shroud his vision. Then he was taken to another place. He looked up blankly and said, This is." In front of him was a huge gate, surrounded by immortal energy. The gate slowly opened, and someone from inside said, "Enter, if you wish to command me. The immortal and mortal are separate, the yellow springs are eternal, and reincarnation is difficult to achieve." Jiyu Chang, cosplay as an old man, walked out and said, "He Ming, you were born into the Dark Sky Hawk tribe. Although you have never experienced hardships under the influence of your twin sister, your state of mind has a positive tendency towards tempering." He held a horsetail whisk. With a fake beard on his face, he looked down with a deep voice and said, "From ancient times until now, everything about you has been clear to me in a single thought." He Ming quickly knelt down and said, Senior is truly a god." He Ming looked up at Jiyu Chang and pleaded, "Senior, what should I do to become stronger?" Looking at He Ming kneeling before him, Jiyu Chang secretly thought, "The young man I caught before, it seems his obsession is indeed deep. The bait I cast has been taken." He Ming said, "Please guide me, Senior." Jiyu Chang stroked his fake beard, squinted one eye and said, "I am the creation emperor of the outer heavens. Become my follower, merely recite my name and you can live eternally. Even if the heavenly master is destroyed, long ages cannot preserve the true spirit." He Ming's eyes looked somewhat lost, and he said, "Recite the true name and live eternally. Recite the true name and live eternally." He Ming knelt and kowtowed loudly, saying, "I wish to become a follower of the Supreme Being. I only ask Senior to enlighten me." Jiyu Chang stretched out his hand, summoned a ball of light, and said, "Imparting the Dharma to a follower." Then he waved his hand, making the ball of light glow, and said, "Open your sea of consciousness and welcome the light of the great Tao." He Ming hurriedly said, "Thank you, Supreme Being. I am willing to offer everything to you." Then the light began to enter He Ming's head. A slight fluctuation occurred within He Ming's body. He Ming looked at his hands in surprise and said, "The wedding dress immortal art, I didn't expect it to be a cultivation method that ignores talent. As long as I let others successfully cultivate this method, I can possess that person's talent and even share that person's cultivation achievements." He Ming now let out an evil, sinister laugh as if possessed by a demon and said, "It seems Senior knew I had mediocre talent, so he specially prepared this divine art for me." Jiyu Zhang narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking the seed has been planted. He Ming has discovered its power and terrifying nature. And once the demonic heart is strengthened, it will be difficult to retract. He Ming stood up and laughed heartily, as if he had reaped a bountiful harvest, saying, "Divine art acquired. It seems from now on who will dare call me a good-for-nothing?" He Ming thought to himself, "I didn't expect such power, such temptation that no one can resist, and I am just a He Ming who has lived in the shadows for too long, in need of a little hope." Jiyu Chang stroked his beard and turned to leave, letting He Ming laugh wildly behind him. He thought, a good-for-nothing's comeback. This could also be considered the Dark Skyhawk tribe cultivating a child of fortune. With him devouring the 5 great ancient tribes will be much simpler. The gate gradually closed and He Ming stood there shouting, "Senior!" The gate then slammed shut. He Ming was sent back to reality. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He Ming looked around blankly and said, "I am back." Senior's imperceptible methods are indeed from the Creation Emperor's side. He Ming looked at the magical power in his hands and said, "Fortunately, the divine art is still here. I'll grab a few people to test it. If it truly has the heaven-defying effect I imagined, then perhaps I should let my clansmen try to learn it." He clenched his hands, smiling smugly, and said, "By then, with the talent of my clansmen, I can share everything. Unifying the 5 tribes will be within reach, and I, as the source of all things, will wield real power as if I am in some mighty realm. The position of clan leader will surely fall into my hands in another place." A very powerful being flew over the mountains. Long Teng flew past everyone, landing with great force to display his majesty. The surrounding demons all knelt down respectfully, saying in unison, "Welcome Lord Long Teng from your seclusion. Let me introduce you. This arrogant, ugly demon is Long Teng, worshipped extremely by the demons." He turned around and said, "How have the matters I instructed been handled?" A demon raised her head from the crowd, holding a crystal in her hand. She said, "Lord, as per your instructions, we have indeed captured an exceptionally talented and beautiful heavenly daughter from the outside." Long Teng showed an interested smile and said, "Oh, let me see." The demon, clad in red, released the crystal, making it glow, and then said, "This woman is Yu Mingkong, a princess of the peerless immortal dynasty from the outside world." Long Teng looked at her image very pleased and said, "As expected of my sister, you never disappoint me." Long Teng's sister frowned and said, "But she has a fiancé from the longevity Jiyu family in the outside world. He is also the inheritor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, with true immortal qualifications in the outside world. It might be a bit tricky." Long Teng showed a cunning smile and said, "An outsider brat dares to call himself a true immortal in front of me." Long Teng's face turned ashen, and he said with a battle-filled tone, "If he dares to stop me, I will tear him to shreds in front of his fiancée." At the foot of a certain mountain, many people were gathered, chatting. "Did you hear? Long Teng, one of the 10 inspectors of the ancient immortal continent, has just emerged. Don't worry, he will definitely suppress young Master Jiyu Chang. Ha 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 ha. Truly insane. Does he know what a young taboo is?" The person with the sword laughed and said, "Rumor has it that young Master Jiyu Chang has already captured many of Long Teng's subordinates. It seems these two are destined for a battle." The chubby man said, "Hey, this Long Teng isn't weak either. Maybe there'll be a good show to watch here." Lu Li and Brother Yi were sitting, drinking water and gossiping. Lu Li said, "Brother, do you think Long Teng will really make a move against Jiyu Chang?" Brother Yi held his teacup and said, "When I first entered the ancient immortal continent, I did hear about such a figure. If he can force Brother Jiyu to use some of his strength, then it's hard to say." Brother Yi took a sip of his tea, then continued, "If the two really fight, it would be a good opportunity to watch. If I can truly understand some of Brother Gu's strength, it won't be a wasted trip." On the high cliff, Mingkong had already stood there at some unknown time. She was holding something that looked very strange. Mingkong looked at the item in her hand and said, "The immortal spirit fruit contains immortal spiritual energy. With it, I should soon be able to enter the void god realm." She looked back and asked, "Do you know Jiyu Chang's recent movements?" The 2 soldiers behind her knelt and said, "Reporting to Imperial Princess, we do not have any recent news of young Master Jiyu." Mingkong's expression was calm. She thought about it, and indeed he must be hiding his tracks during this time, going to grave robbing. His cultivation has probably also improved a lot. Mingkong looked up at the sky and thought, in my previous life, Jiyu Chang must have been secretly planning big things, so he didn't make a move against Long Teng in the immortal ancient continent. But in this life, facing Long Teng's active provocation, choosing to avoid it doesn't fit his character. Mingkong smiled slightly, thinking besides the other party is arrogantly trying to monopolize his fiancé. Things have come to this point. Even if he can frame others and scheme against He Ming, I can't stay hidden. In the deep forest, Jiyu Shenner was meditating. Little Lan flew over and whispered something in her ear. Jiyu Shenner still had her eyes closed and said, "I never thought Jiyu Chang, that great villain, would have a day like this." Shenner opened her eyes. Whoosh! Jiyu Shaolan said, "Shaolan, are you saying that the 8 saints here are almost adults?" Jiyu Shaolon looked at the banana tree in front of them and said, "Actually, I'm also looking forward to Jiyu Chang's success, but I heard that Long Tang has just entered the true God realm, so it's probably hard to cause him any trouble. Alas, it seems revenge is still a long way off." The group of monkeys under the banana tree were not happy at all. They were looking at Shenner with loving eyes as if ready to pounce on her at any moment. Shenner sat on the stone, propping her face with her hand, and said, "But I should still go and see. What if Long Tang really defeats Jiyu Chang?" Little Lan on her shoulder squawked, not understanding what she was saying. She thought of the scene of Jiyu Chang being beaten beyond recognition by Long Tang and said with great interest, "Oh, let's go and see." The scene shifted to He Ming, who was engrossed in a book in front of him. He said, "Just giving the wedding dress to 3 people has brought me so many benefits, and even my cultivation talent has improved a lot." His hands were filled with magical power, and he had a very sinister expression on his face, saying, "This cultivation method is too heaven-defying. I believe I will soon surpass everyone and become a being above all else." Suddenly, his door was pushed open and someone shouted, "He Ming!" Yan Yu pushed open the door and loudly said, "What trouble have you caused again?" He Ming hurriedly ran to close the door and said, "Sister, come in quickly. I have something important to tell you." Yan Yu looked at him and asked, "You've been sneaking around lately. What are you doing?" He Ming hurriedly put his arm around Yan Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "This time I'm looking for sister because I want to show her something good." Yan Yu crossed her arms skeptically and said, "What good thing do you have? Not causing me trouble is already a comfort." After saying that, He Ming handed the book in his hand to Yan Yu and said, "Sister, please look." Yan Yu was surprised by the item in front of her and said, "What is this, an ancient divine art?" Yan Yu's dark eyes suddenly widened and she said in surprise, "Wait, this is..." She held the book, her face tense, looking at He Ming and said, "The cultivation method is too profound. Where did you get it?" He Ming scratched his head and said with a smile, "I got it by accident." "Oh sister, don't think too much. If this cultivation method is really useful, you can also pass it on to father and the elders later." Yan Yu gradually put down the book in her hand, and He Ming quickly raised the spine of the book. Yan Yu turned around very satisfied, elbowing He Ming and saying, "Well, He Ming, well done. Getting this ancient method, I didn't expect your first reaction to be to give it to the family." He Ming scratched his head, smiling courteously. "Sister also knows that my usual cultivation talent is mediocre. This cultivation method would only be wasted on me. It's better to give it to the family to improve its strength a bit, so I as a descendant prodigal can also live better, right?" Yan Yu looked at He Ming seriously and said, "He Ming." Yan Yu's expression softened and she said with a smile, "You've been wronged all these years." After saying that, Yan Yu took the book and walked out, not forgetting to wave her hand and say, "But don't worry, I will tell father and grandfather about this. The family will remember your contribution and not a bit less." He Ming looked at Yan Yu's retreating back and said, "I trust sister." When Yan Yu had completely left, He Ming's face turned grim. He thought, success. As long as this ancient method is passed on to sister's subordinate clansmen, then the entire family will become my wedding dress. He Ming showed a sinister smile, thinking, all of this is indeed thanks to that supreme being. In another place, Jiyu Chang already knew the whole story of He Ming and Yan Yu. At this moment he secretly praised good acting. Seems that rotten wood is not entirely useless. Once the high-ranking members of the Dark Skyhawk tribe become wedding dresses, that will be my time to appear. I imagine reaping the benefits then will be much better than constantly searching for ancient tombs. Jiyu Chang stood on the cliff enjoying the wind and relaxing, thinking, it must be quite interesting. My fiancé and sister's means of shifting blame mean they're going to the ancient immortal continent together. And I've become the one cleaning up their mess. Never mind, He Ming has been doing well recently, so I won't make things difficult for her. Behind him, his attendant was leading a group of demons. Jiyu Chang's attendant, holding Long Tang's subordinate, said, Master, the person is back. I just received news that Long Tang is in the east with 7 Void God Realm attendants, and the rest are conferred King Realm. Jiyu Chang merely smiled faintly, looked back and thought, this Long Tang's mind is indeed a bit problematic. He's actively offering himself to me to warm up. He probably hasn't gotten used to the initial Dragon Among Men template yet. If he wants to die and I don't satisfy him, then I, Jiyu, would truly be heartless. One of Jiyu Chang's 3 attendants shouted loudly. Neil, Long Tang's sister in the middle, however, refused to yield, struggling desperately. She loudly said, Don't touch me, Jiyu Chang said. It seems this is the extent of your abilities. Long Tang's sister raised her head and said arrogantly, Don't get cocky, Lord Long Tang is my twin brother, he will come for you. Her face suddenly twisted into a sinister expression, and she emphasized each word, If I lose even a single strand of hair, none of you will escape death, and neither will your fiancé. Alas, she hadn't been arrogant for long before she received a slap. This was just the beginning, and she had already been struck by Jiyu Chang face first on the ground. She looked quite pitiful, but never mind. Jiyu Chang gave her a murderous glance and said, Be grateful. Because I didn't harm her during my previous encounter with Ming Kong, otherwise she would already be in reincarnation now. Long Tang's sister, face down, said, You! She suddenly jumped up, looked at Jiyu Chang and roared angrily, How dare you humiliate me? Jiyu Chang said, Shut up. Long Tang's sister had been constantly noisy, a headache to deal with, so Jiyu Chang made her shut up, which infuriated her greatly. She thought in surprise, word of law? Jiyu Chang ordered a message to be sent out. Long Tang's twin sister is in my hands. Jiyu Chang was very pleased now. He smiled cunningly and said, if you don't want her to die, tell him to come and see me. In the sky, countless people discussed, you should be glad you didn't hurt her during your previous encounter with Minkong, otherwise she would already be in reincarnation now. Strange, go quickly and see. After saying that, they rushed forward like high-speed trains. Here, the battle between the two factions was fierce and the demons now had the upper hand. They said, haha, I thought you outsiders were so powerful. Can't even fight one, damn it. Those demons mocked very smugly. Where is your true immortal, Jiyu Chang? His reputation spread far and wide, didn't it? Don't be a coward, just let him hand over his fiancée and then bow his head and surrender. Haha, more and more onlookers gathered, discussing, these guys of the same realm have an advantage in physique. Damn it, has Jiyu Chang not arrived yet? Luli said, brother, don't you want to teach them a lesson? Brother Yi replied, not yet. A trace of vigilance flashed in Brother Yi's eyes and a red light descended like a whirlwind. Those guys of the same realm hurriedly ran out, shouting, Lord Long Tang, the people above said in surprise. What? Long Tang emerged from behind the hazy smoke holding 2 corpses in his arms and said triumphantly, which one of you is Jiyu Chang? He carelessly threw the 2 bodies onto the ground. A person from the upper realm exclaimed, this is Long Tang and his aura is too strong, Brother Yi said cautiously. Don't get agitated, Long Tang's strength has probably reached the peak of the Void God realm. Shanner kept looking around thinking, where is Jiyu Chang? Did he stand Long Tang up? But he certainly is capable of doing something like that. Those guys of the same realm clamored, Lord Long Tang has arrived. Jiyu Chang, come out and face your death. Long Tang stood before the group proudly declaring, Jiyu Chang, if you don't show up, I'll have to vent my anger on them. The men will die and the women will become slaves. Minkong descended from the sky, causing the onlookers below to murmur, that's Princess Minkong. Shanner looked up at her, thinking, Sister Minkong. Princess Minkong with a dignified demeanor looked down. Long Tang saw Princess Minkong appear and excitedly said, once I kill Jiyu Chang, you'll come with me. Minkong frowned, looking at Long Tang with disdain. She scoffed softly and began to set up a formation. Minkong unleashed the imperial art, heaven-rending sword, summoning a giant blade that pointed directly at Long Tang. Long Tang remained composed, arms crossed watching the massive blade approach him. Long Tang raised his lava-encased arm and laughed, how audacious to dare attack me, strong enough I like it. To their surprise, he shattered Minkong's enormous blade with just one arm. Truly formidable. The onlookers were dumbfounded, discussing, that was an imperial art, yet it was defeated so easily, so strong it seems Brother Jiyu might not win. Even if Princess Minkong is strong, she probably isn't Long Tang's match. This is a gap in cultivation that is hard to bridge. Long Tang began to gather power. His palm started to glow, then he fiercely threw a punch. The magic power, strong as a whirlwind, formed a dragon head that charged towards Minkong. His move caused a massive explosion in the air, creating a thick layer of smoke. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a stunning yellow chrysanthemum. Minkong swiftly cast a spell, creating 7 chrysanthemums as a barrier to protect herself from Long Tang's attack. Minkong said, with such meager abilities, what gives you the audacity to challenge Jiyu Chang? The people below looked up and cheered excitedly. She blocked it as expected of the imperial princess of the peerless immortal dynasty. Long Tang was also very surprised by Minkong's power. He thought, didn't my sister say this? Minkong was on par with her in strength. Did she break through in such a short time? The yellow chrysanthemum petals slowly separated. Minkong shot these petals out with spiritual energy. The petals fell like rain, but only Long Tang was targeted. Suddenly, a petal grazed his face, leaving a scratch. Not only that, the petals glowed upon landing, then triggered a massive explosion, making people exclaim, so powerful. Minkong landed on the ground with murmurs behind her. Did she succeed? Smoke and dust are blocking the view. Surprised, Long Tang began to rage. He swiftly charged out from the smoke and said, woman, you have successfully angered me. This greatly surprised Minkong. Minkong went from offense to defense, forced to continuously cast spells to fend off Long Tang's attacks. Unfortunately, during the defense, her formation was broken and Minkong had no time to react. Long Tang seized the opportunity, swiftly rushed towards Minkong, threw a punch at her and loudly said, if you're so unappreciative, don't blame me for being merciless. Minkong's face changed and she thought, such terrifying physical strength. Minkong's formation was completely broken and she was caught between a rock and a hard place. Long Tang had already closed in on her. Raising his fist, he arrogantly said, I'll first cut off your limbs, then we'll see how you resist. Everyone began to panic, discussing, this is bad. The defensive spell is completely useless against Long Tang's fist. Shanner stood in the crowd, having already taken out her magical artifact, ready to jump into the battle. Shanner then widened her eyes as if she had seen something. Before Long Tang, a foot extended from a teleportation portal. Jiyu Chang rushed out, kicking Long Tang in the face. A truly brilliant hero saves the beauty. Minkong was no longer surprised. Long Tang, having been kicked in the face, was already seething with rage, especially being kicked flying by an upper realm person in front of everyone. Long Tang was then kicked very far away, accompanied by his subordinates' shouts of concern. Lord Long Tang's landing caused quite an explosion. Jiyu Chang stood before Minkong and said, I told you to wash your neck and come see me, and you actually came. Should I praise you for being obedient? Jiyu Chang continued without changing his expression. Or should I say you're foolish? The people behind cheered excitedly. It's Senior Brother Jiyu. Senior Brother Jiyu is finally here. Jiyu Chang turned to look at Minkong, making her unconsciously utter his name. Jiyu Chang. Chang smiled meaningfully. He walked up to Minkong, held her hand and said, Minkong, are you all right? This made Minkong a little uncomfortable. Mingkong glanced at the crowd behind thinking, is he trying to do this in front of them? Mingkong held Chang's hand with both hands and said, Chang, I'm fine. She looked at Chang happily and said, I'm sorry to have worried you. At this moment Mingkong's luck value of 8,600 appeared above her head. Jiyu Chang also followed Mingkong's lead, holding her hand and smiling. It's good that you're fine, then I'm relieved. The crowd behind, having been fed a dose of public affection, still happily said, what a divine couple. Senior brother Jiyu is so considerate, their relationship is truly good. Exactly. Shenner just rolled her eyes, giving a perfunctory smile. Haha, Lu Li was already fuming. Brother Yi laughed softly. One is the future palace master of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and one is the future empress of the peerless Immortal Dynasty. Truly a match made in heaven. Before they could rejoice for long, Long Tang returned and said, You are Jiyu Chang. Long Tang landed heavily on the ground, his luck value showing 4,500 above his head. He said, You actually dared to ambush me. Chang glanced at him, smiled softly and thought, it seems I guessed correctly. He's indeed the child of fortune with the Dragon Aocean template. Long Tang's captured subordinates knelt in the distance and shouted, Woo, Lord Long Tang, save us. Long Tang's face turned livid as he glared at Chang and said, Jiyu Chang, if you release them now, I can spare your life. He ignored Long Tang's words. The system interface appeared before Chang, displaying a quest. Child of fortune Long Tang has appeared. The system quest is being calculated. Quest 1, kill Long Tang. Quest 2, subdue Long Tang. Chang sighed and said, Oh really? His eyes filled with murderous intent and he said with disdain, I'm not as bloodthirsty as you. Jiyu Chang chose Quest 1. Long Tang stood there, not understanding what Chang was doing. The system popped up a notification. Quest 1, kill Long Tang. Rewards 3,000 luck points, 15,000 destiny points, additional rewards to be calculated later. Jiyu Chang smiled contemptuously and said, I didn't expect to see such a brainless hothead like Long Aocean on you. It truly surprises me. Yu Mingkong stood aside, seemingly not understanding. Long Tang said unhappily, What nonsense are you spouting? He slowly said, Nothing, just saying you're all brawn and no brains. He gritted his teeth and said, You? He slowly raised his hand at this moment and said, Don't rush. Since it's our first meeting, I should give you a grand gift. I heard Lord Long Tang likes blood sacrifices. What are you waiting for? The people behind immediately responded, Yes. At this moment the three women were already controlled and they all screamed in terror, Lord, save us, Lord Long Tang. He raged and said, Jiyu Chang, how dare you? Then he swiftly rushed towards him from afar. He got closer and closer to the group. Suddenly he appeared before him and coldly said, Did I permit you to make a move? Then he cast a spell. He looked at it, greatly surprised. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled into space. Watching him slowly fly away, Long Tang had already returned to his original position. He was astonished at this moment. This was the famous divine ability of the longevity Jiyu family, the universe prison. Jiyu Chang's cultivation had probably reached the mid-void god realm. At this moment, the hostages had already been killed by Jiyu Chang's people. Seeing this, those people said, they were subordinates of one of the top 10 young prodigies of the ancient immortal continent after all. I didn't expect senior brother Jiyu to kill them without a second thought, truly showing no mercy. As soon as he saw his people killed, he immediately erupted in rage, roaring, Jiyu Chang. He stomped his foot, flew high into the sky, and angrily said, I'll kill you. He, however, stood there calmly and said, Kill me. At this moment a green aura appeared around him, and he coldly said, You're not worthy yet. Perhaps if those old geezers from your clan made a move, there might be a chance. He charged towards him, shouting loudly, boasting shamelessly, Take this. Just then a giant palm struck him. With just a single touch he was pushed far away and smoke billowed. Jiyu Shenner stood in the crowd surprised, thinking, That's my Dao Bone Dharma body. He was once again pushed back a great distance. The giant palm gradually approached him. With just a press, the earth trembled. Those people exclaimed, Lord Long Tang has no power to fight back. Mingkong stood aside, thinking, This kid's cultivation has indeed improved a lot recently. Long Tang endured and said, A mere Dharma body dares to arrogantly suppress a true dragon. He coldly said, You're just a mongrel bug. At this moment the immense pressure from above pushed him into the ground, and the pressure of the palm grew stronger. At this moment he spoke, To be able to suppress Long Tang with mid-void god realm strength, it seems Jiyu Chang's power has indeed reached the taboo realm for the younger generation. Someone else said, With young master Jiyu Chang here, even if the demonic art inheritor appears, he probably won't cause much trouble. News of the demonic art inheritor hasn't been heard for a long time. Will he not appear? He hovered in the air watching him struggle and said, Any last words? He gritted his teeth and replied, Jiyu Chang, do you think you can kill me? He coldly said, pointing at him. Don't you understand? Killing you is as simple as killing a stinking bug. Long Tang, you brainless hothead, it seems you're out of luck. You can only blame yourself for being born at the wrong time. Hearing these words, he suddenly shouted, What suddenly caught Chang's attention? He stood in the distance and said, Suddenly breaking through cultivation at a critical moment as expected. It's a common trick of a child of fortune. Those people also said in surprise, This phenomenon means Lord Long Tang is about to break through. His body is gradually recovering, and at this moment he laughed triumphantly. Ha, didn't expect this, Jiyu Chang. Today my fate is in my own hands. He still coldly waved his hand. Don't you understand yet? At this moment 2 hands attacked him, and the sound of explosions shook the heavens and earth. Smoke billowed, and suddenly a blinding light shot into the sky, frightening the surrounding people. This is Lord Long Tang's true dragon aura. I knew it. Lord Long Teng is naturally invincible, how could he lose to an outsider? The two hands were gradually lifted by that hand and he flew up and said, now my realm is higher than yours, how can you win against me? He, however, still said calmly, a frog in a well. Those arms continuously attacked him. Woo-woo, he was beaten back, and a majestic Dharma body appeared behind him. He looked at it, dumbfounded, and said, Jiyu Chong, although your Dharma body is powerful, it's not enough to defeat me. He calmly placed his hands on his chest, expressionlessly saying, that's why I said, you still haven't seen the gap between us, sword art of nothingness. At this moment illusions filled the space around him. Supported by the Dharma body God-slaying decree, he opened his eyes wide in surprise, sweat beading on his forehead. This many spatial cracks appeared from the sky and he retreated in some horror. A power of law, impossible, how could you? He wanted to escape from here at this moment, impossible. This monster, he coldly said, attacking kings from above, slaying rebellious immortals from below. At this moment countless swords rushed towards him. Luck value decreased by 1, he ran and shouted, no don't. But in the end he couldn't dodge the attack. Smoke billowed and the people standing there said, Lord Long Teng, the Lord actually lost like this. How could this be? Someone else said, this is the Sea King Palace's 7th princess's suppressing divine ability, and this time its power is even stronger. Even the King of Heaven himself couldn't save him this time. The system displayed, quest to kill Child of Fortune Long Teng completed, rewards being calculated, Child of Fortune's luck value is 0. Initiating reduction rules, obtaining 1 heavenly Tao treasure, quest calculation complete, obtaining 3,000 luck points, 15,000 destiny points. Su Qing appeared from behind to report, Master, how should those beings be dealt with? He calmly turned around and said, kill them. At this moment those people began to slaughter and screams rang out. That person stood there shouting, Senior Brother Jiyu has given the order, leave no one alive, each sword strike is a taking of life. Just then, someone happily raised their hand and said, quickly spread the news, the young master of the longevity Jiyu family, Jiyu Chong with Void God Realm strength, easily suppressed the peak Void God Realm prodigy Long Teng, killing him on the spot. The longevity Jiyu family is not to be trifled with. Jiyu Shenner stood aside, thinking with regret, what a pity. On the other side, Lu Li tugged at his sleeve and said, oh brother, he quickly said, Senior Brother Jiyu is truly a peerless talent beyond reach. I already know that I cannot compare to Senior Brother Jiyu, but I will also let the world know that the reincarnation of an ancient emperor is by no means a false reputation. Then he loudly said, everyone disperse. Next you all must also strive to improve your strength. After all, the demonic art inheritor is still lurking in the shadows. If that day truly comes, I hope everyone doesn't drag Brother Jiyu down. On the other side, Long Teng's clansmen hid inside the spatial gate and said, Lord, are we just going to let the outsiders kill Long Teng? The elder quickly replied, that child Long Teng has been arrogant and self-important since he was young. It's his own fault that he encountered this difficulty, but I didn't expect him to lose his life in just one encounter. They looked down and said, but no matter what, he is still a direct descendant of our clan. We can't just let it go like this. He immediately interrupted. Oh, now is not the time to make a move. There are slave marks here, and if we truly make a move, our losses will be great. He seemed to have realized it by now, thinking, it seems those guys hiding in the dark are truly secretive. They even abandoned Long Teng's life and didn't even think about collecting his corpse. But this is also good. If they have scruples, then I can be even more unbridled on this continent in the future. At this moment the sound of the heavenly Tao precious sun opening came. As the precious sun began to open, the system displayed a prompt, congratulations host for acquiring 4 portions of 5-colored true dragon essence blood. A red jade bead appeared and then he said triumphantly, true dragon essence blood. He began to merge with the jade bead. He triumphantly exclaimed, this 5-colored true dragon essence blood actually enhanced my physique, vitality and defense so much at the same time. But he suddenly glanced to the side thinking, this system is indeed good. I didn't expect it to guide me towards an all-around development. Meanwhile Yu Mingkong stood behind him with a solemn expression. Seeing her he asked, Mingkong, why haven't you left yet? Do you have something to say to your husband? He turned to look at her, then continued, why do you look a little nervous? Are you afraid of me? He suddenly teleported in front of her. Are you here to settle scores with me? Are you feeling guilty? She was unexpectedly at a loss, saying, who's feeling guilty? Then he pretended to tease her, saying, actually you don't need to blame yourself too much. After all, being naturally beautiful is not your fault. Long Teng dared to desire you, so he naturally deserved to die. He walked to the edge of the cliff and asked, but then again, even if I hadn't made a move, Mingkong wouldn't have let him off, would she? She asked, somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? He turned to look at her, saying, tell me, what do you want with Long Teng? If the reason is compelling enough, I don't mind handing his corpse over to you. She asked, somewhat surprised. You'll hand it over to me if I tell you? He suddenly put on an innocent expression, saying, unbelievable. Of course, Jiyu Chong said with feigned disappointment. Mingkong still doesn't believe me. She looked at him, somewhat displeased. Yu Mingkong stammered, I heard that Long Teng has a drop of true dragon essence blood within him from an ancient and mysterious dragon race. That thing is useful to me. As soon as he heard it he thought somewhat stiffly, it seems to be the 5-colored true dragon essence blood I just devoured? Seeing his reaction she scoffed. What, you've shown your true colors as soon as you heard about something good? As expected when it comes to selfishness, you're still the same, completely unchanged. Then she turned and walked away saying, hey, forget it, I didn't have much hope anyway. At this moment he was still somewhat skeptical, thinking no, the 5-colored true dragon essence blood was the heavenly Tao precious sun obtained after killing Long Teng. This reward came from the system. So the true dragon essence blood Yu Mingkong spoke of must not be the one I refined. As she walked, a tisk-tisk sound suddenly came. He followed her, walking and saying, first you coveted Yi Ling's inheritance, and now you're eyeing the true dragon essence blood. You're clearly coveting others' possessions, yet you turn around and accuse me of being selfish. He stepped forward and said, Mingkong, when did you become so wicked? He raised his hand to touch her, but she suddenly pushed him away. Oh, angry and ashamed, did I hit the nail on the head? She said somewhat angrily. Jiu Chong Yu, he said, isn't it just Long Teng's corpse? It's not like I can't give it to you. She replied in surprise. What? He said, you have to call me husband and let me hear it. As soon as she heard this she angrily shouted, you? Then he put on an explanatory facade saying, this 5-colored true dragon essence blood is not that easy to find, don't you want to consider it? Then he stroked his chin and said, but you have to be quick, true dragon essence blood is so precious. I might change my mind later. At this moment she bit her lip in patience, her cheeks flushed, and said, husband. He pretended not to hear clearly and asked, what? I didn't hear you clearly. As soon as he spoke she angrily shouted, husband. Then she pushed him away and said, this corpse is mine. Below was Long Teng's corpse. She looked down, somewhat surprised, thinking, was some secret art used to intentionally preserve the complete corpse? Could it be that? Then she glanced behind her, thinking, from the beginning this guy intended to give Long Teng to me. She turned to him and said, you possess demonic arts. Do you really not intend to devour this true dragon corpse? If he's really important to you, then keep it for yourself. He clearly replied, if Mingkong likes it, your husband will naturally give it to her. He then feigned, but I didn't expect Mingkong to actually consider me. This touches me greatly, she snorted, then whispered, it's not too late for you to realize now. He looked at her and with a sly smile thought, the item has been presented, yet she's considering me because of it. What a foolish woman, but this only makes me believe even more. He looked at her and continued to think, even if I do nothing, as long as Mingkong continues to grow, and even if her cultivation surpasses mine, she will probably only be able to act gently in the end. A person who actively discards their dignity, how can they seek revenge? He turned and walked, thinking, it seems my recent actions should indeed be more restrained. This will have a good effect. As expected, she's a lovesick person again, just like before. At this moment he waved his hand and said, remember, find a secluded place when refining the dragon corpse. I'm leaving. She looked at him, somewhat surprised. Yu Mingkong looked at his receding back, thinking, Jiu Chong would never have given me such a good thing in my previous life. Is it really because of the demonic influence? He also thought to himself, now that Long Teng's corpse is in Mingkong's hands, the immortal ancient races will probably also try to snatch it. At this moment his gaze became even more terrifying. It's better to deal with these unnecessary troubles along the way. On the other side he had already been spotted by a woman from the feathered human tribe who was somewhat surprised. He, however, still proudly praised himself. I'm truly a good husband. In the forest 3 people were discussing. The woman in green said, true disciple Jiu defeating Long Teng shook the immortal ancient continent. He is truly a role model for our generation. The woman in red said, yes, true disciple Jiu is not only powerful but also very gentle towards his fiancée. And so beautiful. The man in brown with a serious expression crossed his arms and said, don't be fooled by that appearance. What if it's a disguise? I don't think he's a good person either. The woman in green chuckled and glanced at him, saying, what, senior brother, are you jealous? The woman in red also chimed in. Yes, yes. The man in brown angrily raised his fist and cursed. You too. Frightened, the 2 women covered their heads and closed their eyes. They didn't know that a golden light streaked across the sky, and Third Ant flew directly towards the city. She gradually descended, thinking, after so many days of circling I should have shaken them off, right? Third Ant vigilantly looked around, thinking, something feels off. Third Ant then walked, thinking, but I didn't expect Jiu Chong to actually give Long Teng's corpse to his fiancée. Perhaps I can use this news to curry favor with the dragon race here and notify my clansmen to come for support. She didn't notice that above her head 3 teleportation portals opened, revealing Jiu Chong and his 2 subordinates. He said, after being chased by me for so many days you finally stopped. Long Teng's corpse is a treasure. How can I let you take the news away? Jiu Chong revealed a smile, thinking, little girl, I still remember Yu Mingkong's shy expression. Of course this can't be for nothing. I have to find a way to let Yu Mingkong know. He raised his hand and instructed, seal the city, kill all outsiders without mercy. His 2 subordinates beside him acknowledged, yes master. A gasp came from inside the hall. Third Ant, why are you here too? Many demons were gathered inside the hall. Third Ant Share, you or why are you all here? A demon said, Jiu Chong is just a human, what despicable trick did he use? Another person said, Third Ant, I heard you went to watch that battle. Is big brother Long Teng really dead? Third Ant frowned, raised her head displeased, and said, "Why are you asking these questions? And why are so many people gathered?" The group of demons said aggressively. "We are discussing how to avenge Lord Longtang and find a way to kill that Jiyu Chong. Jiyu Chong is just an outsider human, far less powerful than Lord Longtang unless he's a despicable schemer who relies on tricks. I heard that Jiyu Chong only succeeded by sneak attacks. If they fought fairly, he would definitely be the one to die." Third Ant closed her eyes in distress, sighed, and said, "Stop messing around. Jiyu Chong is very powerful, not someone you can defeat just by discussing it." The morale of the demons soared even higher. They firmly said, "There are so many of us, and who isn't among the best of our generation? Are we still afraid of him? HMPH, we must kill him and avenge Lord Longtang. That's right. Kill Jiyu Chong, kill Jiyu Chong, kill Jiyu Chong." Third Ant was now facing the wrath of this group of demons. Third Ant was somewhat surprised, her eyes wide, and said, "You." Her expression then darkened, and she frowned, saying, "You're right, I was there too. That despicable human used all sorts of low-down tricks, and Longtang died aggrieved before he even had a chance to retaliate." A round of applause sounded, accompanied by a voice. "Well said." Jiyu Chong walked in from outside and said, "This story is very interesting, told with great character. May I listen?" Chang's voice sent shivers down Third Ant's spine, and cold sweat also broke out. A demon stepped forward and said, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into our territory? Who let you in?" Jiyu Chong scoffed, extending a finger to signal hush. "Can't an old friend visit after many days apart?" Third Ant turned to Chong and stammered, "Young master is joking." Chong slowly walked in, saying, "What, are you not inviting me to sit down for a drink?" Cher stood behind Third Ant and asked, "Third Ant, who is he?" Third Ant whispered, "Cher, don't ask." Chong walked lightly, saying, "I smell wine." To everyone's surprise, he teleported to the table. He picked up the wine pot, filled a cup, and said, "This wine is indeed good. It even contains so many immortal fruits." The group of demons, seeing this, clamored, "This is wine only found in our immortal ancient continent. Outsider humans are not worthy of drinking it. You arrogant human, you are all like Jiyu Chong, you'll feel our wrath." Chong sat on the chair holding a teacup, legs crossed, and said, "You're right, Jiyu Chong is indeed a despicable scoundrel, and from what I know, he enjoys indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent." He took a sip of wine, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent, saying, "Especially those who badmouth him behind his back, right?" Third Ant knelt on the ground and said, "Why do you say that, young master? Those are all malicious rumors. Young master, please don't take them seriously. Compared to him, Longtang is merely a firefly to the bright moon." The group of demons, seeing Third Ant's strange behavior, immediately clamored, "Third Ant, what are you doing? What nonsense are you spouting? Why is Third Ant insulting Lord Longtang? Lord Longtang is the young leader of all the immortal ancient races. Lord Longtang would never be defeated by a human." Chong leisurely took another sip of wine, saying, "That's right, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare I, Jiyu Chong, compare myself to Longtang?" As soon as his words fell, the group of demons was greatly astonished. "Well, he said he's Jiyu Chong." Chong triumphantly raised his hand and said, "I heard you all were looking for me. May I know what you want?" The group of demons, disregarding everything, clamored and rushed over. "We were just looking for you, and you've walked right into our trap. Everyone attack together and chop him to death." Third Ant desperately tried to stop her brainless teammates from behind. "Careful, don't act rashly." Third Ant looked at Jiyu Chong, who was surrounded by her foolish teammates, and said in panic, "Jiyu Chong, whatever you want, come at me. Please spare my clan's juniors." Jiyu Chong said with a cold voice, "I spare them. They want to kill me. Who will spare me?" After speaking, Chong began to unleash his moves. He revealed a smile, his eyes blood-red, and said, "Let them all die." A corner of the main hall was blown open by a terrifying force, then the other side also exploded. The entire main hall was then completely destroyed by Chang's terrifying power. Those brainless demons, unable to escape in time, were all buried here. "Ah, how could this be? You again." A demon was sent flying. You were covered in injuries, was flung outside, and then only fragments of the entire main hall came crashing down. The explosion sent sparks flying. Thick smoke billowed. Third Ant was covered in injuries, her throat clutched, and she said, "Don't kill me." Chong, however, remained very relaxed, still holding Third Ant's neck with one hand, and smiled. "You saw something you shouldn't have seen. Can I blame you?" Third Ant's Dao heart manifested, vowing not to reveal it, begging for her life. Chong cunningly smiled. "Compared to a Dao heart vow, I trust dead people more." With just one hand, Chong snapped Third Ant's neck. He threw Third Ant to the ground, lying among the other demon corpses. Outside, 2 more demons were lurking. The short-haired demon with red hair said, "What happened? Why is there such a strong smell of blood?" The long-haired demon with red hair said, "It seems to be a human cultivator. Quick, catch him." Jiyu Chong leisurely opened the door and was about to turn to walk in when the 2 demons rushed over. The short-haired demon shouted, "I told you to stop." The long-haired demon said, "Bastard." Chong turned to look at them and said, "Oh no, was I seen again?" The short-haired demon, hearing this, was immediately enraged, widened its eyes, and said, "Who is he? How dare he kill people in our territory? This is simply too much." On the other side, a tall mountain experienced a minor earthquake. Yu Mingkong flew down from that mountain and landed on the ground. Everyone around her knelt in unison, saying, "Welcome, Empress, out of seclusion." Yu Mingkong turned her head, thinking, this seclusion was really smooth. Did Jiyu Chong help me resolve the trouble? It seems his attitude towards me during this period is indeed less harsh than before. Is it really because of the demonic influence? Yu Mingkong frowned, her eyes narrowed in suspicion, thinking, but in this life, what does he rely on to suppress the demonic influence? Perhaps his current attitude towards me is simply to confuse me. If so, that would be terrifying. She slowly walked forward, thinking, although such behavior is unnecessary for someone as intelligent as him, to avoid repeating past mistakes, I should still become stronger. Now only I know that place is about to emerge. This time I must strike first. Yu Mingkong raised her head and coldly said, "Go to the east of 100 Phoenix Mountain Range." In a certain place there was a huge beastman statue, and spiritual energy was continuously converging at one point. Inside the hall at the base of the statue, a beastman was absorbing this spiritual energy. That person suddenly opened his dark eyes. Ming stood up and said triumphantly, "I broke through to the Saint Lord realm in less than a month. This is all thanks to that supreme being. Now almost all the elders and talented disciples in the clan are cultivating the immortal method, and even the 2 recently awakened ancestors are very interested in it. At this rate, in at most half a year I will break through to the conferred king realm and become a renowned genius of the dark Skyhawk tribe." Ming happily rubbed his nose, thinking of Jiyu Chang's shadow, and said, "I really wish I could see that supreme being again. Without him, I might still be a good-for-nothing." As he was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a voice from outside. "Hey Ming, are you there?" Yan Yu walked over and said, "Because you submitted the supreme immortal method, the 2 ancestors who emerged from seclusion want to see you." Ming opened the door and asked, "The 2 ancestors want to see me?" Yan Yu replied, "That's right, this is an opportunity that disciples rarely get." Ming was somewhat puzzled, thinking, "They're in a hurry to see me right after encountering the immortal method. Could they have discovered that I'm hiding something? What would happen if that supreme being was discovered by the ancestors?" Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he was abruptly transported into another dimension. In front of him stood a colossal figure, entirely black and surrounded by purple flames. Ming looked at the tall man in front of him, who had his hands clasped together, and calmly said, "Senior, is this you?" The person said, "Since you're here you can definitely help me, right?" Hey Ming, what's wrong?" Ming was pulled back to reality by Yan Yu's call. He said, somewhat bewildered, "And nothing, just thinking about meeting the ancestors. I'm a little excited." Yan Yu didn't beat around the bush. She pulled Ming's hand and said, "Look at you, so unaccomplished." She pulled Ming's hand and walked off, saying, "Just calm down when the time comes. The ancestors are all very kind." Ming chuckled, scratched his head and said, Yes, I'm too nervous. Haha." In another place, Jiyu Chang stood there, seemingly having heard everything. The dark Skyhawk tribe's ancestors. "Have they discovered the mysteries within the wedding dress immortal art?" Chang smiled faintly. "But to understand the wedding dress immortal art, one would need to be at least at the Emperor realm, which is probably impossible. Once the 2 ancestors are under my control, the entire dark Skyhawk tribe will smoothly fall into my hands. This is truly much easier than expected." He opened the system, looked at the information, and thought, "In the blink of an eye I've accumulated so much." He revealed his signature smile and said, "System, exchange for 4 transcendence bones." Soon, Jiyu Chang's destiny points decreased, and the scene shifted to another place, where 2 unknown individuals stood between stone pillars covered with talismans. The black-haired man said, "Brother Kong, what do you think the dark Skyhawk tribe and the ancient snake tribe are trying to do? I always feel like they're searching for something. Could it be related to Yi Ling?" Kong Yang glared and said, "HMPH, he clearly knows what's hidden here, yet he only took Kai Ling and Yin Mi inside. I think he just wants to reap the benefits." Kong Yang angrily pointed his finger and shouted, "Now it seems Yi Ling's actions are very strange. Perhaps the demonic cultivation inheritor from a while ago was related to him." Seeing his friend's mouth getting a bit loose, the black-haired man extended his finger and motioned, "Brother Kong Yang, don't speak carelessly. After all, he's been with us since entering this continent, and Princess Mingkong also knows about this." Kong Yang completely ignored the advice and continued to loudly proclaim for all to hear, "Who said I'm speaking carelessly? I have a basis for it. Think about it. Yi Ling, Yi Ning, aren't these 2 names similar? What if he's really masquerading?" The black-haired man replied speechlessly. These 2 young men suddenly realized, looked at each other and said, "Miss Kai Ling and Goddess Yin Mi are in danger. These 2 guys are making a ruckus in the forest. Quickly spread the word that Yi Ling is here and tell them to follow Yi Ling more closely. That way there will be no danger." That's right, the inheritor of demonic arts is known to all. They won't sit idly by. The scene shifted to Yin Mi, Kai Ling, and Yi Ling resting under a tree. Yi Ling, with mud on his face, was holding a communication device and saying, "Old Turtle, I have a clear feeling about this. The location of the Heavenly Venerates Grotto Heaven is in the ancient town ahead. The recent events are really too strange. Why is it that no matter where I hide, I'm always discovered by living beings?" Kai Ling was sitting on a stone with her legs hugged, while Yin Mi was sitting on the ground with her head down. Both of them had injuries. The person on the other end of the line said, Do you think one of them is secretly manipulating things?" Yi Ling glanced at the 2 and replied, "That's exactly what I'm wondering. I'd like to hear your thoughts." The person on the other end replied, "In my opinion, Yin Mi is highly unlikely. She has no reason to do so. Or perhaps you, young man, pulled another hero saves the beauty stunt. Otherwise, how would she be here, chased by countless ancient immortal exotic races and even beaten to the point of spiritual energy dispersal and losing all her 9 tails?" Yi Ling glanced, thinking Kai Ling. The other side continued, "If it's Kai Ling, there are even more suspicious points. At first she always believed me and actively helped me clear the suspicion of being the demonic cultivation inheritor. If it were purely based on friendship, her actions would be beyond reproach." Kai Ling leaned her head tiredly on her knees. The person on the other end continued, "But now our whereabouts are constantly being leaked. She should already know there's a secret to your identity, and she's been actively following you all along. Her intentions are too obvious. The next leg of our journey concerns our future. You must make a judgment beforehand. Yi Ling replied, I understand. With that, he took a deep breath, walked over to Kai Ling and Yin Mi and said, Kai Ling, Yin Mi, the next operation is very dangerous, and our target is too big. How about we split up? Yin Mi is more seriously injured and can come with me. We'll meet up in the ancient town ahead. Hearing his instructions, Kai Ling angrily said, What nonsense are you talking about, Yi Ling? Splitting up now will be even more dangerous, won't it? And what about going with Yin Mi? What about me? Kai Ling staggered to her feet and said, I knew your relationship was unusual, so you were waiting for me here, planning to kick me out now that the opportunity has arrived. Is that it? Yin Mi still had her eyes closed. Kai Ling stood on the stone and loudly said, I thought all my previous efforts were to help you, and I missed out on many opportunities because of you. What a scoundrel. Yi Ling awkwardly reached out to explain. Kai Ling, listen to me. I'm also thinking of everyone. Suddenly, a killing intent appeared, rendering him momentarily immobile. 5 stars appeared in the sky, looking down with great interest. The person in the middle said, Found you. The burly man with a horse-like face with his arms crossed proudly said, Kill them all, leave no one below. Yin Mi stood up, looked at the 5 stars and closed her eyes in satisfaction, thinking, Master, the task you gave me is finally complete. Yi Ling looked at the 5 people in horror. Divine realm. He immediately got up and ran. Run? Then he leaped away, abandoning the 2 girls without looking back. No time to discuss, let's escape separately and meet at the designated spot later. Kai Ling turned to Yin Mi and said, Hey, what are you standing there for? Run. Yin Mi smiled, her face filled with satisfaction, and said, You go, I'm too seriously injured to move. Kai Ling no longer tried to persuade her. She turned and ran, saying, Tis, good luck to you then. The burly man with the horse-like face in the sky, who had said to run, crossed his arms and commanded his subordinates. You 3, split up and pursue. 3 subordinates fiercely pounced. Hey, I like that blonde girl. 2 subordinates surrounded Yin Mi from front and back. The one behind said, Haha, this woman isn't even dodging. She's so badly injured, has she given up? The one in front said, Her looks are good. Taking her back as a slave wouldn't be bad. The burly man with the horse-like face, the leader, landed on the ground and arrogantly said, Outsider, if you willingly surrender to us, I will spare your life. From now on, you'll serve us. How about it? Yin Mi recalled Jiyu Chang's image. She closed her eyes and said, Stop dreaming. You're not worthy. The burly man with the horse-like face was very displeased. He gritted his teeth and said, You ungrateful wretch, chop her into mincemeat for me. His subordinate had already raised an axe from behind and chopped down. Yin Mi didn't resist at all. She smiled and golden cracks appeared on her face. She said, I, Yin Mi, will only follow one master in this life. Even if I self-destruct my spiritual energy, I will never let you insult me. A purple light suddenly appeared, causing an explosion in front of the leader. He asked in surprise, Who? The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing an axe and the subordinate's corpse. Jiyu Chang appeared behind Yin Mi. He placed his hand on Yin Mi's forehead and glared at the burly man with the horse-like face. You said you were going to chop whom to death? Yin Mi was overjoyed to hear his voice. Tears of joy sparkled in the corners of her eyes. She said, Master. Yin Mi happily looked at Chang. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chang stroked her head and said, Silly girl, it was just a mission. How could I bear to let you die? Yin Mi, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Chang's arms and cried. Jiyu Chang gently stroked her head and said, Why are you still acting like a little girl? This is not like you at all. The burly man with the horse-like face began to act. Red spiritual energy appeared in his hands. He said, A mere void god realm. He roared, his eyes bloodshot, and said, How dare you underestimate me? Chang knelt down and picked up Yin Mi. He held Yin Mi in his arms, completely disregarding what the other person said. These past few days, Sai, you've suffered. Yin Mi buried her head in his chest and replied, For Master's mission, Yin Mi doesn't feel wronged at all. Chang said, Let's go, I'll take you to heal. The burly man with the horse-like face glared. He swiftly rushed towards Chang and shouted loudly, You're asking for death? The long spear, stuck in the ground, emitted purple spiritual energy. Then it exploded, unleashing huge and terrifying demonic phantoms everywhere, several times larger than the burly man with the horse-like face. The burly man with the horse-like face, before he could even touch a single hair of Chang's, was already frozen in place, terrified. That massive spiritual energy swiftly enveloped an area, accompanied by a scream. During this time it was probably the trouble of Kai Ling, who had a conflict with Yi Ling. A few hours later, at the foot of a cave, Chang thought, If I'm not mistaken, after Kai Ling had a conflict with Yi Ling and left, she would definitely convey what happened here to her companions. And from Yi Ling's exposed whereabouts, those outside cultivators will also immediately unite and prepare to besiege the so-called demonic cultivation inheritor. Chang thought idly, combining Yi Ling being chased by the ancient immortal tribe, the news from the ancestral tomb must have also spread. Everything happened one after another. Even if Yi Ling had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. Behind him, Yin Mi walked over and called out, Master. Chang said, Oh, you woke up so quickly? Yin Mi was a little shy. She walked over wearing Jiyu Chang's coat and said, Thank you for your care, Master. Yin Mi is fine now. Chang turned to face her, handed her 2 peaches and said, That's good. Have something to eat. Yin Mi reached out to take them. She looked at Chang and said, As per Master's instructions, Fairy Kai Ling and Yi Ling. Chang calmly said, I know all of this, but Yi Ling cannot die yet. Yin Mi lowered her eyes and said, Yin Mi knows that Yi Ling is very useful for opportunities now. She held the peaches, looking at Chang worriedly, and said, "But master, don't worry. As long as you need it, Yin-Mi will definitely do her best to help you." Chang stroked Yin-Mi's head and comforted her. "It's true that you'll have to suffer for a while longer. You won't think I'm too harsh, will you?" Yin-Mi's peaches fell and she stood on tiptoes. Yin-Mi tightly hugged Jiyu Chang, sobbing. "No, for master, Yin-Mi doesn't feel wronged at all." Chang stroked Yin-Mi's head and said, "With your words, I'm relieved." On the other side, a group of people was gathering. Kong Yang said, "That's how it is." Kai Ling ran over in a panic. Everyone looked up at her figure. It's Saintess Kai Ling." Kong Ming asked worriedly. "Miss, are you all right?" Kai Ling vigilantly looked around, finally escaped. Two fox demons walked up and asked worriedly, "Fairy Kai Ling, where's our Miss Yin-Mi?" Kai Ling regretfully lowered her head and said, "Perhaps she went with Yi Ling, or perhaps not." The red-haired fox demon shouted, "Yi Ling? Are you saying Yi Ning is Yi Ling?" Wang asked Kai Ling. "Are you sure?" Brother Yi behind him said, "I didn't expect Yi Ling to dare to appear here and even help Fairy Yin-Mi. This is truly a sinister scheme." The people over there curiously asked. Kong Yang said, "You've been chased by the 5 great ancient immortal tribes. Do you know why?" Recently news broke that many ancient tombs of the ancient immortal tribes have been excavated, and the origins of the corpses within have been completely refined. One young disciple with good talent also mysteriously disappeared. Kai Ling's gaze subtly swept elsewhere. She thought, ancient tombs. Those people started clamoring again, shouting incessantly. Did he really use those things to cultivate demonic arts? His actions have already threatened the safety of our continent. I said he wasn't a good person. We must capture him while the 5 great tribes are acting. If we truly anger those old geezers, how will we juniors ever get out? Brother Yi walked up to Kai Ling and said, "Kai Ling, do you know Yi Ling's purpose? If we can know his whereabouts, this would be a good opportunity." Kai Ling slightly bent down, placing her hand on Kong Ming's, and said, "The situation was urgent at the time. He only told us he wanted to meet in a small town and then ran off. As for what he's doing now, I don't know." The red-haired man said, "Based on the eerie nature of demonic arts, Yi Ling likely hid his origin." The man in the hat coldly said, "Sigh, this Yi Ling is too cunning." The girl in red began to daydream again. "If Brother Chang were here, he's so powerful, he'd definitely have a solution." Lu Li, arms crossed, nodded in agreement as if it were a matter of course. "Truly, speak of the devil and he shall appear." Jiyu Chang walked over and said, "Everyone, I've kept you waiting." Jiyu Chang and 2 subordinates appeared nearby. Everyone happily said, "It's young Master Chang. Senior brother Jiyu is here." "Great," Jiyu Chang said with a faint smile. "I heard there's news about the demonic cultivation inheritor. Is there anything I can help with?" Brother Yi stepped out from the crowd and said, "Brother Jiyu, what do you plan to do about punishing Yi Ling this time?" Chang lowered his head, resting his chin in his hand, and thought, "As the inheritor of the immortal palace, of course I won't stand idly by." Wang loudly said, "Since senior brother Jiyu is here, I suggest he presides over this punitive meeting." "How about it?" Jiyu Chang frowned and raised his hand to stop him. "Brother Wang, no, everyone here is a dragon among men. There must be someone more suitable than me." Everyone loudly said in unison, "We agree. Senior brother Gu's cultivation is profound and he's filled with righteousness. This is the most suitable choice indeed. Senior brother Jiyu is a dragon among men, a leader of the righteous path." Brother Yi looked at Jiyu Chang and said, "Brother Jiyu, please stop declining." Jiyu Chang looked a little lost in thought. "Making me punish the demonic cultivation inheritor, this kind of crazy and utterly inhumane thing, is truly my responsibility." He revealed a sly smile, thinking, with this responsibility. After a while, Chang spread his arms and said, "I never expected everyone to trust me so much. It's truly overwhelming," Jiyu Chang said. "However, since you do, I will do my utmost to help everyone apprehend Yi Ling and restore peace to the cultivation world." Everyone clasped their hands in gratitude to Jiyu Chang. Brother Yi said, "Brother Gu's actions are entirely normal and will only draw all the enemy's hostility. Indeed, no matter how unclear Yi Ling's situation, it was no match." The person next to Brother Yi said, "As expected of Brother Chang, appearing in time to resolve the situation, truly adding splendor to this hall." The 2 fox demons behind happily said, "Young Master Chang is truly a hero of great righteousness, even rescuing Fairy Yin-Mi, which is incredibly admirable." Seeing everyone's trust in Chang, Kai Ling thought, "Brother Chang's character truly deserves the title of Righteous Path. As I've always believed, no matter how deeply Yin-Mi and Yi Ling are entangled, even if they perish together, it won't tarnish his reputation." Looking at Jiyu Chang shining before her, Kai Ling thought, "He's truly a trustworthy person." Brother Yi, with a somewhat solemn tone, crossed his arms and said, "Actually, regarding Yi Ling being pursued by the ancient immortal tribe, I don't have a definitive guess either." Chang said, "Oh, Brother Yi, please speak freely." Brother Yi narrowed his eyes and said, "We all feel that Yi Ling, as the demonic cultivation inheritor, must have an ulterior motive." Upon hearing this, Chang secretly rejoiced. "Well, Lord, it wasn't in vain for me to call him Brother Yi." Brother Yi continued, "Yi Ling might be using the ancient tombs of that ancient tribe and the young prodigies cultivating inside." Kai Ling said with some confusion, "Yi Ling didn't leave me for long on this path." The red-haired demon next to her looked at Kai Ling and said, "HMPH, Fairy Kai Ling, are you still trying to protect him even now?" Kai Ling recalled him pulling her and pondered for a moment, thinking, This is probably his next plan. Chang rubbed his forehead in displeasure and said, based on the nature of demonic arts, his cultivation might have already far surpassed ours. Chang spread his arms and said, since that's the case, let's go now to search for Yi Ling's traces. No ancient town can be overlooked. If we encounter ancient immortal exotic races, we should still try to reason with them, because this matter must be explained clearly to them no matter what, they said in unison. We will follow Brother Chang's arrangements and prepare to depart. With that, they all turned and left, leaving only Chang and Kai Ling. Chang looked at their retreating backs and said, no matter what, the title of demonic cultivation inheritor. Yi Ling won't escape it this time. Even if you and I believe him, it's useless, Kai Ling said with a hint of regret. I understand, Yi Ling has the fewest suspicious points now. Perhaps I truly believed the wrong person. She looked up again and said, but during this time Brother Chang has indeed been very busy, enduring the pressure of all the ancient immortal beings, yet still managing to seize opportunities from his peers. Chang closed his eyes and said, how could they keep those opportunities under the nose of the ancient immortal exotic races? They deserve to lose their lives. Ji Chang smiled faintly and said, I'm only doing these things to attract those ancient immortal exotic races who covet opportunities. Does Fairy Kai Ling think my longevity Ji family truly lacks these things? Kai Ling gave an awkward laugh, scratching her head, and said, yes, I misunderstood Brother Chang. The sky began to darken. In a city at the foot of a certain mountain, some flying dragons appeared on the city walls, from which a voice emerged. To kill my prodigy Long Tang and then to kill innocent junior members of my clan. Lawless, truly lawless, the red-horned demon angrily said. Use the true dragon token to gather outstanding disciples from all tribes to jointly punish Ji Chang. I will make him understand that this continent is not a place where he can do as he pleases. In the 100 Phoenix mountain range, 2 soldiers were carrying several stacked stones while Minkong gazed at the sky. Minkong's face was cold and she thought, everyone must be deceived by Ji Chang now. As dusk quickly fell, in another place, Yi Ling angrily pounded a pillar, cursing, damn Ji Chang, not only did he frame me but he also brought so many people to punish me. Yi Ling's face was livid and he angrily said, Kai Ling must have exposed my whereabouts. I should have thought of Ji Chang and his group earlier. What a waste of my previous trust in her. Yin Mi stood beside him calmly saying, don't say that, perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Yi Ling said, what time is it and you're still defending him? If you weren't lucky you would have been a corpse after we split up last time. Yin Mi feigned pitifulness, saying, it was because they saw I had no ability to act. That's why they went after you and Kai Ling. Yin Mi happily praised, coming here, I really have to thank both of you for leading them here. Yi Ling naturally blushed like a tomato from the woman's praise, and his words became stammering. Cough. Well, a man always has to be responsible in critical moments. As he was speaking, a cracking sound came from the well. Little Turtle flew over carrying a wisp of red demonic energy and said, the seal has been broken. Yi Ling looked happily going to meet it. So fast, not bad, old turtle, the little turtle said. It's just breaking the entrance. Red demonic energy surged from the well. The little turtle said, there are still many formation patterns left by the heavenly venerate inside. Even a Saint Realm expert would die without a burial place if they entered. You must be careful and choose your path according to the hints. Yi Ling replied, I have my own plans. He happily looked at Yin Mi and said, Yin Mi, it's very dangerous here. You must stick close to me later so I can protect you. Yin Mi smiled faintly and replied, all right. With that he walked towards the well and said, let's go. Yin Mi's expression changed. She looked at Yi Ling with cold eyes and thought, of course I'll stick close to you. With that, Yin Mi and Yi Ling jumped into the well together, but she didn't forget to leave a few feathers stained with demonic power on the ground. In another place, Ji Chang, using these feathers, knew Yi Ling's hiding place. He shouted, someone? Soon his subordinate replied, Master, you instructed us to spread the word that the demonic cultivation inheritor has appeared and is now heading 4 million li east. Ji Chang, filled with murderous intent, sinisterly smiled and said, gather everyone quickly and begin punishing the demonic cultivation inheritor. Kong Yang hurriedly ran across the rooftops. He jumped to the side of Kai Ling and Minkong's subordinate and at the same time loudly said, Miss Kai Ling, young Master Chang has news. The two looked back at him in surprise, and the subordinate recognized him and loudly said, it's Kong Yang. Kong Yang landed beside Kai Ling and said, Yi Ling's traces have been found. She calmly replied, everyone take a rest, then head in the direction Brother Chang indicated. Kong Yang frowned and seriously reminded her, Kai Ling, if you encounter Yi Ling again, I hope you won't dwell on old sentiments. After all, Kai Ling lowered her head, looking sad, and said, I will cut off ties with him. In another place, some peculiar bright spots appeared in the night sky, streaking across the sky, leaving colorful trails on a high rock. A group of people were watching, and someone asked, what happened? Those outsiders seem to be concentrated in one place. Another person also asked doubtfully, could it be the emergence of an immortal treasure? Heian Yu gently closed her eyes, arms crossed, poised and at ease, while others stared intently at the scene in the night sky. She opened her eyes, frowning in displeasure, and said, who cares about them? The ancient immortal dragon clan has just issued a true dragon order, and all young people from various tribes must join the ranks to suppress Ji Chang. This is the most urgent matter now, she continued. Now that Long Tang is dead, the young generation of the ancient immortal tribes are without a leader, which is a good opportunity for me. He Ming stood behind Heian Yu, secretly smiling. Now 2 old ancestors in the clan are cultivating a portion of the wedding dress immortal art. He Yan Yu raised her hand to rub her neck, relaxing a bit. He Ming still watched her, calculating. Once sister leaves, it will be my time to rise and seize all power. The scene shifted to Yi Ling and Yin Mi walking in a mysterious cave space. Yin Mi asked doubtfully, "Is this another world?" Yi Ling extended his hand, took out the fake mole and said with a smile, "That's right, this is the opportunity left to me by my master, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate." She looked at him, continuing to ask in surprise, "Reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate? Could it be that near immortal reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate?" Suddenly, Yi Ling's outer robe and undershirt fell to the ground. Yi Ling calmly replied, "That's right, the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate." He laughed majestically, "It is I, Yi Ling." Then he looked at his hand, frowning, gritting his teeth, and angrily said, "The rumors in the outside world that I am the demonic cultivation inheritor are all thanks to that despicable Jiyu Chong." Yin Mi looked at him, silent. He continued, "Sooner or later I will tear off his hypocritical mask and let the world know who the true devil is." Yi Ling and Yin Mi continued to walk forward, and he said as he walked, "I know you have a good relationship with him, so you must be careful. That person is malicious and too dangerous. But once I obtain the opportunity, I won't have to fear him." She seriously said, "You don't need to say these things. I have always believed in you." The two stepped from the space into a red land. The old turtle reminded, "Be careful, the front might be the heavenly venerate's final trial for you." Before them was a small path with scorching lava on both sides and a giant snake crawling ahead, staring at them. The old turtle continued to warn, "There are fire-attributed beings in the lava, you must be careful." Outside the well, Yin Mi's purple feathers lay on the ground. A hand reached down and picked up the feathers. Jiyu Chong picked up the feathers, looked at the deep pit beside him and smiled faintly. "There's actually another world hidden inside here." Yi Ling has already led Yin Mi inside, according to Jiyu Chong's plan and my instructions. Since the outside disciples gradually discovered the ancient tombs and arrived here, it will surely take some time. He glanced aside and smiled faintly. "This time is enough for me to kill Yi Ling and reap his rewards." Jiyu Chong directly crushed the feathers. As for how to explain to others with Yin Mi as a witness, he can just concoct an engaging story. Jiyu Chong still gazed deeply at the deep pit. Yi Ling and Yin Mi successfully passed the lava challenge, and he collapsed onto the ground exhausted. Yin Mi also seemed exhausted. He, covered in sweat, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, does the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate want to kill me? If I were a little weaker, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here." The old turtle spoke. "What good for nothing? If you don't even have this much strength, how can you be worthy of the inheritance left by the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate?" Suddenly, Yin Mi pointed ahead, saying in surprise, "That's..." Yi Ling stared blankly in the direction Yin Mi was pointing. Upon seeing it, Yi Ling immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Before them was a massive and magnificent city, separated from them by a clear lake. The old turtle spoke, "This is a lake left by the reincarnation heavenly venerate, capable of forging the reincarnation body." Lotus flowers and leaves floated faintly on the lake. The old turtle continued, "The wonderful reincarnation root, an immortal item in the reincarnation lake, can condense the origin of reincarnation and even cleanse all things as a weapon." Yi Ling's face showed an excited smile. "All this effort wasn't in vain. Now I have destiny on my side. Jiyu Chong, what will you use to fight me?" Yi Ling turned to Yin Mi and said, "Yin Mi, wait for me here. I'll be right back." She asked, "Why, since we're already here, won't you let me come in and see?" He sensed something unusual about Yin Mi. He looked back at her and asked in surprise, "Old turtle also thinks something's wrong with her?" He asked again, "Yin Mi, what do you mean?" Yin Mi exuded a sinister aura, then seriously said, "You're unwilling. You're not even willing to share this small opportunity with me. You..." She smiled alluringly, continuing to ask, "Is it true love?" Yi Ling was sweating nervously. "This Yin Mi, what's wrong with you?" the old turtle asked doubtfully. "Could it be that she's been causing trouble all this time?" Yi Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible, Kai Ling?" Yin Mi calmly walked straight forward, a contemptuous smile on her face. "Of course you've wronged her. Luckily you favored me, otherwise she would have scoffed at you. I really don't know how to get rid of her." Yi Ling shouted agitatedly, "Yin Mi, why you actually set a trap to harm me just for this small opportunity?" He froze in place, his face pale, deeply struck. "No, then the conflict between Brother Bai Lai and me and even my saving you was all your deliberate plotting, right?" Yin Mi glanced at Yi Ling, still smiling contemptuously. "If you weren't so suspicious, greedy and lustful, how would I have had the chance to take advantage of your weakness?" After hearing this, he stood there dumbfounded. Then Yi Ling gritted his teeth. "Ah, you bitch, do you think it's useful to explain these things now? You're no match for me at all." Yin Mi replied, "You overestimate yourself." At this moment, Yi Ling unleashed his demonic power, his hand shrouded in red energy. "Are you ready? If you want to die." He immediately charged towards Yin Mi, swinging his hand to attack her. He loudly shouted, "Then I'll grant your wish. Go and accompany Brother Bai Lai." Yin Mi calmly looked back at him. She sinisterly smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, your opponent isn't me." Suddenly a giant demonic hand appeared before Yi Ling. The old turtle warned, "Not good." Jiu Chong appeared before Yin Mi. He extended his hand, pushing the demonic hand he created, attacking Yi Ling. The demonic hand forcefully pushed Yi Ling behind him. Yi Ling couldn't resist. He asked in surprise, "Who is it?" The demonic hand pressed Yi Ling against the stone wall and shattered rocks flew around. Yin Mi happily and respectfully called out, "Master." Jiu Chong smiled, his eyes flashing with sharp light. "Well done, Yin Mi." Chong and Yin Mi stood opposite Yi Ling. Yi Ling gritted his teeth, staring coldly at them. "It's you." Yi Ling gritted his teeth, then he suddenly laughed, a trace of inexplicable emotion in his smile. "As expected of the reincarnation Heavenly Venerates Inheritor, I didn't expect you to survive my palm strike." He was covered in wounds, looked up at Yin Mi, his eyes filled with doubt. "Yin Mi, Jiu Chong, you too." Yi Ling narrowed his eyes at that moment. His memories from before he met Yin Mi flooded his mind. Yi Ling unconsciously recalled her initial innocent smile, and he thought, it seems he had planned everything from the very beginning. Memories of Bai Lai's death suddenly resurfaced in his mind. His subordinates used his portrait to track his movements. It seems Bai Lai was also killed by him and then framed on me. Only now did he realize. Yi Ling tightly clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the force thinking, then letting Yin Mi approach me, sowing discord between Kai Ling and me. Yi Ling also thought, manipulating everyone in the world, his methods are truly terrifying. The jade bead on his neck spoke. "Now he has gravely injured you with a single palm strike. I'm afraid your life is in great danger today." Yi Ling was now in a desperate situation, unsure how to escape. "What should an old man like me do?" The voice from the jade tried to buy time, only praying that Jiu Chong wouldn't use his trump card, or perhaps a heavenly venerate would make a move. Hearing this, he immediately did as told, trying to buy time for the other party. "Jiu Chong, what is your purpose? Why not say it? Perhaps we can still cooperate. If you kill someone who will bear the name of the demonic art?" Jiu Chong scanned Yi Ling's expression and vaguely understood the other party's intentions to play with words before death. He interrupted the other party's thoughts. "You don't need to worry about me. After he dies, this little lab rat will still take the blame." The system simultaneously prompted, "By killing Child of Fortune Yi Ling, you will receive 3,000 luck points, 10,500 destiny points and other rewards." Hearing him say this, Yi Ling was struck as if by lightning, realizing that negotiations were no longer possible. Yi Ling had no choice but to strike. 2 streaks of black and yellow light immediately shot out from his hand, signaling an impending storm. "It seems we can't reach an agreement." Jiu Chong then, a giant black dragon and a fiery phoenix appeared beside him, jointly forming a powerful force. "You're bullying me too much, I'll fight you to the death." Jiu Chong calmly watched him descend into madness. "Bullying you too much?" Jiu Chong quickly formed a seal, and the eye on his forehead shone, emitting a sharp light as if preparing to face any danger. "Yi Ling, the strong survive, the weak perish. It's your lack of strength that doesn't match your ambition. Besides, are you still pretending to be weak?" The eye on Jiu Chong's forehead suddenly burst forth, transforming into countless sharp longswords and coiling iron chains, forming a wild force. Jiu Chong's weapons mercilessly pierced through Yi Ling's 2 monstrous beasts, the sharp iron chains and longswords like cold blades, deeply impaling their bodies. In that silent space, the voice from the jade suddenly rang out, making everything even more stifling. "This person's power of laws, how can his realm be so high?" Yi Ling was completely unaware that Jiu Chong's knee was already within an inch of him. Immediately after, before he could react, he was violently struck by Jiu Chong's knee, in so much pain that stars appeared before his eyes, and everything around him blurred. "Do you think I won't bully you?" Yi Ling's body was violently pushed away, flying straight backward, fiercely crashing into the rock wall, sending shattered rocks and dust flying, and a thick darkness enveloped everything, making it impossible to see anything. Amidst the darkness, Yi Ling's coughing echoed, each sound seemingly tearing through the air. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the jade emitted a scorching red light, piercing through the smoke and dust as if foretelling a terrifying event about to unfold. "We originally had no connection." Immediately after, Yi Ling shot out like a bird moving too fast to be seen, like a bolt of lightning charging straight towards him. "We have no grievances. Why are you doing this to me?" Jiu Chong remained unmoved, steadfastly condensing a purple long spear with his aura. The spear shone like lightning, ready to meet the challenge at any moment, having struggled in the cultivation world for so long. "Don't you understand the principle of possessing a treasure invites calamity? Besides, didn't you brag about refining my fiancée into a female slave? Have you forgotten so quickly?" He tightly gripped the long spear in his hand. Yi Ling flew towards him at an extremely fast speed, and upon seeing this aura he froze. "This aura is not right," the voice from the jade urged. "Don't hesitate any longer, use that thing, otherwise you will die here today." Jiu Chong didn't hesitate, fiercely slashing forward. In an instant the rock wall behind him shattered with a deafening roar, shaking the entire space. Smoke and dust filled the air and the space seemed to be swallowed, everything becoming blurred. Yi Ling's figure completely vanished in the smoke and dust. Such childishness, truly a waste of the Child of Fortune title. Yi Ling emerged from the smoke, his steps steady, his chest armor already cracked. He clutched his heavily injured body, disbelieving. "How is this possible? This divine armor can even withstand a Saint Realm attack." The voice from the jade also rang out. "I didn't expect the demonic art taboo to be so terrifying." Jiu Chong steadily walked forward step by step, each step seemingly solid, making the surrounding space heavier. Oh, so this is your trump card, let's see how long you can last. Yi Ling truly felt fear at this moment. His eyes were wide with confusion and terror. He looked around frantically, yelling for help, but his voice seemed choked, with no one responding. Old man, Heavenly Venerate, quickly call the Heavenly Venerate to save me. Heavenly Venerate, I am your successor, quickly save me. The Heavenly Venerate saw Ji Yuchong charging towards him, and the voice from the jade trembled, Master. Yi Ling was so frightened he was almost paralyzed, crying and desperately shouting, Heavenly Venerate. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, useless. Suddenly a red light descended from the sky, striking Ji Yuchong's position with raging power as if to crush everything. Ji Yuchong was immediately pushed back, his body swaying slightly, retreating a few steps before stabilizing. Yi Ling saw his master appear before him, overjoyed. A glimmer of hope sparkling in his mud-stained face. Master, that's great, I'm safe. The person who arrived was none other than the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Venerate, whose aura was powerful and whose gaze was arrogant, as if looking down on everything. Brat, you disappoint me greatly. The voice from the jade rang out, Master. Yin Mi stood behind him, cold sweat drenching her forehead. Her eyes filled with vigilance and worry. Is this the reincarnation Heavenly Venerate? Ji Yuchong merely sneered. Heavenly Venerate, what a pity, it's just a wisp of a virtual soul. Being humiliated by a mere brat, he immediately flew into a rage, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. HMPH Jr., how dare you disrespect me? He unleashed a powerful pressure, making the surrounding space seem to solidify. Yin Mi couldn't bear it and immediately knelt. Seeing Yin Mi forced to kneel, Yi Ling's face showed unconcealed delight, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Such powerful might, Ji Yuchong, you don't know your place. Daring to provoke my master. Today this place will be your burial ground. Yin Mi's face was pale with pain, her body trembling, stammering, Master. Ji Yuchong remained expressionless, his voice indifferent, devoid of any warmth. You're about to die, no need for extra words. With that, Ji Yuchong immediately tightened his grip on the light of fortune, and a brilliant light burst from his hand like a surging wave. I will send you on your way in front of your master. System prompt, 1 luck plunder talisman reduced. A powerful light shot from Ji Yuchong's hand towards the sky, making Yi Ling freeze. His eyes were filled with confusion. The lights immediately formed iron chains, coiling around him, binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. Upon seeing this, he merely sneered, completely unafraid. Petty tricks. Yi Ling tried to struggle, but the iron chains and Ji Yuchong's restrictive power held him in place, every movement rendered meaningless. What? I didn't expect it to be able to temporarily restrain me. Then a huge force suddenly coiled around him, as if tightly constricting him from the cells of his body. Yi Ling's master felt his neck being strangled, unable to breathe. He stretched out his hand as if seeking help, but only found silence and darkness. Master, save me. I don't want to die, I don't care, I haven't reached my peak yet. He was tightly bound by a powerful force, leaving only a scream. The sound seemed to echo in the silent space, filled with pain and despair. After Yi Ling's body was swept away, only a necklace and a piece of armor were left silently on the ground in the quiet space. He roared furiously, his voice reverberating throughout the entire space like an uncontrollable rage. Brat, how dare you kill my successor in front of me? As the rage erupted, he used his wild power, and Ji Yuchong's iron chains immediately broke as if nothing could stop him. You're seeking death. Immediately after, he charged forward, fiercely attacking Ji Yuchong from behind. Yin Mi, though still weak, struggled to rush forward, determined to block that attack. Master, look out! When he saw his arm rushing towards Yin Mi just inches away, Ji Yuchong's gaze swiftly flickered backward, filled with decisiveness and coldness. Ji Yuchong quickly pushed Yin Mi away with his hand, preventing her from being hit by his attack. Ji Yuchong didn't hesitate, and with the long spear in his hand, he met his fierce blow head-on. The two forces collided violently, creating a deafening crash that seemed to shake the surrounding space. Ji Yuchong and Yin Mi both retreated simultaneously. He stared intently at his palm, his eyes sharp as if he had perceived something important. A feeling of surprise and tension clearly emerged. Do you understand now? In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Ji Yuchong sneered, his eyes gleaming with confidence, as he slowly pulled out a small bottle from his embrace, as if something special was waiting to be released. Absolute power. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful purple energy shot out from the bottle, spreading like an electric current throughout the space, making the surrounding air heavy and gloomy. Ji Yuchong stood before the strange purple light, an evil smile on his face, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he was enjoying every tense moment. Not good, I've always had schemes. He frowned at this phenomenon, a clear surprise on his face, as if a sense of danger had begun to grow in his heart. This is the heaven-devouring demonic art. Ji Yuchong ignored his expression and simply pointed at him, saying, What is absolute power? His voice was full of challenge. Come and try it. Powerful energy emanated from his hands, as if uncontrollable energy was surging forth, forming a wave that shook the surrounding air. He let out a loud laugh, his voice echoing throughout the space as if he was enjoying the impending victory, his eyes filled with contempt and complacency. Ha ha ha, you audacious brat. No sooner had his laughter faded than he unleashed the power of the Black Dragon, charging like a storm with an imposing aura that violently shook the surrounding space. You're just an immature demonic art inheritor. I don't even take you seriously. The Black Dragon opened its massive mouth and spat out a destructive force, charging towards Ji Yuchong with astonishing speed like a predatory beast. Ji Chang merely smiled faintly, his eyes cold, completely unmoved. Even as the black dragon charged with destructive power, he remained as steady as a mountain, without the slightest hint of panic. A wisp of an illusion. It's better not to struggle pointlessly. Ji Chang's arm suddenly enlarged and violently swung out, striking directly at him. He opened his eyes wide in terror. When he realized the terrifying power of this attack, he easily broke through his own defenses. Ji Chang's fist hit its target, and he was violently pushed back. His body seemingly swept away by a powerful force. He continuously retreated without end, each step like a violent impact, unable to stop. His body swept away by an irresistible force. His arm was broken, but he merely gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness, as if unable to bear the pain. Demonic form, Dharma body. This method is indeed extraordinary. But don't get too happy too soon. Suddenly he created a violent whirlwind, stirring up the surrounding air, and then rushed out. The jade pendant on the ground emitted a strange light, then slowly flew into the air as if being pulled by an invisible force. Little turtle, master is calling me. Yin-Mi strained to reach out, her eyes filled with determination, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't touch the jade pendant flying upwards. The jade pendant flew away from her hand and dropped into the air as if pushed by an invisible force, leaving Yin-Mi standing still. Master, look out! The jade pendant rapidly ascended as if an invisible force was pulling it towards him, flying straight into his hand. Master, let me help you. But before the jade pendant could land in his hand, Ji Chang's arm had already swiftly reached out. He tightly grasped the jade pendant, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Ji Chang, using his spatial power, quickly moved, holding the jade pendant tightly in his hand. The jade pendant suddenly emitted a strange cry as if resisting the snatching. That's right, it's the power of the void. Master, save me, he sneered. Do you think a mere turtle can change the tide of battle? He roared furiously, his voice filled with hatred echoing in the space, his eyes filled with an unacceptable rage. Brat, give it back! Ji Chang cast a cold glance at him, his eyes sharp, devoid of any emotion, as if completely unaffected by his anger. Wishful thinking. Ji Chang used the long spear in his hand, and a dark power from hell erupted, coiling around the spear, forming a powerful dark energy wave. He also refused to be outdone, concentrating all his heavenly venerate power. A bright energy light rushed towards Ji Chang. The two lights collided in space, forming a violent vortex. Beams of light shot out like rain, light and darkness intertwined. Yin-Mi had no time to dodge and was sent flying by a powerful light. Her body flew far away, falling painfully to the ground. A green light emanated from the darkness, illuminating the entire space. Yin-Mi lay on the ground, her eyes half open, a mere wisp of a remnant soul. If not for the demonic art's support, this place would quickly collapse. Iron chains shot out from Ji Chang. Then Ji Chang bound him with his own power, his body tightly restrained in space, then suspended in the air like a helpless puppet, unable to move. I didn't expect your demonic art to succeed, leaving me no chance to gather power. He looked to the side and found his armor being removed. What are you doing? Ji Chang took out the bottle, merely sneering. What were you trying to do earlier, little turtle? What will I do to you? He showed no fear, instead letting out a loud laugh. Confident and arrogant laughter echoed in the space. Devouring me? Haha, I didn't expect this venerable to have such a day. The pride and confidence had vanished from his face, replaced by a resigned look, as if he had already realized he couldn't escape his predetermined fate. Forget it. Ji Chang's long spear lit up and the purple power from the bottle was absorbed. Don't worry, you won't be the last. System prompt. Child of Fortune Yiling's kill quest completed, gaining 3,000 luck points. 1,500 destiny points. Triggered Child of Fortune's luck value reset to 0, obtaining 1 Heavenly Dao treasure. Additional rewards Heavenly Dao Precious Sun are being calculated. Ji Chang looked at the Heavenly Dao Precious Sun and exclaimed, 40,000 destiny points, plus 8,000 luck points. Yiling truly didn't disappoint me, the Heavenly Dao Precious Sun system reported. The immortal light contained within the reincarnation heavenly light. The essence of reincarnation is the power of the time attribute. Obtained 4 portions of the primordial path of time. Ji Chang looked at the 2 red and black auras and ordered them to merge. It seemed to understand his words and merged into one. Ji Chang's eyes gleamed. He subtly let out a slight tisk. Indeed, it was a good find, the reincarnation heavenly light. This was a power on the same level as Void Marrow, capable of operating throughout myriad worlds. With such power assisting me, I can face even a true saint with much more ease. Yin-Mi stepped forward and said with a smile, Congratulations, Master. Ji Chang nodded. You've worked hard. He handed Yin-Mi a pill and said, This is the antidote to the demonic poison. From today onwards you won't have to suffer the backlash of the demonic poison anymore. Yin-Mi smiled and said that even without the demonic poison, her heart would always belong to her master. Before Yin-Mi could finish, Ji Chang had already placed the pill into Yin-Mi's mouth. I trust you, Yin-Mi stammered, blushing. Thank you, Master. Ji Chang turned, bowed his hands and departed. Let's go, follow me into the grotto heaven. 2 green lights shot directly into the sky from inside the stone house. Then the 2 landed in a spacious room filled with treasures and weapons, with dim light illuminating sharp swords. Ji Chang couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Yin-Mi's eyes sparkling as she looked around. What are you looking at? Take whatever you want. He didn't hesitate, walking resolutely towards the center of the reincarnation grotto heaven, where the highest secrets and supreme power were hidden. The air in the room was heavy, as if an undeveloped power was contained here. Is this the core that controls the reincarnation grotto heaven? Ji Yuchang placed his hand on it, needing only to refine this object to control the grotto heaven. A few jade stones rotated in his hand. Meanwhile, Yin Mi was still engrossed in admiring the surrounding treasures, her eyes scanning each precious item, overwhelmed. An uncontrollable feeling of admiration surged in Yin Mi's heart. The reincarnation heavenly venerate's abilities were truly extraordinary. With weapon formations, spiritual elixirs, ancient medicines, and enlightenment cushions, there were also human-like puppets nearby. I didn't expect there to be 5 puppets. These were originally meant for Yi Ling, but now I'll take them. Looking at the mark on the Thunder platform, this inheritance indeed also records the slave mark the ancient heavenly venerate planted on the ancient immortal races. It's a pity Yi Ling already took it, but I have the wedding dress immortal art which is just as good. Ji Yuchang glanced behind him, his keen eyes stopping on a precious treasure Yin Mi held in her hand. This reincarnation grotto heaven will be moved into this world, he reminded. Yin Mi, time to go. She nodded. All right, space was about to change. And the lake began to form a mysterious space, with hazy light gradually appearing, taking on peculiar shapes. The two emerged from within. Now that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's inheritance has fallen into my hands, I can indeed use this identity. Once Yi Ling's death is exposed, another person will be needed to bear the consequences. This inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate can be used to cover up my tracks. Ji Yuchang said they would discuss it again once they were outside the region. Yi Ling escaped severely wounded. Yin Mi, holding a mirror, nodded. Understood, Master. Yi Ling isn't dead yet. At the critical moment he used a powerful trump card to escape. Ji Yuchang shook his head. No, at the critical moment, Yi Ling used demonic arts to severely wound me. He himself also suffered serious injuries and took the opportunity to escape. She seemed to suddenly realize. I understand. Master's foresight is truly comprehensive. Ji Yuchang's face twisted, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, slowly flowing down and merging with the strange aura permeating the surroundings. Now let's reveal the truth to everyone. A group of people stood silently in front of the stone house, their gazes fixed on the distance as if waiting for someone. The ancient stone house exuded a lonely aura, but the atmosphere around it was filled with tension, as if something was about to happen. Everyone felt this change. A figure emerged from the stone house. It was Yi Lingtian. His eyes were sharp, his expression cold. What a pity. I arrived too late. The ancient corpse has already been refined, they asked, confused. By the way, where's Brother Jiyu? Kai Ling leaned against the stone wall, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze passing through the crowd and settling on Yi Lingtian. So many people came to kill Yi Ling, he must have already escaped. Brother Ji Yuchang said that so many of us acting together was just to force Yi Ling to show himself. It seems we were all deceived by Brother Ji Yu, she frowned. It's all for the sake of all living beings. Brother Ji Yuchang might have already gone to capture him alone. Perhaps Yi Ling is now. Yi Lingtian's mouth curved into a knowing smile as he heard Kai Ling's guess. I didn't expect Miss Kai Ling to understand Brother Ji Yu so well. Could it be that you have feelings for him? She gave a dry laugh. Brother Yi, mind your words. Kai Ling imagined Ji Yuchang and Mingkong embracing passionately. If I truly had a close relationship with Ji Yuchang, Yu Mingkong would surely swallow me whole with her aura. Suddenly, an urgent running sound came from behind her. Bad news. Young Master Ji Yuchang was injured in a confrontation with the demonic art inheritor. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding people were incredulous. They gaped in surprise. All eyes turned to the messenger. What? Kai Ling stepped forward and asked, is this true or false? Is Brother Ji Yuchang all right? The messenger replied. Although young Master Ji Yuchang was severely injured, he is not in mortal danger. Moreover, Fairy Yin Mi, the nine-tailed celestial fox, has already gone to rescue young Master Ji Yuchang. Upon hearing this, Kai Ling couldn't conceal her relief. She let out a sigh as if a huge stone had been lifted from her chest. It's good that he's all right. But Yi Ling's methods are truly astonishing. Even senior brother Ji Yuchang was injured. Yi Lingtian stood behind and asked, what about Yi Ling? The man, sweating profusely, reported that Yi Ling was severely wounded by young master and escaped. His whereabouts are now unknown. Wang's face was grim. He also couldn't believe it. Even brother Ji Yu couldn't kill him. This will surely lead to endless future troubles. The two women nearby also whispered, I thought Fairy Yin Mi, the nine-tailed celestial fox, still had a conflict with young Master Ji Yuchang over Bai Lai's matter. I never expected young Master Ji Yuchang to be the one to save her in the end. The two women fantasized. Speaking of Yin Mi, she is also young Master's junior sister. She couldn't possibly stand by and watch. Speaking of young Master Ji Yuchang, he is truly admirable. I always thought young Master Ji Yuchang was a strong and domineering person, but I never expected him to be so gentle at times. Fairy Yin Mi must be deeply touched. The woman in pink suddenly blushed, her eyes shyly avoiding his gaze. To be rescued by young master like a hero saving a beauty is truly enviable. The woman in red also couldn't hide her shyness. Her eyes were slightly downcast, her cheeks flushed as if trying to conceal the surging emotions within her. Yes, I wonder if young Master Ji Yuchang would come to save me if I were captured by demons? He raised his arm, walking straight ahead, preparing to ask brother Ji Yuchang for the truth about Yi Ling so he could better deal with Yi Ling. Everyone agreed in unison. All right, let's go. 3 people stood on the edge of the cliff observing. These people want to deal with the inheritor of demonic arts. Are they giving us an opportunity to deal with Ji Chong? It's just that he hasn't shown up yet. Wu Jing came out of nowhere and killed people from the dragon race. Both external cultivators and Ji Chong are enemies. Is it not the same if I, Wu Jing, kill people from the dragon race? That person shook his head. It's not the same. Killing external cultivators will definitely provoke anger and dissatisfaction from those forces. If it's just dealing with Ji Chong, there's no need to worry, Wu Jing snorted. HMPH, coward. She placed her finger on her lips, licking it lightly as if contemplating a plan. Her icy gaze remained unwavering. If Ji Chong doesn't show up, I'll go find him. Besides, isn't he injured? This opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Yan Yu suddenly turned around in front, her eyes cold and sharp without the slightest hesitation. Go if you want revenge, then go. Fool, it's a good chance to test Ji Chong's true strength today. After speaking, Yan Yu scoffed disdainfully, then turned and walked away with confident and proud steps. HMPH, let's go. On the cliff, the air was unusually quiet. Some people still stood there, but others exchanged glances and eventually turned and left. Yan Yu helped Ji Chong to Yi Lingdian and the others. Brother Ji Chong, how is senior brother Ji? Ji Chong covered his mouth looking weary and said, Thank you for your concern, friends. This small injury is nothing, I'll recover quickly. They stood there, their eyes constantly flickering, and whispers began to rise. Brother Ji Chong's injury this time has damaged his essence. It will probably be difficult to recover in a short time. Yi Ling's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Even Brother Ji Chong suffered a great loss. Wang stepped forward and said he originally wanted to inquire about the details of the battle, but since Brother Ji was so injured, everyone was worried and surrounded him. Brother Ji Chong, please rest and recover. Alas, Ji Chong stood there, his gaze still sharp, but suddenly he coughed lightly. The cough made the surrounding air tense. He covered his mouth with his hand, took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your concern, friends. This minor injury won't affect me. Cough, cough, cough. Yin Mai stood there, her eyes filled with worry, and suddenly tears began to fall uncontrollably. She hugged herself, gently sobbing, It's all my fault. If I hadn't easily trusted Yi Ling and been threatened with my life, senior brother Ji wouldn't have been injured. The handkerchief in Ji Chong's hand was stained with blood, but he still maintained a stern expression, not allowing any weakness to show. He turned back to Yin Mai and comforted her. Junior sister Yin, don't blame yourself. Although we had some minor friction, I would have done the same for anyone else facing the demonic art inheritor. Hearing his comfort, everyone was deeply moved. Injured to his essence, yet still caring for his junior sister. Truly admirable. He is truly, I'm about to cry. Wang stood up and said, Brother Ji Chong, please rest and recover. If the immortal ancient races bother you recently, we will not stand idly by. Kai Ling also raised her hand and urged, Everyone, let's not disturb senior brother Ji Chong's recovery here. Everyone readily agreed. Fairy Kai Ling is right. Everyone began to leave, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Yin Mai removed the self-reproachful expression from her face, looking at them with a smile. Master, you have everyone wrapped around your finger. Ji Chong stood on the table, a ball of light conjured in his hand. They're just a bunch of fools, what could they possibly see? A trace of a smile flickered in Ji Chong's eyes. Next, it's time for me to truly make my move against the immortal ancient races. In the forest, Minkong asked loudly. What, injured? Her subordinate respectfully bowed and replied, Yes, but in her heart, she couldn't fully believe it. She knew Ji Chong's strength. Ji Chong being injured is simply absurd, he must be faking it. Who is he trying to fool with this hero saving the beauty act? I think it's all fake, they're just a bunch of rabble. Minkong frowned. Yin Mai, that scent on Ji Chong earlier was from that vixen. Yin Mai, right? On another mountain. Shenner sat dejectedly, hugging her knees, her face filled with worry. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Da Qing. Da Qing, do you think Ji Chong's injury is real or fake? Should I go visit him? With his personality and ability, if he could kill the inheritor of demonic arts, why would he let him escape? He must have lost his fighting capability then, so forget it. I'm afraid it's true, as the rumors say, that his essence was damaged. After a while she snorted coldly, talking to herself as if in conversation with herself. HMPH, I'm not worried about him. I'm just afraid that if he dies, who will I seek revenge from? Da Qing silently watched Shenner, his eyes unchanging, but deep within, they were filled with helplessness. Shenner stood up and left, having conveniently acquired some miraculous medicine for Ji Chong's injuries a few days ago. She'll consider it a thank you gift for saving her. Shenner stood up, no longer looking at the injured monsters lying on the ground, and quickly left. Hey, how magnanimous am I? The system suddenly popped up a notification. Congratulations on acquiring hand bones and foot bones. 3 transcendent bones from the left hand. Congratulations on acquiring 2 flawless sword bones imbued with Zhengjin laws and sword Dao laws, 2 types of laws. Ji Chong was cultivating in a corner looking at the system panel. Congratulations, Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace has been upgraded, he smiled. Next, the Dark Skyhawk tribe. 5 Dark Skyhawk tribesmen appeared in Ji Chong's hand. It was time to reel them in. He crushed them in his hand and slowly took out Yi Ling's necklace, which he had obtained during the previous battle. Oh, and you, speak. What is your origin? The voice from the Jade Stone rang out. Ji Chong, you wish. Ji Chong smiled sinisterly, his eyes sharp as knives, devoid of any warmth. This matter is not up to you, it stammered in reply. This, in just a few days his control over the power of reincarnation has surpassed Yi Ling's. How is that possible? As soon as the words fell, the jade stone in Ji Yuchang's hand suddenly glowed, then slowly transformed into a magnificent flower. Strange, colorful light surrounded it, emitting a peculiar aura as if the surrounding space had solidified. Ji Yuchang raised an eyebrow, his keen gaze observing this phenomenon. Oh, so it's a pearl immortal herb, but it's been divided into 3 pieces and this is just one of them. Seeing his smile, it became afraid. Ji Yuchang, what do you want to do? A strong light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing through the dark space, forming a dazzling beam like a flash of lightning. The power of the jade stone shot directly out, sweeping past leaves, leaving clear trails in the air. Ji Yuchang absorbed this power and exclaimed that he had unexpectedly broken through to the peak of the Divine King realm, just 1 step away from the Saint realm. Ji Yuchang's subordinate came in to report, "Master, Miss Shenner is outside this ruin, seeking an audience." He looked puzzled. Ji Shenner, why is she here? Ji Yuchang's subordinate led the young girl in, passing through a forest. The space around them was like a labyrinth. "Miss Shenner, please follow me." Shenner's eyes scanned both sides, clear yet filled with vigilance. These powerfully aura-emitting individuals were all Ji Yuchang's followers. With such combat power, even in the outside world, it would be enough to easily destroy a second-rate force. Shenner's footsteps carefully ascended the steps, each step soft and precise as if she was tracing every path from before. "Although he used various means to suppress me, if he really killed me, he probably wouldn't even need to do it himself. Ji Yuchang, you're indeed still hiding something about what happened that year, aren't you?" As soon as she walked in, Shenner saw a familiar figure waiting there. Ji Yuchang's expression was stern, but his eyes held a hint of cunning. Seeing the young girl enter, he smiled faintly. "Shenner, you're here. Did you hear I was injured, so you came to check on me?" Shenner stood there blankly. Her gaze swept over Ji Yuchang, but she didn't know what to say. "You?" Ji Yuchang sat comfortably in his chair, elbows resting on the armrests, his eyes casually looking at Shenner. "I have to say, if my sister wants revenge, now's not a bad time." Shenner snapped back to reality, scoffing at Ji Yuchang. "HMPH, it seems you're quite badly injured this time too." Seeing Shenner's determination, Ji Yuchang feigned a few coughs, acting nonchalant. "Cough, cough, no need to be surprised. Even if I'm injured, suppressing any resistance from you, little sister, is effortless." Shenner finally spoke, her tone cold and self-assured. "I won't take advantage of you when you're this injured, rest assured. I just came to see if you were on the verge of death." Ji Yuchang narrowed his eyes, as if calculating Shenner's every move. "Are you pitying me?" Then Ji Yuchang angrily unleashed a powerful aura, instantly making the surrounding space tremble. "Ji Shenner, I haven't fallen so low as to need your pity. Get out of here before I change my mind." Shenner angrily shouted. "Ji Yuchang, stop pretending to be innocent. Continuing to use your cultivation now will only worsen your injuries." A lotus flower bloomed on her chest, emitting a soft yet powerful light. "I have a supreme healing medicine here that's very helpful for source injuries." Shenner took it out and offered it to Ji Yuchang, but as soon as the lotus approached him, he violently pushed it away. "HMPH, I don't need any kindness, especially not from a little girl." Ji Yuchang's expression remained cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. "Remember, don't harbor any feelings for me. You just need to cultivate well and come find me for revenge later." Shenner scoffed, turning her face away. Who has feelings for you? I am just afraid someone else will kill you before I get my revenge." With that, she angrily shouted, "You stop being so conceited." Ji Yuchang still rested his chin in his hand, his gaze never leaving Shenner, his eyes cold and penetrating. He didn't speak, just quietly observed her every move. Ji Yuchang's finger lightly moved and a blurry light immediately appeared. "Since that's the case, I'll accept this medicine as an exchange. Feel free to choose any of these items." Shenner lightly tossed her head, her movements arrogant and disdainful. "Ji Yuchang, stop humiliating me. Do I lack these things?" "HMPH, Ji Shenner, even if I gain nothing this time, I won't be destitute." Shenner's eyes flickered, glancing at Ji Yuchang's side, and picked up. As soon as she finished speaking, the space around Ji Yuchang suddenly darkened, and countless sharp weapons, from longswords to sharp spikes, suddenly appeared, suspended before Shenner. Shenner looked around, her eyes wide with surprise and undisguised delight, as the exquisite and beautiful immortal artifacts shimmered, hovering around her. She was practically drooling. Ji Yuchang feigned a sigh, narrowing his eyes as if deeply saddened. "Oh, don't say that." No sooner had Shenner spoken than she quickly gathered the weapons, bundling them up. Ji Yuchang smiled faintly, pleased with himself. "HMPH, this little money grubber. I'm sure a seed was planted in her heart long ago, and now, nourished by time, it has taken root and sprouted." She didn't stop, continuing to choose other weapons. "What's this? This is good. This is also a treasure." One of Ji Yuchang's subordinates rushed in, his face filled with anxiety. He knelt at the entrance, bowing respectfully to report. "Reporting to Master, a large number of ancient feathered human tribe creatures have appeared 300 li away. It looks like they're preparing to ambush us." Ji Yuchang narrowed his eyes. "Feathered human tribe?" Ji Yuchang looked at Shenner, who was happily choosing weapons, his eyes softening. A slight smile played on his lips. "It seems now is the time to deepen our relationship." She shouldered her sword, looking at Ji Yuchang, who was staring at her. She frowned. "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'll help you?" Ji Yuchang chuckled inwardly, a strange warmth rising in his heart. "Of course I believe you will." Outside, the battlefield descended into chaos as Yu Jing and her people clashed with Ji Yuchang's subordinates. As the battle raged on, all participants suddenly paused as Ji Yuchang finally appeared. Suddenly, as if time had frozen, Ji Yuchang appeared behind them. Unnoticed, his subordinate stepped forward to report, Master, the enemies are too numerous and you are still injured, why not? Ji Yuchang shook his head. It's fine, I'll help you kill the enemies with these sword rings. Yu Jing, with an arrogant and confident expression, finally broke the tense silence. You are Ji Yuchang, did you ever think this day would come when you killed my clansmen? Yu Jing raised her hand, pointing at Ji Yuchang, her eyes fiery, cold and sharp, her expression tired, her aura unstable, even needing her subordinates to use the sword rings. It seems Ji Yuchang is indeed severely injured. Anyone who kills Ji Yuchang will be greatly rewarded. Ji Yuchang's subordinates stood still, rapidly forming hand seals, and the jade pendant on her neck began to emit a strong light. Crack, all of Ji Yuchang's subordinates simultaneously formed hand seals, each held a glowing jade pendant, a sword ring bestowed by their master, but this was not intimidating. Then they all charged at Yu Jing, forming a sword array. Yu Jing's subordinates also didn't hesitate, immediately attacking. Kill! A massive sword suddenly appeared from the space above. Suspended in midair, a dazzling light began to emanate from Yu Jing's hands, forming a giant energy orb. The energy orb swiftly transformed into a massive shield in Yu Jing's hands, radiating a brilliant light protecting her from all frontal attacks. This sword ring must be very precious, he certainly doesn't have many. With Ji Yuchang severely injured, if he blocks this attack he'll be exhausted and at my mercy. The giant sword and shield collided. When the giant sword and shield clashed, a loud boom erupted, generating an energy wave that violently shook the surrounding space. The impact was dazzling, uprooting even trees. The power generated by the clash between the giant sword and Yu Jing's shield not only affected the surrounding space but also created powerful shockwaves that were felt by everyone in the area. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing the intact shield without a single crack. The shield's sturdiness surprised even Ji Yuchang. Oh, this is Yu Jing's people were greatly astonished. The aura was that of a saint. Yu Jing raised her palm, her eyes cold and full of power. Today I raise my shield. Powerful aura began to gather around her, making the surrounding air heavy and tense. This is the perfect opportunity for me to make a name for myself and establish my prestige in the clan. Ji Yuchang still maintained a calm expression. His gaze never left Yu Jing. He stood firm, completely unmoved by her grand gestures. I didn't expect her to actively use a magical artifact. Ji Yuchang's eyes were as cold as knives, staring directly at Yu Jing without blinking. It seems the ancient tribes have suffered terribly again during this time. The ancestral tombs are constantly being excavated, and their accumulated anger has reached its limit, even starting to touch the final boundaries set with the outside world. He raised an eyebrow. Such a reckless action will certainly be the fuse that escalates the conflict between the outside world and the ancient remnants. Yu Jing still believed she would defeat Ji Yuchang. Quick, stop that little girl. He still stood there, completely still, like a sturdy rock in a storm. Ji Yuchang's cold gaze never left Yu Jing. And this just gives me a perfect excuse for a counterattack. I really have to thank these foolish feathered human tribe members. Shenner chuckled, her eyes sparkling as if she found the situation highly amusing. You've got the wrong person. What does dealing with Ji Yuchang have to do with me? She stood before Yu Jing's subordinates holding her sword. I'm just passing through. With that, Shenner, displeased, glanced at Ji Yuchang. Hateful Ji Yuchang, he must have planned all this already. And I worried about his injuries for nothing. Ji Yuchang stood in the distance, his gaze on her, then suddenly shouted loudly, Shenner, this has nothing to do with you. I don't need your help. Hurry and leave. She was furious, her cheeks flushed, her eyes blazing with anger, veins bulging in her neck. She loudly shouted, Ji Yuchang, what nonsense are you talking about? Who would help you? Yu Jing's gaze never left Shenner. It seems Ji Yuchang cares quite a bit about that little girl. Capture her. The subordinates immediately rushed forward to seize Shenner. A strong light shot out, stopping everyone. This light was not only powerful but also carried a strange oppressive aura. Ji Yuchang couldn't help but cough, his body seemingly under some pressure. Cough, cough. Ji Yuchang's eyes were terrifyingly cold, like an eternal iceberg, capable of freezing everything around him. You even dare to lay a hand on my sister? Feathered human tribe, do you want to start a war with the longevity Ji family? Yu Jing frowned, her eyes flashing with interest and arrogance. I didn't expect you to resort to threatening me with your backing. Have you run out of tricks? Ji Yuchang, after attacking and killing my clansmen and ambushing Lord Long Teng, did you ever think this day would come? Everything you're experiencing is your own doing. Ji Yuchang coldly snorted, his eyes as sharp as knives without the slightest emotion. If you want revenge, then I have nothing to say. Using magical artifacts, aren't you afraid of crossing the line? Yu Jing arrogantly shouted, her voice full of power. The line? Ji Yuchang, it seems you truly have run out of tricks. Instead of wasting time here, you should consider how to handle your own funeral. Yu Jing confidently gave the order. Immediately, her subordinates rushed forward, their weapons gleaming. Shenner was still fighting with Yu Jing's subordinates. Her expression at this moment was both serious and worried. She couldn't help but feel that the situation was more tense than ever. Is he really? Suddenly, 5 rays of light appeared from all directions, streaking across space like lightning. Don't even think about hurting brother Ji Yuchang. Suddenly a hand appeared from the sky, striking violently at Yu Jing's subordinates. This strike was like a bolt from the blue, violently shaking the surrounding space. Ling Tian, you appeared in midair with an extraordinary aura, and your giant palm still radiated light, making the surrounding space feel as if it was being squeezed by an invisible force. The people of the immortal ancient tribes are here. They quickly surrounded him, forming a tight defensive circle. Everyone adopted a fighting stance, their eyes sharp as knives, ready to stop any approaching enemy at any moment. Does a small feathered human tribe dare to muddy the waters? Brother Jiyu Chong. We're here to help you repel the enemy. He stood in the center, his face pale but his eyes still cold. You've come just in time then. Jiyu Chong's aura intensified, and he slowly stepped forward. Thank you, fellow Taoists. With your help, the feathered human tribe's schemes today will likely not succeed. Yu Jing angrily snorted, her eyes sharp as knives, murderous intent surging around her. HMPH, Jiyu Chong today, even if more people come to help you. Still, they sensed her aura, puzzled, not expecting her to even use saint energy. Damn it, we must report today's events to the Tao lineage and let the elders know. The ancient immortal remnants have violated the agreement, she coldly shouted. Less talk, attack. Yu Jing's subordinates hearing this were enraged. They saw Yu Jing's aura suddenly become unstable and immediately exchanged puzzled glances. Do you think we're afraid of you? This is a good opportunity to wipe out these ancient immortal saint spirits today. Young Master Jiyu Chong's unwavering righteousness for our sake has left the outside world injured. Today is our time to share his burden. Their battle immediately erupted, murderous intent rolling, filling the entire space. Swords and blades clashed, auras fiercely collided, making the ground tremble, and cold shockwaves spread in all directions. Shield in Yu Jing's hand vibrated, shooting out sharp streams of aura like arrows, tearing through the air, carrying a suffocating pressure. Under saint energy you are all nothing but ants. One person's eyes widened, his face filled with terror as if he couldn't believe the power emanating from Yu Jing's shield. Ambush? Then the newly arrived group was immediately struck by that violent aura. Their bodies flew in all directions like withered leaves, painful cries echoing in the air. Yu Jing said triumphantly, Jiyu Chong, you're dead today. Don't die so easily. Jiyu Chong smiled faintly, not showing it in his heart. Of course I have to fake my death. Jiyu Chong stood firm, his eyes sharp as knives piercing through the smoke and dust. He straightened his body, his expression serious, feigning a heroic demeanor. I didn't expect her to use a saint artifact to kill outside prodigies. Jiyu Chong, I will never allow it. One of Jiyu Chong's subordinates, seeing the situation become tense, stepped forward, his face full of worry. Master, no, your injuries are worsening. You cannot attack anymore. Jiyu Chong feigned a pitiful look. You and all the heroes are fighting on the front lines while I, such a person, hide behind. How can I still face anyone? Jiyu Chong's aura erupted, and the entire surrounding space seemed to warp. Even if my cultivation is exhausted and my primordial spirit dissipates, I will never let her do as she pleases. A powerful aura emanated from him, making the air heavy, as if a raging storm was brewing between heaven and earth. When the group saw this, they were all stunned. Young Master Jiyu Chong, his injuries are not yet healed, yet he's unleashing such spiritual energy. Yu Jin smiled faintly. A spent arrow. How long can you maintain this secret art? Jiyu Chong's steps were as fast as lightning without any warning. Long enough to kill you in just an instant. He had charged forward, leaving a trail of light behind him, like a clean line drawn through space. Standing behind the feathered human tribe was the entire ancient immortal tribe. Jiyu Chong fiercely thrust his spear, piercing through the sturdy shield. Today you will all pay for everything you've done. The spear's power erupted violently, directly piercing through the sturdy shield as if nothing could stop it, then slowly dissipated like a broken wave, spreading in all directions. Yu Jing was somewhat surprised but immediately regained her composure, deflecting the saint artifact. Your full power is indeed strong, if you weren't severely injured. I truly wouldn't be your match in a one-on-one fight, but what a pity. I fiercely raised my shield like an impenetrable barrier, protecting myself. With this saint artifact in my hand, my strength is far beyond this. A monster emerged from the shield, its body massive, covered in shimmering metallic scales. The monster's eyes suddenly glowed as if containing a fierce and dangerous flame. Its power emanated violently, but the dazzling sunlight shone in, making the standing people squint, scorched. Everyone in the crowd was injured, and Kailing was also injured. His arm was bleeding, and he tightly clutched the wound, shouting, "No good, retreat, damn it." It spread its two huge, broad wings like giant shields, making the surrounding people tremble. This power was too terrifying. The might of a saint artifact was so dreadful. If only I had known, I wouldn't have come to join the fun. Its colossal figure suddenly appeared before everyone, making the surrounding space feel compressed, and that terrifying aura made people involuntarily retreat. Shenner watched this scene as if remembering Chong. Where's Jiyu Chong? I think I just saw him rush into the golden light. Chong reached out below, shouting, "Stop!" Shenner pursed her lips after hearing this. The crowd was now discussing, "I just saw Brother Jiyu rush in to protect our retreat. He's probably in great danger. Damn it, the fire is too intense. I can't see clearly." Wu Jing let out a terrible laugh and said, "I never thought Jiyu Chong, that fearsome fellow, was actually a hothead. Ha 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 ha. He's just an ant trying to stop a chariot." She suddenly froze, and a barrier appeared around her. She said in a panic, "This is a spatial lockdown. That thing is tightening more and more." Seeing this, she thought, "I can't use the saint artifact." Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, speaking of which, I really have to thank you." She turned back in surprise and said, "Jiyu Chong," he now said with a cold face, "I hope the elders know that you dared to use a saint artifact to save your life against me. Even if I hadn't acted, they would have killed you. Without a fool like you, my plan would be impossible to implement." Wu Jing asked, puzzled. "Plan? What plan?" she suddenly realized, and said, "You deliberately lured us into using the saint artifact?" She shouted, "You weren't injured at all." He still said calmly, "It seems you're not entirely stupid." Wu Jing angrily shouted from the side, That's wrong again. Even if you can stand here unharmed, how can a mere void god realm cultivator be unaffected by a saint artifact? At this moment his whole body emitted demonic spiritual energy, and she was frightened by his aura. He then unleashed his power. Or perhaps you should take a closer look at my realm? Seeing his background, Wu Jing seemed to realize something and said, You are a demon. Before she could finish, he forcefully pinched her face. He attacked her while saying, I can kill a true saint with a single strike, so how can a saint artifact kill me? His face grew more terrifying. You're truly naive. She was now covered in not-so-minor injuries. The intense pain made her cry out, Woo-woo. In the end, Wu Jing was pulverized in Ji Yuchang's hands. He now said with a normal expression, Sorry, I never had a habit of listening to people beg for mercy. A commotion outside made everyone focus their attention. Look, the Saint Artifact's avatar is dissipating. What's happening inside? The crowd discussed. The fire gradually faded. It was Brother Ji Yu walking out from inside. The feathered human tribe's aura disappeared. Brother Chong won, truly a young talent. He was able to suppress an enemy with a saint artifact, even with damaged origin. He then said, Master, are you alright? How are Brother Chong's injuries? It's nothing, just a consumption of some qi and blood, but I won't be able to use my cultivation for a short period. Someone said, It's all our fault for being too weak. Not only could we not help young Master Chong, we even, another continued, yes, we implicated senior brother Ji Yu. He now interrupted their conversation saying, Everyone, there's no need to blame yourselves. It was I who underestimated the demonic cultivation inheritor's strength, otherwise today's events wouldn't have happened. The group said, Damn it, to think they would rely on a saint artifact to humiliate us. Is this guy trying to break the agreement? This is no small matter. If they dared to attack Brother Ji Yu today, they'll scheme against all of us tomorrow, she now said, displeased. Everyone, please convey the message to your families and sects. We must make these immortal ancient beings pay the price. That person also added, Exactly. This matter cannot be let go. Seeing this, Chong pretended to say, Then I'll leave it to all of you. The group of feathered human tribe members, while flying away, said, Even Miss Yu Jing is dead. Escape quickly and spread the news. Just then, someone reported, Master, those are the remnants of the feathered human tribe. He unhesitatingly ordered, Kill them. As soon as he spoke, they flew off in response. Yes, Shenner stood aside and said, I knew he wouldn't be in trouble. How could those simple-minded feathered human tribesmen outwit him? As she spoke, she thought of something else. Now what? Not only did he trick me, but he also put on a show for me so he could be safe and sound now. Ji Yu Shenner, oh Ji Yu Shenner. As long as you're near Ji Yu Chong, you have to be prepared for trouble. On the other side, someone reported, Yu Jing lost. That's what the feathered human tribe reported. Miss, should we go up now? Ji Yu Chong looks like he's at the end of his rope. This is the best time for us to act. After hearing this, he said, Let's go. Yu Jing's actions had already enraged everyone. Those outside cultivators probably want to kill Ji Yu Chong now. Continuing like this will only increase conflict with the outside world. Hey Yan Yu said, That's right, Ji Yu Chong is not only extraordinarily powerful, but also deeply cunning. We cannot know if he has other means of self-preservation. She then stood before her clansmen and said, The urgent matter now is to consider how to endure the retaliation from the outside world. She became more and more certain. After all, under Ji Yu Chang's leadership, outside cultivators and us are already at loggerheads. As she spoke, she secretly thought, I must be extremely cautious in dealing with this person, not letting him see any flaws, allowing him to take advantage. In the feathered human tribe's camp, someone suddenly slammed a table, breaking the silence. How could Yu Jing be so foolish as to secretly use a saint artifact against Ji Yu Chang? This was completely his trap. Another person then said, If the conflict escalates, won't our feathered human tribe become the sinners of the immortal ancient continent? That person continued, Saying these things is useless now. Ji Yu Chang might have already schemed against our entire immortal ancient exotic race. That's right, other tribes certainly won't stand by and watch. This Ji Yu Chang is malicious at such a young age. He truly cannot be left alive. We should just, Yu Jing's grandfather pondered. Hearing this, an old woman said, No, have you forgotten Ji Yu Chang's other identity? What does the inheritor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace mean? I think everyone should know. Everyone agreed after hearing this. Another table slam. That person stood up and said, He cannot be killed, nor can he be left alone. Is our feathered human tribe to become fish on a chopping block, to be slaughtered at will? I refuse to endure this humiliation. The old man on the throne pondered and said, Go and discuss with the dragon tribe. After all, the true dragon token is also related to them. Let them handle this matter. As soon as he spoke, a scene appeared before their eyes, and it was clear that the immortal ancient continent would not know peace for a long time. Ji Yu Chang emerged from space thinking, The seed has been planted. It's time to harvest. Then he sinisterly said, Hey Ming truly didn't disappoint me. Two feathered human tribe guards were happily chatting. I heard you also participated in the action to punish Ji Yu Chang 2 days ago. Why was it cancelled later? Don't even mention it. Miss Yan Yu and the others were worried that Guy's surnamed Ji Yu still had a trump card, so there wasn't such a good opportunity. As he walked past, the group asked, Who is that person? Chang calmly replied, I am that guy surnamed Ji Yu. Upon hearing his name, they were all frightened and broke out in cold sweat. Ji Yu Chang, what are you doing in our tribe? He walked and said, Of course I'm here to reclaim what's mine. He pushed those people aside and said, What's mine? Hey Yan Yu was cultivating when she suddenly sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Someone broke into my tribe's territory. She then stood up and said, "Who is so audacious?" As she spoke, she thought, could it be the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerates inheritor? If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly venerates inheritor is Yi Ling, who is also the demonic cultivation inheritor. Just as she thought of this, she frowned and said, "This person has many tricks. This time it's truly a mix of fortune and misfortune." In another room, Ming was meditating when he suddenly discovered something. He recognized this feeling and happily said, "That's right, this is the aura of that supreme being." On the other side, the feathered human tribe members had already gathered with the corpses of their clansmen scattered everywhere, their eyes filled with rage. "Jiyu Chong, you've gone too far." Then more people rushed over, but he showed no fear. Yan Yu was somewhat stunned at this moment. As soon as she saw him, she thought, "Jiyu Chong, how could it be him? How are his injuries healed?" Then she realized something. Could it be that he wasn't injured at all? Just then someone said, "Stop, take another step forward. This isn't the Longevity GU family's backyard. If you alarm the ancestors, you will regret it." Chong coldly said, "Do you really not cherish your lives?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Stop!" The feathered human Grand Elder said, "All of you retreat." The people below said in surprise, "Grand Elder?" He seriously said, "Jiyu Chong, what is your purpose?" He still maintained his calm expression and said, "Just here to reclaim what's mine." He then asked, "What thing?" He quickly replied, "Of course, the Reincarnation Heavenly Venerates Reincarnation Tao platform." And then he pointed and said, "And all of you Dark Sky Hawks." Upon hearing this, he said, "Bastard, what do you mean?" He then thought, "How does he know about the Reincarnation Tao platform? That's a treasure passed down for generations in our immortal ancient tribe." He said, "Stop dreaming, you're not qualified to speak to me. Make your tribe's supreme realm ancestors come out and see me." The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. "Grand Elder, how can we let him be so arrogant? What face will our Dark Sky Hawk tribe have? Grand Elder, he's asking for death, and let's kill him. The outside world can't do anything to us." He then said, "This brat has quite a big mouth. Where does he get the courage to say that?" His gaze changed and his voice deepened. "Haven't you noticed, with just a thought from me, you'll all die?" Then a terrifying power erupted from him. "This is my aura." Everyone present felt it. The faces of the clansmen were twisted one by one. This felt like being strangled. He trembled all over, but still struggled to say, "What kind of method is this? It's so uncomfortable. I didn't expect it to be even more terrifying than the slave mark." He slowly walked forward. "Does that matter?" His trembling hand reached out to him. "To control our life and death." Then he fell to the ground. He still stood there and said, "I hope you remember one thing." Every word he spoke caused them immense pain. From now on, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky changed. "I am your master." Yan Yu secretly thought, this method must be related to the slave mark. Besides the Reincarnation Heavenly Venerates Inheritor, no one knows about the Reincarnation Tao platform. She looked at him and thought, that Reincarnation Inheritor named Yi Ling is probably already. This is what allows Jiyu Chong to manipulate the slave mark. His vicious expression was deeply etched in her mind. Perhaps he is the true inheritor of the demonic art. He suddenly turned his head to look at her, and this gaze made her somewhat afraid. Just then a gentle breeze blew past. He looked over with some curiosity. A voice came from afar. "Young man, how audacious to dare to be so presumptuous. Don't you put us old fellows in your eyes?" A light appeared, and the people below immediately cried out in joy. "Ancestor, it's the ancestor. The ancestor who is a quasi-supreme has come to save us," he calmly said. "Finally shown yourself, the Dark Hawk tribe's ancestor. You're nothing but a slightly larger ant." He looked down from above and said with murderous intent, "What an arrogant and conceited fellow," he continued fiercely. "Do you think that defeating Yu Jing and Long Tang will make me wary? Today, this old woman will teach you a good lesson." He said nothing more. Just coldly uttered 4 words, "Kneel down for me." As soon as he spoke, countless iron chains tightly wrapped around him. The iron chains tightened one by one, forcefully slamming him to the ground. "Ancestor," Yan Yu secretly thought, "I didn't expect even the tribe's ancestor to be suppressed by him," that person said in disbelief. "How is that possible? This is a quasi-supreme," Ming wondered. "What is this guy's origin? Why does he have such a supreme aura?" Just then a voice came from afar, "Please show mercy." An ancestor appeared and respectfully said, "Young Master Jiyu, please don't be angry. This old man is the tribe's ancestor. Please come back another time to discuss." The group said, "Ancestor, ancestor, he trespassed into our territory, killed Dark Hawk disciples. Please kill him, ancestor." He then said angrily, "Silence, you unseeing lot. If young Master Jiyu wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead." After speaking, he thought, Jiyu Chong pretends to be weak, outwardly showing no strength. But his true depth is unfathomable. Even I, far away in the main hall, could feel it. Chong smiled calmly and said, "HMPH, I like smart people. Lead the way." He then said, "Young Master Jiyu, please come this way." The group seemed unable to believe their eyes. They didn't expect even the ancestor to. "Damn it. Young Master Jiyu, please sit." The hall was already full of people. He then said, "After all, I am a quasi-supreme cultivator, yet I was instantly suppressed by him." "Yan Yu, quickly go and pour tea for young Master Jiyu," she then replied. "Yes, ancestor." She went to pour a cup of tea. Then she offered the tea and said, "Young Master Jiyu, please have some tea." He glanced at her and asked, "What's your name?" She quickly replied, "Reporting to Master Dark Sky Hawk Tribe. Hey Yan Yu." He drank the tea and said, Not bad, you're a smart one too." Leading the way was the right choice. The people below began to whisper, "A mere outsider brat to actually have the tribe's precious jade serve him. I wonder why the ancestor is so tolerant." Truly. Silence. Just then someone said, "Yo, loyal subject greets master." "Damn it, Yan Yu is a warrior of our Dark Skyhawk tribe. How can she be serving tea and water?" Chong slowly put down the teacup and said, I know you hate me in your hearts, wishing you could kill me. He pointed forward as he spoke. Like you, for example. The person pointed at immediately felt an electric shock throughout their body. You, even the woman, and you. The people he pointed at flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were chillingly cold. I hope you remember, those who dare to resist will meet death as their ultimate end. The ancestors were so frightened that they knelt and kowtowed. Master, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. Our tribe is willing to submit to Master, he then said with delight. But rest assured, I am naturally gentle and don't actually enjoy killing. As long as you are loyal, helping you devour an entire race and dominate the immortal ancient continent will be no problem. They replied, Thank you, Master. We await your command. At this moment, as he and she ascended the steps, he suddenly spoke, Hey Yan Yu. Hearing him, she stammered in reply, Master, he said, you seem quite astute. From now on you will help me collect the origins of the various tribes' prodigies. Hearing this, she thought, the origins of prodigies he probably intends to, he said, glancing back, looking quite sinister. After this chaos, the passage to the immortal ancient continent will no longer be able to close. It will become a warm and comfortable bed. Yan Yu quickly replied, Rest assured, Master, Yan Yu will do her best. By now they had reached their destination. Master, this is the reincarnation Dao platform. Normally, only elders with profound cultivation can perceive the mysteries of its laws. He looked at it and said, The great Tao of reincarnation, this is the power of reincarnation indeed. Then a small bottle appeared in his hand. Yan Yu looked at it and said in surprise, It's emanating power. This is the first time I've clearly seen the reincarnation Tao platform. At this moment he began refining it. Seeing this, she thought dazedly, even the elders can only comprehend its power. I didn't expect him to directly devour and refine it. A mark appeared between his brows at this moment. Even if my true spirit is destroyed, the mark of reincarnation will reappear in the human world. It seems I have another life-saving trick. Next I need to win over the Dark Skyhawk tribe. Just then a voice came from the other side. The old snake said unhappily, Those bastards from the Dark Skyhawk tribe are stealing things. What? My tribe's mark on the reincarnation Tao platform has been discovered? He walked along saying, Never mind, I'll go back and gather the clansmen. Tell them I have something to discuss. Yes, with that he left. Standing on the snake's head, he thought, Now that the various immortal ancient tribes are in turmoil and outsiders are constantly surrendering, my tribe must find a way to protect itself in this chaos. On the other side, the Grand Elder was looking at something. Then Jiyu Chang's face appeared, making him say angrily, That guy you see is truly vicious. He's driving the ancient immortal remnants to a dead end. At this moment, Jiyu Nunshin said with a smile, He is, after all, the scion of my Jiyu family. What's so strange about these tactics? Although this old man has never met that fellow, I am not unfamiliar with his methods. He replied, With Tao Brother's strength, are you planning to interrogate every tribe thoroughly next? HMPH, Nanshin said. My clan's young master was oppressed during his trials. Should this old man not intervene, he continued. But you are Jiyu Shen'er's ancestor, and besides, he clearly schemed against the entire immortal ancient tribe in this matter, Nanshin went on. You don't need to say more and don't stop me. He is the young master of our Jiyu family. At this point he seemed very certain. How could this old man allow infighting within the clan? Hearing this, he was somewhat displeased but ultimately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Then I'll just have to torture this old fellow and go with him. At this moment countless flying boats passed through spatial rifts, and Jiyu Nanshin and the Grand Elder appeared simultaneously. He said to those behind him, All Divine King Realm cultivators, I didn't expect the Longevity Jiyu family to take this matter so seriously. The ancestor burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, this wasn't my arrangement. Jiyu Chang requested them in his capacity as young master. Hearing this, he said, Jiyu Chang, the ancestor said interestingly, Why do I feel like you're more concerned about that fellow's every move than my Jiyu family is? Stroking his beard, he said, After all, he is a successor of my Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, a candidate for the next palace master. Of course I'd be more concerned. The ancestor smiled again. Haha, all right, let's go then. At this moment, Lu Li and Brother Yi spoke up. Clan uncle. Hearing them, he replied, The clan is already aware of the situation in the immortal ancient continent. This place will become a gathering point for all factions, and no one can avoid it. Lu Li asked again, So our trials end here, he continued. That's right, I am responsible for your safety. The various immortal ancient tribes have gone too far. It's time to let them know the might of our ancient immortal race. Hearing this, Lu Li stepped forward and said, Clan uncle, this time the various immortal ancient tribes are mainly targeting the Jiyu family's young master. We are fine, but they wouldn't dare go too far. He replied, Don't underestimate that fellow's cunning. If he hadn't schemed, it would be hard for us to find an excuse to intervene in this matter. Hearing this, he suddenly realized, So that's it, I understand. Brother Gu's plan is truly astonishing. Then he stood at a distance and said, You don't need to worry about Jiyu Chang's safety anymore. Longevity Jiyu family reacted very quickly to this matter, reportedly very angry, and has sent a powerful force to provide support. The feathered human tribe is probably in danger this time, but thanks to Jiyu Chang, my Yi family was able to get a share of the immortal ancient continent. There was movement on the flying boat. Primordial demonic sect, that's quick. Let's go. Why are these evil sprouts coming to the immortal ancient continent to join the fun? Someone spoke up. I remember that the Jiyu family's young master's maternal lineage seems to be the primordial demonic sect. The various immortal ancient tribes are probably in for trouble. At this moment he held a leaf and said, 100 Phoenix Mountain Range. Sitting on the throne he thought, Minkung is hiding there, so the immortal spirit must be about to emerge. HMPH, does this woman want to monopolize it? But without her, if I wanted to know the location of the immortal spirit's emergence, I would probably have to wait until it stirred and appeared, which would mean losing the initiative. After thinking, he stood up and said, Don't let anyone know I've arrived. Hearing him, she replied, Yes, master. Then he thought again, No, she truly is my lucky star. On the other side, Yu Minkung was cultivating when she suddenly felt an anomaly. Why was her mind suddenly uneasy? What happened? At this moment she couldn't concentrate on her cultivation, thinking, After this heavenly immortal Tao scripture helped me, it truly made me a perfect true immortal body. I must refine it as quickly as possible. A few hours later, in another beautifully scenic location, she now sensed that someone had activated her restriction. She thought in alarm, within 3,000 zhong of the 100 Phoenix Mountain Range, every inch of void is under my control. Then she spoke, The fluctuations are definitely correct. This powerful aura has already approached. Ning Di sensed something from a distance. It turned out to be Jiyu Zhang and his subordinates flying over. She said unexpectedly, I didn't think it would be him. Two soldiers asked, Imperial Princess, what should we do? She frowned. At this moment she saw Yin Mi also following, then decisively ordered, Stop him. The soldiers whispered in surprise after hearing this. Stopping the Jiyu family's young master, wouldn't that be sending ourselves to our deaths in vain? But they still didn't dare disobey orders. Yes, as soon as he arrived he feigned happiness and said, Oh, what a coincidence, I didn't expect Minkung to be here too. The soldiers said, Young Master Chang, this is the Imperial Princess's command. The two argued, and a small soldier was injured. He said with a smile, It's nothing, I must have angered Minkung. Then he teleported to her side and said, What's wrong, Minkung? Are you unhappy to see your husband? She asked coldly. Why are you here? Yin Mi sensed something. Why did she harbor hostility towards her? She felt Minkung's sharp gaze, even killing intent. Chang continued to speak incessantly. I'm very curious, why are you here? It seems you still have a lot of arrangements to make, don't you? She didn't dodge, but instead said directly, My objective is the same as yours, he said with some surprise. Oh, is that so? That's even better then. Then he moved closer to her and continued, But your husband is injured and you didn't come to visit me. That truly saddens me. She felt a little uncomfortable, but when he came closer she smelled the scent of a vixen all over his clothes. She turned away jealously and said, You're injured? What does your injury have to do with me? I didn't cause it. He was somewhat puzzled but still said, How heartless. Yin Mi seemed a little troubled. Master, she half turned and said, By the way, Yi Ling, did you kill him? He replied, He bullied my fiancé, so I helped her kill him. Isn't that only natural? Hearing this, she said angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean helped me kill him? You clearly coveted his inheritance. He again feigned innocence, saying, You can't say that. If it weren't for her I wouldn't even know who Yi Ling was. How can you now disavow any connection? She seemed to have been struck by a blow. Then she attacked him while speaking, Jiyu Chang, don't you dare try to frame me. He still calmly dodged, saying, Why are you in such a hurry? You're already an imperial princess. Can't you be a little more mature? Then a mysterious light appeared on his finger. Something appeared in his hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This is Yi Ling's reincarnation heavenly venerate inheritance. Seeing it, she thought in surprise, An enlightenment cushion. This is something even Saint Realm experts covet. I can't believe he gave it to me. And the enmity with the feathered human tribe was also because of me. Could it be that She immediately snatched it. Seeing this, he said, Not even a bit of courtesy? The system displayed. Daughter of Fortune. Yu Minkung reflected on herself. Her attitude changed. Luck increased by 2,000. Destiny points increased by 10,000. Seeing this, he thought, Little rich woman. He then said, It seems you're very satisfied with this gift. She asked, somewhat puzzled, Why are you suddenly so good to me? Before, being lukewarm was already good enough, she whispered, when suddenly he embraced her waist and said, I didn't realize before that my Minkung was so alluring. Now that I understand, I suppose it's not too late, is it? Then he flew away with her. Let's go, let's see what mysteries this immortal path holds. Yin Mi finally spoke. We will split into 4 groups and guard Master and Imperial Princess Minkung. The two eventually landed in a certain spot. As soon as he arrived, he said, This arrangement has been here for some time. It seems Minkung hasn't been idle, she replied. After all, the emergence of the immortal spirit is a momentous event. How can I not be careful? Hearing this, he said, Indeed, Minkung also knows about the immortal spirit. The time of its emergence is also quite close to my estimation, she said with some surprise. I didn't expect you to also deduce the time of the immortal spirit's emergence, she said in a panic. How is that possible? As expected, Chang thought. Haha, I just said that casually, and she fell for it so easily. It seems the immortal spirit is indeed about to emerge. After walking for a while, she spoke. Jiyu Chang, he replied. She said. Are you planning to abandon me later and enjoy it all by yourself? With every step he emitted a faint light. Then he thought to himself, Am I that kind of person? She replied in a fluster. And no, are you not? He feigned sadness and said, So that's what you think of me. He then turned and questioned her. Have I ever done anything to harm you? Is there a need to be so wary of me? No, she whispered. Not yet, at least. Then he turned and said, An uninformed person would think I had done something outrageous to you in the past. She thought, That's right, it's also because in my previous life you framed me and then killed me with a sword. she also thought, but he seems a little angry. Looking at his annoyed back, she thought, is it because I've been reborn that Jiyu Chang's personality has changed? He also thought to himself, although I truly intend to enjoy it alone, you guessed it and said it to my face, do I have no pride? The two had already walked some distance. At this moment she spoke, Jiyu Chang HMPH, you just HMPH, I merely. He didn't let her finish but continued to hum. She saw the anomaly. Why was she suddenly disappointed? Perhaps her obsession wasn't solely for revenge against him. Finally the two reached their destination. He spoke, this is the Immortal Gate. Then he thought, it seems Mingkong found it long ago, but unfortunately she hasn't found a way to open it. He continued, if you don't trust me, after the Immortal Gate opens you can go in first. Of course if you're worried I'll scheme against you from behind, you can choose to follow me. Seeing this she said, I trust you, then I'm truly fortunate, you're so capricious. She then continued, but now there are only two ways to open the Immortal Gate. Either wait for it to appear on its own, or open it with an immortal talisman. It's better to seize the moment than to wait for it to appear naturally. But by then the immortal ancient continent would probably already be in great chaos, attracting the attention of many powerful experts. And as for opening it with an immortal talisman, I have had no news so far. Hearing this he smiled faintly. Then he thought, system, how much does it cost to open the immortal talisman? The system displayed, purchase to open immortal talisman, ancient immortal text from the immortal ancient era for sacrificial offerings specifically used to report mortal realm affairs to immortals, destiny points 180,000. Fortunately, the system store sells it, 1800 destiny points. The price is a bit high, but no pain no gain. Does this mean even at a high price you'll buy it for Mingkong? Suddenly, a golden light appeared. That item had already appeared in his hand. Open immortal talisman. How do you have it? Then he placed it into the gate and the grand gate appeared. He spoke, I'm about to open the immortal gate. Are you planning to go in first, or should I stay behind to guard you? He continued. As for the immortal spirit inside, we'll each rely on our own abilities. What do you say? Hearing this she thought, does he always value me so much? Then she stammered in reply, I won't go in. I'll guard you from outside and won't contend with you for the immortal spirit. As for what I said just now, I apologize, I misunderstood you. Then she added, if you're worried I'll ambush you outside the gate, you can kill me. I promise not to resist. He showed a helpless expression. She continued, after all, if I were to attack I wouldn't be your match either. Seeing her unusual behavior, he thought, is she nervous because my attitude has changed? I didn't expect Mingkong to care so much about me, even abandoning the immortal spirit and disregarding her own life. I never thought she would be this kind of you, Mingkong. A huge continuous stream of power appeared. Seeing this she said, the immortal gate has opened. Only then did he turn and ask her, why do you suddenly look so wronged? Why would I kill you? She slowly said, because of your secret. Hearing this he firmly replied, I won't kill you. She asked in surprise, why not? Then he walked towards the grand gate saying, of course it's because you're more useful alive than dead. She bit her lip and said, is that so? Then you truly are ruthless. Then he said, let's go. Do you want to come in together? She stood outside thinking, according to my memories from my previous life, the immortal path has been open for almost a month now. Only those who reach the peak are qualified to tread this path and explore the secrets of achieving immortality. Jiyu Chang's mind is secretive and he has many methods, so there shouldn't be any accidents. She thought to herself, stomping her foot, darn it. She said uncomfortably, why am I worried about him? Before he went in he looked back and smiled thinking, fool. The space inside was beautiful. He walked slowly through it. After walking for a while, he said, to what realm can the immortal spirit power help me break through? I have that miraculous bottle in my hand, it's truly exciting. On the other side a group of people were fighting fiercely. It was Jiyu Shenner in battle. Every strike was full of power. With a gentle move she kicked the person to the ground. Suddenly something attacked from behind and a force hit her. That person angrily shouted, you wretched girl, I'll show you, how dare you kill my clansman? That person continued, and die. Guarding Earth Thunder. The young girl stood calmly below and said, with your crooked ugly appearance you think you can make me submit? 3 talents Azure Flame. Hearing this he laughed heartily. 3 talents Azure Flame slash. Suddenly a powerful force enveloped them. That person suffered a backlash. Someone stood in front of the young girl. Shenner asked curiously, who are you? Why do you possess the Jiyu family's divine abilities? He looked back and smiled, then thought, hee. Shenner must be stunned by my handsome senior demeanor. She ungratefully thought, how long has this old man not brushed his teeth? After a while she said in surprise, you said you are my ancestor, then is your name Jiyu Nanshan? He smiled. Hee, exactly. She asked doubtfully, why should I believe you? He was somewhat at a loss. At this moment the Grand Elder arrived. Shenner, he is indeed a bloodline elder of yours, she said happily. Master, why are you here? Seeing this he hugged him and said, now girl, do you believe me? She looked and thought, if he's an ancestor he must be incredibly powerful. She immediately knelt and said, ancestor, please accept Shenner's bow. He smiled, ha, good, see, our Shenner is so well behaved. The Grand Elder then said, oh, can you let go of me now? He helped her up and said, Shenner, don't worry, with me your ancestor backing you now. No one dares to bully you, not even that scoundrel Jiyu Chang. Her eyes lit up. Ancestor, are you serious? Even Jiyu Chang you can subdue him? He smiled proudly. Of course, don't worry, with me protecting you, how can he kill you? But she only said, "How's that all?" He said, somewhat puzzled. Isn't that enough? Do you want me to help you kill Ji Chong? Shenner said happily. Of course not. I hope Ancestor can help me suppress that guy's cultivation to the same realm as mine. So suppress it to one realm lower than mine. He scratched his head after hearing this. What does it mean to suppress cultivation? The young girl continued. Ancestor, help me suppress it to the conferred Marquis realm. I want to fight him openly. He turned to the Grand Elder and said, Doesn't Shenner hate Ji Zhang, that guy back then? The young girl continued. Ancestor, didn't you know before you came there might be some hidden details about what happened back then? Ji Zhang has hidden abilities. It seems to be spatial talent, he thought in surprise. Although spatial talent bones are powerful compared to true spatial talent, they're actually inferior. I said, how could such an evil being appear in our Ji family? Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, so that's it. Shenner, you already know. It's good that you understand that guy's painstaking efforts. The Grand Elder's mouth gaped at this. On the other hand, everyone was discussing they didn't expect the primordial demonic sect to arrive aggressively and block the ancestral land without a word. They heard they were waiting for young Master Ji Chong to kill the feathered human tribe. The Longevity Ji family is the most mysterious aristocratic family in the upper realm, rumored to have existed for a long time. They possess extraordinary power. If this battle breaks out, even if one doesn't become stronger through the fighting, their strength won't diminish much. Suddenly someone shouted angrily, Young Master Ji Chong was attacked by a saint artifact from the feathered human tribe. How can this grudge go unavenged? Exterminate the clan, that person continued. Hey, did you hear? The bird tribe's young master, the feathered human tribe, was killed. The feathered human tribe's young master said, Primordial demonic sect, do you know what my identity is? Are you provoking a war with my tribe? You are going too far and will face retribution. He smiled and said, Don't rush, the young master hasn't arrived yet. The real show hasn't begun. On Mingkong's side she was cultivating, she said, only by spirit energy runes being detected here. It's hard to get anything more. Suddenly she felt it was about to emerge. This aura was of the saint realm. When he emerged he had already been struck by heavenly lightning. This heavenly lightning ultimately showed no mercy. As soon as she sensed it, she thought, as this is true cultivation, the saint realm, whoever he sets his eyes on, their nightmare begins. As soon as he walked out he was smoking all over. He struggled to say, damn it, trying to strike me dead? She saw he wasn't wearing clothes and chuckled. Seeing this he walked up and said, looks good, doesn't it? Go ahead and look. You'll be mine sooner or later anyway, she said in a fluster. Quickly put on some clothes, he replied. I'm rubbing your breasts. Who wants that? He looked at the gate and said, The immortal gate will close soon, but once it opens, it won't be so easy to open again next time, she replied. That doesn't matter anymore. No one knows you ever went in anyway, he added. Yes, no one knows about it except you. Hearing this, she was surprised and thought, what does he mean? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. He looked at her in surprise, thinking, this is a backlash. He said, entangled by 5 ropes, I really said that casually just now. Why so nervous? Of course I know you wouldn't do that. Then countless spirits flew out from the bottle, and she said in surprise, These are immortal spirits. He walked and said, This is your reward, don't overthink it. Just consider it as sharing some wealth with me. She thought, he brought this back at the risk of his life and he's giving it to me. She looked at him and thought, if only I hadn't said that back then. The two walked and talked. Hey Ji Chong, HMPH, are you just going to leave like this? He returned to the flying boat. Those people said in unison, Greetings, young master. He stood before them and thought, this power plus some puppets is enough to sweep through all the ancient immortal tribes, not to mention I still have the power of my primordial demonic sect mother. The feathered human tribe wants to kill me, so I'll use them as an example. He looked down and thought, the Grand Elder should also be an immortal ancient now, and he still owes me a favor. Now, the Ji family's ancestor, although I don't know who it is, I must find a way to make him help me. Then he spoke, Everyone, follow me to the feathered human tribe's territory. In the distance, people from the feathered human tribe flew over. Ji Chong and his people hovered in the air and said, If you want to fight, fight fairly. What kind of act is it to hold our young master hostage? Release our young master, he said coldly. Your young master. At this moment that person spoke, reporting to young master, it's this fellow. He said he wanted to demand an explanation from his childhood sweetheart. Yuzan shouted desperately, Ji Chong, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge you. Jing, the clan members also said, Young master Yuzan. Ji Chong, quickly return our young master. He smiled. 2 brainless ones are quite a match. All right, I'll return him to you. Take him. Then he picked up Yuzan. During that time he did something to Yuzan, then threw him over. They caught him. Young master, something was raging inside Yuzan. My spiritual energy is in turmoil, damn it, what did Ji Chong do to me? That person spoke. Before he could finish, he exploded. On the other hand, that person said, Young master, since things have come to this, I'll take people to destroy the feathered human tribe, he said leisurely. Oh, why destroy the tribe? Before even saying anything, everything should have a limit. We should give them a chance, he said with a sinister smile. If they still don't understand, then just let them fight among themselves. A few people flew away. On the other side, Ji Nanshan spoke, Excellent, such methods worthy of being the young master of our Ji family, truly birds of a feather. Shenner spoke. Ancestor, the feathered human tribe's informant must have a supreme realm expert, right? If he just goes in like that, he replied. But looking at that guy's sinister appearance, he must have other methods. He stood on a high place and said, everyone of the feathered human tribe, listen, this is your last chance, surrender today or die. The people below stubbornly said, HMPH Jiu Chong, we are only bound by the agreement with the outside world, so we haven't attacked you juniors. Do you think we don't dare to bully you? You're dreaming if you think these people can repel us, those elders said. The dragon tribe has not responded to our tribe's call for help. This clearly means they want us to go first. Damn it, is it because of that true dragon token? If we want to talk properly, we probably have to invite the ancestors out of seclusion. He looked at them and thought, you also have wings, but the dark skyhawk tribe is much smarter than you. Then he ordered the slaughter. The feathered human tribe was cruelly massacred. They charged forward with their lives. Jiu Chong, even if we are all annihilated today, we will never tarnish the feathered human tribe's prestige. You killed Miss Yu Jing and our feathered human tribe's young master. So pay with your life, he said softly. Annihilation, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. And you can't win in terms of realm. It's perfect. I haven't fought since my breakthrough. Then he became terrifying and rushed towards them. Let me use you to practice. His attacks were incredibly powerful. He charged directly downwards, the Saint Artifact Golden Wheel. As he charged, he said, Supreme Treasure. At the same time, a huge sword came crashing down. Screams rang out. Oh no, the sword pierced through the mountains. He folded his arms and said, does this kid want to deal with all the feathered human tribe's powerful experts by himself? He stood there watching the slaughter, then he suddenly looked back and smiled. Jiu Nanshan thought in surprise, how does he know I'm hiding here with his realm? Or was I careless? He stood there and said, a bunch of cowards sending juniors out to die, that's truly you lot, those people spoke. Jiu Chong deserves to die. You quickly invite the ancestor, he continued. Two choices, either submit or attack me and be killed, they replied. Doing all sorts of evil scheming will not lead to a good end, he said triumphantly. You disagree. It was clearly you who intended to kill me, which is why you invited the dragon tribe. Unfortunately, I disrupted your plan. How can you slander me while fighting now? An elder spoke. Jiu Chong, my granddaughter died tragically by your hand, and now our feathered human tribe's young master has also lost his life. Is that not enough? You still insist on pushing people, pushing even this old man. He said nothing, directly gave him a slap, then spoke. You old geezers, why aren't you acting? Do you want to use your mouths to clean up this mess? He frowned and said, you all have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, yet your guts are too small. Don't waste my time. Why don't you commit suicide? The old man in the clan said angrily. You stop. Don't listen to this kid. He calmly continued. HMPH, since you won't act, then I won't be polite. Suddenly something caught his attention. A person appeared and said, Jiu family brat, don't push your luck. It's the ancestor. Greetings, ancestor, a quasi-supreme. At least at the triple heaven realm. But those people happily said when they saw the ancestor is awake. Great, we've turned defeat into victory. Jiu Chong is definitely going to lose now. She slowly descended. You killed my clansmen, destroyed my clan's land, she continued. Since I have appeared, your Jiu family should give an explanation. Otherwise, the more she spoke, the more terrifying her face became. I will burn you to ashes. Hearing this, he thought, another parent who comes to the heavenly realm for annual excitement. At this moment he turned his face upwards, pointed at her and said, Ancestor, she's threatening me, and she said my Jiu family needs to give her an explanation, and she even said she'll burn my Jiu family head to ashes. Those people were surprised to hear this. What? The Jiu family's ancestor is here too. He stood below and said, Ancestor, I can't defeat him. The Jiu family's honor depends on you. Above, he was surprised to hear this. This kid. He's actually scheming against me. He emerged from space, putting on an innocent act and saying, Oh, it's Ancestor Nanshan. Chong has admired you since childhood, but Ancestor has been in seclusion for decades, so Chong truly had no chance to meet you. Before Jiu Nanshan entered seclusion, he was at the Emperor realm. He respectfully said, Greetings, Ancestor. He put on a displeased act and said, HMPH kid, you're good. He replied, Ancestor is too kind. Anyway, this matter was also your instruction. Chong was just following orders. In the distance, she saw Nanshan and thought, Jiu family ancestor, why can't I feel any supreme pressure from you? Like a bottomless pit, those people also spoke. Is this the Jiu family ancestor? He doesn't look like a quasi-emperor. Is he just a supreme? Maybe with another ancestor we'll have a chance to win. He hurriedly entered space and said, Next Chong will probably trouble you again. Chong will take his leave for now. He folded his arms and said, HMPH, I'll settle accounts with you later. Then he looked at her and said, See, you are the feathered human tribe's ancestor. There should be another quasi-supreme. Come out and receive your punishment. She was furious to hear this. Punishment? My feathered human tribe is not an affiliated force of your Jiu family. You are so tyrannical, aren't you afraid of angering the entire immortal ancient continent? Above, the feathered human tribe members were discussing. The Jiu family's ancestor is here too. A great battle will probably break out soon. He said softly, Tyrannical, didn't you first use a saint artifact to assassinate my Jiu family's young master? For 10,000 years my Jiu family has never been schemed against by anyone. Why are you acting this way? She was somewhat worried. He lightly patted her chest and said, Then I'll send you to ashes first. Then he pressed down hard. A loud bang came and the surrounding rocks shattered. Both sides fell silent and even half the sky was torn apart. He shouted loudly, Brat, have you seen this old man's power, still daring to scheme against me? I see it, he replied from a distance. I see it, ancestor. You are invincible, peerless in the world. Your movements are clear. Your might shakes all directions. After giving a thumbs up, he thought, such power with just a casual strike. Has he perhaps advanced to a remnant immortal? Then he said, hey, call out the other person too. I'll subdue them both at once. He asked, somewhat confused. HMPH, someone in the distance tried to hide and say, bastards, these damned juniors, run quickly before he catches up. Go seek refuge with the dragon tribe. Just then Nanshan appeared and slapped him. Run, why run? With powerful energy in his hand, a single slap caused a huge explosion. Someone watched in surprise and said, the longevity GU family, one ancestor is enough to destroy the entire feathered human tribe. I heard there are quite a few GU family ancestors. Even the onlookers were drenched in cold sweat from fright. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and said, I knew all along he shouldn't be let out. The ancient immortal remnants are no longer as prosperous as before. How can they endure his torment? He stood calmly before them and said, look, if you knew this would happen, why did you act that way in the first place? Now do you submit or do you not? Before he could finish, they replied, we submit, we choose to submit. We are willing to be young Master Jiu Chang's servants, to follow his teachings, and we will not regret it even if we die. He cunningly smiled and said, all right, I Jiu Chang am kind-hearted and will give you a chance, but I need you to submit and give me a list full of names. As soon as they heard this, they looked somewhat uneasy. His smile was terrifying. Shanner saw it and said, I didn't expect him to make the feathered human tribe kill each other. That person also added, HMPH, this kid is truly a born villain. Did they start killing each other? After the battle, Jiu Chang's name became an unchanging presence in the hearts of many cultivators. Many hours later, the immortal gate appeared. There might be an opportunity to become an immortal inside. Everyone quickly, don't miss the chance. Standing on the flying boat, he thought, go on, fight over it. I've already taken most of the good stuff. Jiu. He closed his eyes and thought again. The ancestor's wrath will soon shift to others, but I still need to continue leveraging his power. Shenner's lineage isn't helping me. I need to find a way. Then he smiled triumphantly. I've got it. Shenner, Shenner, the 7th princess of the Sea King Palace died because of you. He stood on a high place and shouted down. Everyone, you've worked hard on this trip, they quickly replied. We wouldn't dare, your subordinates are merely fulfilling their duties. The young master hinted that we performed well, earning his regard. We're willing to go through fire and water for the GU family of the frontier. Then he said, good, let's return to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Wushuang Ding Yanji spoke. Young master, was this trip successful? As soon as she saw him, she thought, before I could still sense the danger from him, but now he's as calm as ever. His cultivation must have improved. Young Master Gu's talent is incredibly rare. His current strength is probably no less than mine. He half turned and said, Yanji, perfect, I need you to run an errand for me. She knelt and said, young master, please feel free to command. He said somewhat unexpectedly, there's no need for that. He helped her up and said, I need you to help me find the whereabouts of a few people. She replied, young master wants to find someone. He said, yes, they disappeared from a certain place more than 10 years ago. Later I'll have someone release information about them. I'll leave it to you to handle. Then he handed her an item. Here, this is a boundary-breaking talisman. Be careful with everything. She thought in surprise. A boundary-breaking talisman. This is an extremely rare life-saving divine item. He tucked the boundary-breaking talisman into her hand and said, if you die, I would truly be very sad and blame myself. She said in surprise, young master, looking at the talisman, she thought, such a precious talisman, and the young master even gave me so many. Then Jiu said decisively, the young master truly treats me with sincerity. Young master, rest assured, Yanji will never fail your trust. A group of people flew over the ruins. Suddenly someone spoke, alas, this used to be the ancestral land of the primeval honored race, but now it's destroyed like this. There's nothing to be done. Who told them to offend Tai Chu? That person covered their mouth and said, Humshish, don't mention that name. Do you have a death wish? An anomaly appeared from beneath the sea. What happened? The group of people said in panic. What happened? Someone recognized it. That was. In the distance, surging waves parted, revealing a flag, and the water divided into two. Sea King Palace. They watched and said, what do they intend to do with this formation? The red-haired woman said, I heard from a senior brother who returned from a mortal ancient that the 7th princess of the Sea King Palace died, and it seems to be related to the GU family. The green-haired woman replied, it's not for revenge, is it? On the other side, Jiu Chang was drinking tea, and Nanshan happily asked, haha, how is Shenner? Is she satisfied with the feathered human tribe's treasure? The Grand Elder also happily said, Shenner, this trip to Immortal Ancient was very fruitful. You should thank Ancestor. You're truly sensible. Ancestor is the best to Shenner. Thank you, Ancestor. He laughed heartily upon hearing this. Then Shenner said, of course, Master is also very good. He chuckled, ahaha, this girl. In the distance he spoke, welcome back, Grand Elder and Ancestor. As soon as they saw him, everyone's previously happy expressions turned displeased. He spoke, Jiu Chang, what are you doing here? He respectfully replied, of course, Chang is here to welcome the Elder and Ancestor back and also to see if Shenner's cultivation has stalled. He cunningly smiled and said, oh, it's only been a short while since I last saw Shenner, and her cultivation has progressed quite a bit. Your elder brother is also pleased. She hid behind Jiu Nanshan and scoffed, HMPH, he continued. Is Shenner still resentful of your elder brother for that matter? When I was your age, I had already single-handedly slaughtered my way into the boundless sea, unlike you, who can't even deal with the Sea King Palace's princess. She angrily pointed at him and said, Jiyu Chong, stop pretending, ancestor, suppress his cultivation. Shenner wants to slap him. He gently put down the teacup and said, Shenner, don't think you can be arrogant and overbearing just because you have the ancestor backing you. He sat leisurely and said, relying on others' strength is not the righteous path, and don't forget your elder brother's painstaking efforts. She said, displeased. You can say such things without blushing. The feathered human tribe's ancestor's body isn't even cold yet. Ancestor, look at him. He laughed heartily. Shenner, although this brat is a scoundrel, what he said is true, she whined. Ancestor, didn't you promise me before? Why are you siding with him now? He smiled. Ha, Ancestor is also doing this for your own good. Then he thought, it seems the enmity between you two isn't as deep as I previously thought. Since that's the case, this old man certainly doesn't want to see you siblings fight. Moreover, Jiyu Nanshan looked at him and thought, I can't even see through that scoundrel Jiyu Chang's strength. If I let you fight him, this girl will only suffer. He spoke at this moment. Shenner, do you know what the Sea King Palace is doing now? She immediately said. The Sea King Palace? She unexpectedly said. They're not here for revenge against me, are they? But you killed him, he smiled and said. It started because of you and the person died because of you. Then he thought, now you definitely won't guess. Am I harming you or tempering you? This isn't bad either. She cried out angrily. Aya, this stinky guy is too annoying, even more annoying than Jiyu Chong, he directly said. Chong is here this time for one more matter to discuss with the Grand Elder, he whispered. What trick is he playing now, he said. Grand Elder once guarded Immortal Ancient, but now the Immortal Gate has appeared and powerful experts are flocking here. Immortal Ancient is in turmoil and perhaps an entire dynasty will be destroyed. As long as Immortal Ancient is not unified, it will never be peaceful. For the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, isn't this an opportunity? As soon as he heard it, he shouted in annoyance. How dare you say that? Who do you think caused this turmoil? You are the culprit. The Tao Heaven Immortal Palace will never interfere in any conflict. This is passed down from ancestral teachings, he said indifferently. Alas, speaking of which, Grand Elder seems to owe me a favor. Shenner in the end is your person. If Grand Elder truly cares for her, he should seriously consider my suggestion, she said, displeased. Jiyu Chong, don't use me to make things difficult for my master. You definitely have another bad idea, he said with a displeased expression. Are you threatening this old man? Nanshan also broke out in a cold sweat nearby, but he put on a respectful demeanor and said, Jiyu Chong wouldn't dare. Chong merely wishes to remind Grand Elder of Shenner's identity. Please consider this carefully, Elder. Grand Elder dares not rule the various immortal ancient races, of course, due to concerns about his identity. But then he lowered his head and said, Chong does not. He laughed heartily. Ha, good, so you were waiting for me to handle this. What do you think this old man wants to do most right now? The teacup suddenly shattered at this moment, and there was movement in space. The young girl angrily said, Jiyu Chong, you're truly shameless. He stood behind Nanshan and said, presumably Grand Elder has misunderstood my intentions. Won't Ancestor intercede for Chong? Presumably Ancestor will also stand by, he sighed and said. What a big mouth you have. How can a young man like you rule the various immortal ancient races, not even by relying on your identity? As he spoke, he glanced at him. For this old man to agree, you must swear that from this day forward you will never harm Shenner by any means. Furthermore, your Jiyu family must acknowledge Shenner. Everyone fell silent at this moment. She suddenly spoke. Master, he replied, alas, for some reason I always feel that everyone around me harbors ill will towards me. He stroked his beard and said, do you agree or not? He pondered. Is that so? I will forever be bound by others, unable to resist while others can do as they please. Even if it costs me my life, this elder's condition is too excessive. Chong needs to reconsider, he said. This request is indeed not simple. If you agree, this old man can understand. It's just a matter of immortal ancient, then he thought. HMPH. Originally I should have done it this way first, but I didn't expect a brat like you to have your day. He spoke again, but then said, if this person is Shenner, I agree to this request, he continued. Grand Elder protects Shenner simply for her sake, even going against ancestral teachings. As Shenner's elder brother, what's a mere oath? Then he began to swear. I, Jiyu Chong, swear that from this day forward I will never harm Shenner in any way, and I will also restore her status in the Jiyu family. Should I break this oath, my soul will scatter. She was somewhat moved upon hearing this, and murmurs began to rise. Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, hand over Jiyu Shenner. Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, hand over Jiyu Shenner. The group blocking the entrance said, the Sea King Palace is making a huge commotion. I'm afraid conflict is unavoidable. Grand Elder hasn't returned yet. What should we do? Shenner spoke at this moment. I'm here. Then she added, one person causes trouble, one person bears the consequences. That person replied, junior sister Shenner. Haomiao spoke, little girl, you're quite bold, knowing you've come to your death. This way you'll suffer less. Sea King Palace Commander Haomiao. She secretly thought, I can't sense what realm he belongs to. So she said to him, do you know why the seventh princess died? He asked in confusion. Why? Shenner said with a triumphant smile. Because her younger brother tried to frame me and I killed him. She was also very biased, so she deserved to die too. He asked, do you think you can act recklessly just because you have the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace backing you? She calmly said, I'm merely stating the fact, so you? He attacked her. Let's trade lives, she thought in panic at this moment. How could this be? This is bad. Just then he appeared in time and said, what are you trying to do? As soon as he saw him, he unexpectedly thought, when, with just one move he repelled that person. He was a great saint, yet he dared to openly attack a young girl. The Sea King Palace truly has a lot of nerve, he stammered. You're Jiyu Chang, what does the Jiyu family's young master mean? Do you intend to shield her? He coldly said, what do I mean? Don't you understand? Shiana is a member of my Jiyu family, how can I let you harm her life? He was clearly afraid, but still spoke stubbornly. You really? You also want to go to war with the Sea King Palace for Jiyu Shenner, who was once expelled by the Jiyu family? I advise you to think twice, he said. Shenner is the jewel of my Jiyu family. When did it become your turn to bully her? If the Sea King Palace insists on harming my sister today, these words touched the young girl a little. He said, then today I will kill all of you. A voice came from the ship. Kill us? Haha, the Jiyu family's young master has quite a big mouth. If you want to resort to arms, then don't blame me. Heo Miao took out an imperial decree and said, by decree of the Sea King Palace, Jiyu Shenner must be captured today to bring justice to the 7th princess. To bring justice to the 7th princess. He asked softly, what is your Sea King Palace worth? Then he leapt into the sky. With a single word he integrated the intent of Tai Chu into his body. Heo Miao below said, arrogant. Water surged. Both sides began to fight. He said, Jiyu Chang, do you think I'm just a decoration here? He thought, no, you're just a human tool. Both sides fought fiercely. That group of people spoke, this is a secret art of the primeval demonic sect. I didn't expect it to be so powerful in Jiyu Chang's hands, strong enough to resist the power of a great saint. If not for the auxiliary runes of the ancient city of fallen heaven, I would probably have been mostly destroyed. The people of the Sea King Palace were knocked to the ground. He hovered in the air and said, a great saint is nothing more than this. If you are here today to seek justice, then remember this. In the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, what I, Jiyu Chang, say is justice. Heo Miao below shouted, Jiyu family brat, you're going too far. Jiyu Shenner killed our Sea King Palace people first, and now you're obstructing us. Why are you still pretending to be a good person? What happened back then is no secret. You two are incompatible, so why bother damaging the Jiyu family's reputation for this matter, Jiyu Chang? Are you here to uphold justice now? Are you trying to deny the bone-stealing incident from back then? He turned to look at the young girl and said, the incident from back then, he asked, how dare I not admit it? I did it, and it has nothing to do with the Jiyu family. Let's take this opportunity to put an end to this matter. The young girl's eyes widened in horror. He took out the Tao bone from his body. He said, this Tao bone was taken from my sister when I was young and ignorant. I'll just return it to her. Nanshan still looked at him. Nanshan was furious when he saw this. You, he said, this great Tao bone originally belonged to Shenner. I took advantage of the situation and seized it, which is why she wandered outside. The family and I both feel very guilty towards her. Today, in front of so many people, I will return this justice to her. His lips were still stained with blood. He said, Shenner, you've really suffered these past few years. The young girl was in tears and said, feeling wronged, Jiyu Chang, don't say anymore. I already have a new Tao bone. I don't need yours. He took out that item, and the sky changed accordingly. This was precisely that Tao bone indeed, a terrifying talent that could even influence heaven and earth. This great Tao bone was so powerful. No wonder he didn't even spare his sister back then. He slowly handed it to the young girl, saying, this Tao bone finally returns to its original owner's hands. She was still crying. At this moment she spoke. Jiyu Chang, he replied. Shenner, there's no need to worry. I merely took it out. She thought sadly. Of course I know this feeling. The system displayed resolved the hatred of Child of Fortune Jiyu Shenner, acquiring 8,000 luck points and 40,000 destiny points. He stood there and said, Shenner has suffered these past few years. As her elder brother I will compensate her. This is a Jiyu family matter. There's no need for anyone else to worry. Heo Miao recognized the power of reincarnation at a glance. He said in surprise, I didn't expect you to have mastered the power of reincarnation. The group of people said in surprise, his strength is truly terrifying. Even with such severe injuries he has recovered more than half. It seems senior brother Gu's trump cards are not just Tao bones, are they? Is he in the grand void divine realm? Why do we feel like fireflies compared to the moon when we're with him? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Shenner is the prodigy of my longevity Jiyu family. What the Sea King Palace did today in my opinion is a challenge to my longevity Jiyu family. Prepare to die, Heo Miao also said. Even if you have the power of reincarnation, so what? If it weren't for the relationship between our two tribes, do you think I'm just a mundane saint expert? He leisurely replied, HMPH, a great saint, is it? He turned to the rift and said, Ancestor, what do you think? A person walked out of the rift and said, Everyone from the Sea King Palace will stay here today. The group of people saw him and said, the Jiyu family's ancestor. Heo Miao saw this and said, this is bad. I asked King Wu to protect us. The Dragon King appeared and said, is the Jiyu family bullying the small and losing all face? He shouted, King Wu, save me. At this moment a small knife appeared. He rushed over and said, HMPH, they're just trash anyway. He suddenly spoke. Ancestor, hold on. This made him stop abruptly and say, displeased, what do you want? He leisurely said, I just want to remind Ancestor to be careful not to flatten the ancient fallen city. Otherwise the Grand Elder will truly be enraged, he replied irritably. Say that earlier next time. Don't interrupt me while I'm casting spells, all right? The Dragon King said. My Sea King Palace has no intention of forming an enmity with the Jiyu family as long as Jiyu Shenner. He rushed over and said, Silence, what is the Sea King Palace? You are not qualified to be presumptuous in front of the Jiyu family. Both sides fought intensely. The Sea King Palace suffered heavy losses. 3 days later he stood there and said, What do you want? Speak quickly. She stood aside, her cheeks flushed, and said, Jiyu-chan, what is your purpose? Are you deceiving me? You even went so far as to take out your bone for me. And now 3 days have passed, yet you are indifferent to me. What does this mean? He replied. Is that all? Jiyu Shenner, you disappoint me greatly. You're not cultivating properly but wasting time on trivial matters, he then said. What? Do you feel unmotivated to cultivate? Do you need me to take pity on you and give you another bone? The young girl said angrily. Stop acting like you're lecturing me. I don't know about others, but I've known you for more than just today, you backstabbing scoundrel, he said somewhat displeased. Jiyu Shenner, do you think swearing a Dao hard oath can stop me from beating you? You've got guts, be careful or I'll kick you flying. She kicked him from behind, saying while kicking, You dare watch me kick you. He easily dodged, still leisurely saying childish. At this moment he raised his leg and kicked her flying. Jiyu-chan, just you wait, I'll beat you good someday. On the other side someone came to report. That's how things are in ancient Dao City, he said. I didn't expect Brother Chang to have such a past, Lu Li said. Giving the bone back to his sister, he must really love his sister, right? But brother, will the Sea King Palace and the Longevity Jiyu family go to war next? She respectfully said. Miss, probably not. The Sea King Palace doesn't have the guts to openly confront the Jiyu family. He also said, You're right, unless that Sea King has lost his mind. In the Sea King Palace, the Dragon King said angrily, Bastard, my Sea King Palace has dominated for so many years and this is the first time we've suffered such a humiliation. The old turtle beside him said, Your Majesty, as long as you give the order, I will gather all the elites of the Sea Tribe to destroy the Longevity Jiyu family, reclaim our dignity, and let them know we are not to be trifled with, he said irritably. Haomiao's clone only lasted a short while in his hands. Alas, if there really is a conflict with the Jiyu family, I'm afraid, the old turtle then said. Your Majesty, this vast sea, our Sea Tribe, is endless. Everyone can contribute to the tribe. A mere Jiyu family ancestor, even if we use the entire tribe's strength, might not be able to. At this moment, a huge commotion came, damn it. As soon as the Dragon King sensed that aura, he knew it was the Jiyu family's ancestor in the peerless immortal dynasty. Someone said the word emperor, and that was everything that happened in the ancient fallen city. He reported to young Master Chang, From now on, whoever dares to harm Jiyu Shenner, he will exterminate their entire clan. Then he took out Yang. She then said, I understand, you may withdraw. Yes, she sat there thinking, what is Chang thinking? You're both like your old self and not like your old self. I understand you less and less. She recalled the past. Originally in her previous life, Shenner's ending was very tragic. Scene after scene flashed before her eyes, but this life ran contrary to her memories. The more she thought, the more his figure reappeared before her, whether it was Shenner's matter or my own. If he only wanted to harm me, why would he do these things? I was truly foolish, only realizing later. He actually had feelings for me. As she thought, she walked down the steps. Whatever, if I'm wrong, then I deserve it. From now on, even if you are an enemy of the heavens, I choose to stand by your side. She walked out, still thinking. After Shu Shengu left in the previous life, the Sea King Palace troubled Shenner and was later destroyed by the ancestor. The 10,000 Zhang building was sealed off, and then the absolute Yin heaven descended again, leading all factions to establish the true immortal academy, cultivating the true immortal era. She recalled that in the past, when the absolute Yin descended and humans appeared, she heard that whenever a world-destroying disaster arrived, humans would step forward to save all living beings. Humanity would never perish, only continuously endure hardships in reincarnation, to save countless struggling beings. The more she thought, the more immersed she became. Once the human ancestor's reincarnation awakens, they will inherit the human ancestor's power. At that time, Jiyu Chang's identity as the demonic cultivation inheritor will be exposed, with Jiyu Chang's current strength. He is not yet strong enough to contend with the human ancestor. I must find a way to postpone his awakening. After that, she issued an imperial decree. The peerless immortal dynasty would establish the peerless guard. Anyone with great talent could come and defend the immortal dynasty. Yes, she also thought to herself, the so-called peerless guard was a peerless killing weapon that Chang had me create in my previous life. Through the great art of creation and destruction, soldiers are turned into killing puppets, resonating with life at critical moments to share damage. Two faces appeared. In this life I will prepare everything in advance, and then I will be able to help you. On the other side, Jiyu Chang was sitting in meditation, cultivating. Suddenly he thought, the Grand Elder is still too benevolent, giving the Dragon Tribe a few days to think. HMPH, they're trying to find ways to resist again. The group of people were drinking and chatting. That's the news from the Dragon Tribe. Alright, hey Ming, quickly tell me about the Immortal Sutra. That's right, good brother, how could you forget to tell your brothers about such a good thing? I, Su Kunping, will remember this. Hey Ming then said, haha, just put it all on me. Taking in disciples, I suppose that Supreme Being wouldn't mind. He overheard and thought, of course I wouldn't mind. I didn't expect you, kid, to be so generous and share my wedding dress immortal art. This saves me a lot of trouble. After that, he said, ancient immortal dragon tribe, if you want to die then I will grant you your wish, he said with a cunning face. And the Kunping tribe, it's time to greet your master. The guards at the gate were gossiping. The immortal sutra obtained from the Dark Skyhawk tribe is truly useful. In just 10 odd days the bottleneck that plagued me for decades has been broken. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect those guys to try and secretly cultivate it without us knowing. Our young master is clever. He tricked that He Ming with just 2 cups of wine, the bald man said. After cultivating the immortal sutra, the cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds. Though I don't know where He Ming got it from. Suddenly that person replied, something's wrong. Figures walked from a distance. What makes you two so happy? Can you share it with me, Jiyu? The guards at the gate said. Who dares to intrude into my divine eagle tribe? Jiyu Chong, what are you doing in our tribe? Seeing that someone recognized him, he said, oh, you recognize me? That makes things easier. Have your patriarch come out and greet your new master. Those 2 guys said, displeased. You? The patriarch walked out from inside and said, you intruded into my tribe's territory, arrogantly claiming to be my tribe's master, young master Jiyu of the Jiyu family. Are you such an arrogant and rude person, patriarch? He leisurely said, holding something in his hand. I'm just here to reclaim what's mine. How can I be arrogant and rude? The group of people saw it and said, that's the power of reincarnation. I didn't expect him to be the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. He leisurely said, do you still think I'm arrogant now? Surrender obediently to me to avoid death. The patriarch was somewhat stunned after hearing this. After that, the group rushed over. Even if you are the inheritor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, so what? My divine eagle tribe will not submit. How can we surrender to you? Jiyu Chong, you wish, he said dismissively. Foolish. As soon as he finished speaking, they were all controlled. Ah, the patriarch saw this and said, is this a slave mark? That person replied, I didn't expect him to be able to use the slave mark so easily. He thought to himself, the effect of the wedding dress immortal art is no less than that of a slave mark. After that, he said, is there anyone else who objects now? The patriarch immediately knelt down and said, from now on we are willing to serve you, young master. They said in unison, we are willing to serve you, young master. He was very frightened at this moment and suddenly stood up and said, young master, I have some information about the Tengshe flying snake tribe. I wonder if young master needs me to elaborate. He saw this and thought HMPH betrayed so quickly. Then he said, tell me. He then began to speak. Regarding the reincarnation Dao platform, last time the ancient Tengshe tribe may have already discovered it. Recently they have been trying to gather forces, probably to deal with you. He leisurely asked, you mean they might resist to the end? He replied, that's right, their tribe is known for its stubbornness. He led him to the ancient Tengshe tribe. We have been waiting for young master Jiyu for a long time. Our tribe is willing to serve young master to go through fire and water for you. Patriarch continued, please lead our tribe, young master, to become stronger and more glorious, he asked doubtfully. Known for stubbornness, he raised his hand, scratched his head and laughed. Ah hee hee. On the other side he thought, this old man is stubborn but not foolish. I don't want to end up like the feathered human tribe. That fool said, now master can make the Tengshe tribe surrender without a sword. What are your next instructions? He said cunningly. HMPH, next, gather the other army, Wu Shuang spoke. Jiyu Chang's grand actions mean the evolution of the immortal ancient situation has finally reached its climax. The Grand Elder also said, this fellow is truly meticulous in his calculations. I'm afraid he intends to infiltrate the minds of the various immortal ancient tribes, and this has been going on for more than a day or 2, he replied. I heard he first broke away from the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace Grand Elder, then went to the Dragon Tribe to visit, but for some reason the Dragon Tribe ancestor actually attacked the Grand Elder. This battle resulted in hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of the Dragon Tribe's land being reduced to ashes. The Dragon Tribe ancestor was killed by the Grand Elder, but he spared the Dragon Tribe out of old sentiment. Unfortunately, Jiyu Chong doesn't seem to want to let them off easily. He stroked his beard and said, ah, the Dragon Tribe is stubborn. I didn't expect them to disregard even the Grand Elder's face. They deserve to die, he replied. Clan Elder, does Jiyu Chong truly want to unify Immortal Ancient? He replied. At this point, even if he doesn't want to, he has to. He then said, he's truly a terrifying person. I wonder who is stronger, him or my sister. He quickly spoke. Nonsense. Comparing him to my sister is an insult to her. Your sister's talent is unique in all eternity. She was a saint Bati since childhood, otherwise she wouldn't have been chosen as the inheritor by the human ancestor hall. It's just that her temperament since childhood she was like this when she was little. Alas, I haven't even come of age yet, and she's already thinking of getting married. What do you mean, you old geezers? Do you believe I'll make you self-destruct? Alas, what a sin. Someone from the human ancestor hall teleported in, that person said. Reporting to Saintess Zicken has left the heaven opening domain. She also left a message. Chu said, speak, what did she say? She said, Saintess Zicken said she has no interest in searching for the human ancestor's reincarnation. She said the human ancestor hall is deceiving her. She also said she doesn't want to be a saintess, she just wants to find a suitable husband and get married. At this moment she landed on both feet. Then she said, she's dreaming. Once you enter the human ancestor hall, you are a member of the human ancestor hall for life. Finding the human ancestor's reincarnation and assisting the human ancestor in governing the world is the duty and responsibility of the inheritor. After that, she thought again. According to the prophecy, the human ancestor's reincarnation is about to be born. It seems I also need to leave. In this life, the demonic cultivation inheritor has appeared again, and the situation has led to chaos in the world. Perhaps I can find him first and then eliminate him. On the other side, a carriage was traveling, with another clan elder driving. Shuer loudly said, "Don't see us off. Go back and tell your young master to stop bothering, miss. I have absolutely no interest." From behind came a voice, "Miss Shuer, this is the young master's order. We really have no choice. Please don't make things difficult for us," the little girl said unhappily. "Zhao Tianqing, that annoying guy just won't give up, huh? There are so many people in the celestial domain chasing after him. Who does he think he is?" the soldiers replied. "Oh, Miss Shuer, our young master is, after all, the future ruler of the ancient Zhao clan. Isn't it a bit harsh to speak of him that way? Besides, the young master truly cares for the saintess. That's why he arranged for us to escort her on the journey, to protect her from any enemies who might harm her. Even if there's no credit, there's still effort. Even if there's no credit, there's still effort." The little girl said again, "You are the bad guys. Before I get angry, scram." They still chased from behind, telling Zhao Tianqing, "If he's rude again, even Ancestor Tian Wang won't be able to protect him." As soon as they heard me, Wang Zijin, say this, they immediately stopped their horses. "Saintess Zijin," the person smiled and said, "Haha, if Miss doesn't want to, then let's go," the little girl in the carriage said unhappily. "I hate hypocrisy the most," the little girl asked Miss, confused. "What hypocrisy?" she said, somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, this carriage is still moving," she continued. "Hypocrisy is like a man giving you a bouquet of flowers, treating you to a meal, and then forcing you to marry him. If it were you, would you be willing?" The little girl replied, "Ha, of course not." "She's right," the little girl said, pointing her finger. "One meal is too little. I think at least 10 meals, 100 meals would do." This made her look annoyed. The little girl said again, "Miss, you know so much," she happily replied. "Of course," she said, feeling a little sad. "I was once a keyboard warrior," she thought. "I lived in my original world with an outstanding appearance and superior family conditions. But I was weak and sickly since childhood, living in a small hospital room for years. At that time her heart stopped beating and she died at the age of 20. Looking out the window, she still felt that being able to transmigrate here after death was a great fortune. Having finally obtained a healthy body, traveling everywhere was what she should be doing. She didn't understand anything about ancestral inheritors, and it was like transmigrating into a romance novel with plots involving cold princes and domineering demon lords. And I'm just an idiot chasing those few prodigies who are all mentally challenged." The little girl asked, "Miss, you said you wanted to find a suitable husband to marry off to. Is that true or false?" She happily replied, "Of course it's false. Your miss will become an unparalleled female immortal king in the future, dominating the 3,000 worlds with one hand and sweeping across the 14 directions with the other. How could I be bound by affairs of the heart, miss, not flowers?" the little girl said again. "But miss, this time you left without saying goodbye. What about Saintess Chu?" she replied, "Please. If I told her, would she let me go? She's cold all day long as if the whole world owes her, self-righteous." The little girl hesitated. "I think Saintess Chu is a good person, just a bit cold and always wanting to uphold justice." She looked outside and said, "She is indeed a good person, but she needs a man, otherwise she will still feel that apart from the human ancestor, all men in this world are merely..." At this moment the little girl pointed outside. "Miss, look, that's boundless heaven in the inner domain. I heard young Master Wushuang is there now. Should we go and see?" she said as soon as she looked. "Wang Wushuang, that brother of mine. I don't want to go," the little girl said with sparkling eyes. "I heard that boundless heaven has been a gathering place for extraordinary talents recently. And the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace is even known as the #1 of the younger generation," she replied. "So it turns out you want to go, huh?" the little girl happily said. "I heard he's a taboo of the younger generation, with the potential of a true immortal. Young Master Jiyu Chang's prestige in boundless heaven is truly unmatched. He's also the young master of the longevity Jiyu family, and the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, with the support of the primordial divine sect behind him," she smiled. "Son of a true immortal. Did Jiyu Chang's father say his son has the potential of a true immortal?" Usually such renowned prodigies after countless experiences die quickly, and the name Jiyu Chang sounds like it can't be a protagonist. In web novels, if your surname isn't Fan or Ling, it's not convenient to claim to be the protagonist, she continued. "So I'm telling you, you're just a cannon fodder character. You see how excited you are. You don't even understand what a cannon fodder character is. Maybe right now there's a guy named Ling being suppressed by Jiyu Chang's power, about to be harshly slapped in the face." The little girl happily said, "Miss, don't speak of young Master Jiyu Chang that way. He damaged his origin while fighting the demonic cultivation inheritor, and almost died in the ancient immortal continent. How righteous and great he is, and I heard young Master Chang is as graceful as the wind, extraordinary and refined." "Stop, didn't I tell you not to speak of him? Anyone who doesn't know would think you're his maid." On the other side, war was raging. That person said, "Jiyu family brat, don't think my dragon tribe will submit to you. We've roamed the heavens and earth, never yielding even to true immortals." "What virtue do you possess to presume to lead the immortal ancient?" he lightly replied. "Patriarch, you speak wrongly. I Gu am a junior, how dare I lead the immortal ancient? That day, the dragon tribe issued the true dragon token, sending the feathered human tribe to besiege me. Now I Gu merely wish to seek justice, he said indignantly. Slander, you led a large army to attack my tribe, and now you want to claim righteousness and defame my tribe's innocence. Brat, you must die. Something is about to merge, he smiled calmly. Hee at this point, why does Patriarch Yin need to be so angry? If the dragon tribe would rather die than surrender. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Those people stood by watching. Tisk, that's the reincarnation ancient wheel. Not a true saint artifact, but a pseudo-Dao weapon forged by reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate back then. Someone said, how is that possible? How does Ji Yuchong have such a thing? What is his relationship with reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate? Damn it, this guy even has this identity. This isn't good. Should we surrender? That person looked and thought, is he taking out this magical artifact to disrupt the morale of my rear? He shouted. My dragon tribe has an unyielding spirit. We would rather die than surrender. You will never make us submit. Kill them. The two sides began to fight. He saw them and thought quasi-supreme. With just a wave of his hand they flew out. Someone said, young master, we're here to help you. You all, he shouted angrily. So you were planning to rebel all along? That damned light burst out from within him. He then said, Grand Elder, I hope you keep your promise. Shouts rose one after another. Those people looked and said, Patriarch, that light shot straight down. That thing went straight through the mountains, and a voice came from high in the sky. The dragon patriarch has been defeated. There's no need for you to cause more trouble. The old man saw this and thought, I didn't expect him to be able to suppress the dragon patriarch with a single blow, such a terrifying existence. Fortunately, I surrendered early. He then looked up thinking, he can suppress a quasi-supreme so easily. The Grand Elder's strength must be much greater than I imagined, he then said. The dragon patriarch has been defeated. You either surrender or die. The dragon tribe members stood up in disarray, some unable to stand, he then said. My dragon tribe's power is gone. We are willing to surrender. He then thought, HMPH, a typical case of not crying until you see the coffin. Then he flew to the Grand Elder's side and said, it's over. This battle owes much to the Grand Elder. He coldly said, remember what you promised me. At this moment he suddenly said loudly, Chang, as a member of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace for the internal and external safety of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, will naturally not refuse. Everyone else also started paying attention. He turned around angrily, pointing and scolding him. You brat are unreasonable. Did you intend to drag the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace into this from the start? He said calmly, alas, what is the Grand Elder saying? Grand Elder, don't forget you still owe Chang a favor. In the future, for any troublesome matters I will still have to bother you. He hadn't finished speaking, but the Grand Elder had already left, leaving only a sentence, shameless brat, stay away from me, I don't want to see you again. He smiled indifferently after seeing this. The system displayed detected, a new child of fortune identity hidden, a transmigrator, HMPH, he thought with some curiosity. A transmigrator, could it be? Then he smiled terrifyingly again. Interesting, fellow countryman meets fellow countryman. It's easier to trick you up too. Those people said, young master, the task you assigned has been completed. The dragon tribe rebelled, and all their clansmen were killed. He quickly replied, very good, well done. Then he glanced aside, thinking, the three great tribes have submitted to me. This will definitely cause the various Dao lineages to be wary. Next, it's better to keep them hidden. But this transmigrator, is he in front of me or behind me? This variable must be eliminated, the Grand Elder said. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that such a thing was done by a young man? Wu Shuang replied, in some ways this Ji Yuchong is even more terrifying than the demonic cultivation inheritor. He heard that the demonic cultivation inheritor was ultimately defeated by him, but for so long his true whereabouts have never been discovered. Even if he killed a few young prodigies, it was all done sneakily. Probably because he was severely injured by Ji Yuchong, he said, stroking his chin. Now there are probably few young people who can rival him. In the future, young master will probably have to learn from Ji Yuchong, he sneered. In terms of tactics and audacity, I am indeed far inferior. But in the face of absolute strength it's not worth mentioning. Isn't there still my sister, not just me? At this moment a voice came from afar. Your sister, when you meet a strong person you call out your sister. You who always rely on others' power to show off. She kicked Wushuang's face and sneezed as he fell. She also said, if you have the guts, fight back. Does this match your attire? He lay on the ground and said, after all these years, sister, you're still so crude. Didn't the human ancestor hall teach you manners? What kind of woman are you? She stood there and said, Wushuang, remember there's always someone better out there. The three great aristocratic families are not foolish, but Ji Yuchong cannot suppress the immortal ancient simply with the identity of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's successor. He respectfully said, greetings, miss. He stumbled to his feet and said, sister means respect, she said with her arms crossed. I noticed him long ago. He has even more arrogant methods, but I'm still helpless. I can't even see how profound he is, Shuer said. But unfortunately I heard Ji Yuchong has a marriage engagement, otherwise he would be a good match for miss. She waved her hand after hearing this. That's a pity for him, to miss an excellent woman like me. However, his fiancée is also quite lucky. He said, since miss thinks highly of him, do you need to pay a visit and make his acquaintance? She happily said, all right, let's listen to the clan elder. He thought somewhat unexpectedly. What's wrong? Isn't sister like that? Shuer said. Before she clearly showed no interest at all on the surface, The little girl was knocked on the head by her and said, "Don't talk about it anymore." On the other side, a group of people were busy, moving this over here. "These are precious magical artifacts, handle them gently," and the system displayed again, "Daughter of Fortune is interested in the host. Luck increased by 1,000, destiny points increased by 5,000. That's good too." He found it a bit interesting and said, "It seems this fellow countryman has noticed me and is even interested. I can only say my charm is too great. She must have been watching that battle from the side, if I'm not mistaken." Next, someone behind reported, "Reporting to young Master Wushuang of the Longevity Wang family has come to visit and is waiting outside Dragon Island." He heard this and thought, "Oh, he came quickly. The Longevity Wang family." He replied, "Please have them wait in the hall." "Yes, young master." He licked his lips, thinking, just interested in me, and giving me so many destiny points. With her luck value like this, isn't she a fat sheep? They had arrived by now. "Everyone please come this way. Young Master Chang has prepared tea." Shuer shyly followed behind. "Young master, why are you dressed like this to meet him?" She replied. "Hee, wasn't I born this beautiful? I'm afraid he'll covet my beauty." "Shuer, you don't understand. Being too beautiful is also a kind of trouble." She walked, thinking, the identity of the human ancestor Hall Saintess cannot be exposed yet. This world has too many arrogant and boring prodigies. "You Chang, don't disappoint me." The attendant led the way. "Everyone, the young master is waiting above." Shuer replied, "Thank you." She looked around and thought, "Are all the guards here in the Divine King realm? The Jiyu family's strength is indeed profound. No wonder Jiyu Chang is so terrifying, but if I can utilize his family's power, this body should also possess a certain ability." As soon as he stepped in, Wushuang said, "Greetings, Brother Jiyu." He replied, "Brother Wang, there's no need for formalities. Conditions are simple out here, please don't mind it." Shuer looked and thought, "Wow, he's so handsome up close. And so refined, clearly a reasonable person." She mumbled, "Hey, isn't this the standard villain smile? Smiling without sincerity? Clearly not a good person." He happily said, "Please everyone, have a seat." He began to speak. "May I ask why Brother Wang suddenly came to visit?" Wushuang replied, "Isn't it because I saw Brother Jiyu easily suppress the immortal ancient dragon tribe, which filled me with admiration? That's why I wanted to visit and learn from Brother Jiyu." He waved his hand and said, "Brother Wang, you flatter me. For many years the dragon tribe has bullied the weak. They monopolized everything and acted tyrannically. Now they are merely reaping what they sowed, not to mention." He continued, "I merely took advantage of the situation in this matter. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is the mastermind. Everyone saw the Grand Elder's decisive action. I am merely a spokesperson on the surface." He coughed, and Wushuang replied, "Brother Jiyu doesn't need to be modest. Besides, which young person today can control the Dark Skyhawk tribe?" he said while drinking tea. "Brother Wang, you flatter me, let alone controlling them. Didn't I only get their help through my connection with the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, now that the immortal ancient is unified? As for me and her, we have no further entanglements. Of course, we're each going our own way." At this moment she spoke, fanning herself. The fact that he could utter such righteous and hypocritical words showed he was no good person either. Peeved, the other person immediately spat out a mouthful of water upon hearing that. Cough. Shuer reminded her, "Young master, you really shouldn't say such things in front of others." He asked, puzzled. "Who is this?" She quickly spoke up. "Forgive my rudeness, Brother Jiyu. This is my elder brother Wang Zikong. He speaks carelessly and without proof, so I hope Brother Jiyu won't take offense." He listened and said, "So it's Brother Wang's sister." Everyone was surprised. It's my elder brother." He then picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying, Brother Wang, Miss Wang's temperament is extraordinary. Whether male or female, this Jiyu can discern." The system again displayed. "Wang Zijin, gender female." She thought to herself, to expose me directly without hesitation, such excellent discernment. He's indeed no ordinary person. At this moment she found it amusing, but even if he's powerful, he can't guess my identity as a transmigrator, can he? She then picked up her teacup and said, Hee, I heard Brother Jiyu has true immortal potential. I thought it was just a rumor, but now that I've seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation." He replied, "They're all just empty titles. Miss Zikong exaggerates." She then spoke, "This is a rare opportunity concerning the situation and development of the immortal realm. I'd like to discuss it with Brother Jiyu." "What do you think, Brother Jiyu?" he replied. "Ms. Zikong, please speak freely. This Jiyu would be honored to hear your insights." At this moment he thought to himself, "She probably doesn't know my true origins. In the eyes of a transmigrator like her, prodigies are all idiots, right? It seems I need to put on a good act and not disappoint her interest in me." The sky gradually darkened. Once they became closer, she would understand that interest in a villain is fatal. Shuer said, "I didn't expect Miss to get along so well with young Master Chang." The two drank their fill of water. She then spoke again. "It's getting late. Though Brother Gu's actions don't adhere to the righteous path, they are decisive, which is much better than those who constantly preach about justice," he humbly replied. "I'm not worthy of such praise. Since Ms. Zikong knows everything today, I will listen attentively. Meeting you today, I regret not having met you sooner." She laughed heartily. Ha, Brother Jiyu and I are more than just that. In my opinion, Brother Jiyu will surely achieve great things in the future, unparalleled in the world, the vast and boundless sea," he replied. "Alas, not having met Miss earlier is indeed a great regret in life." She tossed a few fallen leaves downwards and said, "Oh, Brother Jiyu, aren't you afraid your fiancé will hear that?" He was somewhat puzzled at this moment. Then she reverted to her female form. "But I don't think it's too late. Why don't you break off your engagement, brother Gu? How about we form a marriage alliance? Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately spat out water. Miss Sister, she said. Brother Gu, we are both exceptionally intelligent individuals. If we form a marriage alliance, it would be a powerful union. She turned and left, saying, at that time, wouldn't everything in the world fall into our grasp? He remained silent, then after a moment he spoke again. Ms. Zikong is joking, leaving aside the fact that my marriage was arranged by my parents since childhood. Even if I, Gu, wished to agree, I fear the forces behind you would not consent, she thought in surprise. Are the forces behind me the Wang family? Has he in such a short time already learned my identity? She said. Brother Gu need not be too concerned about the forces behind me. They cannot stop me. However, Brother Gu's direct refusal does make me a little sad, he said while pouring tea. Ms. Zikong's talent and strength are unique in this world. But currently it's not enough. Upon hearing this, she thought. He snatched his sister's great Dao bone as a child returned from the lower realm to display rare spatial talent, and now exhibits the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. His insight is incredibly sharp and his methods are ruthless, courageous and strategic. This Jiyu Chong is truly unfathomable. She looked at him and thought, it seems I underestimated him. Wu Shuang said, so calm and steady, indeed, not a single flaw. All right, it's getting late today. She turned and left, saying, this young lady will not bother Brother Jiyu any further. Farewell. Before leaving, she added, oh, and Brother Jiyu, I think we'll meet again, right? The system displayed. Wang Zijin's view changed. Host luck increased by 2,000. Destiny points increased by 500. He happily replied, that's certainly true, we'll definitely meet again. He stood on a high vantage point and said marriage alliance. Then he thought of Minkong and called for someone. Send someone to observe what Princess Minkong has been doing recently. Report all her actions in detail. Yes, master. He stood there thinking Yu Minkong as a reborn human ancestor hall inheritor knows some future events on the surface. In fact, by following her direction, I might find clues to the future. Since Wang Zijin is a human ancestor hall inheritor, her current travels indicate that the human ancestor of this world is about to emerge. He then thought, fortunately she's a transmigrator and clearly doesn't intend to be a pawn in finding the human ancestor's reincarnation, which is most advantageous for me. The human race and the demonic cultivation inheritor are now mortal enemies. I must act first, and I have more than enough means to identify the demonic cultivation. This menace must be eradicated without fail. Thinking this, his teacup shattered. I must get rid of it before it causes any trouble. On Minkong's side, someone came to report. Reporting to Imperial Princess, the spatial imprint of the heavenly god realm has been confirmed. The Peerless Guard now has eligible candidates and is forming a second batch of teams. She listened and said, very good, you may withdraw. At this moment she thought, in my memories from my previous life the human ancestor's reincarnation emerged from the heavenly god realm. To protect Jiyu Chong I can only kill that guy there before he returns to the upper realm. Fortunately the inner domain and the heavenly god realm are far apart, so the human ancestor hall cannot find the human ancestor's reincarnation in a short time. She gazed into the distance thinking, during this time I also need to return to the ancestral land to receive imperial qi and refine the immortal spirit. Everything must proceed smoothly. Jiyu Chong, if you betray me again in this life I will. On the other side he sat on the throne and said, Hey Ming, I hear you want to break your clan's slave mark and escape my control. He stammered, no, I wouldn't dare. He then leisurely walked down the steps and said, you want to be a hero? He said fearfully. I was wrong, master, please don't kill me, give me another chance, I will go through fire and water no matter what, he replied. Don't worry, I won't kill you because you were originally chosen by the Supreme. He looked up in surprise and asked, how do you know? He gently helped him up and said, the Supreme told me to tell you that with full conviction, all things are possible. Praised by name, eternal life can be found in reincarnation, he said joyfully. Why, you're a follower of that great being, no wonder I feel a familiar aura from you, he said to him. The Supreme has given you a task. Within 3 months find 30 loyal and powerful believers. At that time the Supreme's will shall manifest its true form. Upon hearing this his eyes immediately lit up. He Ming knelt and kowtowed saying, I understand. Please rest assured, master, I will definitely complete the mission, he said. He thinks so highly of you. Don't disappoint that great being, he replied. Even if my body is torn to shreds, He Ming will never disappoint the Supreme. He looked at him and thought, haha, the motivation from coercion and inducement is nothing compared to the motivation from faith and worship. Even if it's fake, it's still the power of an idol. He walked and said, remember, the Supreme values only you the most. You must always bear that in mind, he thought. The coming of absolute yin. If this experiment with the human ancestor is successful, then the second step of the plan can proceed, he replied from behind. I remember, He Ming will not disappoint you. Thank you for the reminder, master. Master, please take care. He then thought, to mortals the refined yin heaven is a disaster to be avoided, but to me it's a great fortune. Of course I can't let others ruin this opportunity. On Supreme Peak, someone reported. Reporting to Master, Sea King is severely injured and Sea King Palace has announced it will close for 100,000 years and not venture out to sea, he replied. You may withdraw. Yes. He slowly walked down holding a slip of paper and thinking, Mother's birthday banquet is approaching. She's asked me to bring Shenner along. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the peach blossom garden behind Shenner. After all the terrible things I've done for Shenner, it's finally a wonderful new beginning. Jiyu Shenner elsewhere said, Uncle has personally written to tell me to go home. She read the letter and said, HMPH actually I already foresaw everything that day when Jiyu Chong acknowledged my identity as a Jiyu family member. Don't you think so, Da Ching? After reading the letter, she threw it away. HMPH, not an ounce of sincerity. They underestimate me too much, she said firmly. I'm not going back, I'm just not going back. Who cares about going back? I'm not going back. At this moment a voice came. Oh, not going back, huh? She jumped in fright and said, Jiyu Chong, you're terrifying, appearing out of nowhere. Do you know that? She then quickly fled. She flew into the sky and said, HMPH, I'm not going back. They kicked me out of the Jiyu family back then. And now they expect me to return with just one letter? No way. But suddenly she paused. He bound her with chains and said, Jiyu Shenner, is that all you're capable of? You struggle even to hide, yet you constantly talk about challenging me. You disappoint me greatly, she said unhappily. Jiyu Chong, you despicable scoundrel, it's not fair. If you have the guts, suppress your cultivation and fight me. He threw her down and said, if I truly wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now. Enemies don't talk about fairness. Father sent a letter instructing me to bring you back, she shrieked. I'm not going, he's your father, not my father. He's the one who drove me away back then. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. Jiyu Shenner, you might have misunderstood. He instructed me to bring you back, not for you to come back with me. You have no choice. She shook off his hand and said, HMPH, no matter how eloquent you are, I'm not going back. Then he directly placed his hand on her waist. She thought to herself, is this guy trying to carry me back? He picked her up and she struggled, shouting, Jiyu Chong, what are you doing? Let me down, he calmly replied. Don't struggle. I'll tie you up and carry you back. It's not like I haven't tied you up before when you were little. The previous scene flashed by. At that time, Jiyu Chong was carrying her on his back. Brother, I can't walk anymore. I'm hungry, tired, and sleepy. I'm participating in training. Why are you coming along to cause trouble? Don't let your drool drip onto my clothes. The two walked into a spatial gate, still arguing incessantly. Can't you change your posture? You talk too much. The bird was stepped on and immediately cried out, peeved. Stepped on me. In the ancient imperial family, the nine-tailed celestial fox tribe. That person woke up. What happened to me? He opened his eyes groggily. My body. As soon as he woke up, he said in a panic. How did this happen? He looked around in a panic. Where is this? I was clearly cultivating in the heavenly phoenix palace. How did I suddenly appear here? He then walked to the nearby water bucket and looked. Could my soul have swapped with this boy? Otherwise, why do I have no memory of him? Looking at himself in the water, he said, Ying Shuang, I am Ying Tianwang's biological son, and I will rule all races in the future. I didn't expect anyone to dare lay hands on me. At this moment, Chower walked over and said, Chu Fan, have you fed Mrs. Horse? Don't delay important matters. We're attending the Jiyu family matriarch's birthday banquet. He heard this name and immediately gritted his teeth, saying, Chu Fan, you just wait. On the other side, Chu Fan laughed heartily with joy. He said smugly, No, I didn't expect to become Ying Tianwang's son, a noble ancient imperial family member. Is this fate? He widened his eyes and said, Miss Yin, am I? No, I am now the son of Heavenly Phoenix. Thinking of those days, he said, I grew up on the streets without proper clothes or food. In this dog-eat-dog immortal realm I was ready to die. Yin am I, it was you. You gave me hope to continue living. She reached out to help him, and he spoke with increasing ferocity. That Bai, that idiot, was completely unworthy of her. Only I truly love her. I always said she would be my woman eventually. Ha 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 ha. In the Longevity Jiyu family, the peerless immortal dynasty, the troops arrived. The Longevity Wong family, the troops arrived. The troops arrived. Many people gathered. The human ancestor hall people also arrived. Brother Jiyu, we meet again. Brother Jiyu, everyone, welcome. Wang Zijin asked, puzzled. May I ask who this is, Brother Jiyu? He replied. Oh, this is my sister. I've always been poor since childhood. I couldn't even afford clothes, the little girl unhappily thought. Jiyu Chong, you talk too much. In the hall, Minkung unhappily thought, it seems that blind fox spirit has come to cause trouble again while I was away. She looked at her and thought, HMPH, dressed as a man, yet she thinks I can't tell. Ha ha, how ridiculous, Jiyu Chong. But now I have reached the God King realm, so I can tell she's a woman with just a glance. At this moment, Gu's mother goddess asked, Minkong, what are you looking at? Gu's mother goddess of the primeval divine sect. She stammered, Auntie, Minkong is looking at Chong. She asked directly, Are you looking at that woman? I've never heard of such a prodigy in the Longevity Wong family before. I didn't expect her to already have quasi-saint realm cultivation at this age, she thought in surprise. Quasi-saint realm. At this moment she looked over, secretly thinking, oh, she's already noticed me? She looked over and said, could it be that Minkong is jealous? She avoided his gaze and said, no, not at all. I trust Chong very much. She held her hand and said, don't worry, with Chong's current disposition it's very likely he just had some interactions with that woman. Besides, I watched both of you grow up, although Chong used to, she thought in surprise. Wait, does Auntie know the reason for Chong's change in temperament? She continued. Ah, it's been so long, you've worked hard. She gave an awkward laugh. Auntie, this is not Chong's fault. I was the one who was always wary of him and misunderstood his good intentions. She was somewhat surprised and looked at her and said, Minkong, you know everything. She smiled and replied, Auntie, it's Minkong who caused trouble for all the elders. I now understand Chong's intentions. Then she suddenly said loudly, you truly are my good daughter-in-law. This mother is so relieved. Auntie, Minkong isn't married yet. She hugged her and said, Auntie, Minkong isn't married yet. she whispered. So what happened when I was reborn half a year ago? Why did Ji Yu Chong suddenly go to the lower realm? Was he really looking for opportunities? Then she said seriously. Auntie, I heard that ever since Chong went to the lower realm, he brought back 2 women. One is Lin Chohan, who is currently studying alchemy with the Purple Extreme Dan tribe. The other is Su Ching, who has been brought to you for cultivation. She replied, yes, that's true. What's wrong? She asked if her aunt knew anything special about these 2 women. Her aunt replied, I don't know about Lin Chohan, but based on what you said, I only know she was sent to the Dan sect by Ji Yu Chong. As for Ching, she's a rare dual fox spirit, whose previous form might have been some demonic arm, Su Ching in her aunt's narrative. Although I once tried to use a secret technique to investigate her origins, her soul was incomplete, and I truly couldn't discern anything. As soon as she heard this, she thought, it seems my investigation results are the same. Ji Yu Chong brought her yet never cared. Fortunately, she's been used and cast aside now that she's lost her value. She looked out the window and thought, in my previous life Ji Yu Chong never brought anyone back to the upper realm. It seems something must have happened in the lower realm this life that changed him. This period coincidentally aligns with my rebirth. Could it really be that I caused a chain reaction? At this moment he spoke. Brother Ji Yu. During this time the demonic art has been raging in secret. Does Brother Ji Yu have any good strategies? That person also spoke. Brother Ji Yu is, after all, the only one who has ever fought against the demonic art inheritor. His perspective must be different from ours. He stroked his chin and said, to be honest, this is also what has puzzled me. The day I fought Yi Ling, although he was severely wounded by me, he ultimately showed no fear, as if there was a master assisting him, he continued. Coupled with my serious injuries, I couldn't pursue him and could only watch him escape, unable to find any trace. The little girl turned and whispered, phew, the clothes are expensive and tacky. Good thing they belong to Ji Yu Chong, the old man exclaimed. A master's assistance? Does Brother Ji Yu mean there's more than just Yi Ling as the demonic art inheritor? He replied. Based on my personal guess, there might be more than one demonic art inheritor, perhaps even a force supporting them from behind. He also said, we should have realized long ago that when a demonic art inheritor appears, they usually plunge all realms into misery. Why is it always Yi Ling who appears? The red-haired man said. In that case, what should we do? At this moment Lu Li suddenly sighed. In boundless heaven. Alas, there haven't been many beautiful fairies in boundless heaven recently, young master. Perhaps it's because of the many perilous incidents in the Sea King Palace recently, and the little fairies don't dare to come here. The number of people coming and going is countless. Alas, how boring. At this moment Zhang Chuchu stopped and then spoke. Ji Yu Chong and the demonic art inheritor. According to rumors, the demonic art inheritor fought Ji Yu Chong in the ancient immortal continent, was eventually defeated and fled, but before that the demonic art inheritor had never lost in single combat, and his methods and schemes were endless, although Ji Yu Chong's strength is extraordinary, and he has the title of a true immortal. To say that he alone could injure the demonic art inheritor is indeed somewhat unreasonable. Furthermore, Bai Lai, as an exceptionally talented victim, and his fiancée Yin Mi being able to stand by Yi Ling and ultimately survive, could not have been merely due to the other party coveting her beauty. The crux of the matter is that the entire sequence of events unfolded too naturally, as if someone had written a script in advance, and those characters who appeared were merely arranged as roles in the script. Yi Ling is the protagonist of this story, seemingly always being led by the nose, and Yin Mi also played a significant role in it. And now she is so close to Ji Yu Chong, so the mastermind is very likely Ji Yu Chong, as he is the biggest beneficiary of the entire incident. I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise the scope of the forces involved behind this matter would be too terrifying. Let's go, Chu Fan. What's wrong with you recently? You don't even remember what spiritual herbs Little White wants to eat. I know, Sister Chower, it won't happen next time. You'd better take this seriously. If it weren't for Miss, you'd have died in some corner by now. I never expected to be scolded by a maid. If it were before, such a lowly servant would dare to speak to me like that. Now, not only is my soul damaged, but even the divine soul weapon my father personally forged for me is gone. Now I'm practically a cripple. No, I still have a chance. I just need to make contact with the beings of Phoenix Mountain to prove my identity and expose this imposter. Phoenix Mountain? Chu Fan, what are you plotting again? What Phoenix Mountain? Have you lost your mind? Is that a place you can just go to? You're still dreaming of becoming the son of Heavenly Phoenix. There should be a limit to daydreaming. You must always remember your status. Phoenix Mountain. Chu Fan, what's wrong with him recently? Not only is his behavior strange, but he's always muttering to himself. Ancient Phoenix Mountain. Ying Tian Wang is truly interesting. I'll tell Master when I see him. Sister, I heard you plan to appear in public. What about Heavenly Phoenix Maiden Ying Yu? Is there a problem? But according to Father's deduction, the time for us to appear in public should be at least after the path to Tao appears. But it doesn't matter. Since Sister has decided, I will of course obey Sister. HMPH, even a Heavenly Phoenix Maiden is merely of average beauty compared to her. When I was a little kid, she was already a distant 9-day rainbow. Yin Mi, I know you have no feelings for me. To you, I'm certainly no different from anyone else. It's only because of my former status that you showed so much. I understand this. Soon I will be able to stand before you honorably and resolve the knot in your heart. You have a wish to revive the heavenly fox tribe, and I will help you achieve it, because I have now become the most noble person among all the ancient races. Ha 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 ha. GU family's birthday banquet. Yin am I? Wait for me. Shenner. What did you call me for? Sister Minkong, I was investigating GU Chang's origins in the family today, and seem to have found some clues. What? After GU Chang was born, everyone who assisted in his birth disappeared without a trace, clearly indicating a secret. You mean there was something wrong with Chang's birth? The matter of Chang possessing demonic arts is known only to my uncle and aunt, but everyone around them knows that demonic arts are cultivated later and will continue to harm the world. So what exactly are they hiding? I always feel that GU Chang had a conspiracy when he took my Dao bone, but he also had to do it. He seems to have some unspoken difficulties and a sense of guilt. Looking at it from another perspective, this incident made me harbor hatred, and he was cold towards me, so he definitely wanted to get rid of me. Shenner, if I told you that you died miserably in your previous life, would you still think that way? But now I'm still inferior to him. He must be very disappointed. GU Shenner made her own deduction. Destiny points increased, luck points increased. Shenner, Master once said that GU Chang was born with a demonic nature, but later said that the incident was both like a demon's doing and not like a demon's doing. Born with a demonic nature, many things possess an innate demonic nature, including congenital demonic souls and congenital demonic chi. What influenced him to cultivate demonic arts? What are you muttering about again? All right, I've been busy and haven't rested yet, and you two are slacking off here. GU Chang, HMPH, I have something else to do. Goodbye, Minkong. Now that prodigies from all realms are gathered, are you interested in helping your husband share some worries? How should I help? Alas, too many young prodigies are gathered now. Those too weak won't do, not suitable for helping your husband share the misfortune. I'm afraid soon people from the human ancestor hall will come looking for me. By then, if I die, you'll become a widow. Why can't it find it? Aren't there already people worth choosing over there? Oh, sister, you two seem to be looking at sister. What's strange? Sister, with your outstanding temperament, it's normal for Ming Yukong to notice you, but I wonder how he will express it. Look, she's perfect for taking the blame. If not for her identity, it would be ideal. Identity? Isn't her family the Wang family? Wang Zijin is a human ancestor hall inheritor. It seems Minkong doesn't know anything. Human ancestor hall inheritor. It seems in Ming Yukong's memories from her previous life, the person sent by the human ancestor hall wasn't Wang Zijin, but someone else. Then in that life there was probably more than one person sent by the human ancestor hall. Damn it, why is this life's plot so different from the previous one? It's getting more and more out of my control. If Wang Zijin doesn't work out, then Chang, who do you think we should target among those ancient freaks? But those prominent and long-lived peerless prodigies, the Firefall child sealed by the Vermilion Bird tribe, the Golden Qilin tribe. Where did my kind Minkong go? It seems you intend to share weal and woe with your husband, but I prefer the current you. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. And you, when will you completely confess your secret of rebirth to me? If you do, the rewards will be much greater. Oh, child of fortune, mortal struggling against the strong. Mortal struggling against the strong. I haven't seen this prompt before. Is there something special about it? Perfect, young man. I will give you a great advantage at this moment. Someone came to report. Yin Mi of the Nine-Tailed tribe has arrived. Chang heard this and immediately said, quick, invite her in. Seeing him say this, Minkong gave him a somewhat displeased glance, feeling a chill, and said, I'll go receive her. With that, he walked and thought, according to the system's habits, there's usually a reminder when a child of fortune or related character appears near me, but this time it's almost certainly related to Yin Mi. He walked from a distance and spoke. Junior sister has traveled far to attend the banquet. This senior brother is truly moved. She saw this and replied, it's rare for senior brother to care so much about me, which also moves Yin Mi greatly. With that, she respectfully said, Yin Mi greets senior brother. At the same time, he noticed Chu Fan and thought, is that him? Truly a common mortal. I wonder what the identity of the person whose body he possessed is. Yin Mi saw Chang not speaking and asked doubtfully, senior brother, what's wrong? He heard this and replied, nothing much. I just didn't expect junior sister to bring a useless scoundrel with no cultivation. It seems he's quite special to you. The young man heard him and thought in surprise, why would Jiyu Chang notice a small fry like me? This person is famous and definitely not to be trifled with. Being targeted by him is definitely not a good thing. She heard this and said, senior brother worries too much. He merely offered to help with the reception team, so I thought it would be good for him to gain some experience. As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, oh, it seems he's someone who knows how to climb the ladder. Not bad. As soon as the young man heard this, his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, thinking, why do I feel like I'm being seen through? The number above his head currently showed 2. On the other side, someone spoke. Chu Fan, young Master Jiyu praised you. Why aren't you thanking him? Do you want to die? The person next to him also spoke. This kid is really lucky. I didn't expect him to receive praise from young Master Chang. Haha, he's just a bit foolish. As soon as the young man heard this, he immediately knelt down and said, little one, thanks young Master Chang for the praise. I hope young master won't blame little one for not knowing proper etiquette. As he knelt, he was already sweating profusely, thinking, Jiyu Chang is indeed more terrifying than I heard. Just one look and he seems to have seen through me trying to sneak in and find someone familiar to prove my identity. Such insight is definitely not something a young prodigy can possess. Damn it, if only Ying Yu were here. She would definitely recognize me. He said calmly at this moment, "Get up, if you keep kneeling people might misunderstand that Ji-Yu likes to suppress others." With that he thought, knowing when to be firm and when to be gentle, he's even more formidable than Yi Ling, according to the system's prompt. A mortal taking over a powerful person's body basically means a soul swap that no one notices, then continuously acting outrageously under the powerful person's identity. The young man heard this and immediately replied, "Thank you, young master." He looked at the young man and thought, it's clear that Chu Fan's soul has been swapped into this young man's body. He looked at her and asked, "Junior sister, you've had a long journey by carriage and must be tired. Why don't you rest for a while?" She gently replied, "Everything according to senior brother's arrangements." He then said, "Then according to Ji-Yu." Before he could finish, Minkong interrupted him by holding his arm. She spoke directly, "Chang still needs to entertain other esteemed guests. How can he leave with you? Remember this, young man. If you find anything, inform me immediately." "Ah yes." Seeing this, he looked at Shenner and said, "Shenner, take Heavenly Maiden Yin down to rest." The little girl heard this and said in surprise, Before she could finish he interrupted, "Less nonsense. Otherwise I'll make you pay." On Wang Zijin's side, Wu Shuang quietly asked her, "Sister, is there something wrong with this young man?" She replied, "I don't know, but his name sounds quite like a protagonist." Wu Shuang repeated, puzzled. Protagonist? At this moment she thought, this heavenly maiden of the nine-tailed fox tribe seems to have some interest in Ji Yu Chang. The sky finally darkened in the room over there. A group of people were shrouded in mystery, exuding terrifying auras. Ji Yu Chang stood before them and said, "The act must be complete. I obtained a great Saint Realm puppet from the Reincarnation Heavenly Venerate's mansion, and it's time for it to be deployed on the battlefield. As expected of the Reincarnation Heavenly Venerate, the puppet he refined is already a true living being, impeccable." A red light flashed brilliantly on the puppet's chest. At this moment he thought, "I just need to use the heaven-devouring demonic art to infiltrate its core, then unleash countless rays of light from its body into those puppets, and the light will spread outside the door. Isn't this what people outside call the demonic art inheritor? A great Saint Realm demonic art inheritor appearing to deal with Wang Zijin, this reclusive human ancestor hall inheritor. There's nothing more reasonable than this." He stroked his chin and thought, "I believe you can hold out until I come to save you. Saintess, all is prepared, lacking only the east wind." On Yin Mi's side she was cultivating when she suddenly detected movement. Someone suddenly stepped out of the space in front of Ji Yu Chang and said, "It seems you haven't rested at all and are still diligently cultivating." She was somewhat surprised when she saw him. "Master," Yin Mi asked, "Master, did you come here in the middle of the night for Chu Fan's matter?" He replied, "That young man Chu Fan, tell me about his origins." As she massaged his shoulders she said, He had been picked up when one of her subordinates went out. At the time, seeing him starving and about to die on the road, she felt pity and took him in. Hearing her say this, Ji Yu Chang thought, so he was a lifesaver. It seems this child of fortune is indeed connected to Yin Mi. Seeing that Ji Yu Chang didn't respond, Yin Mi asked, "Master, is there something wrong with Chu Fan?" Ji Yu Chang suddenly leaned close to her and said, "Chu Fan is probably not himself anymore. To find out the truth, why don't we call him here and ask?" After a while, Yin Mi spoke, "Master, bring Chu Fan in." At this moment, Chu Fan thought in a panic, "Did I hear that right?" Yin Mi actually called Ji Yu Chang master, which she hadn't done during the day. Chu Fan stammered, What does young Master Chang want with this humble one?" Ji Yu Chang calmly said, "May I ask, Taoist brother, what should I call you?" Hearing this, Chu Fan broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, sure enough, I couldn't hide it from him. This guy is too terrifying, not only in ability but also in status and power. His words contain immense power. Even the primordial 10,000 races now treat him as an equal. Perhaps he can help me. Chu Fan said with a bitter smile, "Brother Ji Yu is indeed insightful to have seen through me. Yes, I am not Chu Fan," Yin Mi thought, "so it's a different person." Seeing this, Chu Fan said, "To be frank, senior brother, my name is Ying Chang. I am actually a descendant of Ying Tianwang, sealed until now and cultivating in the Heavenly Phoenix Palace, never having left. This time I don't know why, but my soul was suddenly swapped into this body. Ordinarily I've had many disagreements with Brother Ji Yu, but if Brother Ji Yu is willing to help me," at this point he knelt down and sincerely said, "From now on I am willing to follow Brother Ji Yu and faithfully assist Brother Ji Yu." Yin Mi was immediately surprised, thinking, I didn't expect him to be the Heavenly Phoenix son. On the other side, Ji Yu Chang's expression remained unchanged. Chu Fan now thought with relief, "Fortunately I was quick-witted in a pinch. If it were outside, Ji Yu Chang is definitely not some great evil person. Even if he doesn't help me, he probably won't kill me." Ji Yu Chang suddenly spoke, "So if what you say is true, you now possess nothing but memories?" Hearing this, Chu Fan became afraid again. Ji Yu Chang walked toward him step by step saying, "As the Heavenly Phoenix son you can only inhabit another body." Chu Fan also felt this aura. Brother Ji Yu," he quickly said, "don't kill me. I swear I didn't see anything and I'll do whatever you say, even if it means working like an ox or a horse. Brother Ji Yu, I still have value." Ji Yu Chang slowly cast a spell saying, "You're right, your memories do have some value." Ji Yu Chang's face became lifeless, utterly terrifying. "But I leave no witnesses." At this moment Ji Yu Chang sat on the bed and said, as expected of Ying Tianwang's descendant to be able to retain so many inheritances and origins. If not for the child of fortune's soul swap, it would truly be difficult to obtain these things. Saying this, Ji Chong gently stroked the puppet's nose. At this moment he lightly dripped his blood onto each of the puppets before him. After doing this he sinisterly said, "It's good to have the assistance of the Heavenly Phoenix Aura. How noble and beautiful is the identity of an inheritor from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain." After absorbing Ji Chong's spiritual energy, they all stiffened. Then Ji Chong told them to smile, and they all smiled, but their smiles were extremely eerie. Ji Chong spoke again, "Don't waste any time. Take these puppets and go and be ruthless." They disappeared after hearing this. "Yes, master." Ji Chong stood at the door, looking at the night sky, and said, "Wang Zijin, don't disappoint me." On the other side, a mysterious green light emanated from the room and a pair of feet gently landed surrounded by green light. Wang Zijin spoke at this moment. "I possess an immortal spirit body innately perfect and flawless. Even if I cultivate anything, my progress will be twice as fast as others. But why does Ji Chong make me feel an urgent illusion?" she said somewhat doubtfully. "It must be because my cultivation isn't high enough. It seems someone in this world can easily shake my state of mind," she continued. "But that's what makes it interesting. It's rare to meet someone who interests me. I must capture him no matter what. HMPH, Ji Chong, you won't escape my grasp." But suddenly she felt something appear, a massive and terrifying entity behind her. With just one strike it sent her flying against the wall, scattering rubble. She said with some surprise, "Great Saint Realm." Several minor wounds appeared on her body. "Who are you? How dare you commit murder right under the nose of the Longevity GU family?" that person calmly said. "By my master's command, I am here to take your life." Hearing this, she thought, what kind of identity does this master have to have a great Saint Realm cultivator call him master? While she was still thinking, that person had already rushed forward to attack her. She couldn't dodge in time and was punched in the face. Her body was still in the air when he grabbed her ankle, brutally spinning her like a top, then said, "Do you feel like you can't move? Because this mansion has already been arrayed by me." Wang Zijin was dizzy and nauseous from the spinning. He punched her into the wall, scattering dust. She lay on the ground, but her eyes still firmly fixed on him, thinking, damn it, he really came prepared. As a quasi-saint, I'm no match for him. I can only stall for time until the GU family senses what's happening here and comes to save me. That person then quickly rushed towards her again, saying, "Those who dare to obstruct my master in this world." He stomped his foot heavily on the ground, then said, "Well, I'll die. Go to hell." Ji Chong has already at this moment. She quickly turned and dodged the attack. She took out a 5-colored bone bead from her hand. As soon as he saw it, he rushed towards her, saying, "My master's calculations were correct. You indeed carry a magical artifact, but today you cannot escape death," she said with a somewhat hurried tone. "Who exactly is your master? Do you know my identity? Can you bear the consequences of attacking me?" Not only did he not stop, but he proudly said, "Ridiculous, you are not worthy of knowing. Go to hell obediently." As soon as she saw it, she said, "This demonic energy is from the inheritor. Demonic arts, sure enough, you're not alone." The place in her mind was already severely damaged. He kept attacking her. "Just relying on a string of beads won't save your life." She then cast a spell, thinking, damn it, why isn't this traitor saying anything more so I can stall for time? Then she shouted, "Star C map 5 colors." The room was filled with color, but he became even more excited, saying, "Oh, interesting. Let me see how long you can last." Then he attacked her with a flurry of punches. "What, can't hold on anymore?" At this moment, tiny cracks began to appear on the jade bead. She looked at it, thinking, why is this demonic art inheritor targeting me? I shouldn't have revealed my identity yet. Thinking this, she discovered something else. Wait, this aura. Just then he punched and broke her train of thought. "I'm not strong enough." As soon as the words fell, the barrier she had set up was completely destroyed. She was unexpectedly pushed back and injured. She was pushed against the wall. At this moment, Wang Zijin gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, thinking, damn it, I don't want to be trapped here. My new life has just begun. I can only rely on words. Before she could make a move, he firmly pressed her wrist against the wall with his foot. The pain made her cry out. "Ouch," he said mercilessly. "Trying to run? My master already predicted you have many escape methods. Today you'll just have to behave. You look fine. How about I cripple you first to save me some trouble? How about it?" he sinisterly continued. "I haven't tasted the flavor of a human ancestor hall saintess yet. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, she thought in confusion, I'm a transmigrator. Am I not the protagonist? Why is this happening to me? On Ji Chong's side, the time had come. An echoing voice came from the building. "How audacious! How dare you commit murder right under the nose of the Longevity GU family?" The voice echoed. "You're seeking death?" Wang Zijin heard this voice as if reborn and was suddenly moved. Everyone heard the commotion and quickly went out to investigate. "What's going on? What happened?" At this moment, one person spoke. "The primordial spirit fluctuation just now was from Brother GU, and that person continued. "It seems to be heading towards the Longevity Wang family's direction. Quick, let's go take a look." After saying that, the group quickly headed to the scene. Ming Yukong also learned about it and said, "So you finally chose to lay out your plan using Wang Zijin?" On Wang Zijin's side, the sounds of fighting had already spread outside. Despite being exhausted, she still smiled contemptuously. She continued, "Too bad, it seems you failed." He angrily squeezed her face and said, "Failed? It's not too late to kill you now." From a spatial rift, Ji Chong appeared. Stop! With just one strike, he sent that person flying. As soon as Wang Zijin saw him, she said, Ji Chong interrupted her. "Ms. Zikong, I am truly sorry that such a thing happened right under my nose," that person shouted from a distance. "Ji Chong, you've repeatedly disrupted my master's plans. Sooner or later I will take your head." Ji Chong began to act again, saying, "Who is your master?" Before he could answer, the Grand Elder from a distance rushed over. "How dare you target my longevity Wong family's young lady? You're seeking death." He was slapped into the ground by the Grand Elder, sending dust flying. Seeing this, he tried to escape, but the Grand Elder chased relentlessly. "Scoundrel, don't even think about leaving." As he ran, he said, "Longevity Wong family Grand Elder, do you really think you can stop me?" The Grand Elder angrily snorted. "HMPH, do you think you can escape today? Do you think the Longevity Jiu family is your backyard?" Seeing this, Ji Chong thought, "This left prince is indeed hot-tempered, not caring if my act is complete." While the two of them contended on stage, two more people came to support. "Elder Wong, we're here to help you." Below, the crowd discussed. It was actually a great Saint Realm expert who tried to assassinate a member of the Wong family. What is this Wong Zijin's background? To be worth a great saint trying to commit murder on Gu's territory. On the other side, Wu Shuang quickly arrived and asked, "Young Master Chong, what exactly is going on?" "Sister," he quickly said, "Brother Ji, who is the one who tried to assassinate my sister, you must give me an explanation for this." Wang Zijin spoke at this moment. "Wu Shuang, you can't blame Brother Ji for this. If he hadn't arrived in time, I probably would have already." Ji Chong put on an angry expression and said, "It's my fault, but I'm also not clear about this matter. I just arrived myself." Ji Chong then began to say, "But everyone can rest assured. No one can save this murderer today. He will definitely pay the price." At this moment, a fiery red light erupted in the air. Fighting a great saint yet showing no signs of fatigue, the strength of this murderer is somewhat terrifying. What exactly is this guy's background? Ji Chong secretly glanced at Wang Zijin, thinking, as expected of a top child of fortune, with just a short rest her injuries have recovered 7 or 8 points. Just then, Ji Chong walked up to her and said, "Ms. Zikong, how are your injuries? Are you hurt?" Hearing this, she replied, I'm not." This action made Ji Chong somewhat embarrassed, thinking, Ji Chong, although his words and actions expressed concern, there was no warmth in his eyes. In the end, it was just about maintaining the Ji family's reputation. She looked at Ji Chong, thinking, to deal with such a cold-hearted person, I probably need to be more proactive. She then feigned a stumble and fell into his arms. "Oh no," Wang Zijin spoke, "it might have affected my origin. I feel a bit dizzy. That was truly dangerous. If Brother Ji hadn't acted in time, I probably would have died." Ji Chong looked at her, thinking, "You're overthinking it. Even if I ordered your death, your incredibly high luck of 12,000 would not allow it." Ji Chong then said, "My deepest apologies. The blame for today's events ultimately lies with my Ji family's dereliction of duty. We will definitely compensate Ms. Zikong in the future." She continued, "Brother Ji need not blame himself. Even if I weren't in the Ji family, the other party would still have acted." The two pushed and pulled, and Ji Chong finally spoke. What do you mean by that?" Wu Shuang watched them in stunned silence. Wang Zijin leaned close to Ji Chong and said, "Brother Ji, don't you want to know who tried to assassinate me tonight?" Ji Chong asked in confusion. "Who?" "The demonic art inheritor." She smiled strangely and said, "It seems Brother Ji already guessed my identity." "That's right, it's the demonic art inheritor. He's targeting me because of my identity as the human ancestor Hall Saintess." At this moment, someone else spoke. "I didn't expect the Wong family to have a human ancestor Hall Saintess." Hearing this, that person also spoke. "The attacker is also a demonic art inheritor, and not Yi Ling," which means, just then, Ji Chong said, "The demonic art inheritor is so arrogant. The person who appeared this time has cultivation reaching the great saint realm. It seems my guess was correct. There might be an organization behind them." Wang Zijin thoughtfully said, "I have reason to suspect that Yi Ling, who fought with Brother Ji before, was not the true demonic art inheritor. Perhaps he was just a pawn." Ji Chong glanced at her and said, "A pawn, but Yi Ling hasn't appeared since, and it's hard to determine if he's alive or dead." Wang Zijin now walked towards Ji Chong. As she walked, she said, "His life or death is no longer important. Now we must find the true identity of the demonic art inheritor and the organization hidden behind him." At this moment, the crowd in the air was fighting fiercely. Wu Shuang suddenly spoke from below, "Capture this person alive. After all, he's a great saint. Perhaps we can extract some clues from him." Ji Chong also said, "A great saint is not so easy to catch." At this moment, he became even more ferocious. After a fierce battle, they stopped. The Grand Elder spoke at this moment. "HMPH, demonic art inheritor, you have nowhere to run today." That person then continued, "Surrender now. 3 great saints against you. You won't die in vain." Hearing these words, he suddenly laughed triumphantly. "Hee hee, you ants won't be proud for long. You will all become slaves to my master in the future." As he spoke, something in his chest began to crack. He began to emit a mysterious light from his entire body, then said, "My lord exists with chaos eternally." The Grand Elder, noticing the anomaly, quickly said, "This is bad. He wants to self-destruct his spiritual energy." Hearing this, that person frantically said, "What? A great saint realm cultivator self-destructing will completely annihilate this area." Seeing the urgency, he commanded the people below, "Run quickly. The range of a great saint's self-destruction is too vast. Even if we old fellows try our best, we can't stop it." Below, Ji Chong spoke, "Everyone, no need to panic. Our Ji family's elder has also arrived." From above, a gigantic palm appeared. He looked at it and said in a panic, "Supreme realm." Then the palm tightly clenched and he was also crushed. An explosion erupted from the huge palm, accompanied by thick smoke. Those old fellows all exclaimed in surprise, This is a Supreme Realm expert from the GU family, capable of destroying a self-destructing Great Saint Realm cultivator with a single move. It's indeed the Supreme Realm below. Someone then spoke. Is it over? Is the gap between a Great Saint and a Supreme Realm really that vast? That person continued. Of course, even for a demonic cultivation inheritor it's no exception, Chang spoke. If that's the case, it will be impossible to obtain any useful information. She stood beside him, arms crossed, and said, even if he were captured alive, I'm afraid no information would be obtained. Since they dared to assassinate me in the GU family, they must have been fully prepared, he replied. That's true. Wang Zijin didn't continue, but then added, Brother GU, you should also be careful. The assailant once said you were also their target. Hearing this, he asked with some excitement, HMPH, the demonic cultivation inheritors want to kill me? A moment later, everyone gathered below. The human ancestor hall elder cupped his hands in thanks. We truly owe a great debt of gratitude to Brother GU for this matter, and also to young Master GU for his timely discovery and rescue of Miss. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chang also cupped his hands in return. This is merely my duty. As this incident also occurred in the GU family, if the scoundrels had succeeded, what would have become of the GU family's reputation? He seemed to suddenly remember something and mentioned a clue. By the way, when we fought that person just now, we sensed the aura of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain on him. The person next to him added. Indeed, it was very obvious. Everyone was shocked to hear this name. How can that be? Heavenly Phoenix Mountain has been a renowned righteous sect since ancient times. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zijin mumbled the name, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. He suddenly raised his voice. To be honest, I also think so, and the assailant's combat methods were very similar to when I fought Yi Ling before. The two seemed to originate from the same source. Chang's tone then lowered, and his expression became solemn. But with Yi Ling's cultivation he couldn't be the master of the assailant. After all, ordinary people and ordinary forces cannot command a Great Saint Realm cultivator. Everyone exchanged glances, discussing animatedly. Could it be that the demonic cultivation inheritor has truly appeared in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain? That's too terrifying. If Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is the mastermind. One hand was raised, and he said in a serious tone, but we cannot ignore it. Chang spread his arms and said to everyone, because all of this is too coincidental. If the assailant is a demonic cultivation inheritor, he shouldn't have exposed the aura of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. One person retorted, it could also be the assailant deliberately framing them. The monk next to him also nodded. Exactly. He looked at Zijin and asked, regarding this matter as the person involved, Zikong, what do you think? Inwardly he chuckled. Typically, transmigrators have extraordinary lives and love nothing more than for everyone else to be lost in delusion while they alone are clear-headed. She analyzed with her arms crossed. The one who attacked me was indeed a demonic cultivation inheritor. And he did indeed exhibit the primordial aura of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain has been a prominent sect since ancient times, so the presence of that aura on the assailant naturally leads everyone to believe someone is deliberately framing them. Zijin's tone suddenly turned cold. But precisely because of this is the most problematic aspect. If we think Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is being framed and go searching for other suspects, wouldn't that mean we've missed the true mastermind? A red-haired man suddenly spoke. The assailant should have concealed his aura. That way, who wouldn't notice Heavenly Phoenix Mountain? According to Miss Wang's statement, wouldn't that draw the attention of the major Dao lineages, leading to utter disaster? Zikong said in a deep, solemn voice. Now everyone knows that there's more than one demonic cultivation inheritor. Because their actions are becoming more frequent, making it difficult not to be noticed. If they're going to be exposed eventually, why not disguise themselves as victims? Everyone should also know the principle of repairing the road openly while secretly crossing the river, right? Though he said nothing, Chang inwardly gave her a thumbs up. The human ancestor hall elder stroked his long beard and sighed, deliberately creating such suspicion, blending truth with falsehood, reality with illusion. This truly is worthy of being the human ancestor hall saintess. We didn't expect this. Zijin suddenly asked, Brother GU, what do you think? Not hearing his reply, she asked again, Brother GU. Chang was in a daze before replying. Ah yes, Ms. Zikong is indeed clever. Listening to you I also feel enlightened. Regardless, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain's suspicion cannot be cleared. A white-haired man suddenly revealed a piece of news. Actually, at today's birthday banquet, I heard that the Heavenly Phoenix son of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain has emerged. The crowd buzzed again. What a coincidence. Why did the Heavenly Phoenix son of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain suddenly emerge ahead of time? I respected Heavenly Phoenix Mountain so much, and yet these words made Chang inwardly chuckle with delight. The discussions were endless. The demonic cultivation inheritor originally intended to throw the world into chaos, and now the most suspicious entity is Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, a force with immense power. What should be done now? They all looked at Chang and the others, who reassured them, Don't be afraid, we have the human ancestor Hall Saintess and young Master Chang. Under their leadership, why should we fear the demonic cultivation inheritor? Another person felt uneasy. That being said, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is no ordinary force and they are currently under scrutiny, surely in a state of disarray. He looked at the notification panel which read, Child of fortune, a mortal usurping a powerful individual suffered a loss of reputation, gaining 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Chang lightly chuckled. Indeed, it's quite worrying. In another place, a colossal and solemn edifice soared into the clouds, half hidden in the mist. There was no sound, only the shattering of a teacup being slammed to the ground. Ying Chang paced back and forth agitatedly, muttering, "How annoying. So annoying. I've already emerged first, yet overnight I'm back in the spotlight. What does the demonic cultivation inheritor have to do with me?" Then he ordered his subordinate, "Go back down and continue investigating." That person nodded softly. Yes. Outside, a woman slowly walked in. Ying Chang clutched his head, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Why are there no memories at all? Is it true? Heavenly Phoenix Mountain being associated with the demonic cultivation inheritor is a universally recognized enemy. Even if I rely on Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, I won't gain any advantage. He looked up at the sky and complained. Cruel heaven, if you let me enjoy, why do you make me suffer this fate? If I had known Heavenly Phoenix would be like this, I would rather herd horses. That would be simpler. Upon entering and hearing this, Ying Yu asked in confusion, "Herd horses? Brother has been saying strange things lately. Could the rumors outside be true?" Ying Chang was startled, worried. "This is bad." His hand touched the dragon head carving on the chair. He inwardly reassured himself. "I mustn't panic, mustn't reveal myself, mustn't admit anything." Ying Chang sat steadily in the chair, striking a majestic pose, and after a moment of silence asked, "What do you think?" Ying Yu replied seriously, "I believe you, brother, but the rumors cannot be ignored, so the best course of action is not to intervene. The rumors also came from the longevity Jiyu family, so I will go to the Jiyu family to see Jiyu Chang." She then turned and left, repeating her words. "So the best course of action is not to intervene. The rumors also came from the longevity Jiyu family, so I will go to the Jiyu family to see Jiyu Chang." Ying Chang coldly snorted. "If my cold-hearted sister could resolve this, I wouldn't be so anxious." He frowned, his face and tone filled with murderous intent. "Jiyu Chang, human ancestor Hall Saintus, you've put me in such danger with just a few words. I've noted you two, just wait and see." At this moment, Zijin and the others left on the warship. She spoke her farewell, not forgetting to remind him, "Brother Jiyu, remember to take care. They're also targeting you." Chang waved goodbye. "Thank you, Ms. Zikong, for the reminder. I wish you all a smooth journey." Once they left, he ordered his subordinate, "Keep an eye on her movements but don't get discovered." The subordinate immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "Yes, young master." Chang mused to himself, "Minkong has been busy since early morning, probably searching for the human ancestor's reincarnation, but that person is not easy to deal with. Perhaps she'll suffer a loss, so I still need to be prepared." Yin Mi, standing nearby, spoke, "Master, you guessed correctly. People from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain have indeed sent someone to investigate Chu Fan's whereabouts in my tribe." He scoffed after hearing this. "They're trying to kill him to silence him, but unfortunately they don't know that guy is already." Chang turned and left. "It's late. I'm going back to the Ancestral Hall. Proceed as planned. Inform the Heavenly Phoenix Sun that Chu Fan is attending the Jiyu family's banquet." But then for some reason he suddenly said 3 words. As planned, he went mad. He inwardly lamented, "This way he'll know. His greatest secret and weakness are in my hands." Everyone was gathered at the main gate, and a voice came, "Young Master Chang has arrived. Finally, the Nirvana Lake has also opened. Young Master Chang and Miss Shenner are both here. They are, of course, the Jiyu family's unparalleled prodigies." Chang began to explain to the ancestral land of Nirvana Lake. "In every generation of the Jiyu family, 5 individuals come here to comprehend the ancestral Tao, awaken bloodline laws, enhance cultivation, and master divine abilities." The young girl unhappily interrupted him. "I know, you don't have to tell me." Though displeased, he remained silent and didn't respond. The gate opened automatically. A voice came, "You are all here. Follow me into Nirvana Lake." The gate opened only a crack, and dazzling light shone from within, blinding those outside. The air inside was filled with immortal energy, and every object exuded an ancient charm. In the 4 corners of the lake, water continuously gushed from the mouths of 4 dragons. Everyone marveled at the sight. "The aura is mysterious and abundant, truly worthy of Nirvana Lake. I heard that in Nirvana Lake one can learn of their past and present lives. I wonder if it's true?" Shenner's face was filled with excitement. "If I succeed in Nirvana and improve my cultivation, perhaps I can defeat Jiyu Chang." Chang, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. "You're overthinking it." The young girl, eyes wide with surprise, asked, How did you know what I was thinking? Do you have some mind-reading secret art?" he teased. "With a head that big, why would I need mind-reading?" The elder raised his hand, signaling everyone. "All right, no more dawdling, enter the lake." As soon as he finished speaking, they swiftly leapt into the lake. The icy water made them exclaim joyfully. "So refreshing!" Water suddenly splashed around Shenner's body. The young girl mumbled in confusion. "This is," the elder exclaimed. "Shenner truly has extraordinary talent." So quickly she's showing a reaction. The person next to him casually said, "And Jiyu Chang. His talent is too strong, but for some reason, I wonder if he'll manifest anything this time." Jiyu Lintian, standing behind the two, suddenly spoke. "Let's retreat so as not to disturb them." The 2 elders turned in surprise, and realizing they had been discussing others, they awkwardly smiled and replied, "Patriarch, ah, yes." His eyes slightly narrowed as if contemplating something. Looking at the winding red light around Jiyu Chang, Lintian thought, "I wonder if Nirvana Lake is a blessing or a curse, but the innate demonic heart must not be exposed here." Subsequently, the gate slowly closed. The 5 individuals remained in Nirvana Lake, diligently cultivating, with golden lights dancing around them. Lake water surged from below, merging with streaks of blue light as if alive. Although this nirvana process is significant at most, it can only push our cultivation to the mid-saint realm. Various colors of energy are changing within my body, and the demonic heart inside me stirs restlessly. Although it doesn't affect me, it feels familiar, like the 8 Desolations' demonic halberd. My heart suddenly beats violently as if an electric current is coursing through me. Chang's eyes were tightly closed, his brows deeply furrowed, and streaks of red light shot out from his body. He muttered in confusion, "This is..." In an instant Chang felt himself in a dark, eerie, bone-chilling place, where a blurry figure stood beside a long spear plunged into the ground. When he clearly saw the figure, he could hardly believe his eyes. Demonic Lord, in Nirvana Lake, one can see their past lives, and the person before me should by rights be a transmigrator. Could it be? Chang squinted at the object in his hand, which flickered with a faint golden light. It seems the purpose of entering Nirvana Lake this time has been achieved. As for the benefits of my awakened demonic heart, I can only explore them slowly later. Then he looked at Shenner, who remained motionless. "Shenner, don't blame me." Chang then looked at the other 3 people who were still cultivating with their eyes closed. Suddenly, countless streaks of red light shot out, startling the 3 of them into opening their eyes. She widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, what's going on?" Seeing Chang emitting monstrous killing intent, they quickly shouted, "Young Master Chang, young Master Ji Chang, what are you doing?" Looking at the eerie smile on his face and the aura emanating from him, they speculated, could young Master have gone mad? Did something go wrong with his cultivation? The 3 discussed while carefully observing Chang's situation. "What do we do now? His power is too strong, we might find it difficult to deal with. Should we report to the elder?" One person rubbed his wrist and confidently said, "What's there to be afraid of? If he's gone mad, just wake him up." He clenched his fist and smiled smugly. "Last time when the position of family head was being contested, I wasn't in the family, so he got lucky. This time," before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide as if he had encountered something dangerous. It turned out he had been fiercely kicked in the abdomen by Chang with such force that even the clothes on his back were torn. He flew backward, slamming hard against the gate, then fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he foamed at the mouth, appearing badly injured. Chang appeared behind the other 2, placed his hands on their shoulders and said in a voice from hell, "Your turn." They both stammered in unison, "Why, young master, we..." The red light reappeared, surrounding his entire body. Chang's smile gradually lost its humanity. Immediately after, the 2 were also beaten and lay motionless by the edge of Nirvana Lake. He raised his hands and the red light grew more intense, swirling around Chang's body. Shenner behind him called out coldly, "Ji Chang." He slowly turned his head, revealing only empty eyes and a sinister, eerie smile. The young girl froze, her voice dropping, "This is your demonic nature." Shenner frowned, recalling the scene from her childhood when he stole her Daobone. His face had been just like this. Was Ji Chang like this back then too? Before she could finish, Ji Chang lunged, giving her no chance to resist. Shenner struggled to retreat, shouting loudly, only to see water splashing in front of her. She kept backing up until she hit the edge of Nirvana Lake. Shenner's lips were bleeding and her arms were bruised and purple. She cursed under her breath, "He's not holding back at all." Ji Chang's knuckles were white, red demonic energy still swirling around him. He murmured, "Immortal Bones, second Nirvana." Ji Chang spoke to Shenner with a tone of condescension. "Sparing your life back then almost led to trouble, but I didn't expect you to give me an unexpected surprise. Will you dig it out yourself, or should I do it?" The young girl pressed her hands together, and a green light gradually emerged. Shenner took out a Saint artifact, shouting, "Saint artifact Skynet umbrella." It spun like a giant umbrella, emanating immortal energy. Suddenly a red chain shot out fiercely, tightly wrapping around the Skynet umbrella. Then another chain wrapped around it and cracks began to spread. With a loud bang, the Skynet umbrella shattered into countless flying fragments. Shenner hit her head, dodging, and cried out in surprise, "What?" She looked at Ji Chang in horror. He had casually destroyed a Saint artifact. How strong was this guy's true power? His face was gloomy and his voice turned cold. "Don't resist. Hand over your Daobone obediently and you'll die more easily." Seeing the red demonic energy lunging at her again, Shenner behind him brought 2 fingers together, and a golden light flashed. She sighed internally, thinking that although continuously using 2 great artifacts was a bit much, she had to use her master's secret treasure now. Ji Chang suddenly burst into laughter. He raised his hand, cast a spell on the young girl, and said that she was still as foolish as before. Shenner instantly stiffened. She felt her body no longer obeyed her commands. Ji Chang grabbed Shenner, lifted her, and mocked, "After all this time, what tricks do you have that I, your elder brother, wouldn't know?" A circular magic array suddenly appeared on Shenner's arm, hidden behind her back. She was forced to look up, secretly thinking, "This is bad, so strong and cold I can't resist. Am I going to die at Ji Chang's hands today? No wonder he made me cultivate well, so that one day I could defeat him." Shenner closed her eyes unwillingly. "So everything he did before was for today, to give me a chance to survive when he was controlled by his demonic nature. Alas, I still..." Ji Chang reached out sinisterly, saying, "Your newly born Daobone, I, your elder brother, will gladly accept it." Shenner slightly opened her eyes, her voice dejected, "If you like it, then take it." The deep purple light in his pupils suddenly flashed, and his other hand tightly grabbed the outstretched arm of Ji Chang. Ji Chang's voice rang out, Get lost. He staggered back repeatedly, his arm still tightly gripping the other wrist. Seeing his actions, Shenner cried out anxiously, Jiyu-chan, what's wrong with you? He tensed his legs, stabilized his body and shouted, don't come closer, with different colored eyes. Jiyu-chan's voice was filled with extreme restraint. No, I can't hurt Shenner. The young girl's face was flushed, tears seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Shenner trembled as she called out, brother. Red demonic energy gathered more and more on Jiyu-chan. Shenner stepped forward asking anxiously, Jiyu-chan, wake up, what's wrong with you? He struggled to shout, stop. This made the young girl freeze. Shenner opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Jiyu-chan's hand was veined with effort from controlling the other arm. His neck was red as he roared, don't come closer, don't approach me. Shenner, with tears streaming down her face, choked out, then what should I do now? How can I help you? Jiyu-chan roared with all his might, get lost, I don't need your help. Get as far away as possible. Shenner stubbornly replied, I won't go, I can help you. Don't you want a new bone? The immortal bone after nirvana has that effect. She placed one hand on the other arm and said, I'll take it out for you now. He said sternly, get lost, understand, you piece of trash, why aren't you leaving? I don't need a trash's bone, Shenner cried and shouted. Stop deceiving yourself, Jiyu-chan, you're too crazy, it's come to this and you still want to hold on by yourself? The arm controlled by the demonic heart suddenly broke free from the other arm's restraint. His voice also became arrogant. Foolish creature, since you insist on seeking death. Jiyu-chan's eyes were completely purple. He said coldly, then I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu-chan charged forward at an incredibly fast speed. Shenner stared blankly at the hand that was inches from her cheek. The other arm suddenly condensed spiritual energy, transforming into a sword shape. He fiercely thrust the sword into the arm, shouting, I told you, don't touch her. Jiyu-chan chuckled. Why are you crying so ugly? The more he said that, the harder Shenner cried. Then demonic energy gathered in his eyes again. Jiyu-chan roared in anger, damn it, since you insist on hurting her. He brought two fingers together, pointing at the other arm which was pierced by 3 swords, and said, then. Shenner understood Jiyu-chan's terrifying intention and rushed forward, ignoring the danger, shouting, don't. However, before she could get close, Shenner heard a loud bang. Water waves and blood-red light shot towards her like blood arrows. A golden light shot out from behind the door, accompanied by a voice, this is bad. The person behind the door was forcefully pushed aside, hitting the wall again. Lin Tian successfully caught Shenner and asked with concern, Shenner, are you all right? The young girl, in tears, quickly pleaded, Uncle, I'm fine, quickly go see how Jiyu-chan is. To prevent me from getting hurt, he crippled his own arm. He looked at the motionless Jiyu-chan and replied calmly, alas, don't worry, with his cultivation this small injury is nothing, it's good that you're all right over there. Jiyu-chan was gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. Blood spread from his wound, staining the surrounding water red. Shenner tightly hugged Jiyu-chan, crying uncontrollably, Uncle, he seems to have known all along that he couldn't suppress his demonic nature, so he forced me to cultivate. To prevent his demonic nature from coveting my Dao bone, he, who is clearly a gentle person, disguised himself with such a cold demeanor. Receiving no reply from him, the young girl said firmly, I will definitely help you solve this problem. It might be difficult, but I will never give up. Brother, system notification received a great deal of favor from Xianer. Luck points increased by 9,800. Time gradually passed. The sky was now azure with white clouds drifting serenely, adding to the tranquility. Lin Tian and Jiyu-chan walked and talked. He asked, what effect did Nirvana Lake have on you this time? He immediately replied, there's nothing to worry about. It was merely a momentary oversight by Chong that caused you concern. Lin Tian said regretfully, the demonic heart is a great calamity you've suffered these past years. Jiyu-chan shook his head and replied, Father, there's no need to worry. I have already suppressed the demonic heart, so there will be no problems. He glanced at Jiyu-chan's clothes and chuckled, that's good, but these clothes suit you quite well. Shenner spent quite a bit of her savings on them. Jiyu-chan also smiled. That little girl is indeed rare, he reminded him. You've been resting for a while and didn't want to see her, but now that you're temporarily fine, you should take some time to explain things to her. He nodded gently and replied, Father, rest assured, Chong knows what he's doing, he secretly added in his heart. After all, one must play the part completely. The scene shifted. Yanji was presenting the information she had gathered. Master, Yanji has thoroughly investigated. Miss Shenner's father is indeed imprisoned somewhere in the world. Jiyu-chan nodded and praised. Very good, continue. I have already sent many people to protect them, but they may have already been discovered. He took a sip of tea and continued. It doesn't matter, I need them to understand that the Jiyu family has always been concerned about them. So a discreet search would be very arduous. Yanji still felt puzzled and asked, then why doesn't Master appear in person? Wouldn't that show more sincerity? Jiyu-chan explained. Yanji, you don't understand. Too many people are watching the Jiyu family. Making a grand display would only make others suspect us of having ulterior motives. This time she finally understood. So that's how it is. Yanji remembered another matter and spoke. By the way, young master, there's something else. Wang Zijin, the human ancestor hall inheritor, has described her encounter with the demonic cultivation inheritor to the world. She recounted how a group of people had gathered, discussing animatedly. After listening to Zikong's vivid description, everyone exclaimed in surprise. She was not inferior at all against the demonic cultivation inheritor. How extraordinary is the Jiyu family's young master. He is truly a dependable person, his strength unfathomable. The more they listened, the more shocked they became. Could Jiyu-chan be stronger than the saintess? You are the human ancestor hall inheritor after all. That's right, Zikong nodded slightly. Brother Jiyu makes me hard to fathom. If I were to fight him 10 times I would probably win once and lose 9 times. Hearing this, Jiyu Chong slammed his teacup down abruptly so forcefully that tea splattered out. He held his aching head. Is this Wang Zijin truly foolish or just pretending? When did I ever need her to boost my reputation? If this continues, those troublemaking individuals won't take me seriously. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He pursed his lips and snorted coldly. She ruined my plans. I'll remember this debt. Yanji heard those 2 words, troublemaking individuals, and murmured, puzzled. Outside the gate a figure swiftly descended. Before they could be seen, a voice already rang out. A human ancestor hall inheritor has something to ask young Master Chang. Please inform him on my behalf. The gate guards raised their hands to block, shouting loudly. Audacious, the human ancestor hall inheritor just left. How dare you impersonate her? Who exactly are you? The person raised the human ancestor token in their hand and said, there is only one current human ancestor hall inheritor. The gate guards recognized the token and quickly replied, their tones softening considerably. The human ancestor token, please stop. I will go inform the young master immediately. Chu-Chu stood outside in contemplation. She had once used a secret technique to investigate Yi Ling in the primordial Yi clan and made an unexpected discovery. Yi Ling was dead. She was completely baffled. Rumors are indeed unreliable. What exactly happened on the immortal ancient road? Jiyu Chong, how much have you hidden? Chu-Chu looked up at the name on the gate. The 4 characters were forceful and dignified. A moment later a gate guard came out, bowed and reported, the young master is preparing a banquet in the main hall and is waiting. Please, inheritor, enter. Another gate guard gestured for her to enter, secretly appraising her. This inheritor is quite beautiful. As for her, she suddenly felt uneasy. So calm and composed, this might be trouble. Chu-Chu walked in step by step, still worried. But even if Jiyu Zhong truly has problems, he shouldn't casually make a move on me. If anything were to happen to the human ancestor hall inheritor, he wouldn't be foolish enough to bring trouble upon himself. As soon as Chu-Chu entered, Jiyu Chong spoke. I didn't know the Saintess would grace us with her presence and I failed to welcome you personally. The banquet is prepared. Saintess, please take your seat. The sense of unease grew stronger. These are clearly fine wines and delicious dishes, but why do I feel like I've entered a demonic lair? Is this Jiyu Chong truly a devil? He raised his hand, gesturing for her to sit, but his tone and expression were sinister as he asked, Saintess, having traveled so far, what brings you here? Chu-Chu composed herself, bowed and saluted. Zhang Chu-Chu of the Human Ancestor Hall greets young Master Chang. Jiyu Chong secretly assessed her. Under my pressure she remained so calm. Her aura is deep and steady. Truly extraordinary. It seems that cultivators connected to the human ancestor are not simple individuals. He spoke. Chu-Chu, a beautiful name. Indeed as beautiful as her name suggests, so captivating, it makes me, Jiyu, feel admiration upon seeing her. She sat in her seat and said gently, young Master Jiyu is jesting. I heard that young Master Chang once fought the demonic cultivation inheritor. Chu-Chu has some doubts, so I specifically came to inquire about the detailed beginning and end of the matter. Chu-Chu's eyes sharpened. This is the reverse flow divine ability, unique to me. It needs a moment. Jiyu Chang, let me see your true face. He chuckled and countered. Inquire about the detailed beginning and end? Does Saintess Chu-Chu still wish to hunt down Yi Ling? Jiyu Chang slightly narrowed his eyes, his tone low. Unfortunately he's already dead. You wouldn't not know, would you? Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. This tone, he already knew Yi Ling was dead. Jiyu Chang has a problem, but why is he now so easily and directly frank about it? Chu-Chu pretended to be confused. Young Master Chang, what do you mean? Rumors outside say Yi Ling is in hiding. Chu-Chu truly doesn't understand. Jiyu Chang laughed heartily, raising the wine cup in his hand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You will understand later. Come, I, Jiyu, toast you. She remained silent, also raising her wine cup. Chu-Chu's face was covered in sweat. Reverse flow succeeded, so he is indeed connected to the demonic cultivation inheritor. One of his eyes had already turned red. Jiyu Chang chuckled. What, Saintess Chu-Chu won't drink? Do you suspect I, Jiyu, have poisoned the wine? In her eyes, however, there was only a gigantic skeleton emanating terrifying pressure, devouring countless origins and physiques. He was the demonic cultivation inheritor, his strength utterly unfathomable. This person's face was pale. His hand trembled as he held the teacup. With a crisp sound, the teacup in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. Jiyu Chang asked with concern, Saintess Chu-Chu, you don't look well. What I said earlier was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. She picked up the teacup and said, It was my oversight, Chu-Chu. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chang, but such jokes should be avoided in the future. Chu-Chu supported herself on the table, slowly stood up and said, I apologize for the abrupt intrusion. If young Master says Yi Ling is dead, then I will search for clues elsewhere. Farewell. With that she turned and left. As she walked she thought, I must find a way to expose Jiyu Chang's true identity as soon as possible. Otherwise who knows what kind of disaster he will cause. Looking at Chu-Chu's retreating figure, Jiyu Chang said coldly, Since you've come, don't leave. Hearing this tone, she knew the other party had ill intentions and froze. As a thick bony arm grabbed her, Chu-Chu cried out, I am the Saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall, Jiyu Chang, I will. Those withered arms gripped her tightly. One hand even covered her mouth, preventing Chu-Chu from making a sound, leaving her to whimper in despair. In an instant Chu-Chu disappeared. Jiyu Chang scoffed, What a foolish fellow, actively sending himself to my doorstep. Your clumsy acting probably can't even fool Shenner. He glanced at the person standing nearby and asked, how's the aura imitation? Yan Ji, disguised as Chu-Chu, replied. The demonic cultivation secret art bestowed by young master is truly marvelous. It can detect everything, and with the aid of the secret treasure I can imitate it to 80 or 90%. Ji Chong nodded and commented, good, that's it. You are now the human ancestor hall inheritor. She still asked, somewhat unnaturally. But young master, can I really fool the human ancestor hall people? And Zhang Chuchu's clothes are not ordinary either. It's hard to conjure. He, however, was concerned with other matters. No need to worry too much. You don't have to return to the human ancestor hall anyway. You only need to walk around outside and attract attention. It's just that Yanji, your temperament is rather gentle, lacking any ruthlessness. So to avoid being discovered by the princes, you still need to pay attention to your expression. Yanji looked up, her round eyes gazing at Ji Chong, and replied, yes, she sighed inwardly. Young master is so knowledgeable, I didn't expect him to even understand imperial acting. He narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, as for the clothes, the scene shifted to another space where the Dao Heaven seal continuously emitted deafening sounds. Watching the cracks rapidly heal, Chu-Chu said in frustration, this is Ji Chong's spatial artifact. I didn't expect even the Dao Heaven seal couldn't break it. She looked up and murmured, he doesn't dare to kill me, nor did he use the longevity Ji family's power, but instead trapped me in this world. This indicates that the Ji family also doesn't know his true situation. A voice suddenly came from behind. Saintess Chu-Chu is indeed clever. I didn't expect you to see through me. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu-Chu's eyes widened in shock. She quickly turned around and shouted, Ji Chong, he smiled. Just don't waste your effort. Unless I let you out, you'll just grow old and die here. Chu-Chu threw the Dao Heaven seal at him and coldly scoffed, if I can't break through the barrier of this space, then I'll kill you and I can still leave. Ji Chong formed a seal with his fingertips and sneered, who gave you that confidence? The two forces collided, creating a tremendous sound. His power pierced through the Dao Heaven seal. She struggled to resist, gasping in horror. Destroying my Dao Heaven seal, reincarnation divine art. Cracking sounds echoed, and the Dao Heaven seal flickered with light as it fractured. With a loud bang, the Dao Heaven seal shattered and Chu-Chu was sent flying, spitting out blood. Her voice was filled with terror. Your cultivation is at least above the saint realm. Ji Chong, you've hidden yourself well. Ji Chong walked forward and said coldly, do you understand the gap between us now? Give up resisting and let me plant a slave mark. It will also spare you physical pain. Chu-Chu struggled to stand up and sneered, ridiculous. I am a dignified human ancestor hall inheritor. She opened her mouth, refusing. How can I be controlled by you? A bright light suddenly flashed between Chu-Chu's brows and his expression became solemn upon seeing it. This was a wisp of the human ancestor's remnant soul, and Chu-Chu's aura immediately grew powerful. Even if I have to sacrifice my life to take you down with me, I won't let you do as you please. Ji Chong roared loudly, don't release that thing. The red light of the demonic art coiled around Ji Chong's weapon. He shot a beam of light towards it and commanded, come back to me. Chu-Chu was repelled, screaming in horror. What? Blood spurted from between her brows and from her mouth. Chu-Chu tilted her head back and fell, becoming utterly powerless. The green lights transformed into red chains. Entangled by the chains, she still stammered in disbelief. How could this be? He commanded again. In my world, isn't your life controlled by me? All right, hand over the human ancestor token. Chu-Chu, though imprisoned, remained defiant. Ji Chong, you wish? The human ancestor token is too important. I will never aid your evil deeds, just kill me. Ji Chong walked forward and smiled. You're very clever. If I kill you, the human ancestor hall will find out and then I'll be in trouble. But he reached out and touched her clothes. Some things will be more agonizing than your death, she cried out in surprise. Ji Chong, what are you trying to do? Ji Chong's tone became sinister. What am I trying to do? If you refuse a toast, then naturally you must be punished. As her clothes gradually loosened, Chu-Chu cried out in fear. No, stop it, Ji Chong, you're despicable and shameless. Watching her clothes fall to the ground, he coldly scoffed. Thank you, that's too much praise. Ji Chong appeared outside. He coughed awkwardly. The human ancestor token and the clothes are all inside. This time your disguise will be flawless. Yanji took the items and couldn't help but ask in surprise, young master, have you already killed the saintess of the human ancestor hall? He glanced in another direction, scratching his cheek. How can you kill someone at the drop of a hat? After all, she's the saintess of the human ancestor hall. She deserves some respect. Ji Chong looked at the piece of paper in his hand, his mind racing. After a while he chuckled. Mingkong, she even left a list of young prodigies, all with bad reputations. Mingkong is still too soft-hearted, but she'll have to bear the consequences for now. They definitely won't be able to clear their names in a short time and might even accomplish nothing. Ji Chong stood up. The most urgent task was to find the human ancestor's reincarnation. With his hands behind his back, he asked the person below, Elder Ming, how has Chohan been recently? Lin Ming bowed and reported, replying to young master, Chohan is being trained as the future sect master in the Purple Extreme Pill sect and her alchemy skills are unparalleled. Ji Chong said, oh very good, that girl really didn't disappoint me. He hesitated before speaking. Young master, Chohan Shi, Ji Chong commanded. Elder Ming, speak frankly, we are all family, I don't like hesitation. Lin Ming knelt down. Chohan misses young master very much and wants to ask when you, this subordinate, knows he is being presumptuous. Ji Chong smiled and shook his head. It's all right. Just in time for this trip to the lower realm. I'll go see her first. Hearing this, he happily smiled and replied, yes, young master. The scene shifted to another location. Shenner bowed respectfully. Shenner greets the elders. I apologize for causing you all concern, the elders eagerly said. Good Shenner, you've suffered these past years. Please rise quickly. She still kept her head down. Shenner hasn't suffered. A jade cannot be polished without carving. These years have been a form of tempering for Shenner, an elder sighed. If it weren't for that scoundrel Ji Chong, how could you have endured this? Back then Shenner hugged her arm and smiled sweetly. Elders, he was ignorant back then, now he knows his mistake. Why don't we forgive him? The elder sighed again. If you don't mind, what more can I, an old woman, say? Suddenly someone walked in, bowed their head and reported. Elder Quan, Miss Shenner, the family head, has news? Shenner exclaimed in surprise. What? The subordinate continued. Miss, the family head and others seem to be in a certain plane in the lower realm and they are safe. She anxiously asked, Father, Mother, is the news accurate? The subordinate reported. It's probably accurate, but the source of the news has been through many twists and turns, so it cannot be confirmed. Shenner lowered her head, her voice hushed. Cannot be confirmed? She smiled bitterly. It must be that guy. He clearly cares about me, but he stubbornly refuses to admit it. What a troublesome brother. The three people who heard this all showed expressions of surprise. Shenner came back to her senses, raised her hand and commanded, pass down the order, gather everyone and depart immediately. I'm going to the lower realm to find Father and Mother. Chu-Chu walked out of the Longevity GU family's gate. An old woman emerged from space and asked, Saintess, have you gained anything from the GU family? She replied softly, young Master Ji Chong has a heart for the world and extends his benevolence to all beings. He is doing his utmost to fight the demonic cultivation inheritor. I should not have doubted him. The old woman pondered for a moment and asked, if the GU family has no clues and that lead is broken, should we go search for the human ancestor's reincarnation? Chu-Chu shook her head and replied, no, the human ancestor's reincarnation will return eventually. We should not interfere too much or we might hinder the human ancestor. The old woman nodded after hearing this. Yes, she lowered her head and thought, demonic cultivation inheritor. I never imagined I would follow this demon who harms all beings and brings chaos to the world. How unpredictable life is. So, Yi Chen was also part of young Master's plan at the time. Chu-Chu recalled everything that had happened in the past, but it had nothing to do with her, and she found herself smiling unconsciously, feeling quite good. Chu-Chu issued a command. The trail of the demonic cultivation inheritor is not broken. Head to Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. The old woman nodded in compliance. Yes. The golden-haired man couldn't help but curse, irritably slapping the table. Are they crazy? He thought of the Longevity GU family, his tone filled with hatred. Even if he dies, I want to see his corpse. So even if he's crazy, he must return with the nine-tailed celestial fox tribe. A horse-feeding servant suddenly disappeared. The GU family, Ji Chong, could he be the mastermind? He couldn't possibly know his secret, he resolved. The Longevity GU family, prepare to vanish. At the gate of the Longevity GU family, Yingyu tried to enter with an excuse but was blocked by the guards. She couldn't help but marvel at Ji Chong's indulgence towards his sister. Yingyu proudly said, I understand, is he cultivating? So she decided to sit in the main hall and wait, leaving the guards to deal with her absurd request. Yingyu retorted firmly, what's so unreasonable? She frowned, her face and tone revealing extreme displeasure. She recalled her conversation with her brother, thinking he wanted to team up with her against Ji Chong. But in reality, her brother just called her back because he was too worried about her. Hearing this, Yingyu's expression changed dramatically. She screamed in anger, cursing a long string of obscenities. Her brother retorted, it's not as simple as you think, you'll encounter some difficulties. Yingyu curiously asked, what difficulties? Her brother confessed that he had recovered some memories during his cultivation. He had tried to restore them. Yingyu covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. How is this possible? She rushed to hug her brother, blaming herself for being too foolish. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ying Chong feigned, saying that he didn't want her to worry. Yingyu became even more resolute. I understand, just focus on your cultivation. I'll handle the rumors outside. She then rode away. Ying Chang's expression changed, revealing a sinister smile. Ah, my foolish sister. The scene shifted to the lower realm's Zon domain, a vast land known as the Heavenly God Realm. This is the underworld in the human ancestors' memories. Currently, I only know the name of the reincarnated person. The girl said to herself, I must hurry. In the purple extreme pill sect, Ziyan gently greeted Ji Chong. Young Master Ji Chong, how are you? You've been quite active recently. Are you here for my disciple Chohan this time? Ji Chong laughed heartily and replied, haha, Sect Master Ziyan flatters me. I'm grateful for your care and cultivation of our Ji family's Ji Chohan during this time. Ziyan politely said, young Master Ji Chong, what are you saying? Chohan is an inheritor of our purple extreme pill sect and it's only right for us to care for and cultivate her. He chuckled and said, haha, Sect Master Ziyan makes a very good point. The girls standing next to Chohan looked on enviously. Chohan, that's young Master Ji Chong. He's famous in the immortal realm and you're actually connected to him. Young Master Ji Chong is approachable, powerful and has such a good temperament. After speaking, he glanced at Chohan and instructed, Chohan, you must continue to work hard and not disappoint Sect Master Ziyan's expectations. Below, she looked at him, a shy expression on her face. Yes, Chohan will obey young Master's instructions. Her heart continuously welled up with reverence. approachable and kind. Young master is so good to those around him. Afterward, Ji Chong and Chohan walked under the moonlight. As they walked, Ji Chong spoke, "This time I indeed have something to entrust to you." Chohan smiled brightly and looked very enthusiastic. "Young master, please speak." Chohan will definitely do her best. Ji Chong handed her a slip of paper. "In the past she always belittled herself, worrying that she was useless to me. So now I'll find something for her to do." Chohan reached out to take it but also felt a little confused. "This is..." Then she opened the slip of paper and immediately froze. "Purple Extreme Immortal Pill? I've never heard of such an ancient pill. Aside from the somewhat complicated refining process, it doesn't seem to have anything special about it." After receiving Ji Chong's task, Chohan put on a relaxed expression. "Phew, it's rare for young master to have something to ask. I'll handle these 3 small matters." Ji Chong said, "Oh," after hearing this, and said nonchalantly, "That's quite a boast. It's only been this long." Suddenly, he reached out and placed his hand on Chohan's hair. The system now displayed a luck value of 5,000 points. He encouraged her, "Chohan, don't underestimate this ancient pill. It's much more complex than you imagine, but I believe you can do it." Receiving his gentle encouragement, Chohan couldn't help but blush. Chohan understands. Please rest assured, young master." Then the two continued walking. Chohan playfully leaned closer to him and asked, "By the way, young master, can you tell Chohan some interesting stories from your time in the immortal ancient continent?" Ji Chong also replied casually, "Interesting stories? I met a foolish dragon, a foolish bird, a foolish person, and an inexplicable lobster." Hearing this, she immediately reacted. "Ha, a lobster." In another place, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Imperial Princess, bad news." Ying Yu asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" The subordinate reported frantically, "News just arrived. According to the deductions of the Sikong family, the legendary absolute Yin heaven has appeared. Today, the major Dao lineages are discussing solutions." As soon as she finished listening, Ying Yu immediately widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "What?" The girl also looked somewhat worried. "Absolute Yin heaven is the greatest calamity to descend upon the world. No one can escape it." After speaking, the girl turned to ask the subordinate again, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" He lowered his head, looking troubled and stammering. Another saintess of the human ancestor hall stopped in front of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain for a long time, then left an unknown mark. It is rumored that Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is related to the demonic Cultivation inheritor. Hearing this, Ying Yu was furious, and the girl suddenly stood up. "What? Damn human ancestor hall, my brother is clearly innocent. Why is a group of people targeting him?" Then Ying Yu left with her people, full of righteous indignation, back to Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. "I'm going to see if my brother's mood has been affected." He showed a puzzled attitude towards the girl's previous words. Affected mood? Is the Heavenly Phoenix son a child? From Ying Yu's eyes, a deep-seated resentment emerged. "Ji Chong, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. We'll see." Just then, in the lower realm, the heavenly god realm of the Zon domain, a beam of light shot straight down from the sky. A person emerged from the beam of light. "Found it. This is the place." Ji Chong slowly introduced the power of the world fortune into his body. It was potent and abundant. Although this world is not weak, it has been affected by the spatial barrier, making it difficult for powerhouses beyond the Great Saint realm to emerge here. If I hadn't tracked the spatial imprint left on Mingkong, I would never have thought that the human ancestor's reincarnation would originate from this lower realm. He was calculating his plan alone. The immediate priority was to understand the information of this world and then find Mingkong's location. Mingkong's speed is truly fast. Suddenly, a group of people flew towards Ji Chong, their powerful light astonishing. "Are they human again? Are they immortals from the upper realm?" The few of them bowed respectfully to Ji Chong. "We pay our respects to the immortal." An old immortal asked, "I dare to ask, exalted immortal, why have you descended upon this world?" Ji Chong turned around, his voice cold. "Is this the heavenly god realm?" The old immortal replied. "Reporting to exalted immortal it is." Then Ji Chong turned his face, revealing a slightly aged appearance, holding a magical artifact in his hand. "Then I haven't come to the wrong place. Inform this venerable one of all the information in this realm, and this venerable one will surely reward you handsomely." The immortals were quite shocked to see the magical artifact in Ji Chong's hand. "What is that, a saint artifact?" The old immortal tisked. "Bestowing a saint artifact so casually? What a grand gesture. Our sect has existed for tens of thousands of years and only possesses one heavenly god-grade magical treasure." The immortals once again respectfully reported. Reporting to exalted immortal, the heavenly god realm is divided into 8 domains: heaven, earth, profound yellow, cosmos, wilderness, vastness, and desolation. This is the profound domain. The profound domain is vast and boundless, with extensive terrain, ancient tribal holy lands, and numerous divine mountains. The profound domain has many forces, including some that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Among them, the largest force is the Great Void Sect. An immortal pointed to the old immortal beside him and said, "He is the outer deacon of the Great Void Sect." The old immortal's posture was humble. I wouldn't dare. Our ancestors merely had the fortune to ascend to the upper realm 800,000 years ago, leaving behind some foundation." Exalted immortal, please don't believe him. Ji Chong pondered for a moment. "The Great Void Sect. Good, you are chosen then." Then he spoke. "The The Great Void Sect. Coincidentally, this venerable one has an old acquaintance with your ancestor and owes him a favor. Passing through this realm today, I shall return this favor to you as a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed the saint artifact to the old immortal. The old immortal, in shock, took it. How is this possible? The other immortals also gasped in surprise. This immediately after, he returned the saint artifact to Ji Chong. Exalted immortal, please don't be offended. This humble one knows a saint artifact is too precious and I am truly unworthy of owning it. Moreover, since Exalted Immortal has an old acquaintance with our ancestor, this humble one will naturally serve you wholeheartedly. Ji Chong was somewhat surprised by this. Oh, a mere true god can resist the temptation of a saint artifact. He stroked his chin, his demeanor calm and his mood excellent. Promising future, let's go, take this venerable one to the Great Void Sect. The old immortal immediately obeyed. Yes, Exalted Immortal, please follow this humble one. In another place, a subordinate ran in frantically to report. The word Emperor. News has come from the profound domain, saying that a powerful being from the upper realm has descended, seemingly with some connection to the ancestor of the Great Void Sect in the profound domain. Minkung was gazing into the distance, asking, the Great Void Sect of the profound domain? She secretly speculated that the heavenly god realm is remote, and the human ancestor hall wouldn't find it for a while. The Great Void Sect's ancestor should have no relation to the human ancestor. Thinking this, she ordered, ignore it. Pay attention to the land of extreme yang in the heavenly god realm because there is a supreme treasure there that can help the human ancestor's reincarnated body transform. After instructing this, Minkung thought, Zhang Yang, even if you want to overturn the 8 domains, I must find you. Transitioning to the Great Void Sect, a majestic statue of the patriarch stood in the outer courtyard. At this moment countless people had gathered inside, discussing animatedly. My goodness, the legendary Exalted Immortal is like a figure from another world, indeed, truly unfathomable. His aura is ethereal and profound, making one's heart surge with emotion. Immediately an elder stepped forward and introduced himself. This humble one is the current sect master of the Great Void Sect. May I ask for the Exalted Immortal's revered title? Ji Chong, in the manner of an Exalted Immortal, spoke with an indifferent tone. No need for titles. The private favor I once owed Chu Taishu. I shall repay it today. With that he took out a book from his bosom. This is, Ji Chong took out the Great Void Creation Method and explained, this Tao method was derived and comprehended by Chu Taishu and me together back then. He then sat on a high chair, his posture composed. Today it is inconvenient for him to descend, so I shall impart this cultivation method to you on his behalf. The current sect master received the book from Ji Chong and immediately exclaimed, this is indeed the ancestor's inheritance. In an instant a profound light flashed in Ji Chong's eyes, firmly establishing the ancestor's name at the forefront. That also saves me a lot of trouble. Then the sect master excitedly opened the book to inspect it, and the pages emitted a dazzling light. He joyfully exclaimed, splendid, splendid. Although this cultivation method is profound and abstruse, it also happens to provide sudden enlightenment. It's truly excellent. An elder next to him was also stunned. This is simply an immortal method. Immediately, everyone in the Great Void Sect knelt before Ji Chong, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Exalted Immortal's great kindness. The entire Great Void Sect will remember it forever. We are immensely grateful and are willing to go through fire and water for Exalted Immortal without hesitation. Ji Chong meanwhile sat leisurely above, looking down at them. A look of immense satisfaction graced his face. Of course it's excellent. I tailor-made it for you all. The Wedding Dress Immortal Art Lower Realm version. As Chu was concentrating on her cultivation, someone suddenly appeared and she sensed the newcomer. Her brows furrowed. It's Ji Chong again. Ji Chong stood before her. Open your eyes and look at me. Chu ignored him, merely scoffing. He said coldly, still the same temperament as always. At this moment a wisp of purple gas flew and wrapped around Chu's hand. Ji Chong's spiritual energy was like 2 ropes, binding Chu's hands and pulling her whole body up. Chu angrily shouted, Ji Chong, what do you want, you shameless demon? Ji Chong looked at her, a strange smile on his face. Tell me the exact location of the human ancestor's reincarnation. Chu closed her eyes in disgust and turned her head away. I don't know. He remained calm. You don't know, as the dignified inheritor of the human ancestor hall, you don't know. Her attitude remained cold. Even if you know my identity, what then in this vast sea of people? At this point Chu suddenly sensed something was wrong, and her eyes widened. Wait, at this moment she frantically retorted, could it be that you've already found his reincarnation? Ji Chong smiled frankly, pointing downwards. Of course, not only have I found him, we are here right now. Hearing this, a trace of fear flashed across Chu's face. Ji Chong, the human ancestor's methods are beyond your imagination. You cannot defeat him. Hearing Chu say this, his first reaction was a disdainful smile. Then he approached, touching Chu's face with one hand, teasing, can't defeat him, so I should just sit back and wait to be killed? Why are you so cold-blooded? I wear clothes, I'm not a man anymore, is that it? Chu's face flushed with anger. Shouting at him, you're shameless. Chu wanted to bite him, but Ji Chong quickly withdrew his hand. Then Ji Chong deliberately reached for her face multiple times, but each time Chu managed to avoid his hand by opening her mouth as if to bite. Ji Chong looked at her, still composed and silent. Then he suddenly grabbed Chu's head firmly with both hands and she cried out uncontrollably, let me go. After a struggle, Chu gazed at Ji Chong with tears in her eyes filled with hatred. Ji Chong calmly turned his face away. I truly don't know what kind of hypnotic potion the human ancestor hall fed you, making you willingly become the human ancestor's puppet. Hearing this, Choo-Choo suddenly fell silent, a sadness in her heart. A puppet? Choo-Choo recalled Zekin's complaints at the time. Ah, this is so annoying, cultivating every day. I still have to get married. Seeing this, Choo-Choo reminded her. What are you doing? Sit down quickly. This is disrespectful to the human ancestor. With that, Zekin turned and left. Peeved, I need a good sleep. I'm not going to be your tool. At that time, Choo-Choo called out to her. Wang Zijin, come back quickly. Recalling these things, Choo-Choo now stated firmly. I am not a tool. I am an inheritor of the human ancestor hall. Protecting all living beings and upholding justice is my mission. Hearing her declare this, Jiyu Chong immediately burst into laughter. Haha, how ridiculous, Choo-Choo asked, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Jiyu Chong turned his face, looking at her with a serious expression. The victor is king, the vanquished is bandit. Since ancient times, whoever has the harder fist is justice. Do you really think the human ancestor hall's inheritance was gained through kindness? A trace of demonic charm flashed in his eyes. Besides, you don't even have the ability to kill me, so what justice are you talking about? You are merely pawns used by the human ancestor hall to restrain me. Jiyu Chong again sneered. Nothing more than a running dog. Ah no, at most you're a dog that can't even bite me. Choo-Choo silently lowered her head, not saying a word. When she looked up again, she saw Jiyu Chong turning to leave. There are so many evil people in the world, why don't you go kill them? The human ancestor hall only knows how to target demonic cultivation inheritors, but it doesn't care whether it's righteous or not, simply because I can threaten them. Jiyu Chong gradually disappeared into the void, but his voice still echoed. Ultimately, you and I are essentially no different. After Jiyu Chong left, Choo-Choo could no longer hold on, collapsing weakly to the ground. Evil ways, it's not like that at all. Transitioning to the Heavenly Forest Holy Land in the Profound Domain, many people below were running frantically, some discussing among themselves. Did you hear? The Great Void Sect has issued a decree saying the Profound Domain needs to be unified, another person replied. I heard. Our Holy Lord is discussing countermeasures with the elders. I also heard that the Exalted Immortal has some connection with the Great Void Old Ancestor. In the crowd, a tall young man stood out. Countermeasures? Against an Exalted Immortal who can casually bestow saint artifacts. What countermeasures can those ants possibly have? The Great Void Sect wants to unify the Profound Domain and no force can resist. Quick surrender is the only way to survive. In the chaotic crowd, he was the only one moving against the flow. Now the Great Void Sect has announced that those with exceptional talent will receive the Exalted Immortal's recognition. A wise bird chooses its tree. Staying in the Heavenly Forest Holy Land is probably not a good idea. Then the young man arrived at a spot and the luck value above his head displayed 2,500. Reporting to Exalted Immortal, I am the most talented person of the younger generation in the Heavenly Forest Holy Land. Jiyu Chong scrutinized him for a moment, then spoke calmly. Your talent is indeed good. Truly a promising seed. It seems your self-recommendation wasn't a joke, but it's still far from enough. It seems I still need to go out and look around. He was stunned by Jiyu Chong's evaluation. Exalted Immortal, what do you mean? What does far from enough mean? Jiyu Chong walked up to him, looked down at him and said with a chilling demonic charm on his face, I mean your luck is vastly different from that of the human ancestors' reincarnation. The sons of the plane in the lower realm are indeed inferior to those in the upper realm. Your bit of luck won't do anything to me, he said with a hint of disdain. Stop clinging to your delusions. Transitioning to the heavenly god realm's heavenly domain, the scene here was brutal. The powerful were oppressing the laborers. They whipped those who were exhausted. Don't stop, work faster, useless. My lord, spare me, my lord. A girl watched the beaten people, her eyes filled with tears and hatred. A green ghost high above looked down at the slaves, a satisfied expression on his face. Today I've captured another batch of slaves. The sect master will surely acknowledge this merit. Two people beside him also congratulated. Haha, that's for sure. Brother Green Ghost can rest assured. However, Brother Green Ghost has only been with our immortal sect for less than 100 years. Yet you've been promoted to deacon. It's truly enviable. Hearing this, he felt smug and burst into laughter. The two sycophants then added, no one in the heavenly god realm has ascended for 200,000 years. When the immortal venerable and holy master embark on the immortal path, Brother Green Ghost will surely have a chance to ascend to the heavenly realm. Brother Green Ghost has an extraordinary appearance. One can tell his future is boundless. Hearing this, the Green Ghost tone grew more arrogant. Not just me, you two must also cultivate diligently to have a chance. The sect master's judgment won't be wrong. Now is our best time to ascend. The more he spoke, the more arrogant he became. So what if heaven tries to stop us from ascending? Why should we comply? Kill immortals if we meet them. Kill demons if we meet them. Conquer heaven and earth and step onto the immortal path. Suddenly he noticed someone below. HMPH, who is that white-haired boy? He looked down at a white-haired man working hard. Oh, that boy is really lucky. Several batches of people have already died from overwork. He looked down in disappointment. He had initially brought that young man back from a small village. His physique was somewhat special and his blood chi was extraordinary. I thought he was a prodigy, but he turned out to be a waste. Only after bringing him back to the Holy Land did I discover he was cursed, having lost his holy body. Even with abundant resources he couldn't cultivate. The person next to him also sneered. His strength is truly astonishing. No wonder he's the only one who has survived batch after batch of people. Below, someone's hoe struck the ground heavily. Zhang Yang worked with undivided attention but felt immensely tired. Despite this, he still resolved, I must not die here, I must return to the village. Zhang Yang's face grew increasingly haggard. My sister is still young and cannot live without me, and grandma is old and needs my care. He recalled what the green ghost had once told him. That person once said, as long as you cultivate for 3 years I can leave. Suddenly, the hoe in his hand dropped weakly. It would be good then. Zhang Yang collapsed exhaustedly, lying on the ground, his feet still shackled. Now there's still. Zhang Yang eagerly counted the days. 103 days left until the 3-year period. Due to extreme fatigue, Zhang Yang gradually closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the dream space a voice came, HMPH, why suffer so much? You only need to accept my existence and you won't have to suffer anymore. Zhang Yang screamed in horror. I am me. Who exactly are you? Get out of my body. Zhang Yang glanced slightly behind him, and the voice came from there. This is my body, and you are merely a wisp of consciousness before my awakening. I just didn't want to erase you. A tall, silver-white blurry figure with an unclear face was still trying to persuade Zhang Yang. You merely have to accept me and I can fulfill all your wishes. Taking care of your young sister and elderly grandmother would be effortless. Hearing about his 2 relatives, Zhang Yang couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. My sister and grandma. Zhang Yang struggled to control his anger and questioned him. HMPH, accepting you or being erased by you, what's the difference? Either way I'll cease to exist, right? Would I still be myself then? The human ancestor replied. Of course there's a difference. Your active acceptance and my erasure are fundamentally different. Zhang Yang retorted, emphasizing the word fundamentally. Then Zhang Yang glared at him fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred. All I know is that if I'm gone, Yao Yao will definitely be very sad. I know you're not simple, but I will never easily hand my body over to you. The human ancestor burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha, you're truly stubborn but also a loyal and righteous young man. However, this body won't sustain your extravagance for long. With that, he gradually disappeared. Zhang Yang watched him, his eyes filled with determination. I will never give up. In another place, Chang looked at the vast land before him and then asked the person behind him, is this the heavenly domain? At this moment the system displayed. System prompt main quest triggered, Child of Karma's luck. Chang looked at the system screen and casually remarked, Home Karma, it seems I've come to the right place. A tree growing in the vast expanse now appeared on the system panel. Chang was surprised. A peach tree. As he looked again, bolts of lightning were already descending from the sky, striking the peach tree. Immediately after, a small girl emerged from among the peach blossoms. Chang secretly realized that there was a connection between this little girl, the mysterious peach tree, and the human ancestor. He pondered, still unsure if it was accurate, and needed to confirm it. With this thought, Chang quickly departed to search for the little girl near the peach tree. This was outside Baishan village. Yao Yao was sitting there, gazing into the distance. Her bright, watery eyes looked at Grandma and she asked, Grandma, it's almost been 3 years and brother still hasn't returned. Do you think brother might have forgotten Yao Yao? Grandma stroked her head, comforting her. Even if brother forgets everyone else, he'd never forget Yao Yao. Grandma coaxed Yao Yao. Don't worry, Yao Yao. When brother returns after finishing his studies, he'll be able to fly through the sky and burrow into the earth, and then he can take Yao Yao flying to play. Hearing this, the little girl brightened up. Yao Yao wants the cultivator brother to take her flying to play. Grandma smiled happily at Yao Yao. She told Yao Yao that the expert who took her brother was from the Immortal Wheel Holy Land. That person said her brother's physique was 1 in 10,000. The sect would definitely cultivate him with all their might. Grandma always believed in beautiful things, as that was the only way to comfort Yao Yao. Brother, you must be busy cultivating and have no time to come back and see us. Rest assured, Yao Yao. The little girl also happily agreed. I believe, brother, he's the strongest person in this world. Suddenly, someone frantically ran into the village to report, bad news, it's the Lu bandits. The person reported that the Lu bandits were heading towards the village, and the villagers showed their displeasure. Those bandits don't keep their word. Didn't we just hand over our spirit stones? Yao Yao innocently asked. Grandma, the Lu bandits are here again. Grandma reached out and hugged the little girl. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao, Grandma's here. In the distance, a group of Lu bandits rode their horses, aggressively charging into the village. The villagers all looked terrified. How could this be? It's the Black Wind Bandits? This time it's the Black Wind Bandits. Black Wind Bandits, they're cruel and bloodthirsty. We can't resist them at all. What should we do? Old and young in the village were all terrified of this force. They say their grand boss is a mighty heavenly god realm expert. They say the Black Wind Bandits' grand boss likes to eat little girls, which is why he's recently come out looking for them. The Black Wind Bandits arrogantly stormed into the village. As soon as they entered, they arrogantly demanded, "Who's the village chief? Get out here." The elder also stepped forward, shakily introducing himself. This old man is the village chief of Baishan village. Greetings, sirs. A bandit swaggered forward and slapped the village chief's face. Old man, our grand boss has a command. All girls under 15 must be offered as tribute. Those who resist will be eliminated, every single one. The village chief's voice trembled in fear. Then they arrogantly took away several little girls. A mother cried out, my child, give me back my child. The abducted little girl also cried out, Mom, save me. The mother, worried about her daughter, desperately pleaded to rush forward and save her child while cursing the Lu bandits. You damned beasts, how dare you snatch my child? You'll never come to a good end, and I won't let you off even as a ghost. One of the bandits fiercely said, let go, you're looking for death. Then he knocked the mother to the ground with a punch. The villagers were stunned. Another bandit looked at the mother, licking his lips. This bandit even drew his knife, pointed it at the fallen mother, and ferociously raised it, intending to chop down directly. If you want to die, then die. The villagers were all too scared to move. Over there, Grandma was trying to keep Yao Yao from being discovered. Yao Yao's eyes widened, her face filled with terror. After attacking the woman, he had bloodstains on his face and fiercely said, if anyone else resists, she'll be the best example. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on one direction. Yao Yao was discovered by him and immediately panicked. He looked at the grandmother and granddaughter, then commanded, oh, there's another one. Old woman, hand over the little girl behind you. Seeing this, the villagers also anxiously called out from the side, Yao Yao, Grandma Yinhua. The bandit pointed his knife at the grandmother and granddaughter, viciously saying, no, I'll chop you into mincemeat and feed you to my mount. Little girl Yao Yao fearfully snuggled beside Grandma, softly calling, Grandma? Seeing that she could no longer remain silent and let them act recklessly, Grandma glanced at them. I originally didn't want to make a move, but if you insist on harming Yao Yao, sigh, it looks like I'll need to find a new body. After the scene transitioned, the Lu bandit sweep was over. There were many young girls lying unconscious on the ground. A bandit leader was pointing at them, reporting, my lord, these are all girls under 10 captured from surrounding villages as per your command. Are you satisfied? Chang scanned the area. Seeing the luck values above the children's heads, he secretly wondered, did I predict the wrong location? Then he turned around and cursed, useless trash, send them back and don't harm their lives. The bandit leader looked reluctant. Send them back, wouldn't that be too wasteful? A hint of contemplation and sadness flashed in Chang's eyes. He simply said, I also have a little sister. Upon hearing this, the bandit leader immediately respectfully agreed. Yes, please rest assured, my lord, we will definitely send them back safely. Then he turned back, glared at him with an icy tone and asked, do you have anything else to say? Seeing Chang's expression, he looked somewhat timid. My lord, there is one thing. All my men sent to Baishan village were killed by a conferred king realm cultivator. It's strange, how could such a remote place have? Hearing this, Chang paused slightly, then said, oh, conferred king realm, it seems I've found it. The bandit leader again stepped forward to volunteer. My lord, rest assured, this time I will personally take action. A mere conferred king realm expert will be easily captured, but Chang had already raised his hand, gesturing him to stop. No need, it's not your concern for now. Await my command. The bandit leader looked somewhat bewildered. Oh yes, my lord. With that, Chang turned and left. After he left, the bandit leader glanced at him, his face filled with resentment. HMPH, just wait until I cultivate to the God King realm and ascend. As he was walking, Chang's step suddenly halted. He called out, you! The bandit leader subconsciously knelt down, his voice trembling. Does my lord have any further instructions? This humble one will definitely do my utmost, Chang simply commanded. Once you've completed this task, you'll be free. The bandit leader lowered his head, his voice trembling as he asked, what does my lord wish to do? Chang stepped before him, his voice icy. I want you. He broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at Chang in a panic. Does my lord wish to leave Baishan village utterly annihilated? Chang looked down at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That's right, I want you to massacre the village. Meanwhile, in Baishan village, the villagers were gathered around Yao Yao and her grandmother. Grandma Yinhua, what's wrong? Grandma Yinhua, if you leave us, what will we do? That's right, the Black Wind bandits are powerful and cruel. If you leave. Yao Yao timidly asked Grandma. Grandma, will brother come to save us? He went to the immortal wheel holy land to cultivate. He must be very powerful now. Grandma Yinhua urged the villagers. Everyone, you should still run. This old woman's cultivation is merely at the conferred king realm. I heard that Grand Boss has already reached the heavenly god realm, and I am powerless. Hearing Grandma say this, everyone exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Sigh, in this world we don't even know where to run if we wanted to. That's right, is there no other way? Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and 3 figures appeared from within the black clouds. Haha, thinking of running. Too late, this mere little Baishan village dared to offend Black Wind Palace. Today not a single one of you will live. Everyone looked at the sky in terror. That's the Black Wind Palace's grand boss. It's over, Grandma Yinhua, save us. The bandit leader serving Chang fiercely questioned. Old woman, was it you who killed my subordinates? Grandma Yinhua answered directly. They deserve to die. On the surface she calmly responded to them, but inwardly she already realized the severity. It's over. The 2 people next to him are at least conferred king realm given the situation. I must find a way to burn my vital blood and teleport Yao Yao to a safe place. He glared fiercely at Grandma, cursing, dead old woman, you dare to be stubborn even at death's door. He furiously roared, all of you go down and be buried with my brothers. With that he flew down. Grandma Yinhua also reacted quickly. Don't even think about succeeding. Then Grandma flew up, directly confronting the Black Wind leader. With overwhelming power he repelled Grandma Yinhua in a single move. A mere conferred king realm expert dares to act presumptuously before me. Grandma Yinhua was knocked to the ground and slid for a distance. Yao Yao rushed over, shouting loudly. Grandma? The villagers also cried out in panic. Grandma Yinhua, the little girl Yao Yao looked at her injured grandma terrified. Grandma, are you alright? Your hand. Grandma Yinhua was severely injured, her voice growing weak. Yao Yao, run quickly. This scoundrel is not someone we can deal with. Seeing that Grandma still had the strength to speak, he moved to attack again. Oh, not dead yet. How will you block my second move? He hovered in the air, extending a hand to create a black current filled with death chi. All of you, die together and you won't be lonely. Low were the heartbroken cries of Baishan village's residents. They were utterly despairing. Sigh, it's over. Can our mortal lives really be trampled upon like this? My child is only 7. Is there no justice in heaven? He created a dark sky. The aura of death enveloped Baishan village. Yao Yao, tears in her eyes, glared upwards filled with hatred. Bad man, facing the surging dark force, Yao Yao bravely stepped forward, shielding Grandma. Don't hurt Grandma. Seeing this scene, Yinhua shouted. Yao Yao, run quickly, the Black Wind Bandit leader arrogantly said. I don't know why my lord insists on interfering in your affairs. This was originally just about a few little girls. It's all your fault, you damned old woman. Go down and join my brothers. Suddenly, a hand gently took Yao Yao's small hand. I truly cannot tolerate this any longer. To treat such a delicate girl with such cruelty, although the heavenly Tao is ruthless, humans should still have compassion. In the upper realm, immortals are the same. Yao Yao's eyes were tear-filled, bewildered and confused. Chong appeared, holding Yao Yao's hand and transmitting power to her, confronting the ferocious bandit leader. Little girl, this venerable one will help you break this deadlock. Yao Yao innocently asked. An immortal brother, he replied with interest. An immortal brother? That's quite a fresh title. Both he and Grandma Yinhua watched Chang's appearance in shock. Immediately after, a ray of light lit up the sky, emitting a deafening roar that shook the village. The Black Wind Gang's bandit leader froze in fear. That's not. The next second, he suddenly seemed to be frozen in place as if some power had acted upon him. What happened? My body can't move, I can't speak, and my thoughts are slowing down. It turned out he had already suppressed him. Chang sat beside Yao Yao, remarking, this pure and innocent heart is flawless. Such rare immortal talent that no one discovered it for so many years is truly a boon for this venerable one. Grandma Yinhua kowtowed in gratitude. Many thanks for exalted immortal's rescue. This old woman is immensely grateful. Then he asked Yao Yao, little girl, are you willing to take this venerable one as your master? Countless lucky petals scattered around Yao Yao. She replied, does immortal brother want to take Yao Yao as a disciple? But everyone says I can't cultivate. The cultivator who took my brother also said that Yao Yao is just an ordinary person. Chang looked gently at Yao Yao. They were blind. What do mere mortals understand? Hearing this, the little girl Yao Yao immediately became interested. Really? Immortal brother isn't tricking Yao Yao, is he? He burst into happy laughter. Haha, do you think this venerable one looks like someone who goes around tricking people? The little girl Yao Yao happily hugged Chang. Yao Yao is willing. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, and she was also very well behaved and obedient, but recalling reality, Yao Yao turned her face, a fearful expression on it. What about those bad guys? Chang merely smiled faintly. Bad guys, of course, they'll be sent to reincarnation, I hope in their next life. An unfathomable glint flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a cold sneer. They'll become a good person, just like this venerable one. Looking up, the Black Wind Gang's demon was fixed in midair, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from within him. He widened his eyes, his mouth agape. What's happening? Immediately after, he exploded, turning into a dazzling fireworks display. Chang held Yao Yao, and the little girl happily exclaimed, Immortal brother, you're so amazing, he instructed. Call me master. The little girl Yao Yao obediently complied. Master. Chang affectionately rubbed the little girl's head. So well behaved, this master is truly growing fonder of you. Yao Yao called out again, Master. Grandma Yinhua meanwhile quietly watched this scene, thinking to herself, so powerful beyond my comprehension. Grandma's face was pale. Is this what an upper realm immortal is like? Does every immortal possess such world-shaking abilities? Back here, Chang took out countless magical artifacts and placed them before Yao Yao. For our first meeting, this master will give you some gifts. Yao Yao stared blankly at the magical artifacts. Are these all for Yao Yao? Why is master so good to Yao Yao? He just quietly replied, Silly girl, you should know a master is sometimes dearer than family. Hearing this, Yao Yao sobbed and hugged Chang's neck. He gently raised a hand to wipe away her tears, and Yao Yao innocently asked, Dearer than family, he coaxed. Why are you crying? From now on, with your master by your side, no one will dare to bully Yao Yao. Okay, the little girl agreed. Grandma Yinhua, seeing this, was dumbfounded. Saint artifacts, how are there so many? Those are saint artifacts. Acquiring even one would allow one to dominate a region of the heavenly domain. Chang took Yao Yao's hand and walked over. Let's go, come with your master and leave this place. What's wrong? Yao Yao immediately thought of her grandma. Then what about grandma? Can grandma come with us? He softly replied. Of course, you see your master hasn't restricted her freedom because she is Yao Yao's family. Hearing this, Grandma Yinhua immediately replied, This old woman thanks the exalted immortal. The little girl Yao Yao also quickly thanked. Thank you, master. In another place, 2 people were flying at high speed. A bald man looked at the vortex ahead and asked, What's wrong with that exalted immortal? Didn't he arrange for us to go? The person following him was also furious. Who knows what he wants? Maybe we were played. Hearing this, the bald man asked again, Then should we go back and gather people for revenge? That person immediately cursed. Revenge my ass, didn't you see how our big brother died just now? Before he notices us, the farther we run, the better. Suddenly, a female powerhouse emerged from the spatial vortex. She revealed a wicked smile. trying to run, too late, transitioning to another place. The mountains were majestic. Chang walked with Yao Yao and Grandma Yinhua. As they walked, Yinhua said, "Exalted immortal, this old woman was certainly not lying just now." "Yao Yao has a hard life, meeting you is her blessing," he simply replied. It's fate, I suppose," the little girl Yao Yao innocently asked. Master, in the future, will Yao Yao also be able to become a great cultivator like brother, capable of ascending to heaven and burrowing into the earth, omnipotent?" Hearing her granddaughter's question, Grandma Yinhua just smiled and explained for her. "Exalted immortal, please don't mind. Yao Yao is still young and doesn't have a clear concept of your power, but under your tutelage she will soon surpass her brother." Chang held Yao Yao's hand and dotingly said, "It's all right, Yao Yao is my first disciple. Along this journey I can see she still loves her brother so much, and I'm very happy," he thought deeply, a contemplative expression on his face. "Is that so, Zhang Yang?" As they walked, a gigantic monster suddenly pounced, blocking their path. It looked at the three of them fiercely. "How dare you step into the ancient deer god's territory?" Grandma Yinhua fell to the ground in fright, looking at it in panic. "A Saint Realm, or it's an ancient saint spirit," Yao Yao also stammered. "Ma, Master, what is it?" Chang looked at the monster before him, merely smiling slightly. He sat in the center of the forest. Chang was channeling spiritual energy into Yao Yao. Grandma Yinhua, standing outside, reacted strongly. "How can this be? The exalted immortal has used so many divine medicines and immortal elixirs, and even an ancient saint spirit as a medicinal guide, yet it still can't help Yao Yao break through." Chang pondered for a few seconds. "Just as I expected." Suddenly, the little girl Yao Yao cried sadly, "Master, I'm sorry." Chang walked to her side, raised a hand to stroke her little head, and asked in a gentle tone, "What did Yao Yao do? Did she disappoint her master?" Yao Yao cried even harder. "Woo, Yao Yao is useless. She wasted so much of master's time and resources, yet still can't cultivate." Chang gently wiped the tears from Yao Yao's face. "Does it mean you're not my disciple if you can't cultivate? Do you remember what I told you before?" Yao Yao brightened up again, showing a cute expression. "Master said you are dearer than family." Chang crouched down and gently flicked Yao Yao's nose. "As long as you remember, little girl, don't overthink it. Don't worry, Master has power and influence, so it's fine even if I support you for a lifetime." Yao Yao was extremely touched and sweetly called out, "Master." Grandma Yinhua watched from the side, secretly thinking, "I was worried that the exalted immortal had ulterior motives for Yao Yao. But Yao Yao wasted so many heavenly and earthly treasures and he didn't even get angry. It seems he truly likes Yao Yao. To have such a powerful and gentle master is Yao Yao's good fortune." After a while, Chang stretched and stood up, asking Yao Yao's opinion. "By my calculations, it's time to return from this trip to the lower realm. Now, is Yao Yao willing to follow Master back to the upper realm?" Hearing this, the little girl hesitated. "Ma, Master is going back to the upper realm now?" Seeing her hesitation, Chang immediately pressed, "Oh, Yao Yao isn't willing? Is something wrong?" Yinhua immediately spoke for the little girl. "Oh dear, reporting to Exalted Immortal, I'm afraid this girl misses her brother very much now." Yao Yao lowered her head, a sad expression on her face. Master, Yao Yao wants to see brother." Hearing this, Chang again showed a contemplative expression. "I see it was my oversight, but your brother is really strange. After 3 years of cultivation he hasn't even come back to see you." Alas, in fact, the more Yao Yao listened, the sadder she became. She kept her head down and said nothing, then heard Chang's voice departing, which made Yao Yao's eyes suddenly widen. He turned around, an unfathomable expression on his face. "If Yao Yao wants to go, your master will take her to a place called Immortal Kun Holy Land." Hearing this, the little girl immediately beamed with joy, excitedly thanking him. "Thank you, Master." In another place, Minkong was standing on a high rock looking into the distance. That exalted immortal who appeared in the profound domain before is now also in the heavenly domain, still taking a child and searching everywhere for heavenly and earthly treasures to cultivate, her subordinate reported. "Yes, it is said that the child was attacked by bandits in Baishan village and was coincidentally rescued by that exalted immortal." Hearing this, Minkong paused for a moment, thinking, "So that person really has nothing to do with the human ancestor. Someone from the upper realm descended. What force is it?" Thinking this, she immediately ordered her subordinate, "We must find a way to investigate thoroughly." The subordinate immediately complied. "Yes," she pointed to a map she was drawing circles on, judging inwardly, "the human ancestor must have already planned it. The green lotus of this life will emerge here. If I can't find the reincarnated person, I'll take your opportunity." Minkong was very satisfied with the map in her hand. "If nothing unexpected happens, Chang is now studying who to use as a scapegoat. The list I gave him is very suitable. If he knew everything I'm doing for him now, perhaps he would trust me even more." In the heavenly domain's Immortal Kun Holy Land, Green Ghost was reporting to the Holy Master. After listening, the Holy Master asked in shock, "Is what you're saying true?" Green Ghost narrated in detail. Reporting to the Holy Master, "It's absolutely true. That day, the road emitted a dangerous aura accompanied by black blood gushing into the sky, and the mountains and valleys wailed like dragons." He sat down thoughtfully. "It seems a dragon's vein was indeed excavated. Going against the heavens is inherently difficult. Has the path to immortality been severed just like that?" he continued to ask with a solemn expression. "By the way, what's the origin of that boy you brought?" "I've investigated. The barren holy body curse in his body seems to have been removed," Green Ghost reported. When this subordinate brought him to the Holy Land 2 years ago, I only discovered he was a barren holy body, with no qualification to cultivate. Speaking of which, Green Ghost's face also darkened, and this time on the road all efforts were destroyed by black blood. Only he was fine. This subordinate speculates there must be something special about him. In the scene, Zhang Yang was standing before a huge glowing statue. So he was brought back to the holy temple, but unexpectedly he suddenly caused a phenomenon. Immortal light shone, which caused the appearance of the ancestral master's phantom. So is he a blessing or a curse? He now noticed the anomaly, a bewildered expression on his face. Impossible. The ancestral master is a supreme. How could a barren holy body summon the ancestral master's phantom? There must be something extraordinary about this boy. From these analyses he finally concluded, perhaps he is about to become our immortal Kun Holy Land's last hope for ascension. Suddenly another person rushed in from outside shouting loudly, reporting to the Holy Master, an exalted immortal has arrived outside. Both people in the room exclaimed in shock. What, an exalted immortal? He suddenly asked his subordinate anxiously. Is it that exalted immortal who takes a little girl around, searching everywhere for heavenly treasures in the heavenly domain? The latest news says he has already annihilated several ancient creatures and incooperative holy masters. The subordinate's face turned pale with fright upon hearing the question. It's him. At this moment outside the immortal Kun Holy Land, Yao Yao asked, Master, is this a holy land? Several disciples of the Holy Land had already stepped forward to greet them. Ex-exalted immortal, please wait a moment. Someone has already been sent inside to inform them. May I ask what brings the exalted immortal to our immortal Kun Holy Land? Chang did not answer them. He scanned the surroundings, thinking, I didn't expect the luck here to have the potential of a soaring dragon connected to the chi of the heavenly shock realm, and it's already beginning to change. Chang was still deep in thought. Could it be that the human ancestor's reincarnation is not just a child of fortune but also the son of the heavenly shock realm? Suddenly Yao Yao tugged at his hand and he playfully asked the little girl, what's wrong? Are you nervous being here? Yao Yao looked at the scene before her and replied, it's so magnificent here, completely different from Baishan village. Master said. Speaking of which, Yao Yao's voice suddenly grew sad. Has brother really forgotten Yao Yao and grandma? Chang looked at the little girl with profound eyes. The human ancestor's memories have probably awakened, otherwise he wouldn't have forgotten so many things. I thought I would have to go to great lengths for this, but everything turned out to be so simple. Then he spoke to comfort her. Yao Yao, don't worry, your brother must be busy cultivating and simply has no time to come back and see you. Yao Yao still said disappointedly, Master, you don't need to comfort Yao Yao anymore. Brother wasn't like this before. No matter how hard it was to earn money, he would always come back to visit us. He really changed because it's too good here too. Chang's expression at this moment seemed to say, heaven and earth bear witness. I haven't even started acting this time. At this moment several colorful rays of light shot straight over and the disciples cheered excitedly. Holy Master, the Holy Master has arrived. The Holy Master, accompanied by several trusted subordinates, bowed to Chang. Greetings, exalted immortal. Your arrival is a blessing to our sect and brings glory to our humble abode. He tried to remain composed and asked, May I ask what brings the exalted immortal to the immortal Kun Holy Land? Green Ghost stood by, secretly scrutinizing him. Is this the legendary immortal from the upper realm? Chang leisurely drawled. I'm looking for... He smiled slightly and softly uttered a name. Zhang Yang. Green Ghost looked surprised, glancing at Yao Yao, and thought to himself, Isn't this child from that village? I didn't expect her to be following the exalted immortal. Did I misjudge her back then? Is she the true prodigy? Thinking this, he turned to the Holy Master and said, Holy Master, I know that child. She is Zhang Yang's sister. Hearing this, the Holy Master seemed somewhat pleased. HMPH, I didn't expect such a connection. Isn't this heaven helping our immortal Kun Holy Land? He began to scheme again in his heart. As long as the exalted immortal knows that our immortal Kun Holy Land greatly values Zhang Yang, then we... To implement his conspiracy, he immediately changed his expression, a radiant smile on his face. The Holy Master clasped his hands and said, Exalted immortal, you may not know, but Zhang Yang is currently cultivating diligently as the Holy Master's successor. This child is indeed exceptionally gifted. Just a few days ago, he even summoned the ancestral master's phantom, proving his talent has been recognized by the Holy Land. Hearing this, Jiyu Chang subtly glanced at Yao Yao and replied, Oh, is that so? Seeing his composure, the Holy Master was somewhat worried and quickly said loudly, Of course, immortal Kun Holy Land has been unreserved with Zhang Yang, providing him with the most cultivation resources. While saying this, he was secretly worried. I can't let the exalted immortal know about Zhang Yang's past suffering. Jiyu Chang did not ask further, simply continuing in a calm tone. It seems Zhang Yang is doing quite well here. To dispel all doubts, the Holy Master immediately reaffirmed with conviction. Exalted immortal jested, of course. Zhang Yang is a rare genius among thousands. Yao Yao stood beside Jiyu Chang, tears welling in her eyes, thinking, So brother is doing so well here. Has he already forgotten Yao Yao? Jiyu Chang suddenly asked, Don't you know Zhang Yang has a sister? Hearing this, Yinhua, who was standing behind them, repeated in confusion, Huh? The Holy Master stammered upon hearing him mention Yao Yao. Sister, should I know? Green Ghost also sweated nervously and said, Holy Master, this subordinate is unaware of this matter. Seeing their nervous expressions, Jiyu Chang didn't bother to ask further. he commanded. All right, bring him to me. The Holy Master immediately agreed respectfully. Yes, exalted immortal, please come this way. System notification. Yaoyao's standing in her brother's heart decreased. Zhongyang, child of reincarnation, luck value decreased, acquired 6,000 luck points, 30,000 destiny points. Family rift widened. Zhongyang, child of reincarnation, luck value decreased, acquired 500 luck points, 2,500 destiny points. Ji Yuchang thought to himself, it seems things are developing normally. Perhaps Zhongyang has some unspeakable difficulties that caused Yaoyao to misunderstand, but if it's a misunderstanding then don't clear it up. Having finished his calculations, he smiled triumphantly. Inside the mountain wall, Zhongyang was cultivating, surrounded by immensely powerful golden-green energy. The white-haired elder stood beside Zhao Yi, looking exceptionally surprised. This phenomenon is truly astonishing. Is this the sight of the barren holy body breaking its curse? Immortal Kun Holy Land Grand Elder Zhao Yi was equally surprised. In just 1 month, his cultivation reached the divine ability realm. This person is truly mysterious and unfathomable. Zhongyang remained in meditative silence, then suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. The human ancestor spoke. Do you see? This is everything you've gained. By accepting me, you no longer have to be at the mercy of others and endure suffering. Zhongyang immediately shouted in refusal. You are you and I am me. We are different. I will never accept you. Hearing this, the human ancestor wasn't angry, just looked at him with a slight displeasure. Young man, you are truly stubborn. Have you forgotten who couldn't hold on and eventually had to compromise with me? If not for me, you would have been completely eroded by now. How could you still be so defiant? Zhongyang replied solemnly. That was under special circumstances. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar, making him jolt awake. Zhongyang, Zhongyang, someone rushed in anxiously to report to him. That person frantically said, Did you hear? Zhongyang, come out quickly. An exalted immortal has brought your sister to see you. He cares about your sister very much. Don't delay. He pondered for a moment, somewhat confused. An exalted immortal, my sister? Zhongyang shouted excitedly. Is it Yaoyao? Has Yaoyao come? Just a few seconds of joy and the human ancestor once again took over his body. He smiled slightly, an insidious expression on his face. Finally you've come, inheritor of the human ancestor hall. He calmly returned to his meditative posture while commanding the person who had just come to report, Go tell that exalted immortal that I am waiting for him here. As for everyone else, do not disturb us. Hearing this, both the white-haired elder and Zhao Yi exclaimed in shock. What? The white-haired elder continued to shout at Zhongyang. Zhongyang, have you gone mad from cultivation? Walls have ears. Don't speak carelessly. If you implicate immortal Kun Holy Land, you'll be in deep trouble. The human ancestor didn't look at the two of them, but merely spoke softly. The two seemed to disbelieve their ears, asking in astonishment, You? He glanced at them, then added, Why don't you go back and ask that exalted immortal guy if he dares to stop us from entering? Zhao Yi pondered nervously. This attitude, as if looking down on the world, could it be that the eternal ancient bloodline had awakened within him? Everything was possible for Zhang Tianming, the child of fortune. There were precedents of conquering true immortals. After much deliberation, Zhao Yi ordered the white-haired elder to convey Zhang Yang's words. The elder wanted to object, somewhat confused, but ultimately complied. Oh, this? Yes, the human ancestor smiled, looking at her, and praised. You do have good discernment, but unfortunately your talent is not so great. Otherwise you wouldn't have only cultivated to the saint realm. Hearing this, Zhao Yi was stunned and didn't react. The human ancestor continued, Zhao Yi, how about you stay by my side and be my sword-bearer? In an instant she looked at the person before her with some admiration. Sighing inwardly, this tone is truly domineering. At this moment, Zhongyang angrily roared at the human ancestor. Why are you treating the exalted immortal like that? The exalted immortal is very good to Yaoyao, but the human ancestor was unconcerned, calmly replying, You worry too much. If it weren't for my existence, do you think that exalted immortal would be good to Yaoyao? Naif, just watch how he comes to visit me obediently. Inside the hall, the white-haired elder knelt on the ground, trembling as he relayed every word of the human ancestor without omission. Filled with terror, he stammered, These are Zhongyang's words. I hope the exalted immortal won't blame us. This matter has nothing to do with immortal Kun Holy Land. The Holy Master stood by, likewise worrying inwardly. It's over. Something seems wrong with this. To reconfirm, he pointed at the white-haired elder and shouted, Those words are correct. That's what that brat Zhongyang said. The elder confirmed firmly. Absolutely true. The Grand Elder was also present, and she also permitted me to relay it. Ji Yuchang picked up his teacup, a playful expression on his face. He dares to make me wait. Those words are truly interesting, Grandma Yinhua said with a worried face. How did Zhongyang become like this? Yaoyao gently tugged at Ji Yuchang's arm, crying, Master, brother. She then sobbed, Master, I'm sorry for brother. Ji Yuchang gently stroked Yaoyao's head, replying, It's all right, it has nothing to do with Yaoyao, but your brother? A sharp glint flashed in Ji Yuchang's eyes. He's somewhat arrogant. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the Holy Master quickly bowed and said, Please calm your anger, exalted immortal. I will bring that arrogant brat over immediately to apologize to you. He then turned and left, immediately ordering, Come with me, old man. I want to see what kind of nerve that brat has. Green Ghost still seemed bewildered as he replied, Yes. Ji Yuchang sat on the high chair and said to Yaoyao, Yaoyao, after you've seen your brother, you'll come back to the upper realm with me. The little girl obediently agreed. Yes, Yaoyao will listen to Master, the system again prompted. Yao Yao feels extremely disappointed in her brother. Zhang Yang, the child of fortune, suffered a loss of luck, gaining 8,000 luck points and 4,000 destiny points. Seeing this, Ji Yuchang became even more pleased. All of this is your own doing. I didn't expect the human ancestor to be such a hypocritical fellow, but if you're hypocritical towards me, you're probably mistaken. By the mountain wall, Zhang Yang was cultivating, and the Holy Master had arrived, shouting loudly. Zhang Yang, Zhao Yi worriedly thought, even the Holy Master has come. Zhang Yang is indeed not simple. The human ancestor hadn't even grasped the situation yet, but spoke complacently. Oh, is this an invitation? Is that exalted immortal so afraid of me? He then threatened. You convey my words to him. If he comes to see me now, I will let bygones be bygones, otherwise don't blame me for not giving him a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he was beaten black and blue. The Holy Master dragged him by his hair to the front of the hall. The person pulling the human ancestor's hair with reddish-brown hair roared. Behave yourself. The human ancestor struggled angrily, threatening, you will regret this. At this moment, the Holy Master respectfully bowed and said, reporting to the exalted immortal, Zhang Yang has been brought and is awaiting your disposition. The human ancestor saw Ji Yuchang's appearance and thought, no, this person is not an inheritor of the human ancestor hall. Ji Yuchang then looked at him contemptuously. You are Zhang Yang? At this moment the system prompted. Publicly humiliated, the child of fortune Zhang Yang gained 1,000 luck points, 5,000 destiny points. The human ancestor completely ignored his current predicament of being pulled by the hair, only thinking inwardly, is this person coveting my identity, wanting to get something from me? He struggled to break free from his restraints, shouting, that's right, I am Zhang Yang, who are you? Seeing Zhang Yang's change, Grandma Yinhua cried out in astonishment. Little Yang, Ji Yuchang continued, do you still remember your sister Yao Yao? We traveled thousands of miles to see you, but your attitude is somewhat perplexing. Yao Yao also choked out, brother. The human ancestor lowered his voice and replied, how could I forget my sister? As for my attitude? Seeing Zhang Yang's demeanor, the Holy Master muttered inwardly, is this brat going to play dumb again? Grandma Yinhua quickly interjected. Little Yang, don't be stubborn anymore. Quickly apologize to the exalted immortal. The human ancestor, still in Zhang Yang's form, arrogantly refused. I think your excellency should reflect on yourself because I hate it when people put on a condescending attitude towards me. Don't regret today's actions in the future. Yao Yao's eyes widened, saying in surprise and disappointment, brother. At this moment Ji Yuchang finally released Yao Yao's hand and responded to the human ancestor's words. Oh, so you still know you're Yao Yao's brother, which means this venerable one can't lay a hand on you, is that it? He slowly descended, walking and saying, forget it. Today I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of Yao Yao, to make you understand what it means to. He immediately charged at the human ancestor, striking him fiercely with his right arm, shouting, know the immensity of heaven and earth. After that strike, the human ancestor was sent flying far away. The Holy Master stood by, watching in astonishment. These strange patterns, the elders and I had such a hard time breaking them, but he did it with a single palm. This brat still hasn't admitted his mistake. Yao Yao quickly tugged at Ji Yuchang's arm, pleading, Master, don't be angry. It's all Yao Yao's fault for insisting on bringing you to see brother, making you angry. But brother wasn't like this before. Ji Yuchang bent down, stroked Yao Yao's head and comforted her. Silly girl, if you don't beat such a person, should your master do it? Your master doesn't mind the trouble. Yao Yao replied, no, brother spoke too presumptuously. He deserves a beating, but I just beg master to spare brother this one time. The Holy Master, looking at Zhang Yang's appearance, scorned inwardly. Foolish, what good is some talent? Do you think you're from the human ancestor hall? The human ancestor changed his attitude, bowing in apology. Today I went too far. Please calm your anger, exalted immortal. I hope you will overlook this humble one's transgressions for Yao Yao's sake. While saying this, he had another plan in mind. Although I'm currently only at the divine ability realm, with the aid of the heavenly god realm's world fortune, ordinary cultivators can't gain an advantage over me. Yet this person injured me with a single palm. For now I'll lie low and plan for later. Seeing his rapid change of attitude, Ji Yuchang exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, the human ancestor stood up and explained with cupped hands. Hearing that Yao Yao has such a doting master, jealousy arose in my heart, allowing my inner demons to run rampant. He continued to lament. Actually, this matter is due to my indulgence in cultivation these past few years, neglecting my duties and owing her much. I also cannot accept anyone else being so close to her. Zhao Yi stood by, puzzled. Did I misjudge him? Is this brat Zhang Yang just bluffing? The human ancestor continued. I also feared that with a master, Yao Yao would no longer need me, her brother. Hearing this, Yao Yao cried out in astonishment. Brother, the human ancestor feigned gratitude. Thank you, exalted immortal, for this palm strike. It reminded me, if not for you, I might not have awakened, being so irresponsible as Yao Yao's brother. Ji Yuchang thought to himself, he seems quite clever. Is he afraid I'll continue to act? He knows to show weakness first, using Yao Yao to make me hesitant, but you're overthinking it. I can't devour you immediately right now. The human ancestor then continued to play the emotional card. I'm sorry, Yao Yao, it's all brother's fault. Can you still forgive brother? Ji Yuchang then spoke. Don't worry, for Yao Yao's sake I won't kill you, nor will I hold your previous rudeness against you. However, you are now living a life of comfort in immortal Kun Holy Land, yet Yao Yao is in that desolate Baishan village missing you day and night. This is truly unbecoming." Before he finished speaking, the human ancestor quickly clarified loudly, "Yao Yao, it's not that brother didn't want to go back and see you, it's just that he felt exposed," and Green Ghost worried inwardly, "I'm done for." Yao Yao lowered her head, her expression sad. "Brother doesn't need to say anything more. Yao Yao believes brother has his own difficulties." Hearing this, he stammered, "Yao, oh okay." Green Ghost stood by, sweating profusely in fear, having narrowly escaped. Jiyu Chong stood beside Yao Yao, comforting her. "Yao Yao, he is your brother after all, who hasn't made mistakes when they were young. I think his explanation is quite sincere and reasonable," he continued to ask gently. "Since brother has apologized, are you willing to forgive him, Yao Yao?" The little girl looked at him and obediently replied, "Okay, Yao Yao will listen to master." Seeing this scene, the human ancestor sighed at Jiyu Chong. He is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also in just a few words he seized the initiative. "No matter how many tricks I have up my sleeve, I must be careful when dealing with this person." The human ancestor then spoke, "Then you must have had a tiring journey. Yao Yao and Grandma should rest well tonight. Tomorrow I'll take everyone to look around. It's much more interesting here than Baishan village." Yao Yao gently agreed. Okay." The holy master stood by respectfully, also secretly praising him. As expected, both firm and gentle, the human ancestor then smiled and changed the subject. "It seems the exalted immortal hasn't had time to get clothes for Yao Yao yet. Brother will take you to pick some out tomorrow." Seeing Zhang Yang's actions, Jiyu Chong thought smugly, "Foolish, you are eager to mend your relationship with Yao Yao. But your cleverness backfired. This will only make Yao Yao distance herself from you. In any case, for me, isn't this also an opportunity?" Jiyu Chong replied, "You don't need to worry about this matter. What's so great about choosing mortal clothes from the lower realm?" The human ancestor was furious inwardly. "On the surface he's speaking for me, but in reality he's not giving me any chance." While stroking Yao Yao's head, he continued, "When Yao Yao meets her mistress, mistress will measure Yao Yao's figure and make clothes for her." Hearing this, Yao Yao looked up at her master and asked in surprise, "Mistress, Yao Yao's mistress?" The scene shifted to Yu Mingkong. She held a half-eaten biscuit in her hand, turned around and asked suspiciously, "Immortal Kun Holy Land? What is that exalted immortal doing in Immortal Kun Holy Land? Has his identity been uncovered?" Her subordinate replied, "Not yet. That person is very powerful. Unless he doesn't want to hide, we can't trace his whereabouts at all." She turned her face forward and ordered, Pay more attention to Immortal Kun Holy Land from now on. Don't let him ruin my plans." Night fell, and the human ancestor returned to the mountain wall to cultivate. Zhang Yang angrily cursed, "You're despicable, you're dead. What kind of adult are you? You don't deserve to be Yao Yao's brother. Give me back my body." The human ancestor roared loudly, "Shut up, it's not your turn to lecture me." Zhang Yang hated the human ancestor immensely and scolded, "It's all your fault. Now Yao Yao doesn't believe me anymore. Quickly give me back my body." The human ancestor ignored him and spoke of other things. "In any case, Yao Yao must never fall into that person's hands. I must win her trust." A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. At most it will be a little more troublesome when all realms are unified later." Hearing this, Zhang Yang panicked. "What do you want to do?" He struggled and shouted, "Let me go. Didn't you say you wouldn't touch me? I can't die. I want to protect Yao Yao." The human ancestor tightly gripped Zhang Yang and gently replied, "Now the situation has changed. It's not up to you anymore. From now on you are me, and I am you. Don't worry." Zhang Yang was furious. Let go, you liar." He looked coldly at Zhang Yang and said, "Whether it's my sister or my grandma, I will take good care of them. After all, I am Zhang Yang." As soon as he finished speaking, heart-wrenching screams filled with extreme pain erupted. Zhao Yi stood outside the mountain wall, seeing the immense power erupt, and thought, "This power of heaven and earth is truly strong. With this power, why did he still humble himself during the day?" This mysterious person, the human ancestor, was now floating in the air, absorbing power. With 100 of the first life Dao fruit, it seemed to have no major impact on this body. He immediately shouted, "The reincarnation seal is complete. Finally, I have some usable power." Jiyu Chong hovered in the air, observing the power emanating from the mountain wall, thinking, "It seems tonight is destined to be restless." Immortal Kun Holy Land is where the heavenly god realm's fortune begins to converge. He sniffed the emanating power, a slight smile on his lips. "As expected, he's trying to deal with me. Because I slapped him hard today, he remembers to guard against me. With this unstable aura, how many rounds can you fight with me?" Jiyu Chong turned to Green Ghost and asked, "Is this all you have to say about Zhang Yang?" Green Ghost respectfully bowed. "Reporting to the exalted immortal, this humble one has told you everything I know without any concealment." After listening to his detailed narration, Jiyu Chong's face showed an extremely excited expression. Reincarnation has a purpose, so everything that follows is actually already arranged. The path to immortality, conquering heaven and earth, the desolate sacred body. It seems that besides me, for the heavenly god realm, the human ancestor's reincarnation is not without variables. His method of reincarnation is definitely not straightforward. If I'm not mistaken, then the original world child of the heavenly god realm shouldn't have been you, right? Inside the room, Yao Yao and Grandma were chatting. Yao Yao said to Grandma, "Grandma, I always feel that something is a little strange today. Zhang Chuchu was bound by chains, her clothes stripped, leaving only her underwear. She screamed loudly, "Jiyu Chong, you beast scoundrel, you always use such despicable and shameless methods." Jiyu Chong sat leisurely in his chair, calmly saying, "You can't blame me for this. Who told you not to answer every time I asked? I thought you were enjoying it." Zhang Chuchu's face flushed with anger and she threatened, "When I get out, I'll definitely expose your true demonic face and tell Yu Mingkong about your evil deeds. Then I'll see how you explain yourself to the peerless immortal dynasty." Jiyu Chong calmly placed his hand on the chair and continued, "How I explain myself is not for the saintess to worry about. All I know is, if you don't cooperate, you probably won't get out in this lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked up to Zhang Chuchu, stretched out his hands and interrogated her. "What is the human ancestor hall's biggest trump card?" Seeing Jiyu Chang's hand approaching her back, she shrieked in panic, "Jiyu Chang, you pervert, shameless, vile bastard, scoundrel, rogue, degenerate." Jiyu Chang grabbed her clothes and said, still cursing. At this moment, Zhang Chuchu cried and screamed helplessly, I'll tell you, is that enough?" After a confession, Zhang Chuchu curled up in the chair, trembling. Jiyu Chang stood up thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. The reincarnation seal actually contains the Tao fruit of every generation of the human ancestor." Although Zhang Chuchu was curled up, her face still held a solemn expression as she replied, "That's right, so don't even dream of fighting the human ancestor, you're no match for him." Jiyu Chang remained unconcerned, continuing his calculations. He wants to merge with the Tao fruit of fire in the reincarnation seal. This is precisely the human ancestor's unification of all heavens plan, but it is an extremely difficult task, which is why he needs to constantly reincarnate, seeking an extremely healthy body. Suddenly, Zhang Chuchu's eyes were filled with shock. He lightly glanced at her and said, "Thank you, Saintess, for the information. Next, I need to arrange some things." After speaking, he thought to himself, "This foolish woman, she thinks the human ancestor is an upright person. Would an upright person choose Saintesses generation after generation?" Jiyu Chang's voice came from the room. "Yao Yao, Master has something I don't know if I should tell you." Yao Yao found it very strange. "Master?" After listening to her master's story, Yao Yao cried out in panic, "What? How could brother have been continuously captured by immortal Kun Holy Land to do hard labor?" Grandma Yinhua asked suspiciously. "I, an old woman, have a question. If the exalted immortal says Zhang Yang met with misfortune, how could he still be alive? This matter was not something he could resist by his own nature." Jiyu Chang replied, "That's precisely what I don't want to speculate too much about, because in any case even a saint facing the calamity caused by a severed dragon's vein could not emerge completely unscathed." Before he finished speaking, Grandma Yinhua interrupted. "In that case there's only one explanation. Xiaoyang must have been possessed." Jiyu Chang sighed helplessly. Yao Yao lowered her head, looking distressed, unable to believe her ears. "Grandma, does Master mean that brother is no longer brother?" Yao Yao began to cry sadly. "His body was taken over by someone else, and brother's true self, so that's why brother Zhang Yang acted that way during the day." Jiyu Chang quickly stroked the little girl's head to comfort her. "Yao Yao, this isn't certain yet. Don't worry, I hope this is just a guess and I'm overthinking it, but these next few days when you're with your brother, you need to pay attention and see if he acts abnormally." With that, he took out a jade pendant glowing green and handed it to Yao Yao, then said, "Yao Yao, this jade pendant contains a wisp of my divine soul. If you encounter danger, crush it." After speaking, he sat down again, gently stroking the little girl's head to comfort her. "Don't worry, Yao Yao, Master is here for everything." The little girl held the jade pendant and softly replied, Thank you, Master." Her eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. System prompt: Child of Fortune Zhang Yang is suspected by his relatives, causing a rift in family affection and damage to his luck. Acquired 6,000 luck points and 40,000 destiny points. Yu Mingkong suddenly stood up, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Zhang Yang, is the news true?" Her subordinate replied, "The news is true. The little girl beside the exalted immortal is Zhang Yang's sister." Hearing this, she fell into deep thought. No wonder there had been no news before, so he was a barren holy body, appearing as a mortal, but she had finally found him. Yu Mingkong's eyes were profound as she thought, if I'm not mistaken, the ancestor of immortal Kun Holy Land was an ancient being enlightened by a human ancestor. Immortal Kun Holy Land must have other tricks up its sleeve. Acting there would be very dangerous. I must lure him here, creating unique conditions. She sat down, picked up a pen and pondered what to write. But the human ancestor reincarnation must not know I'm the one trying to kill him, so he must think I'm from the lower realm looking for him. She looked at the pen in her hand, a joyful smile involuntarily appearing. At that time, Yu Mingkong looked up at the sky, calculating. But would that exalted immortal also be a variable? Should I subdue him first? The streets of the eastern domain were bustling and noisy, but don't miss out, contribute financially or with your strength. The human ancestor was currently taking Yao Yao and Grandma on a stroll through the streets. He shouted cheerfully, "This is your first time here. Today I must take you around properly. Yao Yao, play as much as you like. Money is no object." No matter how cheerful he was, the two of them didn't take it to heart. Suddenly he noticed the jade pendant Yao Yao was wearing. He thought to himself, is that to prevent me from making a move? HMPH, do they think I'm stupid? The human ancestor then turned and walked away again, shouting, "Yao Yao, look over there, that person is so interesting. And there are candied hawthorns, your favorite, over there." But looking at Yao Yao, the little girl was still very sad. He, however, happily walked over with several strings of candied hawthorns. "Look, Yao Yao, try some, there are all sorts of immortal herb flavors." Suddenly, the little girl spoke, "Brother, I'm a bit tired, I want to go back first." He was stunned when he heard the little girl's words, but after a moment he could only laugh to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. "If Yao Yao is tired, then let's go back," Yao Yao softly replied. With that, the human ancestor turned to leave, asking the little girl, "Yao Yao doesn't seem very happy today. What are you thinking about?" The little girl spoke. "Brother, you said yesterday you had your difficulties." Hearing this, he immediately interjected, Yes, that's true, but didn't Yao Yao say she would believe me?" The little girl pondered and asked, "Brother's luck is so good, you're the only one who survived." Hearing this, Grandma's face turned pale with shock, but the little girl calmly continued to ask, "Did all those who went to dig the dragon's vein die? How did brother get through that?" He stopped walking. The human ancestor said to Yao Yao, "Yao Yao, I don't know what that master told you, but you'd best not get too close to him." He glanced at the two of them and with a tone of sowing discord said, "Think about it, he's from the upper realm. His knowledge far surpasses everyone in the heavenly god realm, yet he keeps saying you're the most special. You clearly can't cultivate, yet he's so good to you. That's very strange in itself. What exactly is his scheme? Because you're cute, don't be naive anymore. In this world no one is good to you for no reason. If you don't believe me, ask Grandma if this isn't true." Yao Yao stood still, tightly gripping the jade pendant her master had given her, not saying a word, just listening quietly. She recalled a previous time, sitting on the ground with piles of precious elixirs and medicine bottles in front of her. She said to her master, "Master, I can't eat anymore." Grandma, standing nearby, also felt immensely regretful. Even just one would be enough to make countless experts fight to the death, yet there are so many. Yao Yao could only apologize to her master. "I'm sorry, master, I'm sorry. Yao Yao has wasted so many immortal elixirs again, but I still can't cultivate. Does master not want Yao Yao anymore?" Ji Yuchang hadn't scolded Yao Yao then, but instead comforted her. "If you can't cultivate, you can't cultivate. You can just stay by my side and give me back rubs in the future. As for those elixirs, just eat them like meals. Who told you that you're Ji Yuchang's disciple?" Hearing this, Yao Yao was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. At this moment, the human ancestor kept trying to sow discord between them. "I once found in ancient texts that people like your master are definitely hypocrites who come to the lower realm to seek treasures. Once they find what they want, they'll say they're taking you back to the upper realm to cultivate." He continued, "In reality, he wants to use you to refine elixirs or treat you as a cultivation vessel." At this point, Yao Yao truly became angry. She shouted, "Enough, stop talking nonsense." A strange power emanated from her whole body. Yao Yao yelled at the human ancestor, "My master's immortal elixirs are so miraculous that I can't even finish them all. How could he do such a thing? Stop slandering my master." The little girl's eyes shone brightly, firmly believing in her master. "Master is a good person." A terrifying power ripped through the earth. Ji Yuchang slowly walked over and spoke, "The phantom of the immortal wheel, Holy Land's ancestor, I presume must have been sealed here." The bald man was knocked to the ground and cried out, "Why did you trespass into my clan's sacred ground?" Ji Yuchang drew his sword and softly replied, "If I refine the thing Zhang Yang has always relied on while he's away." He stabbed the man in the chest with his sword, thinking, "He'll surely turn green with rage then." The bald man let out a tragic cry and died. He walked into the cave. Before him stood a stone statue carved with strange shapes. Ji Yuchang thought to himself, "These are resources that the heavenly god realm fundamentally cannot gather. The human ancestor has gone to great lengths for reincarnation." He walked forward, picked up the bottle filled with magical artifacts and said proudly, "But to be so generous, that person won't have the fortune to enjoy them, so I'll take the loss and accept them on his behalf." Suddenly a massive red light burst forth from a stone bottle tightly wrapped in red silk threads, accompanied by a terrifying threatening voice. "You young rascal, you seek death." Ji Yuchang was surprised and puzzled. The massive red gas condensed into the image of a fierce old man. He was doing his utmost to attack Ji Yuchang when he suddenly stopped. It turned out the old man had intended to crush him in his palm, but Ji Yuchang had already swiftly pulled out a wooden staff and held it horizontally across his chest, easily blocking the old man's hand. He even provocatively taunted the old man. "Old man, what's the hurry? It'll be your turn soon." The old man withdrew his hands, crying out in surprise, "Great Tao treasure vase," but the old man seemed completely fearless and once again extended his massive palm. He shouted, "You young rascal are arrogant and ignorant. Do you think with just the great Tao treasure vase you can—" Before he could finish, Ji Yuchang's long spear had already fiercely pierced into his palm. The old man was even more surprised. What?" The old man frowned, unpleasantly recognizing him. "This feeling you are?" After some thought he declared Ji Yuchang's identity. "The demonic cultivation inheritor." Hearing this, Ji Yuchang's lips curled into a slight smile, and he laughed. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Your reward is to die." Immediately his power overwhelmed the old man. The old man sensed the danger and shouted for help. "Human ancestor." But before anyone could appear, Ji Yuchang had already killed him, leaving only the old man's desperate screams. After the fight he even mocked the old man. "Don't worry, human ancestor will reunite with you soon." He held the bottle filled with magical artifacts and couldn't help but marvel at its power. "I didn't expect the Immortal Wheel Supreme's origin to be so pure. This time it's a true origin, likely not so easy to obtain." Suddenly he sensed something and exclaimed, "Oh!" Yao Yao's jade pendant glowed. Seeing the little girl's change, Grandma worriedly called out to her, "Yao Yao, human ancestor has noticed, he's awakening." Zhao Yi rushed from a distance, shouting, "No good!" She was flying rapidly towards Yao Yao. but suddenly panicked. She had already been sent flying by Yao Yao's power. The human ancestor stood there, also surprised and worried. The attack was very strange. Yao Yao reached out, preparing to attack him. At this moment, the human ancestor spoke with a cunning tone. Yao Yao, I'm Brother Zhang Yang. Don't you recognize me anymore? You often picked wild vegetables and caught fish with me when you were little. Have you forgotten? Hearing her brother's name, the little girl suddenly woke up and shouted, Brother Zhang Yang. Sensing that the crucial moment had arrived, the human ancestor calculated as he swiftly rushed towards the little girl. A flaw. Grandma cried out in panic, Yao Yao. At this very moment he decided to kill Yao Yao. He reached out thinking, I can't worry about that now, I'll suppress her first. Just as Yao Yao's life was hanging by a thread, a hand appeared out of nowhere, blocking the human ancestor. That hand fiercely slapped the human ancestor's face, making his lips bleed. It was Ji Yuchang. He sent the human ancestor flying far away with just one hand. He held Yao Yao and asked, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? The little girl looked at him and stammered, My master. Yinhua clasped her hands and replied, Reporting to Exalted Immortal, this old woman has never seen Yao Yao like this before. Seeing Ji Yuchang's figure, the surrounding villagers discussed animatedly.